The young man sitting there, bloodied but unbent, is none other than our protagonist El Palm. A tragic soul, he was dragged into a dungeon by a group of adventurers who treated him like nothing more than bait, just a disposable pawn they could abandon if things went south. What they didn't know was, El was insanely powerful. Everything, from the very beginning, had been part of his plan. In the critical moment, El decided to stop hiding. He unleashed just a fraction of his true strength, and with a single attack he sent the monster straight into the donut club. One shot. Over. The reason he's this strong? Because in the future, El Palm becomes the strongest adventurer alive. But why is he suddenly here in the past? Well, to answer that, we have to rewind a few hours. Somewhere in the future, the continent is in ruins. Monstrous creatures roam every inch of the land. Just one glance at the sky reveals a terrifying truth: dozens upon dozens of monsters soaring above, casting long shadows over what little remains. El stares forward and mutters under his breath, "It's here." As if responding to his words, a massive three-headed dragon tears through the clouds. It's so colossal, the other monsters beside it look like ants, not even the size of one of its claws. This is the Dragon King. And just then, a voice behind El speaks, a blonde-haired woman, solemn and cold. Looks like the Centaur Citadel has fallen too. There's no one left to depend on now. The Signag Knights, the Resistance Army, the Cross Hunters, every adventurer, even the 6 heroes we once called our last hope, they're all dead. She turns to El, eyes locked on him. "You're the only one left. The final adventurer, El Palm." El hears her words, but there's no hesitation. He turns back and quietly says, "Let's go. This is our final adventure." And as if on cue, the enormous shadow of the Dragon King Gorntail descends before them. The beast opens its massive mouth, ready to swallow them all in one devastating bite. And just like that, the final battle begins, the last stand of humanity's final party against the Dragon King Gorntail. And the result? No surprise. A devastating defeat. After the brutal battle, El is covered in wounds. Around him are the corpses of the fallen, his comrades, his friends. In front of him lies one of Gorntail's severed heads, soaked in blood. But don't think for a second this is over. The Dragon King has 3 heads. The one in front of El. Just one of them. High above, Gorntail still flies. Even the severed head is slowly regenerating, flesh knitting itself back together. It's coming back. It's all pointless, El thinks, a bitter wave of helplessness washing over him. At that very moment, Gorntail suddenly dove down from above, aiming to strike him. Seeing this, El slowly closed his eyes, as if accepting his fate. So this is how it ends, he thought. The end of me. The end of our world. The end of our journey. The thought echoed in his mind. But then, El suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, and let out a furious scream. This is ridiculous. This is how it ends. His face twisted with rage and heartbreak as memories of his fallen comrades flashed through his mind. Phillips, Jadon, Alexis, every one of them had sacrificed their lives. I can't accept this. El roared with all his strength as he pushed himself back onto his feet. He glared up at the Dragon King Gorntail, who was circling high above, his eyes filled with hatred. I won't let it end like this, he thought fiercely. Summoning every last ounce of power left in his body, El began to channel it into the palm of his right hand. As the energy gathered, a beam of light started to form above his head, gradually taking shape into an arrow. He gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what it takes, I will." But before he could finish the sentence, the energy in his palm suddenly shattered, violently dispersing. A split second later, El coughed up an enormous amount of blood, overwhelmed by the backlash. And at that very moment, high in the sky, Gorntail finished charging his fiery breath. With a deep growl, the beast opened its jaws and unleashed a massive pillar of purple flame straight down at El. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, El's broken body couldn't react anymore. He was powerless to do anything. How pitiful, he thought as the world around him began to dim. Why does it have to end like this? If only I were stronger, if I just had one more chance, Setsuna's voice echoed faintly in his mind. And with that final thought, darkness swallowed his vision. But then, suddenly a cold splash of water smacked him right in the face. A loud voice shouted, "Wake the hell up, you bastard." The sudden noise jolted El awake. His eyes snapped open in shock. The voice barked again, "Don't think pretending to be sick is gonna get you anywhere. A slave like you better know your damn place. The harsh words came from a bald man standing over him, his face twisted in irritation. It was him. He was the one who had just thrown a bucket of cold water straight into Elle's face. And strangely enough, that splash brought him back to his senses. Elle looked around, disoriented. What's going on? Why am I here? What happened to Gornhell? Am I still alive? Wait, this place, isn't this the slave market? And as if to confirm Elle's suspicions, countless voices could be heard outside, loud, chaotic chatter echoing through the area, all revolving around the pricing and trading of slaves. These ones were just brought in. Perfect bait for long route dungeon runs. Oh heavens, thank you sir, you won't find prices like this anywhere else. This one looks decent. Hey, how much for this guy? You've got a good eye, sir, he's got strong bones, look at that. The constant stream of haggling and shouting pounded into Elle's ears, leaving him completely dazed. No way, he thought, the slave markets were abolished years ago. But this place, everything about it felt real. Just as that chilling thought crossed his mind, the bald man standing in front of him growled again, scowling. A mere slave like you, and yet you've got the guts to fight to survive, huh? He sneered. All of you are the same. Hearing that, Elle slowly lifted his head and stared hard at the man. This guy, he thought, narrowing his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, he was the merchant who managed me back when I was a slave, about 6 years ago. That face, it was definitely him. Then that means I've been sent back to the past. Elle's mind was reeling as he continued to glare at the man, and naturally, that look didn't go unnoticed. The bald man frowned even harder. What the hell are you looking at, huh? He barked before swinging a heavy fist straight into Elle's face. That was the moment it truly began again. That day, I returned. To the very starting point of everything, Elle thought as the punch landed. Cut to the port city of Lith. At that same moment, a large ship was pulling into the harbor. Among the crowd stepping off was a young man who threw his arms up in excitement as soon as he touched solid ground. Ha ha. I finally made it. But the locals, seasoned merchants and vendors, instantly caught on to his naive, wide-eyed tourist energy. Like a bloodhound sniffing out money, a flirtatiously dressed bunny-eared girl immediately approached him. Hey there, handsome, she purred. Would you buy a few potions for me? Not far behind her was a burly fishmonger holding up a slippery catch. How about some fresh fish, kid? Not just the usual stuff, we've even got shark meat and a man-eating octopus in the back. Then, like a floodgate opening, a storm of voices came rushing at him. Need a place to store your luggage? If you're planning to explore the world, you'll need some training first. You look like someone who needs a guide. Hey kid, want a map? A magic ring? A cursed dagger? It was a full-on ambush of sales pitches, each more enthusiastic and suspicious than the last. Countless voices continued to echo all around, and the young man's eyes lit up with excitement. So this is the port city of Lith, he thought. It's way livelier than I imagined. As he stood there, completely awestruck by the energy and chaos of the place, a dark-skinned young man suddenly slung an arm around his shoulders and said with a grin, excited, "Are we Raymond?" Raymond blinked in surprise. "Walker." Just then, another voice called out from behind the two of them, loud and filled with enthusiasm. "To be honest, I want to try every single form of entertainment this city has to offer right now." It was a booming voice that belonged to a large, heavy-set man named Taran. His eyes lit up as he stared at the massive building ahead and exclaimed, "That's it. That's where our journey begins." This was the era of adventurers, a time when explorers from all over the world came together, carving out their own legends and becoming heroes on their own terms. At the heart of it all were the gates, mysterious portals that led to a separate dimension. No one really knew when or how they first appeared, but inside these gates were horrifying monsters unlike anything found in the world of Fangthu. Many adventurers had charged into those gates and never returned. But within them also lay relics of immense power, items so rare and valuable they defied imagination. It was this promise of fortune and power that stirred the greed of men and drew wave after wave of adventurers into their depths. Walker's party was among those preparing to step into a gate. Wanting everything to go smoothly, Walker turned to the group and said, "We'll need a few bodies for bait." His words made Raymond freeze, completely dumbfounded. Walker noticed his blank stare and sighed. "You really don't get it, do you?" he said. "The truth is, you never know what's inside a gate until you're already in it. Tons of adventurers have died just from unexpected surprises. That's why we need a few slaves to act as decoys." The only woman in the group nodded as it clicked for her. So we're talking about someone we can use as a distraction, something to buy us time to run if things go south. I'm in. It's a smart move. And just like that, the party began making their way toward the slave market, ready to pick up a few disposable pawns for their mission. Back in L's holding cell, he sat quietly, still trying to make sense of it all. Is this a dream? He wondered. No, it feels way too real. I don't want to believe it, but what other explanation could there be? Everything around him screamed reality, so vivid, so brutal. And yet, it made no sense at all. While L was still deep in thought, the slave master had already begun presenting his merchandise to Walker's group. Welcome, folks, the man said with a smug grin. This market is officially operated under the Gafor Mechanics Guild. Every one of these slaves has been prepped specifically for decoy duty, so feel free to browse. You won't regret your purchase. As he spoke, he gestured toward the cell that held L and one other prisoner. I'd personally recommend these two, he added, eyes fixed on L's cell. Solid builds, premium stock. Just brought them in recently. Walker took a few moments to size up the two prisoners through the bars. After a brief pause, he gave a satisfied nod. All right, I'll take them both. Excellent choice, the slave master beamed. Best of luck inside the gate. Meanwhile, L realized this could be his chance. He clenched his fists slightly. There's no need to hesitate anymore, he thought. This is my second chance. And so, L found himself standing with Walker's party at the threshold of a gate. Though it was called a gate, it wasn't made of stone or metal. Instead, it looked like a shimmering red curtain hanging between two ancient trees. Walker stepped forward, inspecting the tree beside the gate. Looks like no one's been through this one yet, he said, then pulled out a dagger. I'll mark the tree so others know this gate is occupied. With that, he carved a clean slash across the tree bark, then turned to address the group. All right, everyone ready? Let's move out. The rest of the team responded with excited energy, their eyes practically shining with dreams of fortune. To them, this was the moment their lives might change forever. One by one, they stepped into the crimson veil and vanished. The instant they emerged on the other side, the world around them had changed completely. Before their eyes stretched a vast, untouched jungle, unlike anything they had ever seen. Towering mushrooms, some as large as houses, dotted the landscape. Raymond was the first to speak, his voice filled with awe. I've never seen a place like this before. It's nothing like what I imagined. Walker, calm and composed, responded without turning his head. No need to get too worked up. Let's move. Entry points like this are usually far from any monster nests, so we're safe for now. But we can't go back the way we came. That gate is closed off. We'll need to find another exit just in case things go sideways. But just as Walker finished speaking, an eerie rustling sound came from behind them. The sudden noise made the group tense up. The only girl in the party instinctively turned around to look, and the moment she did, she was greeted by a horrifying sight. A massive creature with rows of jagged teeth lunged straight at her. Before she could even react, its jaws snapped shut, and in a split second, her entire body was swallowed whole. Chaos erupted. The group was stunned, their minds scrambling to make sense of what just happened. What the hell? Why is there a monster here? Someone shouted. Charlotte. Raymond cried out in panic, eyes wide in shock. But there was no time to mourn, because the next moment, they realized they were completely surrounded. Dozens of monsters began creeping out from behind the towering mushrooms and dense undergrowth, encircling them like a pack of predators. It was as if they had walked right into an ambush. Or worse, right into a monster den. Wait, why are there so many of them? Someone yelled in disbelief. Walker clenched his teeth, eyes narrowing. Damn it, without hesitation, he grabbed the wooden staff strapped to his back and began channeling his mana. In an instant, the staff began to glow with a vibrant orange light. The wooden rod shifted, transforming into the shape of a longbow, its string and arrow made entirely of flame. Walker took aim and muttered under his breath, "Flame arrow." He released the bowstring, and the fiery arrow exploded from his grip, piercing straight through one of the approaching monsters with ease. The beast collapsed, engulfed in flames. But the brief moment of victory offered little comfort. Walker's face remained tense. One down, but far too many to go. Right after taking down the monster and temporarily giving Charlotte some breathing room, Walker turned back and shouted, "Something's not right. Tie those two bait down to a tree. We need to get out of here now." The other bait, L's unfortunate companion, heard that and panicked, shouting no. Please, take us with you. But his plea was met with cold steel. Taran raised his blade right to the guy's face and growled, "Shut up and stay put." Without hesitation, Raymond moved quickly, wrapping the chains around both Elle and the other guy, locking them tightly to a nearby tree to make sure they couldn't run. Guilt flashed across his face as he muttered, "I'm sorry." Then, without another word, the group bolted, leaving the two bait behind just as the monsters began closing in. "No. Don't leave us here." The other captive screamed in despair. But it was too late. Within seconds, the monsters swarmed him, ripping him apart, limb by limb. Elle could only watch in horror. One of the creatures turned its attention toward him. A giant claw arched through the air, coming straight for his chest. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was fleeing through the forest. Walker had slung Charlotte over his shoulder, her body limp but still breathing. Gritting his teeth, he called back to the others, "This run's a bust, but forget the gate. We need to find the exit now. Raymond, move." But Raymond didn't respond. He was frozen, paralyzed with fear. Taran, furious, grabbed him by the collar and shouted, he said, "Move, damn it." "Listen to Walker. Pull yourself together. We failed this time, so what? We can try again, but only if we get out alive. Don't give up on me, damn it." Walker gave Raymond a reassuring grin, confident, calm. The kind that made you believe you might actually make it. But that smile would be the last thing Raymond saw before the monster's claw came crashing down. The massive beast struck Walker with bone-shattering force, slamming him into the ground so hard the earth cracked beneath him. "Taran!" Walker cried out, his voice full of panic. But there would be no answer. Taran was gone, reduced to nothing but a bloody mess beneath the monster's strike. Raymond's legs gave out. He collapsed, too scared to even move. The terror had consumed him completely. And in that moment, it was Elle who acted. Fueled by pure survival instinct, Elle raised his bound hands, the chains clinking as he moved. Nearby, Walker, still barely conscious, tried to summon another spell, growling through gritted teeth, "Flame arrow, you bastard." But just as he pulled the fiery bowstring back, the monster snapped its head around. Its grotesque tongue shot out like a whip, aimed directly at Walker. That tongue, like it had a mind of its own, wrapped tightly around Walker's neck in an instant, and yanked him straight toward the monster's gaping maw. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, and just like that, another one was gone. Raymond, watching everything unfold, nearly lost his soul right then and there. Help me," he stammered, crawling forward on his elbows, shaking all over. But even if he were running at full speed, there was no guarantee of escape. Crawling like this was hopeless. The creature didn't hesitate. With a bone-cracking snap, it bit down on his leg, and Raymond howled in agony. "My leg. It got my leg." He clenched his teeth, pain flooding his body. But through the haze of panic, he spotted a figure, someone up ahead, watching. His eyes widened. You're still alive?" he gasped. "Thank God. Please help me." Desperately, he reached out a trembling hand toward the figure, his voice cracking. "They're all dead. Everyone's gone. Just you and me now. And about earlier, I'm sorry, alright? I didn't mean for that to happen. We can't make it out of here alone. Having two people is better than one. So please." But the figure perched in the tree didn't budge. Didn't even flinch. Raymond's desperation quickly turned to rage. His voice rose in fury. "Don't just sit there watching, damn it. Help me, you bastard." Finally, the figure smirked and leapt down from the tree, landing smoothly on the forest floor. Looks like I showed up a little late," he said calmly. By now, half of Raymond's body had already been swallowed by the monster. Realizing it was over, Raymond let out a few bitter chuckles and sneered. "Ha, you smug bastard. You think you'll make it out of here? You're next, just you wait." Those were his final words. The monster clamped its jaw shut and Raymond was gone. Now it was just Elle. The creature, three eyes locked onto him, shifted its bulk, crouching low to the ground. And then, like a cannonball, it launched itself forward, massive jaws stretched wide, ready to devour him mid-air. Facing the monster's incoming assault, Elle didn't flinch. Instead, he stared it down with the cold, unwavering gaze of someone looking at a corpse. "No," he muttered, almost like he was answering Raymond's final words. "I'm not dying here." His grip on the spear tightened. With a swift motion, he twisted the weapon in his hand, then lunged forward. In one fluid strike, the spear pierced straight through the monster's body, punching a massive hole clean through its flesh. The beast let out a final guttural roar, then collapsed in an instant lifeless. El stood over it, chest heaving. With a cool swipe of his hand, he brushed his hair back and said, almost to himself, "At the very least, I'm not dying here." This building was the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, and by now, news about El had already reached the ears of the guild's manager. What? A slave still alive and actually returned? The manager asked in disbelief. The employee across from him quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Abbas." What's more, he came back completely unscathed. Abbas furrowed his brows and questioned further, how is that possible? How could a mere bait survive and return without any injuries? The employee hesitated, unable to fully answer. Instead, he shared what he knew. All the adventurers who went in with El died inside that gate. Hearing this, Abbas's tone turned serious. So what you're saying is he survived on his own in there? Exactly. Something about this is very unusual. After all, he didn't run away but came back on his own. Usually those indebted slaves sent in as bait never return. Even if they survive, they try to escape. But he didn't run. That means he knows there's no easy way out of our grasp. The only true escape is death. Is this news from the Gafford Mechanic Guild? Abbas asked sharply, irritated. Why should I waste time on these trivial reports? The employee calmly added the key point from the report. There's one more thing, Lord Abbas. That slave opened the first magic circle. At this, Abbas's face lost all composure, and he said in surprise, "What? You're telling me a slave meant only as bait actually opened the first magic circle?" He frowned thoughtfully. That slave must face punishment from the Mechanic Guild. And if anything goes wrong. Before he could finish, the employee interrupted. Moreover, he wants to change his contract. Change it? What do you mean? Abbas asked suspiciously. It seems he wants to register as an adventurer, the employee answered. Hearing this, Abbas nearly lost his composure. Then, with growing anger, he muttered, "That shameless slave. Who does he think he is?" Before he could say more, the employee hurriedly interrupted. Lord Rakan himself requested that you personally investigate this matter. Abbas shot up in surprise and stammered, "Lord Rakan? The chief enforcer of the Great Guild? Why would he care about a slave over such a thing? No, that can't be, could it be?" As he spoke, Abbas glanced toward a file on his desk. After the employee finished his report, he quickly left, leaving Abbas alone in the room mumbling. A bait slave wanting to become an adventurer. Under the princess's policy, this is the story of a slave who shouldn't have existed. But in another sense, humans are always slaves to money. If you don't pay back what you owe, you end up working as a laborer until the debt is fully repaid. In the Feng Tu realm, people like that are called slaves. One day, El's only family, his father, passed away from illness, and since then he became a slave. The black herb, a medicinal plant he bought from the Gafford Mechanic Guild on credit, was sold at a price inflated many times over the market rate, totaling 1 million meso. Obviously, with such an astronomical debt, El had no chance of ever repaying it. Then he was brought before the court and sentenced. The accused was unable to pay the 1 million meso. According to the rules, the accused would have to work unpaid for the guild until the debt was fully repaid. And so began 6 years of brutal exploitation in El's life. Now, it was time for revenge. Back in the present, El was sitting in Abbas's office, having a conversation with him. Thanks to memories from the future, El vaguely guessed who the man before him was. Abbas, the left hand of Rakan, one of the guild's enforcers. I've caught a big fish, El thought to himself, then introduced himself. I am El Palm. Opposite him, Abbas picked up a cup of tea and said, I know. You want to revise your contract. I've heard about you, so I'll be brief. I will change your contract status to an F-rank adventurer. Hearing this, El smiled slightly and thought, oh, he accepted my request that easily. As I suspected, he's aware of everything. I'm not interested in playing games with him. So, with a calm smile, El said, thank you, but I want E-rank. Naturally, this irritated Abbas. What? E-rank? For you. Why didn't you just ask the Adventurers Guild to promote you to a rank while you're at it? El saw the annoyance on Abbas's face, so he revealed some of his credentials. I've passed through hundreds of gates in the last 3 years as bait. But this information didn't seem to satisfy Abbas much. Still, you're just bait. You've never hunted monsters before, Abbas said calmly. In response to this, El immediately retorted, since when has monster hunting inside the gates become a requirement for adventurers? The very first adventurer made his name simply by surviving. The most important thing for an adventurer is to come back alive. He spoke with a serious gaze fixed on Abbas. Abbas began to consider L's words. Information from those who survived the gates is far more valuable than personal achievements, he thought. Then he admitted, I admit you're right. It was true, surviving 3 years as bait through numerous gates was no small feat. But that was all L had going for him. He only ventured into low-rank gates. Do you really think you could survive in higher-rank gates? Do you think we're foolish enough to approve a risky contract where you might die before repaying your debt? Abbas said, pulling out a cigar and puffing on it, as he stared at El thoughtfully. It's reckless. He should know his place if he doesn't want to die as soon as he starts being an adventurer. Yet somehow, there's something formidable about him. Then he remembered something and spoke up. This gate can hold 5 people at once, and there are 12 slash marks outside. That's right, 12 groups have been buried here. Prove it, he challenged. If you can do what you say, I'll grant all your requests. Abbas handed El a contract. In no time, El had contacted a team and prepared to break through the gate. The team leader spoke up. You're the rookie joining us, huh? Nice to meet you. I'm Chev the tank. I heard from Abbas that you used to be a slave, is that right? Don't worry about it, I don't care, and neither do the others. He gestured toward his teammates behind him, who all seemed friendly despite knowing El's past. El remained calm and replied, I look forward to us having a great time working together. I heard you know how to use fire magic, someone said. Yeah, something like that, El replied casually. The dark-skinned guy in the team perked up. What do you mean? You can use multiple elements. Chev quickly explained for El. From what I know, mages can only wield the elemental power they're born with, so items that don't match their element are useless to them. Then he got to the main point. Enough talk. As you probably know, we're not here to hunt monsters today. Our goal is to find and collect the gear left behind by 12 groups that came before us, and turn them into the guild. I heard they pay 3,000 meso for each item, Chev said with a smile. But the dark-skinned guy didn't seem satisfied. Isn't that a bit too little? We won't make much if we can't get the dropped loot from those guys. Gear that grants adventurers a magic circle is worth over 7,000 meso. The guild's offer isn't even half of that. The armored guy next to him interrupted, quit complaining. What? When have I complained? The other shot back. Enough. Everyone ready? Let's make some money. Chev said to shut down the argument and led the group into the gate. On the other side, the space was completely different, bathed in a mysterious purple light. It looks bright but kinda scary, the dark-skinned guy said nervously. Chev was on alert and said, everyone stay sharp. We'll probably have to fight a lot inside this forest, so let's set up a temporary base first. One member of the group noticed a nearby tree and suggested, Chev, how about that tree? With those branches, it would be easy to hide or move between the trees. Chev glanced at the tree, then nodded. Not bad. Let's do it. So they started taking out nails and ropes to prepare for setting up the base. The dark-skinned guy patted El on the shoulder and said, El, you just rest. Setting up the base is my job and that idiot's. Everyone quickly got to work, and before long, a temporary base was built up on the tree. When the construction was finished, Chev gave further instructions. The base is ready. Now we'll split into 2 groups to search the area. Tom, Max, and Ro will be one group. We'll cover the east and west directions one by one, then come back here. If anything happens, signal immediately and retreat to base, understood? Understood, everyone answered in unison. El followed Chev deeper into the forest to explore, but after some time without encountering any monsters or signs, Chev began to wonder aloud, why haven't we run into any monsters or found any loot yet? Did we come too early? Guess we'll have to go deeper tomorrow. Then he turned to El and asked, so, how was your first expedition as an adventurer? El answered calmly, I felt nervous. Chev wasn't surprised by the answer. Haha, of course. Who wouldn't? Even though I've been an adventurer for a while, every time I step through a gate, I still get nervous. I'm easily scared, but I keep going because I have great teammates. It sounds weird to praise them myself, but they really are good teammates. He then looked at El with sympathy. I'm sorry to hear about your story as a bait. I can imagine how miserable that must have been. Speaking of which, El Palm, do you want to join our team? Elle stayed silent at the offer, not saying a word. Chev noticed this and added quickly, I'm just saying this so you know. Don't overthink it. Not long after, the two of them returned to the temporary base to eat. The dark-skinned guy, Tom, said boredly. Ah, so you two didn't find anything either? Chev grumbled. You think finding loot is that easy? Don't talk shop while we're eating, alright? If we wait till tomorrow, who's going to die? Tom shot back. Elle listened quietly to their conversation but didn't seem interested in joining in. After everyone had eaten their fill and fallen asleep, Chev and the others quietly crept over to Elle. Chev asked, Hey Elle, you asleep yet? Elle lay still under his blanket, silent and not answering. Tom, standing behind, spoke up. Captain, what are you wasting time for? This guy's out cold. How's he supposed to answer? As he said this, Tom pulled out a knife, and the whole group broke into sly grins. Geez, you're being way too careful. Did you forget what I put in his food? That sleeping herb could knock out a 100-kilogram monster. Someone from the back whispered. Tom nodded in agreement. He swallowed a lot of it. Lucky he's not dead yet. Then his gaze shifted to the fire magic staff. That thing's gotta be worth at least 10,000 meso. His greed getting the better of him, Tom raised his short sword, ready to stab Elle, and said, let's get this over with. Without hesitation, he thrust the short sword straight into the blanket covering Elle. But the moment the blade pierced the fabric, he suddenly recoiled, sensing something very different. Quickly he flipped the blanket over and shouted in shock. What the he's not in here? Following the gaze of the dark-skinned man, inside the blanket was just a piece of wood that Elle had thrown in to fake being asleep. Chev and the two others standing nearby were equally stunned. What? No way! Chev exclaimed in disbelief. But the man reacted quickly. He turned around and shouted to his teammates, search for him, hurry. He can't have gone far. And sure enough, Elle hadn't gotten far at all. Right after the command, the tent they had painstakingly set up suddenly took a direct hit from a fireball Elle launched. Part of the tent caught fire instantly and started burning rapidly. Fire, what's going on? Why's it suddenly burning? Someone yelled. Quick, grab the food and run. Damn it. Is this Elle Palm's doing? Chef quickly urged everyone to evacuate. Before they could move far, Max suddenly froze and pointed ahead, stammering, B-boss. Annoyed, Chef turned to look and asked, what now? But then he fell silent. Right before them appeared a monster with one enormous eye and a body covered in yellowish slime, looking like a heap of gooey mess. That huge eye fixed a chilling glare on them, sending shivers down Chev's spine. He muttered to himself, could it be, Elle Palm, that bastard used us as bait. As soon as he said that, the slime monster opened its massive mouth wide and lunged straight at them. The group immediately abandoned the tent and jumped down from the tree, narrowly escaping the creature's attack. Luckily, they were quick enough. Otherwise, the yellow slime beast would have swallowed them whole. Meanwhile, Elle sat on a nearby branch, watching the whole scene unfold. Fools. If you wanted to trick me, you shouldn't have been so careless, he thought. Over a dozen teams have died at this gate already, and even experienced adventurers aren't enough. They still want to use me as bait. Clearly, that's their plan. He glanced again at the slime monster and mused, so this is the boss monster of this area. I guess it's bigger than I thought because it swallowed all the debris. Back down below, Chev's team was still being relentlessly chased by the boss monster. While running, Chev couldn't help but curse, damn it, why do we have to run into this crap? Max, running behind him, quickly asked, do you know what kind of monster that boss is? Chev, panting heavily, turned around and said, if I'm not mistaken, that's a yellow slime. It rarely appears in the Wind Tree realm. It's a rare monster that only shows up when a red gate opens. Its body is made of acid, so for melee adventurers it's an extremely dangerous opponent. And the most dangerous part is before he could finish, Chev suddenly sensed something threatening behind him. He spun around just in time to shove Max aside and narrowly avoid a full-force acid attack. This seemed to be the deadly skill Chev was about to mention. Max, still shocked and lacking information, couldn't help but shout, what? It can attack from a distance. Chev started explaining seriously, that's its acid arrow, a skill where it shoots acid from its own body. Max laughed so hard his face twisted, that's insane. A giant acid body and ranged attacks. No wonder the previous teams got wiped out. Before Max could say more, the slime charged forward like a tank, making everyone scramble to escape. It's coming. Be careful. Chef shouted urgently. Someone else in the group asked, Boss, how do we deal with it? Any ideas? Chev explained, let's just get out of here first. Its acid arrow has only a 1-minute cooldown. We just need to dodge and wait for a chance. We have to hit the core on its head. Tom, standing nearby, slowed down and said, so it's still on cooldown now. That means we have some time. Then, ignoring the others' surprised looks, Tom shouted, leave this to me, and charged straight at the giant slime. Chev yelled after him, wait. Attack together. But before Chev could say more, Tom was instantly killed mid-charge by a blast of acid that pierced his body. Chev's face went pale. What? I thought it still had 10 seconds left before the cooldown ended, he stammered. To answer that question, the boss monster suddenly opened its huge mouth wide and unleashed a relentless barrage of acid attacks like a rainstorm onto the group. The result was obvious. With such a storm of acid, the entire team was instantly reduced to nothing but bones. Just like that, the whole squad was wiped out in less than a day. Elle was the sole survivor, having hidden nearby to observe everything from start to finish. Looks like it's over, Chev said, but he wasn't quite right. The yellow slime grows stronger after consuming the shattered fragments of items, which also shortens its cooldown time. With that massive size and the acid arrow skill, now I understand why all the teams who came to conquer this place failed. Its power is absolutely overwhelming. It's so strong that it can even appear at the Golden Gate, which is twice as powerful as the Red Gate. It's no longer a monster that adventurers in a single circle can handle, Elle thought to himself as he stared at the creature. At the same time, a bit of disappointment crept in. There probably aren't any items left in this dungeon anymore. The mission seems doomed to fail, he thought, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, Abbas's voice echoed in his mind, prove it. For some reason, those words made Elle stop and smile. Turning back toward the yellow slime, just as it was moving, the monster suddenly noticed something and glanced sideways. Then, without warning, a missile suddenly shot straight at it, vaporizing part of its head instantly. Because it was a slime-type creature, it didn't die right away, but Elle was still quite satisfied. That's because I aimed for its core. Not bad. With this just 4 no, at least 5 more shots should do it, Elle muttered, already thinking ahead. No, it's no longer a problem. I'll prove it. With that, he drew the short sword at his side, clearly deciding to go all out against the boss monster. The yellow slime had also spotted Elle and began opening its mouth, preparing to spit a glob of slime at him. Elle quickly jumped off the tree branch to dodge. But the slime wasn't done yet. It continued firing acid shots nonstop, like it had an endless supply of ammo. Standing before a rain of acid projectiles, Elle was starting to feel the pressure. Next, Elle swung the rope tied to the short sword in his hand, lashing it straight at a nearby tree trunk. At the same time, he silently reminded himself, I have to hit it. No misses. A normal mage wouldn't be able to pull this off, but he was different in his previous life. His title was the best long-range fighter. Thinking that, Elle sharply pulled the rope to swing his body to the side, narrowly dodging the yellow slime's attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated his magic missile spell and fired a missile straight at the spot he had previously damaged. All right, 4 more shots, Elle muttered. But the yellow slime immediately spat acid slime in his direction. Elle quickly swung himself to the side, grabbing onto another tree, then sprinted upward to evade the attack. He fired another magic missile, and unsurprisingly, the yellow creature took another direct hit. 3 more. Elle thought, dodging the slime's increasingly frantic attacks. Elle made sure to seize every chance to attack right after the slime spat acid. However, just when he was about to land the final 2 shots needed to take down the monster, his missile suddenly missed. The slime twisted its massive body to the side and narrowly dodged the attack. Dodged. For something this size, it's pretty quick, Elle thought, but it was no problem. He activated his mana control, steering the missed missile back to aim straight for the slime's head again. Of course, the yellow creature never expected the attack to return, so it failed to dodge this time and took the hit. After this strike, a red crystal inside its body was exposed, probably the monster's weak point. Seeing the core clearly revealed, Elle swung himself forward. This is the final shot, he muttered, preparing to activate magic missile once again. But at that exact moment, the monster raised its massive hand, aiming directly at him. And just as that massive hand was about to come crashing down on Elle, he instinctively sensed the incoming danger. Without hesitation, he activated his mana control and yanked hard on the rope connected to his short sword. But because the blade had been wedged in so tightly, instead of the sword coming to him, his entire body was pulled toward it. Ironically, that sudden shift was what saved him. He narrowly dodged the slime's devastating strike. The moment he landed and regained his balance, El fired off another magic missile, launching a flaming projectile straight at the yellow slime. The slime, recognizing how deadly that attack could be, quickly raised its hand to shield its head. Too bad for it, El had already anticipated that move. He smirked and used his mana control once more, curving the missile mid-air, so that it dipped below the raised hand, and slammed directly into the creature's head. The explosion was massive. The red core inside the monster couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered instantly. With its core destroyed, the slime's body began to bloat like a balloon before finally exploding in a violent acidic burst. El saw it coming and immediately sprinted forward to escape the blast wave. But the acid wave was spreading too fast. Thinking quickly, he grabbed his short sword, hurled it ahead, and used mana control to loop the rope tightly around a nearby tree branch. Then, with a forceful yank, he launched himself upward and swung onto the branch, just as the acid wave scorched everything below. The trees hissed and sizzled where the acid touched, disintegrating on contact. If he had been even a second slower, he would have been reduced to bones. Once the acidic wave subsided, El climbed back down, ready to make his way out. But just then, something caught his eye. He immediately activated his mana sense and focused on the strange energy he had detected. From the ground in front of him, a crimson glow began to shine. Moments later, a glowing orb slowly emerged from the earth and floated directly into his hand. As soon as it touched his palm, it emitted a radiant red light and formed a protective hemisphere-like shield around him. What it was exactly, El had no idea. A short while later, El returned and headed straight to Abbas's office. "I'm back," he said calmly. Abbas was silent for a moment, clearly surprised to see the rookie standing there alive and well. After a pause, the old man finally spoke. "So you weren't just full of hot air after all. But tell me, why did you return alone? Where are the others? And what about the loot?" El's expression turned cold as he replied. "The people you put in my party were all rookies. They plotted to steal all the loot from me. When I left the group to escape the coughing fit, they went on to fight the boss. And every single one of them died." "A monster?" Abbas asked with a hint of suspicion in his voice. He didn't sound convinced. But El's next words caught him off guard. "It was a golden slime." "What? If it really was that, then the loot must have been completely devoured," El finished calmly. Abbas's face darkened with frustration. "Damn it, all the merchant guild's resources gone. So this mission ended in failure after all," he muttered bitterly to himself. Then he turned and gave El a sharp look, clearly judging him. There were certain unbreakable rules about the gates. First, only a limited number of people could enter those who marked the gate's pillar. Once someone entered, the gate would be sealed off until either they died or defeated what was inside. Second, gate difficulty was determined by color. Red was the easiest, and purple was the most difficult. If someone's circle rank was higher than the gate's difficulty, they wouldn't be allowed in. And third, you only got one chance to clear a gate. Defeat the primary threat inside, and the gate would disappear forever. Which meant, if someone managed to enter and exit alive, no one else could ever challenge that gate again. In other words, the gate was now gone. But how could a single ring hunter like him defeat a golden slime? Abbas couldn't make sense of it. After a long pause, he finally said aloud, "I see. So you focused on survival, and since the loot was devoured, you chose not to bother with it. Either way, the reality is you failed the mission." But before he could finish the sentence, El interrupted him from across the room. "Hold on. I'm not done talking yet," El said coolly. "That golden slime, I already consumed it." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal his wrist, and the two glowing magic circles etched into his skin. Abbas's jaw dropped in disbelief. "No way, 2 circles already? You absorbed the mana stone inside that slime." Hearing that, El spoke calmly. "I think this should be enough to prove my capabilities. As agreed, please rank me as an E." Abbas, completely taken aback, slammed his hands on the table and blurted out, "I'll put you on the no, scratch that. If you agree to work with me, I'll pair you with a C-rank adventurer." Naturally, with such a tempting offer, there was no way El would turn it down. He picked up the pen and signed the contract without hesitation. Abbas, now slightly more composed, started thinking things through. Honestly, assigning a C-rank mission to someone who hadn't even reached 3 rings, yet was pushing the limit. Adventurer rankings were based on the number of rings a person had. Veteran adventurers were ranked A and B. Intermediate ones were ranked C and D. While newcomers and apprentices were usually ranked E and F. The strength of a person's rings was the clearest indicator of their capability. But this guy, he wasn't like the others. He gained a whole new ring just from using a single mana stone. He claimed it was all just instinct, survival instinct, he said. No, it wasn't just instinct. It was raw talent. Natural-born talent. No one had ever gained a second ring immediately after surviving a gate. I need this kid, Abbas thought, a wide grin stretching across his face. El, noticing the sudden shift in Abbas's demeanor, felt slightly more at ease. The man was clearly treating him differently now, with more respect, even enthusiasm. Looks like I'm finally being taken seriously. But there was no time to waste. A new red gate had just appeared. A large-scale event with 100 participants, something all the merchant guilds were paying close attention to. Naturally, the Gaffur Merchant Guild was no exception. Well, it doesn't hurt me in any way, El thought. In fact, this is a great opportunity to move forward with my plan. With that in mind, he looked at Abbas and said, "Hey Abbas, I've got a proposal. Lend me some money." And just like that, Abbas's beaming smile froze in place. This little bastard's already asking for money. He cursed silently in his mind. They say the appearance of the gates marked the beginning of a new era for adventurers. But in reality, it was all just a trap, a scheme set in motion by the Dark Mage. Countless lives have already been lost inside those gates. His goal? To sever the future of the Feng Thu world, and ultimately, to bring about the apocalypse. All those monsters, they're just waiting for the right moment to pour out of the gates all at once. And when that day comes, we won't stand a chance. The end is inevitable. Exactly 3 years from now, Feng Thu world will face its final mission. Back to El. After leaving the association, his thoughts were still restless. It's not enough, he muttered to himself. But this is a good start. This 100-person gate is a red level 1. Only those with 2 magic rings or higher can enter. Normally, the Gaffur Merchant Guild would only invest in high-tier adventurers. The only reason they're betting on someone like me, a 2-ring adventurer, is because they're targeting that gate. I've made some money, but blowing it all on equipment would be stupid. Gear suited for my level is insanely expensive. Is there even anything useful I can get with the money I have? As his mind wandered, El found himself unknowingly walking toward the slave market. And the moment he stepped in, a young merchant greeted him eagerly. "Welcome, sir. Thank you for visiting Lith Slave Market. You must be an adventurer, right? Let me show you around. Are you looking for a scout? Or perhaps a warrior to fight by your side?" El shook his head. "I'm looking for someone. Take me to him." The merchant was surprised by the direct request but nodded nonetheless. "Right this way," he said as he led El toward the holding cells. "This area is called the punishment ward, where we keep the more problematic ones. People like the one you're looking for." Not long after, they arrived at one of the cells. And the moment the merchant laid eyes on the prisoner inside, he swallowed hard, visibly nervous. Sir, are you sure about this? That guy has." But before he could finish, El interrupted firmly. "I know. He's the one I'm looking for." Staring at the face inside the cell stirred up buried memories in El's mind. Before the regression, the death of this one man had accelerated the downfall of the Feng Thu world. Eren, the hero of the painted spear, was murdered. And the person who killed her, her first and only student, was the one who triggered the end of everything. The hero slayer Debo. And there he was, shackled and caged. Inside the cell, Debo narrowed his eyes at El and muttered, "You here for me? Do I even know you? Get lost." He punctuated his words by spitting on the floor with contempt. The young merchant quickly tried to salvage the situation. I apologize, sir. He's mentally unstable. Just a bit off in the head. This guy, he's different from how I remember him before my regression. Still reckless, even more aggressive than I expected. But at the end of the day, he's just a slave now. Treating an adventurer like that. Yeah, definitely crossed the line. Not just his attitude, even his skills were insane. After the apocalypse, he was one of the few who gained major attention. Just like me. We were often compared. Born in the same region, awakened at nearly the same time, and had similar power levels. But what really connected the two of us was money. Or rather, the lack of it. His little sister suffers from black blood disease. With that in mind, Elle finally spoke up. How much is he? At the question, Debo sneered, clearly trying to provoke him. Oh? Big shot rich boy, huh? So price doesn't matter. Alright then, how about 1 million meso? Think you can afford that, sir? If not, scram. This isn't some show where but Debo froze mid-sentence. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Elle casually reach into his pocket and pull out a massive stack of cash. Oh, 1 million meso, that's real? Not fake. Even the merchant standing beside them looked shocked. Are you serious? Elle didn't bother answering their questions. Instead, he got straight to the point. Listen. The contract lasts for 1 year. Profit split is 70-30. I get to choose the loot that drops from the gate. The merchant's jaw practically hit the floor. He's forming a teammate contract, not a slave contract. Elle handed the contract over to Debo. Here, read it. Without hesitation, Debo snatched the paper and muttered, "You better not go back on this." Then, without a second thought, he bit his thumb and stamped his blood on the contract. Elle paused for a second, studying him. He didn't even hesitate. Is it because of his sister? Her life must really be on the line. With the deal sealed, Elle cracked a small smile. All right then. Let's head to the gate. Ha, leave it to me. Debo grinned, finally fired up. Hearing that, Elle responded coldly. You'd better prove your worth, Debo. Debo just grinned. You won't find anyone more hardworking than me, boss. With that, the two of them stepped through the gate. Before entering, Elle handed Debo a new weapon, a massive two-handed axe. Debo stared at it, clearly uncomfortable. Boss, I really appreciate the weapon and all, but I usually use a longsword. Think we can go back and swap it out? Elle shot him a look. From now on you'll learn to use a war halberd when you're with me. Don't like it? Tear up the contract. By the time Elle finished his sentence, they were already standing in front of the gate. Debo glanced at the signpost and mumbled. Wait, you're throwing me into this gate. Elle glanced over as well. Red tier. Max capacity, 8 people. Looks like we've found the right place. Debo scanned the area, confused. Wait, where's everyone else? Boss, you've got money. I figured your team would be full of top-notch adventurers. At the very least we've got a healer, right? I mean, fighting's fine and all, but having a healer. As he stopped mid-sentence as he noticed the way Elle was looking at him, deadpan, sharp, and just slightly amused. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me. No way. Boss, don't tell me. But before Debo could even finish panicking, Elle calmly said, no need to worry about teammates. We've got all we need. Debo let out a relieved sigh. Knew it. I was just psyching myself out until Elle pointed directly at him. You, he said flatly. Debo froze for a few seconds. Wait, hold on. What? But before he could say anything else, Elle kicked him straight through the portal. Stop wasting time. Get in. And just like that, the two of them disappeared into the gate. Once inside, Debo spun around, fuming. Are you insane? 2 people in an 8-man dungeon. This is suicide. You think this is a joke? And on top of that, you're making me use a weapon I'm not even used to. But the longer he yelled, the quieter his voice got, until he saw the murderous glare Elle shot back at him. Debo gulped. All right, got it. Shutting up now. But just then, a rumble rose from the distance, followed by a thick cloud of dust blowing toward them. Debo turned sharply, eyes wide. What the hell? The cause quickly revealed itself, a swarm of tree root monsters, barreling straight at them. Debo clenched his weapon, bracing himself. Damn it, this is all my fault. Of all things it had to be them. These monsters were infamous, bark as hard as steel, almost impossible to pierce with blades or spears. And now there were dozens of them. While Debo was still panicking, Elle casually stepped in from behind and shoved him aside. Move. You're in the way. Wait. Hold on. Debo stammered. Too late. Elle had already raised his hand and fired a blazing firebolt, blasting straight through the chest of the nearest monster. In the stunned silence that followed, Elle's eyes lit up with telekinetic power, and the flaming projectile twisted midair, darting from one target to the next, ripping through the horde like a guided missile. Before the creatures even reached them, The battlefield lit up in flames. The monsters didn't stand a chance, turned to ashes within seconds. When the smoke finally cleared, not a single one was left standing. El didn't even look impressed. He just sighed and said coldly, "Pathetic. We just started and you're already like this. Don't make the same mistake again." Debo stared at the scorched battlefield, still frozen in place. In his head, only one thought echoed, what the hell is this guy? Cut to somewhere else inside a shadowy building, a man was reporting in front of his superior. "The merchants have taken the bait. The plan still needs more time, but the selected operatives are in position, sir. Do we proceed?" The man spoke respectfully, eyes fixed on the back of a figure standing before him. And then, a cold voice responded, "Yes. Everything will unfold as he wishes, the one who will liberate the realm of wind and tree." Back at El's location after finishing up the fight, Debo had gathered every last mana stone from the fallen monsters. 27 of them, he reported. Got all their cores. "All right. Let's move," El replied without looking back. The two of them continued their trek through the barren wasteland. As they walked, Debo's thoughts began to wander. Man, I really thought this guy was just some crazy rich lunatic. But that fire control skill. That was next level. I've never seen anyone use firebolts like that before. If I stick with someone this strong, I'll be rolling in cash. With a 7-0-3-0 split, I can finally cover my sister's meds and living expenses, maybe even treat myself to a real meal. The thought alone made Debo grin like an idiot. He chuckled to himself, already picturing a future where money rained from the sky. But El, walking a few steps ahead, suddenly stopped. "There," he said. "More tree roots." Debo quickly snapped out of his daydream and pressed himself against a nearby rock wall, peeking around the corner. 1, 2, 8, wait, 9, he muttered. "Yeah, 9 of them." 9, El echoed. "Perfect." Duh. Debo blinked in confusion. Perfect. What the hell did he mean by perfect? Then came the stare. El turned his head and locked eyes with Debo, and the look he gave sent a chill down the poor guy's spine. It was the kind of look someone gave when they just had a terrible or worse, brilliant idea. Moments later, Debo found out exactly what that look meant. He wants ME to fight them. Alone. 9 monsters, just enough for a trial by fire. El had no intention of lifting a finger. To make the ambush easier, Debo tossed a rock toward the group. It landed with a thud, drawing their attention. And then, without waiting another second, he leapt from the ledge above and brought his axe down hard, cleaving the first root monster clean in half. The others flinched but quickly recovered and charged at him in a rage. Debo's heart pounded in his chest. "You've got to be kidding me, I have to fight all of them. Alone. I've never even used this stupid axe before. 10 lives wouldn't be enough for this." Grinding his teeth, he raised the axe again. "You bastard, you absolute psycho of a boss," he shouted. And with that, Debo roared and launched himself into the fight, swinging his unfamiliar weapon with reckless abandon, going all in against the incoming swarm. Meanwhile, El stood calmly at a distance, watching the kid fight with a thoughtful expression. He said he's only familiar with swords, no wonder his footwork looks so awkward. But even as he observed, a faint smile tugged at the corner of El's lips. He'll come to realize it soon enough. The halberd isn't a burden. It's the key to unlocking his full potential. There's no need to doubt his talent. After all, he was the only one chosen to be the disciple of Aran, the legendary halberd hero. Back in the heat of battle, one of the root monsters suddenly launched itself through the air, legs splayed out like spikes as it lunged at Debo. Without missing a beat, Debo met it mid-air with a crushing axe strike, splitting it in two before it could even reach him. After a few more brutal swings, something began to click. Wait, this thing hits harder than a sword, has longer reach, and when I loosen my grip, it's actually lighter than I thought. Realizing this, Debo shifted his grip all the way to the base of the handle, maximizing his swing radius. With this newfound control, he charged forward like a whirlwind, cutting down the remaining monsters without mercy. El, watching from afar, nodded in approval. He's a fast learner. And to think he hasn't even awakened yet, impressive. But just as El finished that thought, the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. Debo froze, his eyes darting toward a rocky outcrop nearby. Then, without warning, the rock wall erupted. Something had punched through from the inside. A long, jagged root burst out from the opening, sharp as a spear. Before Debo could even process what was happening, The root whipped toward him like it had eyes. Thankfully, it missed by a hair. The sheer force of it sent Debo flying backwards, but he was still alive. That's when he saw it. Eyes wide, Debo looked up and his breath caught in his throat. "What the hell is that?" he muttered, his voice shaking. A towering monster loomed in front of him, a giant tree demon, easily taller than the cliffside itself. Its massive form blocked out the light, casting a shadow over the entire area. Still stunned by the sight, Debo couldn't even react when the creature's roots lashed out again. But just before they could hit, El dashed in like a flash of lightning, yanking Debo out of the way at the last second. That root smashed into the ground where Debo had just stood, and he realized, 1 second slower, and I'd be mulch right now. Without wasting a moment, El casually tossed Debo aside like a piece of trash and muttered, "Big guy, but that's all he's got. Makes him easier to deal with." Then, he immediately conjured up his fire magic, launching a powerful rocket arrow straight at the giant monster's massive body. Debo, watching from behind, couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. That's more like it. This is real magic. But before Debo's joy could last, the rocket arrow was suddenly blocked by one of the tree monster's own branches. It blocked it. Debo's eyes widened in shock. El wasn't discouraged though. "It reacts faster than I thought. But how about this?" he said, as he began charging up another arrow. This time, combining his psychic powers to make the arrow fly in a wide arc around the beast, searching for an opening. When the creature wasn't paying attention, El swiftly sent the arrow looping behind it, aiming for a critical hit. Just one strike, he thought. Yet surprisingly, the tree monster had grown eyes on its back. Even though El targeted its blind spot, somehow the beast predicted the move. It expertly maneuvered a branch overhead to block the attack. It blocked that too? El's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief. Since magic seemed useless against this monster, Debo immediately turned tail and bolted. "Why are you still standing there? If you don't want to die, run. Magic's no use here," Debo shouted over his shoulder. Hearing that, El finally got moving as well, retreating while thinking to himself, "It's not that the attack is useless. It shouldn't have been able to block a rocket arrow. The problem is those branches on its head." Just as he thought that, the massive tree demon caught up and swung one of its legs at them. Though the blow missed its mark, it still sent both El and Debo flying backwards. Seizing the chance, the monster lashed out again with a branch from above. Debo screamed in panic, but luckily El reacted in time. He used his psychic powers to lift a nearby boulder, carrying both of them into the air and narrowly dodging the sweeping strike. "That was close, boss. Almost died there." "Thanks," Debo said, coughing up dust as they landed. At that moment, El said to him, "Debo, you handle those tree stumps over there. I'll take care of the boss monster." Debo was startled and glanced at the circle of tree creatures that had already surrounded them. "When did they even get here?" he muttered in disbelief. But before Debo could say more, El suddenly charged at the giant tree monster. "Hey, wait, how is he so fast?" Debo gasped, eyes wide with shock. Watching El dodge an attack from the huge tree, he quickly fired a rocket arrow straight at its face. From behind, Debo felt his hope slip away. "No way, there's no solid plan to take it down. I've got to run." "See? I knew it," Debo thought bitterly as the monster swatted the rocket aside effortlessly. Then suddenly, the creature's eyes widened in surprise because a rocket had hit its back. Debo's jaw dropped. He actually got it. Back to El, he calmly guided another rocket arrow, thinking, "Its branches are more agile than I thought, so dodging and hitting weak spots with remote control magic is tricky. But now I've reached level 2, so I can cast the spell twice." With that, El directed an arrow from above, blowing away several branches on the monster's head. Losing a few hairs made the beast let out a pitiful roar. Nearby, Debo fought off the smaller tree creatures, watching the scene with growing relief. Unbelievable, he thought. Behind one arrow comes another. No matter how fast it is, it can't dodge this relentless assault. Even the cluster of stumps has to admit defeat. This guy's stronger than the big monster. Just then, Debo noticed some smaller tree monsters had ignored him and were rushing toward El. He shouted nervously, "No, behind you. Watch your back." "Damn, they're too many. I lost track of some," Debo cursed himself. Before he could worry more, El controlled an arrow flying backward, wiping out all those small stumps. Then, with a disappointed look, El glanced at Debo and said, "Debo, you can't handle these little guys." Turning back to the giant tree monster, as soon as it lost the chance to attack with a rocket arrow, it immediately swung its limbs to attack El. Seeing this, El quickly retreated to dodge. "Damn, I was only a little careless, and it already caught me," El thought to himself. But right at that moment, another branch swung straight at him. What made it especially dangerous was that El was currently in mid-air, with nothing to brace against to dodge. Just as the whip-like branch was about to strike El's face, Debo suddenly appeared beside him, pulling El back in, at the same time, swinging his axe fiercely to chop the branch in two. After safely landing on the ground, Debo couldn't help but brag. "Ha! I just saved you, so how about you take back what you said earlier?" he said, panting heavily. El smiled and replied, "All right, finally you're useful. Let's get moving." With that, El began conjuring 2 rocket arrows that hovered around him. Since the annoying small tree creatures were no longer interfering, Debo officially jumped into the fight to help El. "All right, attack," El shouted, then started controlling the 2 rocket arrows to launch straight ahead. Immediately, one of the rockets blew off a branch from the monster. But the beast reacted quickly. It seemed willing to sacrifice one of its arms. As soon as it saw its other arm destroyed, it turned its head and used another branch to block the second rocket. At the same time, Debo closed in from below and swung his axe, chopping off the branch about to collide with the rocket. Meanwhile, El coordinated perfectly from below, steering the rocket to pierce through 2 more branches, making the monster scream in agony. Their combined attack enraged the tree beast. While Debo was still dangling mid-air, it swung 2 branches from its head, striking at him from both sides. El, watching this, thought quickly and said, "Debo, I'll cover the right side." "Then I'll take the left," Debo replied, swinging his axe to one side. Their coordinated assault destroyed 2 more branches. But the fight was far from over. While falling, Debo somehow managed to grab onto a tree trunk and scampered up like a gecko, then swung his axe, cutting down all the branches blocking his path. As he fought fiercely, a branch suddenly hit him from behind. The strike was so strong that his eyes rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seizing this opportunity, the giant tree opened its massive mouth wide, trying to swallow Debo whole. Fortunately, El witnessed this, and immediately used his telekinetic power to lift a large rock to shield Debo, just before the monster could engulf him. But the tree beast wasn't easily defeated. Barely 3 seconds after climbing aboard the rock, it smashed the stone to pieces. Watching this, Debo panicked. This just got complicated, he thought. He quickly resumed using his telekinesis, lifting countless rocks above. Debo placed 1 stone beneath himself as a shield to avoid falling fatally. Then, using the hovering stones as stepping stones, he dodged the monster's relentless whip-like strikes. El didn't sit idle either. From below, he controlled his rockets to circle around, harassing the beast while simultaneously cutting off its branches. While the giant tree was busy looking around, trying to fend off the rockets, El shouted, "Let's finish it, Debo." Following El's command, Debo immediately closed in on the monster while it was distracted. As soon as he got within striking range, he swung his axe with all his might straight into the eye of the giant tree. The powerful blow caused blood to spurt instantly from the eye. One of its eyes was gone, and the pain from the strike made the beast howl in agony, staggering backward. Losing balance caused Debo to lose his grip on the axe, and it fell to the ground. Luckily, he managed to land safely. But Debo wasn't satisfied yet. His eyes locked on the monster with burning determination. "Not done yet, damn monster," he said, stomping his foot and launching himself toward the beast like a rocket. El, seeing Debo's move, immediately understood and used his telekinesis to pull the axe out from the monster's eye, tossing it back into Debo's hand. Armed and confident, Debo opened his mouth with a grin. "Open wide, I've got dessert for you." He swung the axe at the remaining eye, and with that, the second eye was destroyed, causing the monster to scream in pain. Quickly, it gritted its teeth, spun around and flung El off toward the ground. Then, the beast nearly lost its mind and opened its mouth wide, aiming to swallow El whole. But El wouldn't let it have its way so easily. As soon as he saw its open jaws, he fired 2 rocket arrows straight into its mouth. Not surprisingly, the rockets hit the core of the tree monster and exploded inside. The beast screamed in pain as flames engulfed its entire body. Only then did Debo sit down, taking a few deep breaths to catch his strength. Behind him, El confidently stepped forward and praised, "Nice fight. Hearing that, Debo glanced at Elle and replied, "You too." With that, the two of them stood silently, staring down at the burnt remains of the monster before them. Time quickly passed until evening. The scene shifted to a small house. Inside, a young girl was murmuring to herself, "It's late. I should eat first and then go to bed. Thanks for the meal." She folded her hands as she spoke. At that moment, a knock on the door startled her. Curious, she hurried to open it and asked, "Who is it?" But before she could finish her question, she froze. Standing before her was a very familiar figure. "It's you," she whispered, trembling, as she saw Debo's bloodied, battered form. Her hands clenched tightly. "You're back," Debo said softly from across the threshold. Those words brought tears to her eyes, and she quickly threw her arms around her brother, relieved and happy to have him home. The scene then shifted again to a wooden house. Elle was sitting there, lost in thought, staring at someone lying on the bed with bruised arms. A photo on the table nearby suggested this person was very important to him. Time quickly passed until the next morning. Abbas was still struggling with some paperwork, rubbing his temples. Haha, the day of the elite gate raid for 100 adventurers is coming up soon. But who should I send? Lord Rockin is in charge of this mission, and if I disappoint him, I'm done for. This raid was a major event involving all 10 major guilds. Its appeal lay in the fact that the treasure inside could contain rare items, even legendary ones. Naturally, the difficulty was very high. The three Natasa sisters from the Richie Golden Guild possessed skills that were considered unimaginable for a two-circle mage. Compared to them, the two-circle mages from the Gafor Machinist Guild were nothing. To be honest, the manpower of the other 9 major guilds, including Richie Golden, was very strong. Among them, their own guild had the worst reputation and was the weakest, although Abbas wasn't entirely sure. Just as Abbas was about to continue, his words suddenly stopped. The door to his room was opened from outside. Annoyed, Abbas snapped, "Huh? Who dares to enter without knocking?" But before he could finish, he was startled when he recognized who it was. Quickly, he said, "Lord Rockin." Turning to the man named Rockin, the latter confidently sat in Abbas's chair and asked, "How's the selection of members for the gate raid going this time?" Abbas bowed hastily and replied, "I'm sorry, it's not finished yet. You seem slower than usual. What about those adventurers you mentioned earlier?" Rockin Fan Na pressed. In response, Abbas recounted everything. "Regarding El Palm, I'm still quite worried about him. Chef's team died, and there's no way to verify what happened since there are no witnesses. He might be really skilled, but the important matters, well," Abbas stopped short, but Rockin clearly understood the implications. "So why don't you try again? The event only happens once." "Oh right. I can create a team from the candidates we're targeting for evaluation and have them breach a random nearby gate. Many will enter there, so we'll learn everything about them," he said with a sly grin. Not long after, Elle's group was ordered to head toward the gate arranged by Rockin. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered, which made Debo a little surprised. "Oh, looks like there are a lot of adventurers this time." At the same time, a voice from across the way called out to Elle, "You're from Team 5, huh? 2 slaves, huh?" The speaker was a guy dressed tough and rough, and his attitude, along with his team's, was filled with disdain as they looked at Elle's group. It wasn't just this team. After glancing around a bit, Elle noticed other groups casting hostile looks toward them as well. No matter how you looked at it, they weren't welcomed here. To them, slaves were just a nuisance. This was an unspoken rule among experienced adventurer groups. It seemed these people had truly awakened their 2 magic circles and were definitely stronger than Chef's previous team. They were powerful enough not to need slaves as bait. As Elle was thinking this, Abbas appeared in front of the groups along with 2 bodyguards and said, "Are you all here? I'll keep it brief. The trial will start in a few minutes. Those who show potential will begin in a chance." The guy with the red band was a bit surprised and asked, "What chance?" To join the 100-person raid, Abbas smiled and told them. This really surprised the red band guy. 100. The 100-person gate. Abbas then started hyping it up for everyone. "You'll receive special treatment if you prove your strength in this gate." His words caused quite a stir among the groups. Only Elle remained calm. "So that's the plan," he thought to himself. "Do your best," Abbas encouraged everyone, and then they all moved into the gate, which could hold about 40 people at a time. After everyone passed through the other side, the scenery hadn't changed much. The red band guy muttered, "Hemph, Another forest gate, huh? Then he glanced over at the mage and said, I'll only cooperate when it comes to fighting the boss. Until then we split up to explore, gather everything and regroup when we get the signal. With that, the group started breaking up into smaller teams and scattered, leaving just two of L's group alone. Turning back to the mage's group, he gave instructions, we don't have much time. Focus on hunting. Yes, Lord Doran, the girl at the back quickly replied. Shortly after, Doran noticed some rustling sounds ahead and focused his attention there. Behind a tree root, there was a small monster that looked like a spider. But since it seemed weak, Doran didn't really care. Tech, just one monster. And it's a mushroom monster again. What a waste of time, he muttered as he started casting his magic. A blue energy orb formed in his hand and shot forward, causing a sizable explosion. This was pure energy magic. Boring. Let's grab the magic stones that fall off it and move on, Doran told his companions. However, as the dust settled, the mushroom monster was revealed still intact, only slightly scratched. This sight shocked Doran. What? It's not even hurt? It's strong enough to resist a level 1 spell, he said. A bit scared. But his black-haired teammate quickly drew his weapon and reassured everyone, don't worry. I've got plenty of people. No sooner had he spoken than countless wind-tearing sounds echoed around them. Doran immediately warned, something's off. Everyone, be careful. Within seconds they were completely surrounded by a swarm of these mushroom monsters. Damn it. We're completely trapped by these mushroom monsters, someone shouted. After a long and grueling fight, they finally dealt with the monsters. Finally done, Doran panted heavily. At that moment, the only girl in the group noticed something strange and asked, Lord Doran, these monsters are stronger than I thought. What should we do now? Doran thought for a moment and then said, I'm going to have to fight an unimaginable number of monsters. If this keeps up, we'll be exhausted too soon. And if that happens, it could be life-threatening. So forget the previous plan, I'll go take on the boss alone. Quickly, before we run out of strength because of these little monsters. Turning to L, he said, most other groups will think the same way. Debo, who was across from him, was already breathing heavily but forced out. Well, it sounds reasonable. But why are you just standing there talking instead of helping me? It's only 3 monsters. L replied boredly, yeah, it's boring. After catching his breath, Debo regained some composure and said, anyway, you did say we shouldn't waste time like this, right? That's right, let's move on. We're going to take down these insects first, Debo said. Clear out the monsters first, L ordered coldly. This command surprised Debo. Wait, didn't you say we shouldn't waste time? L began to explain. That's what everyone else does. So we'll clear the monsters first. Defeating the boss isn't the only measure of success, how well you clear monsters counts too. Besides, the more people gather around the boss, the more dangerous that spot becomes. You never know what kind of schemes those people might have. Not all plots show on their faces, but deep down, they're always scheming something. And I feel there's something dangerous here. El said this while glancing up at the sky. Back to Doran's group. According to the plan, they were moving toward the boss. Suddenly the girl pointed to the side and said, Lord Doran, look. There's an exit. Everyone looked where she pointed and saw a small stone courtyard with 2 pillars on either side. Doran was slightly relieved. I didn't expect to find it this fast. It's fine. Just mark it. Yes, Lord, the girl quickly responded. But then, their teammate in a blue outfit suddenly started laughing maniacally, a laugh that irritated Doran. What's wrong with him? Doran muttered. Hey, Avant, check on him. But Avon only laughed louder as if he couldn't stop himself or else he'd die. At this point, Doran was truly annoyed and spoke harshly. Did you hear me? If you keep this up, you'll attract monsters here. Avant tried to turn his head but revealed a grotesque face, his mouth smiling but his expression was like he was crying. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, every vein bulging as if he was struggling not to laugh but couldn't hold it in. What the hell? Doran shouted in shock at the sight. Then, suddenly, laughter from the rest of the team began echoing behind him. Doran quickly turned and saw the entire group engulfed in a purple mist. With the instincts of an adventurer, he immediately realized that this was poison gas. Things had gone terribly wrong, he needed to get out of there right away. Thinking this, he ignored his remaining teammates and dashed straight toward the gate to escape. But just then, a loud inhaling sound echoed behind him. The source of the noise was a giant, grotesque mushroom creature, the very monster that had sprayed out the poisonous mist. the entire cloud of poison was being expelled from holes all over its body like a pump. Faced with such a massive amount of toxic gas, Doran finally couldn't hold back and began to laugh wildly, as if he were mad. Back with Elle's group, they were making their way along a riverbank, moving quietly. As they walked, Debo drifted off into thought. He hadn't done much of anything yesterday, no fighting, no contribution. Maybe I should, but just as that thought crossed his mind, something in the sky suddenly caught his attention. A bright flare shot up into the sky. Both of them immediately recognized it, a signal flare. "Look, that's a signal flare," Debo shouted. "They've found the boss." Without wasting a second, the two of them rushed toward the source. When they arrived, several other groups were already gathered, waiting. Debo glanced around, genuinely surprised. "We all agreed to shoot a flare if the boss was found, sure, but I didn't think they'd actually do it." Elle, however, wasn't paying attention to Debo's rambling. His eyes were locked onto the gathered parties. He frowned slightly. "One team's missing." Just then, a guy with a red armband stepped forward. "Looks like everyone's here," he said. "Let me bring you up to speed," but before he could finish, the purple-haired girl beside him interrupted. "What about Doran's mage unit? They're not here yet." "Forget them," she added sharply. "We've waited long enough. We already found the boss and we saw what happened to Doran's team. They're dead. All of them. Killed by the boss." She paused before revealing its name. "It's the frenzied poison cap." The moment she said it, her voice shot up, panic-laced. "What? The frenzied poison cap?" And she wasn't the only one freaking out. Murmurs broke out across the crowd: concern, doubt, fear. "We're in serious trouble. Even with this many people, that thing's nearly impossible to bring down. If it's really that boss, forget fighting it, we need to find the exit." Now, over on the edge of the group, Debo, clueless as always, tilted his head and asked Elle, "Wait, that boss? Is it really that famous poison cup thing everyone's talking about?" Elle didn't answer right away. His expression shifted. "So it's that one." Even he couldn't help but grimace. "That thing really is the hardest boss to fight at our current level. The poison it releases makes it impossible to get close. Doesn't matter how many people you've got, if you can't approach, you can't fight." To make matters worse, long-range attacks were practically useless. That boss was not only tough, it was fast. Most range skills wouldn't even scratch it. Back with the red armband guy, after letting everyone voice their concerns, he finally delivered a bitter truth. "Unfortunately," he said, "the boss is right in front of the exit. If we want to get out, we'll have to go through it." Hearing that, Debo immediately puffed out his chest and said confidently, "You scared of a little boss monster? No big deal. One fire rocket from me and..." But before he could finish, Elle cut in coldly. "Debo, shut up." He didn't even raise his voice. "If we charge in blindly, we're dead. Your fire rocket won't even scratch that thing." The confidence instantly drained from Debo's face. "Acha? But why?" Elle responded calmly. "Even the small monsters in this place are tough as steel. You think the boss is going to be any weaker? It's probably 10 times harder to kill." Debo was left speechless. Meanwhile, the red armband guy sighed and muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated. "He's just saying what everyone already knows. That's why slaves are..." But before he could finish, one of his teammates interrupted him. "Ibaru, we don't have time for your whining. We need a plan. Fast." As soon as he said that, Elle stepped forward, raised a hand, and spoke with unwavering certainty. 50,000 meso per head." There was a pause. "There are 30 of you. That totals 1.5 million meso. Give us that money, and the two of us will act as bait, so the rest of you can escape." As he spoke, he pointed back at Debo, who was standing behind him. Debo nearly lost it. The hell is he talking about? Is he trying to sell me off or something? He clutched his head, spiraling into a mental breakdown. Ibaru, clearly ticked off, snapped back from the other side. "Don't be so full of yourself, slave. You've always acted like you had some grand plan. But that boss isn't like the others, it won't fall for some cheap bait. If you get caught and die, we die too." He kept going, rage boiling over. "Slaves like you getting into high-tier gates are just obstacles. Dead weight. And what's that guy behind you gonna do? He hasn't even awakened yet. One slave and a 2-ring mage. What a joke." That last jab hit a nerve. Debo clenched his fists. "These bastards are looking down on me. They're trying to provoke me. Damn it, I don't want to be bait either." But Elle didn't even flinch. He stayed calm, staring straight at Ibaru. Then, what do you plan to do? Got a better plan? No. If you did, you wouldn't have fired the flare in the first place. Then he added, dead serious, just so we're clear. Our group consists of a 2-ring mage and a 1-ring mage. The moment El said that, Debo blinked in confusion. He glanced at his wrist, stunned. Wait, I awakened. Since when? What the? Then his shock turned into pure excitement. Haha. I knew it. I am a genius after all. El ignored Debo's excitement and continued questioning. Your team has 2 mages, doesn't it? Ibaru froze at the question, clearly unsure how to respond. Just then, the purple-haired woman leader of the remaining group spoke up. Wait. If you really go through with this, I'll pay you. But we didn't bring that much money with us. El waved it off. No problem. We'll come collect after we make it out. So if we don't, you won't be losing anything anyway. Still, everyone here needs to agree. So what's it going to be? El left the decision in their hands. And naturally, with no better option on the table, they had no choice but to follow his plan. And so, everyone began cautiously making their way toward the exit gate where the raging poison mushroom beast was still standing guard. At that moment, the creature was gleefully feasting on the remains of one of Doran's teammates. While it was still distracted, a flaming arrow suddenly came flying in from the side and struck the beast right in the face. The direct hit triggered a decent explosion, and the monster wheezed out a puff of smoke in response. Unsurprisingly, the one who fired the shot was El. He did it to intentionally draw the monster's attention. Right after the hit, El quickly gave instructions to Debo. We move the moment it spots us. Debo, still shaken, muttered, Are we really doing this? But before he could finish the thought, the monster's eyes lit up. It had noticed them. In the blink of an eye, it charged at them like a machine. It's coming. El shouted. Run. Head back. Seeing the monster's speed, Debo was stunned. How is it this fast? Thus began a frantic chase between El's duo and the many-fanged mushroom beast. Seizing this opportunity, the female team leader shouted, Now. Everyone activate the gate before those 2 get killed. Not needing to be told twice, the rest of the group sprinted at full speed toward the gate. One member quickly slammed their hand on the activation panel, triggering the portal's formation. As the shimmering gate took shape, the leader yelled again, Go. Hurry. And just like that, all of them jumped into the portal and vanished. Meanwhile, El and Debo were still hauling their butts trying to escape. But before they could get far, a swarm of tiny mushroom monsters blocked their path. Damn it. Do I look like an easy target to you? Get lost. Debo snapped, channeling his mana into his axe. With a powerful swing, he cleaved through the little freaks that dared stand in his way. It was his signature move, Great Cleave. Though he managed to deal with the small fry, the brief delay allowed the raging mushroom beast to catch up. Just as it lunged forward, mouth wide open to chomp down on Debo, El stepped in with a blast of fire missile, blasting the monster backward. But, just as El had anticipated, even with a direct hit to the face, it barely did any damage. He fired another fire missile right at its head. But this time, the mushroom monster reacted in time and narrowly dodged it. Not backing down, El immediately used his psychic control to redirect the flaming arrow, making it circle back and hover in front of the creature's face, trying to block its path. Still, the monster's overwhelming speed couldn't be stopped. Its claws were already reaching for their backs. It's right behind us. Debo shouted, panic creeping into his voice. Luckily, right then, a crack in the ground appeared ahead. Jump, El commanded. Without hesitation, they both leapt into the crevice just as the mushroom beast's claw came swiping down, barely missing them. Take that, you ugly bastard. Debo yelled, flipping it off with the middle finger as they fell. At the same time, El launched another fire missile straight at the monster, not so much to hurt it, but more as a parting gift. Moments later, the 2 of them splashed down into the water below, immediately swept away by the current. Not long after, the 2 finally managed to drag themselves up onto the riverbank. Debo caught his breath and asked, What the hell were those things? El, wringing the water from his clothes, replied calmly. Haven't you heard? That thing was the boss monster of this place. Looks like we'll need to be a lot more prepared if we actually want to kill it. Hearing that, Debo froze for a second, then let out a nervous laugh. Haha, boss? Did you just say we're going to kill it? I didn't mishear that, did I? You heard right, El said coldly. You messing with me? Debo shouted in disbelief. El blinked, confused. What's the problem? Didn't we come here to hunt monsters? That was before we knew there was a freaking toxic mushroom boss down here. Debo yelled back. You ever heard of retreating? El shrugged. You won't be able to go back through the gate once you leave, you know. I know that. Debo snapped, then muttered to himself. Weren't we supposed to bail after finishing the decoy mission? How the hell are we supposed to kill that thing when even magic missiles don't work on it? He looked back at El. Didn't he say going toe-to-toe with that thing was a death sentence? El seemed to read the thoughts written all over Debo's face. Things have changed, he said flatly. The tournament's over now, I don't need to worry about that anymore. And besides, there's an extra reward in it for us now. Sounds good, doesn't it? As he spoke, El's expression turned icy. He locked eyes with Debo and added, unless you're thinking of breaking our contract. Debo froze, looking a bit dazed, but quickly shook his head. I never said that. Just you'll pay me extra, right? Of course, El replied with a smile. Debo gave him a skeptical look and said, then at least tell me how we're supposed to kill that thing. Arrows and blades don't work, I'm not planning on dying out here. Is there really a way to bring it down? He stared hard at El's emotionless face, hoping for something more than blind confidence. Scene cuts to outside the gate. At that moment, the rest of the group was spilling out of the portal one after another. Abbas, watching them return so soon, looked genuinely surprised. They're already back. That was a 40-man gate. Don't tell me they cleared it this fast. Looks like a few people didn't make it. Are they still in there? Jebari immediately responded, her voice tense. We failed to clear the gate. Doran's team was wiped out and El Palm is still inside. We only made it out because he and his teammate acted as bait. That boss monster, it's too strong. We can't deal with it. Hearing her words, Abbas raised an eyebrow and said flatly, so all you did was run away. Jebari, thinking he didn't understand the severity of the situation, quickly explained. It was the raging toxic mushroom, sir. That thing is insanely strong, we couldn't do anything against it. But Abbas didn't even glance back. He simply turned around and said to the two guards beside him, we're leaving. Wait, Lord Abbas. Jabara called out, stepping forward. El Palm's team is still inside. The gate's still open, they might still be alive. They won't survive. It's only a matter of time. Abbas replied without turning. Didn't you just say the boss is the raging toxic mushroom? If you want to wait around, that's your choice. I don't have time to waste. With that, he walked off, not bothering to spare them another look. Inside though, he scoffed at the group. Pathetic. Just as I thought, what a useless bunch. It's just bad luck they ran into the mushroom boss here, but the other two teams still in there. It's impossible for them to kill that thing. There's no point hoping. I won't waste any more time on average adventurers like them. What I want is someone who can actually slay that monster. Someone who can turn the impossible into possible. Cut back to El. At that moment, El stood perched atop a high cliff, bow in hand, aiming a fiery arrow into the distance. Let's begin the hunt, he muttered, then released the string. The flaming arrow streaked forward through the air. There was a reason El had chosen to attack from long range. This boss wasn't just fast, it was tougher than any monster they'd faced before. Worse, it emitted a poisonous miasma that spread into the air, making close quarters combat incredibly dangerous. So, in this case, the best option was to maintain distance and strike from afar. But the magic missiles he normally used weren't powerful enough. That's why he'd come up with something else. By using telekinetic control, he could spin the arrow and fire it at high velocity, massively increasing its piercing power. It was a technique he could only pull off here in the Wind Focus realm, something he had specifically developed to take down the raging toxic mushroom. A skill designed to turn the impossible into possible. Flame Lance. As that thought crossed El's mind, the flame lance he fired reached the massive mushroom monster, piercing straight into its chest. The raging toxic mushroom let out a horrific shriek as the spinning projectile drilled deep into its body with tremendous force. The arrow didn't just lodge itself in, it tore through, punching out the other side. From afar, El narrowed his eyes. Tech, I was aiming for its head. Missed by a bit. That's going to be a problem. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the lance had gone through its left chest, not the skull like he'd hoped. And that alone wasn't nearly enough to put down a boss-level monster. The beast went berserk. Letting out an ear-piercing howl, it whipped around in the direction the attack had come from. It spotted El standing atop the cliff, already knocking another arrow. With a crazed fury, the raging toxic mushroom dropped to all fours and charged like a rabid animal. El immediately loosed another flame lance, but this time, the creature's speed worked in its favor. It dodged, narrowly avoiding the incoming projectile by veering hard to the side. Things were getting dicey. El frowned. Damn it. Trying to fire these while repositioning is harder than I thought. On top of that, the cooldown between flame lances is way too long. I need to end this before it reaches me. He pulled back again and launched another lance just as the monster scaled the rock wall toward him. But the damn thing dodged again, sidestepping it with terrifying agility. And then, something changed. The mushroom monster suddenly paused, letting out a series of strange, guttural screeches, clearly sensing something was off. And that's when El shouted from above now. On cue, Debo, who'd been hiding in the mud below, yanked hard on a rope clutched in his hands. The trap snapped shut, tripping the beast and sending it crashing face first into the muddy swamp. It had barely begun to rise again when Debo's axe came hurling through the air like a meteor, slamming straight into its face with bone-crunching force. Blood splattered in every direction as the monster was rocked by the blow. Without hesitation, Debo tugged the rope, and his axe flew right back into his hands. But they weren't done yet. Because now, with its face buried in the mud, the monster's toxin-venting holes were completely clogged. It couldn't release its poisonous fumes anymore. Debo saw it struggling and grinned wickedly, holding out his hand to mock the beast. "Well, would you look at that, I can finally breathe easy. The air's so much fresher now." He cracked his neck and raised his axe again. "Let's have a little fun, you and me." Back to El, he was still watching the raging toxic mushroom intently, analyzing its every move. Are all the conditions met yet? He wondered. The key to this entire strategy was luring the monster into the swamp. After all, the fundamental rule of monster hunting was to neutralize your prey's advantages. And once this thing was stuck in the bog, it meant its deadliest weapon was already gone. While El was still assessing the situation, Debo, crouching below, stared at the crazed mushroom and sneered. "What's wrong? Can't do anything now that your pores are all clogged up?" He scoffed. Pathetic. Channeling mana into his axe, Debo gave it a sharp spin. The moment it reached half a turn, he released it, hurling the weapon straight at the monster. The beast reacted quickly, throwing up its hand to block the blow. The axe embedded itself deeply into its palm. Debo didn't hesitate. He yanked the rope, pulling the axe back, then immediately hurled it again. Over and over, he repeated this brutal cycle, making the mushroom monster look more like a wood carving in progress. Blood sprayed from gashes with each heavy hit as the axe tore chunk after chunk from its body. But after enduring dozens of strikes, the creature finally adapted. It swatted the axe aside mid-flight, breaking the rhythm, and lunged at Debo with murderous intent. But that was fine. They had planned for this. The reason they dragged this damn thing into the swamp wasn't just to clog its pores. This murky terrain was the worst possible battlefield for any creature that relied on speed. And now, the moment it tried to move forward, it realized its mobility had been crippled. Its legs slogged through the muck, every step like dragging iron weights. From above, El saw the opening and launched another flame lance down at the floundering beast. This time the mushroom couldn't dodge. It raised its arm in a last-ditch effort to block, but the blazing arrow spun violently and drilled into its palm, piercing through with savage force. The monster shrieked in agony, and a split second later, boom! The arrow detonated in a fiery blast. Behind it, Debo watched with bated breath. "Did that kill it?" he muttered, eyes fixed on the smoke. Then, through the swirling black cloud, a figure remained standing. Debo's expression twisted in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. That thing's still alive. You stubborn leech of a bastard." At that moment, El shouted from above, "Go for the magic core. It's got to be in its head, that's its weak spot." "Got it." Debo responded quickly, then hurled his axe straight at the crazed mushroom's skull. But the raging toxic mushroom reacted with terrifying speed. Just before the blade could cleave into its head, it raised an arm and grabbed the axe handle mid-air, stopping the strike cold. Then, with a furious roar, it swung the axe still clutched in its hand, yanking Debo off the ground and flinging him straight toward itself. But El had seen it all coming from above. With quick reflexes, he used his psychokinesis to hurl a nearby tree trunk directly at the monster. The log smashed into its face, causing the mushroom to stumble back. In that same moment, Debo grabbed onto a branch sticking out from the trunk. The monster, unaware Debo had latched onto the tree, quickly knocked the log aside in frustration, trying to spot him. But of course it saw nothing. Debo was already flipping backward through the air, and with perfect timing, he delivered a powerful kick right to the side of the mushroom's head. The creature shrieked like a pig being slaughtered. Wasting no time, Debo retreated immediately, keeping his distance while tugging hard on the rope to recall his axe. Using the rising stones scattered across the swamp, he moved swiftly in a wide arc around the monster, looking for another opening. From above, El supported him by using his mind control to manipulate the muddy waters, raising a curtain of sludge to obscure the beast's line of sight. To further disorient it, he splashed water directly into its face, forcing it to lift its hands in defense. At that very moment, the mushroom caught sight of a silhouette preparing to swing an axe through the murky veil. With pure instinct, it let out a blood-curdling roar and lunged its claws straight through the muddy screen toward the shape. But it hit nothing. The monster realized too late Debo wasn't there. He had already slipped behind it, and with a mighty spin of his body, he brought his axe down hard across the creature's neck. With one devastating twist of force and precision, the raging toxic mushroom's head was severed in a single blow. The severed head hit the ground with a heavy thud, while its massive body remained standing tall in the middle of the swamp. Debo, panting heavily from exhaustion, raised a thumbs up toward El as if declaring their victory. El smiled in return until suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. From his vantage point above, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The headless body of the raging toxic mushroom was moving. And not just twitching, it was throwing a full-force hammer punch straight at Debo's head, smashing him face first into the muddy ground. Then, like a beast possessed, the decapitated corpse turned toward El and let out a guttural, rage-filled scream. El froze for a second, shocked. What the hell, its head's gone, how is it still moving? Even as he muttered in confusion, he quickly activated his flamebolt, launching one last fire-infused arrow down at the monster. The arrow exploded on impact, sending mud and steam everywhere. But the headless beast was still fast, retreating just in time to avoid taking the full brunt of the blast. Something's not right. El's thoughts were racing. With rising tension, he used his psychokinesis to lift the entire log the mushroom had been standing on into the air. But that thing was one step ahead. It seized the opportunity and leapt straight toward the cliff where El was, grabbing on with its clawed hands. It climbed upward like a spider, fast, relentless, unstoppable. Sweat beaded on El's forehead. I've only got one arrow left, no more cooldowns, and I can't afford to miss. As the mushroom clung to the rock face and climbed like a lizard on speed, Debo, down below, finally regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Son of a... That's it. I've had enough." With a furious roar, Debo summoned all the strength he had left and hurled his axe upward with full force, launching it toward the crawling monster with his ultimate cleave technique. The mushroom never saw it coming. The axe slammed into its torso, cleaving clean through and splitting its body in two. Its lower half dropped like a sack of meat, landing in the swamp below. Debo, still below, burst out laughing in relief. "Ha! How's that taste, freak?" But before the grin could even settle on his face, his eyes went wide in horror. Because above him, the upper half of the monster was still climbing unfazed. "Watch out!" Debo screamed in panic. At that moment, the staff in El's hand suddenly glowed brightly, then unleashed a powerful strike straight at the monster. But unfortunately for El, the creature's reflexes were lightning fast. As soon as it saw the attack coming, it released one hand from the cliff and dodged to the side. Inside the body of the raging toxic mushroom, a face appeared, a face wearing a victorious, smug grin as if it had already won. But just as it was smiling smugly, El's cold voice rang out, "So this is your real head, huh? Thanks for showing me." From its perspective, it seemed like the recent attack was actually a flare shot fired from the gun in El's hand. Down below, Debo stared in disbelief. A flare gun? So that last attack was just a trick. Turning back to El, having now seen the true form of the mushroom's head, El didn't hesitate to launch another fiery spear attack, stabbing straight into the face hiding inside the mushroom's body and blasting it off the cliff wall. Unsurprisingly, the spear pierced deep into the mushroom's core and struck the face, causing it to scream in agony. Finally, the entire body was impaled, and the screams abruptly stopped. Then, the spear dragged the corpse far away before exploding not far off. With that explosion came the release of the entire toxic gas reservoir stored inside the raging toxic mushroom. Debo wiped sweat from his brow, thinking, painful to the very end. Luckily for him, at that moment, El used his psychic power to control a rope that wrapped tightly around Debo and pulled him up to safety. Phew, I thought I was done for, Debo said as he landed. Below them, a thick purple mist now filled the air. Seeing this, Debo asked, "Is it really over?" "Yeah, well done, Debo. Quickly gather the magic stones before the poison dissipates," El replied. But just as El was speaking, his voice suddenly stopped. Because right in front of him, for some unknown reason, the body of the raging toxic mushroom suddenly lifted into the air. Then, a piercing, agonized scream came from within its body, as if the monster's core hadn't been completely destroyed. Then, it spewed out a cloud of toxic smoke directly toward the two of them. Seeing this, Debo could only laugh. Cut to Abbas's office. After hearing the story, Rakan burst out laughing. Haha, so that's why you came back when you saw them fail like that. Still as spirited as ever, huh? Abbas replied, "My apologies, sir. I believe it would be best to leave this matter to the Cygnus Knights." But suddenly the sound of pounding came from outside, making Abbas irritated. He turned and said, "I told you this isn't the time for talking. Go back." "I'm coming in," a voice interrupted. "What? How dare you?" Abbas said angrily. But then his face froze when he saw El step inside. "I'm back," El said coldly. Rakan, watching from inside the room and seeing that El had returned safely, laughed with excitement. "Haha, this is truly interesting. Hey Abbas, who's this guy?" Rakan said as he turned to look at Abbas. Abbas was just as surprised to see El appear, thinking, so he really came back from the dead, huh? Turning back to Rakan, he looked straight at El and said, "Nice to meet you. My name's Rakan. You're El Palm, right? You really are as tough as the rumors say. You're exactly the kind of person our guild needs." El, standing across from him, quickly bowed his head and replied politely, "Thank you for your kind words, sir." Seeing El's respectful attitude, Rakan smiled and said, "Good, I like your manners. Let me ask you something, do you think you can survive in the gate of 100 people? El paused for a moment, then calmly answered, "That's pretty tough." His answer made Rakan fall silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Abbas lost his temper and shouted, "How dare you talk to Lord Rakan like that, El Palm? Don't think just because I signed you up as an adventurer you can run wild and say whatever you want. Don't forget you still owe a huge debt." El just closed his eyes, ignoring whatever Abbas said. After a short silence, Rakan smiled again and said, "Pretty tough, huh? So there's still a chance, right? I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. What do you want?" He said this while looking directly at El. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a tavern. El and Debo were sitting and having a drink. When Debo heard El's request to Rakan, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of beer. "What? 5 million meso per person? For the two of us that's 10 million meso. You're asking way too much." El, sitting beside him with beer splattered all over his face from Debo's spit, stared coldly at him, making Debo quickly apologize. "Ah, sorry. But aren't you being greedy? Those guys will definitely turn down the offer. So that's our first deal screwed." El calmly wiped the beer off his face with a cloth and said, "You don't need to worry. They'll accept it." Debo still didn't quite believe it and said, "Ha, you act like you don't care even if everything's falling apart. If Abbas goes nuts, he'll blacklist us from the guild." While they were talking, a voice from behind caught Debo's attention. "You guys look way too relaxed. Doesn't look like you just barely escaped death at all." The voice belonged to Ibaru, and behind him stood Jebere. As soon as Debo saw the two of them, he slammed the table in anger and shouted, "What did you say? How dare you speak to the people who saved your lives like that? I never liked you guys since we entered the gate. Get out of here. Let's have a proper fight." But in response to Debo's demand, Ibaru and Jebere both bowed their heads and said, "We sincerely apologize for underestimating you. I've always felt ashamed of myself, so today I've come here to offer you a genuine apology. Here's the agreed amount, 150,000 meso. I've added a little extra as a token of my goodwill." Ibaru said this as he handed them a bag of money. Debo, on the other side, just looked puzzled as he took it and said, "Huh? Thanks." At that moment, El immediately spoke up, "We don't need that. Will only take exactly 1.5 million, no more, no less. I only accept payment for work done. As for your goodwill, I don't want it. That's all I have to say. Debo beside him grumbled. Tech, if you didn't want it, you should have said so from the start. You got me all happy, then disappointed. He then began opening the bag and returned the extra money to them. El then turned to Ibaru and said, You pirate. Your name's Ibaru, right? Tell me, do you dare take on dangerous work like I do, just for the money? That question left Ibaru speechless. The scene shifted to Abbas' office. He was yelling at his superior, You can't do this. 10 million meso. With that kind of money, you could hire a third or even fourth circle mage. Even if he's the best candidate we have, you shouldn't be favoring him so much. He's just trying to squeeze money out of us. Let me call him here and renegotiate the price. Rakan glanced over at Abbas and said, do you think he's that naive? Why don't you consider that he might come back and ask for double? What? Abbas was stunned to hear this from Rakan. To explain, Rakan pulled out a sheet of paper and said, Read this. This time the Gafor Guild will only send one team Elpams. Abbas took the notice and read it thoughtfully. Just 2 people. What kind of result can they expect with so few? But as he read further, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He quickly looked up at Rakan and asked, Is this for real, sir? Rakan leaned back comfortably and replied, If that information were fake, I'd be in big trouble. I spent a lot to get this news. Abbas clenched his teeth, thinking hard. The Dark Demon King Zin. The Dark Demon King Zin will really be there. Turning to Rakan, he picked up a pen and pointed at Abbas. Don't make unnecessary mistakes, Abbas. The war has already begun. Time quickly passed, and the moment to raid the Red Gate with 100 people had arrived. Many adventurers had already set up tents here to rest and wait for the others. At this moment, El and Debo had also arrived. I didn't think they'd actually accept your offer, Debo said, surprised. Don't get too excited, focus on the fight, El said coldly. Don't worry, I'm a seasoned adventurer now, Debo replied, starting to observe the other adventurers around them. Muttering, The atmosphere here really is tense. Suddenly a blond man spoke up, Oh, new faces. You guys from the Gafor Machinist Guild, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Shulden, an E-rank adventurer from the Genus Machinist Guild. El replied coldly, I'm El Palm, a C-rank adventurer. Shulden was visibly shocked at El's rank. What? A C-rank? I thought only mages with 1 or 2 circles could enter this gate. How can a C rank be allowed? Before he could finish, a voice called out from behind the crowd, Hey, let me talk to him for a bit. I have something to say to him. The speaker was a blonde woman dressed like a knight. Shulden just shrugged and muttered as he walked away, so he's going with that group. What a waste of time. El, looking at the woman, suddenly remembered the earlier conversation with Abbas. Why do I have to do this? El asked, confused. Abbas didn't want to explain much and said, Just follow orders. Why so many questions? Our guild is cooperating with the Signas Knights on this. Following Queen Signas's ideals, the Signas Knights, the strongest force, praised as a symbol of power and strength, have started to take an interest in these gates. Other guilds have already snatched up the quotas for the gates, so we have no choice but to team up with them. Even if they're only sending an amateur squad, the success rate is still much higher. Though they might be scheming something when approaching this gate, working with them isn't a bad idea. El nodded calmly. I understand. Just an alliance. I don't think it's that simple. Something feels off. Abbas said vaguely. Back in the present, the blonde woman introduced herself. I'm Kiri, leader of the amateur squad of the Signas Knights. I hope you know your place and don't get carried away, especially since we've only just started talking. I don't want to deal with a lot of trouble, so be quiet and follow my orders. Naturally, this statement from her made Debo, who was sitting across, feel angry. What's with that damn attitude? Kiri didn't seem to notice the annoyed look on his face and continued. Are you two the only team sent by the Gafor Machinist Guild? That's right. El replied calmly. Kiri sighed and said, So the Gafor Guild has given up on this game. As she spoke, 2 other guilds also arrived with their people. First was the Dig Machinist Guild, led by Crocus's group, then the Murdia Machinist Guild, led by Kubal's group. Just by looking at their demeanor, Debo could feel the difference. These were elites from other guilds, and the atmosphere changed completely. But it wasn't over yet. At that moment, 3 confident red-haired women approached. They were from the Goldrick Machinist Guild, the 3 Natasa sisters. When Curie saw them arrive, she frowned and said, "They look so arrogant." Their arrival marked that all the guilds had gathered, so the voice of the host rang out. "Hello everyone. My name is Lonko. I have been chosen to guard this place and assist those who manage to escape through the exit. You've probably already heard your managers explain the details about this gate, but I'll repeat it one more time. Any legendary great items that drop inside this gate do not belong to you under any circumstances. Ownership belongs to the guild you're working for, but of course you will receive a corresponding reward. Finally, you should be glad you managed to keep the magic stones. Also, if any of you try to hoard supplies for yourselves, you'll have to face a team of B-rank adventurers," he said, pointing behind him to where 3 adventurers were waiting. Debo noticed them and was startled when he saw the number of magic circles on their wrists, 5 circles each. 5 circles, he thought in shock. The entire group had 5 circles. After finishing the briefing, Lonko added, "That's all. I wish you all a safe journey." With that, the adventurer groups began entering the gate one by one. Curie then turned to Elle and said, "Follow me. I'll lead the way. I'm the only one who can successfully clear this gate." Debo was shocked by her confident words. Does she think there's something wrong with her head? Do I really have to cooperate with her? Elle ignored Debo and stared intently at the gate, deep in thought. All my efforts so far have been to get into this gate, a gate I've never set foot in, not even in my previous life. But I have to succeed. The chain of events has already begun. Thinking that, he said to Debo, "Let's go." Debo hurried after him and said, "Himph, even if they cry and beg, I'm not helping." Back to the moment when this group of adventurers had just entered the red gate. The first thing that appeared before them was a vast, expansive field. "Everyone follow me," someone shouted. Meanwhile, Debo was still stunned by the scene unfolding in front of him. Holy crap, how is the grass this tall, he thought. We're not here for sightseeing, move it. Curie snapped, which annoyed Debo a little. Boss, are you seriously just going to let that slide? Why'd she talk to you like that? Debo asked, turning to Elle. But when he saw Elle pressing his ear to the ground, he paused. What are you doing? Debo asked, but before he could get an answer, a rumble echoed not far from them, followed by a cloud of dust stretching across the field. The source? A stampede of super-jacked domestic pigs, each wrapped with a mysterious red ribbon. What the? That's a horde of ribbon boars, there must be thousands of them. Someone shouted as the boars charged like Formula One cars. While the rest of the group was still panicking, Curie immediately regained her composure and barked out, What are you doing? Scatter and draw their attention now. Some teams hadn't even entered the area yet. Technically, there was an unspoken rule that new parties shouldn't intervene right away, right? Meanwhile, some adventurers who had entered clicked their tongues in annoyance, but quickly split off in both directions. Mechanic El Nido, over here. A mage shouted. But they declined without hesitation, we'll head this way. And just like that, the ribbon boar stampede cut straight through the adventurer formation. But that didn't mean they'd stop there. The horde immediately split into two groups and started chasing after them like they wouldn't stop until someone was dead. At the same time, the night squad led by Zuri was running for their lives. Good. Head toward the forest, there are lots of obstacles there. That's where we'll hunt them, Curie ordered. But before she could say more, a nearby knight called out, Miss Curie, we've got a problem. We lost contact with the mechanic Gapo. What? She exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, El's Dua seemed pretty relaxed after all the chaos. Whew. That was a rush. Looks like we can chill now. But how'd you know those ribbon boars were going to attack? Daibo asked, grinning after narrowly escaping danger. El calmly replied, Based on my experience, wide open fields like this often have herds of roaming monsters. Ribbon boars, which average about 2 meters in length, are extremely aggressive and usually travel in massive packs, sometimes in the hundreds or thousands. They're tough, but not impossible to beat. Still, other mechanics know that too. They just don't want to waste their energy early on, so they're trying to break up the herd first. From this point on, there's no telling what kind of monsters might appear. This is definitely not the end. The 100-man Red Gate raid in Slefhood, during my previous life, ended in total failure with every adventurer killed. El's thoughts drifted to memories of his past life. Noticing how deep in thought El looked, Debo asked, "What are you thinking about?" He turned toward El as he spoke, not realizing that there was a thin tripwire stretched across the ground at his feet. The moment he stepped on it, a sharp-looking trap suddenly sprang up from beneath the ground, aimed straight at him. Luckily, El reacted in time and yanked him backward, narrowly saving him from getting impaled. What the hell? A trap? Who the heck would set traps in a place like this? Debo gasped, his face turning pale. At the same moment, deep in the forest, the sharp twang of a wire being cut rang out. Instantly, a sharpened stake shot straight toward an unknown adventurer. But this bald-headed man was no rookie. Without even turning around, he sensed the danger and swung the large blade in his hand, slicing the incoming stake clean in two. Pathetic, the man scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt for whoever set the trap. Nearby, his teammates sheathed their swords and reported, "All traps have been cleared." That was the last one. At the front of the group stood their leader, the bald-headed man, whose demeanor was laid back but sharp. "Don't let your guard down, Bebeo," he warned. The speaker was none other than Crocus, a prominent member of the Mechanic Guild. He looked around at the broken traps and commented, "They're crude, but still deadly. Whoever made these copied human hunting techniques. That tells us these aren't your average monsters. If they've got that level of intelligence, then we're dealing with red gate parasites." He narrowed his eyes, clearly trying to piece things together. "Looks like this gate is high difficulty. Unless the adventurers are on our level, the rest are doomed. I'll figure out the best course of action. Follow me." No one responded. "Hey, stay sharp." Crocus turned back to scold them, but what he saw was the severed head of Babeo lying on the ground. A flash of light then erupted, targeting all nearby adventurers and instantly wiping them out. Even Crocus, who had been so confident in his own strength, was caught off guard by the massacre. In the moment of confusion, a shadowy assassin crept up behind him and struck a fatal blow. "Idiot, talking like you've got everything figured out," the assassin sneered with a twisted grin. And so, even before they had truly encountered any monsters, the adventurers had already begun turning on each other. Cut to another corner of the grassy field here. The voice of an unknown man echoed softly, shifting everyone's focus at the entrance with that stampede of frost hogs. "I don't know whose idea that was, but thanks to it, my job just got a whole lot easier. I'd better move now while everything's going smoothly. Ugh, what a pain, but I'm almost out of time, so let's get started, shall we?" As he muttered to himself, the man slowly stood up. Behind him stood the three Natasha sisters, but something was off. The three of them appeared frozen in place, desperately trying to move their limbs. But the harsh reality was undeniable. The cross-eyed man glanced back at them and said, "Struggling is pointless. That's just how this spell works. You'll be paralyzed for at least 30 minutes. Why are you doing this?" The eldest sister asked, her voice trembling. Surprised, the man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, impressive. You can still talk in that state. Just what I'd expect from Natasha. You look dangerous, so I guess I'll just take care of you first." Before she could get another word out, he cast a fireball spell straight through her chest, killing her instantly. Behind her, the two younger sisters watched in horror, faces pale with terror. The man, clearly enjoying himself, waited for her body to hit the ground before answering the question she had asked moments earlier. "Himph, that's a tough one. Why am I doing this?" He turned his twisted gaze toward the remaining two. "Maybe this makes it clearer. You know that thing all mages do, firebolt." A sick grin spread across his face as he launched another spell, obliterating the last two sisters in a flash of flame. With that done, the twisted mage let out a relaxed sigh. Tech, no better outcome for them anyway. Now I really need a break. As he muttered, his mind wandered back to a memory from not long ago when he was summoned by that white-haired villain. "William." "Yes, sir," he had responded quickly. "I've waited a long time for this day," the man had said. "We've hidden in the shadows, concealed our identities, and spread our influence throughout the entire guild. Now, the time is ripe." "Don't disappoint me." "I won't, sir," William had replied, resolute. To seal the pact, the white-haired man tossed him a feather. "Take it. A gift from him. Failure will not be forgiven." Back in the present, the feather now hung around William's neck on a string. "I probably shouldn't cut corners, huh?" he whispered to himself, tightening his grip. "Looks like I'll have to put in a bit more effort." And with that, he turned and vanished into the field off to hunt his next prey. Time quickly passed until evening. The scene shifted to the camp of the goblins. At this moment, the two-person team of Elle and Debo was secretly observing the base. But after seeing the number of enemies, the scale, and the way those monsters operated, Debo almost wanted to go home. What's going on here? Are all of them bosses? Seriously, I already explained to you at the start only a few of them are actually bosses, Elle said with a sigh, annoyed to have to repeat himself. However, Debo didn't feel any less worried. Boss or not, they were extremely dangerous creatures. Just facing one of them already carried plenty of risks. Not only that, Elle continued, it looks like they've collected loot from dead adventurers. Some of the variants can even use skills through those items. That makes fighting them even harder. The general-looking guy really wanted to just go home and hide under a blanket at that point. So what you're saying is they're basically an entire adventurer army. And only the two of us are supposed to fight them. You understand quickly. Good job, Elle nodded in approval. But Debo ignored the compliment. What are you even saying? I'm just pointing out that the two of us can't handle this. We need to team up with Kiki or Kiri or someone else. He whispered, trying not to draw the monster's attention. Why? Isn't that what you wanted to split up because you didn't want to work with them? Elle asked curiously. That's because I don't know anything about these monsters. Anyway, two of us alone just can't do it, Debo insisted firmly. No matter what Elle said, Debo was determined not to risk their lives fighting just the two of them. If we die together, he said. But later somehow, Elle convinced Debo to go along with the attack plan. First, they waited for the goblins to patrol alone. Then, as soon as they saw a chance to strike, they charged forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, Elle's attack was narrowly dodged by a goblin who bent down just in time. Oh man, for real? Did he do that on purpose? Debo gritted his teeth. I never said I planned to fight alone. At the same time, the goblin swung its huge arm back to counterattack. But the reckless youth reacted quickly. He planted his axe firmly on the ground and jumped behind the monster. What followed was a classic cat and mouse game. The goblin attacked relentlessly while Debo tried his best to dodge every dangerous strike. Being pushed back repeatedly made Debo a little frustrated. So as soon as he dodged the monster's punch, he immediately swung his axe and landed a solid hit right on its face, causing it to stick its tongue out. You're too loud, you bastard, he snarled. Without missing a beat, he swung his axe hard at one of the goblin's legs, making it collapse to the ground instantly. Taking advantage of the creature's pain and loss of balance, Debo quickly circled behind it, aiming to strike a decisive blow to its back. This is the end, he thought, raising his axe and smashing it down hard. But unfortunately, the attack hit the ground instead. Somehow, despite its injured leg, the goblin moved as fast as a squirrel and dodged the blow. Then, seizing the moment when Debo hadn't yet regained his stance, it threw a powerful punch to his face, sending the young man flying backward like a rocket. Why are you so hard to kill? Debo gritted his teeth. But the goblin wasn't done. It unleashed a devastating punch that even shattered a tree trunk behind Elle. If Elle hadn't quickly ducked to avoid it, he might have been knocked out for good. However, this also created an opening for Debo to counterattack. He immediately grabbed the chance and swung his axe, chopping off the goblin's right arm. The creature screamed in pain. But without missing a beat, it grabbed its remaining arm and slammed it into Debo's face. Then, it treated Debo's body like a toy, slamming him hard onto the ground with such force that a large crater formed beneath them. Before the monster could strike again, Debo wrapped his legs tightly around its arm, pressed the haft of his axe against the goblin's arm, and prepared to break it. Seeing this, the goblin desperately flailed its arm and hurled Debo away. Ah! Debo yelled loudly, then charged back fiercely to continue the brutal fight with the monster. Time passed quickly, and by now, victory belonged to Debo as the hulking monster lay motionless in a pool of blood. Seriously? I thought you were gonna come in and help me, Debo complained to Elle beside him. Well, you looked like you could handle it on your own. At least now you know they're not unbeatable, Elle replied calmly. Unbeatable my ass. I'm getting more and more suspicious about this mission, Debo grumbled. If there's an entire army of those things. But he stopped mid-sentence, his voice trailing off as a horrifying scene unfolded before them, countless corpses of adventurers who had entered the gate before them. What the hell is this? He muttered in shock. Weren't all of them supposed to be from the Signice Night Order? What happened here? Just then, a faint groan of pain caught their attention. "There's someone still alive," Elle said. They rushed over to the base of a tree, where a badly wounded knight was barely clinging to life. "What happened here? Were you attacked by goblins?" Elle asked quickly. The knight clenched his teeth and forced out a reply, "Goblins? No, it wasn't them. It was a bunch of bastards. They did this." Scene changed back to Abbas. After taking a long drag from his cigarette, he seemed to sober up and began piecing things together. "Something's wrong here. This doesn't add up," he muttered to himself. "These opportunists, these unknown gates, only certain people have access to them. Their goal isn't to explore. It's to gather intel and wipe out the remaining adventurers inside. And since the gate disappears once they exit, all evidence of their crimes vanishes with it. But this time, it's practically an unwinnable battle. They'll have to go through the final stage when they're completely drained, and only a handful of them will still be standing. Even if, by some miracle, they survive and bring out a one-of-a-kind item, they'll be instantly suspected by everyone outside the gate. Could it be that these perpetrators are actually top elites from the guilds? No, impossible." He shook his head. "Even if that's what they're aiming for, if word ever gets out, they'd be forced into war with the other trade associations. No guild would risk taking a gamble that dangerous. So then, what's the bigger goal behind all this?" He quietly kept his thoughts to himself, trying to piece the puzzle together. Back with Elle's group, the wounded knight finally recounted everything, leaving Debo visibly shaken. "Could it be that?" Debo murmured. "Yeah, I don't think I saw that girl anywhere among the fallen," Elle nodded grimly. The knight clenched his fists, his anger boiling over as he slammed a hand into the ground. "Damn it, it's all my fault. Who would have thought she'd be the traitor among us?" he growled. "But why? Why would Kiri do something like that?" Elle stepped forward, his voice calm but curious. "I don't get it either. She was a member of the Signas Knight Order. Why would she betray us?" "I don't understand it either," the knight admitted bitterly. "No matter how much I try to make sense of it, it just doesn't add up. But now that I look back, her orders at the gate's entrance, they might have been part of the plan all along. Before things went to hell, she even said it herself that she was a disciple of that dark mage," he said through gritted teeth. The mention of a dark mage made Debo freeze in place. "A dark mage," he repeated, stunned. "Yeah, 800 years ago," the knight said slowly. "He was a transcendent being, one who, along with his disciples, threatened the entire world of Feng Thu. To stop him, the 6 heroes joined forces and fought a legendary battle. The tide turned against him, and both the dark mage and the 6 heroes were sealed away. His disciples were trapped in the Chaos Realm, and the allied forces swept through, eradicating every last trace of his followers. Every citizen of Feng Thu knows that story." No way she could be one of his disciples," Debo stammered, his face pale with disbelief. After hearing everything, our main character spoke up. "Now's probably not the time to be worrying about these monsters. We need to go find her. Are you coming with us? You'd better be ready to fight her when the time comes." "That's exactly what I want," the knight replied, his voice filled with determination. Scene cuts to Kiri's location. She's moving quickly, like something is chasing her from behind. But then she suddenly comes to a hard stop. William is blocking her path up ahead. Well, welcome. "I've been waiting for you, Kiri," he said with a twisted grin. "Haha. Looks like you were the one who took care of those ribbon pigs. Thanks to everyone being scattered, it made executing our plan so much easier. Now, we can take our time wrapping things up. Oh, by the way, did you get the gift we sent you?" he added with a smirk. Realizing she'd been tricked, Kiri immediately drew her sword. "Who are you people?" Cut back to Elle's group. Debo is helping the wounded knight walk. "If you're too injured, we can take it slow. Elle's already ahead of us anyway," he said kindly. "I'm fine." "Don't worry," the knight replied with a shake of his head. "Our captain is great at tracking. I'm sure we'll find her soon." "I hope so," Debo nodded, unaware that danger was silently closing in around him. "Good," the knight murmured softly. As he spoke, he quietly began channeling mana into the dagger hidden in his hand. Back to Kiri at this point. She was all on her own, fighting off an entire group of villains. Yes, somehow, the battle had dragged on from night all the way to dawn. Watching from behind, William couldn't help but applaud her tenacity. Impressive. Or should I say, just as expected from the training captain of the Signas Knights. I wonder how much longer she can last, he muttered with amusement. Back on the battlefield, Kiri dodged a strike from a brown-cloaked attacker and immediately activated one of her signature techniques, Sunrise Ascension, as a radiant sun-like sigil appeared behind her. Of course, the enemy wasn't just going to let her complete the skill so easily. That's enough of your flashy moves, a blue-haired man shouted, swinging his sword down toward her. Kiri quickly raised her blade to parry the blow. Then, using blinding speed, she pulled her sword back and slashed again, this time aiming directly for his neck. Wait, he screamed, but it was too late. Her solar slash carved him into unrecognizable pieces. Though the technique was powerful, it drained a massive amount of energy. Kiri began to breathe heavily, clearly fatigued. Speak. What's your real goal? Or you'll die right here, she demanded, trying to intimidate them. William, still watching from a distance, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Seriously? What are you all doing? Just finish her already, he barked. At his command, the remaining 3 thugs charged in at once. Die. They yelled in unison. Kiri gripped her sword tightly, bracing herself for the next wave. But just as they were about to reach her, a dark blur shot out from the nearby brush, and in an instant, the one in the middle was cleaved cleanly into 3 bloody chunks. The others froze in shock. The one who intervened? None other than Debo. Now, how did Debo end up here? For that, we have to rewind a few hours earlier. At the time, Debo was still helping the wounded Signas knight along the path. That's when the knight began channeling mana into his dagger. Suddenly, he grabbed Debo by the neck with one hand and aimed in the glowing blade at him with the other. Perfect. Give Kiri my regards when you see her, the knight sneered, already imagining Debo's lifeless body in a pool of blood. But fate had other plans. Just as the blade was about to pierce Debo's skin, a flaming arrow came soaring in from the distance, blasting the man's arm clean off. Debo stood there stunned, realizing he'd just been 1 second away from death. He quickly shoved the knight aside. My arm. The man screamed in agony as his severed limb hit the dirt. Meanwhile, Debo was still trying to process what had just happened. Boss, what's going on? He shouted. Back to El, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the wounded knight, then sighed. Just as I thought, disgusting, El muttered. Sorry to say this, but I've never been the trusting type. With that, he raised his hand, casting Firebolt, ready to send the traitor straight to the afterlife. Back to the present, Debo's sudden arrival finally prompted William to show himself. Well, how curious. Another uninvited guest, William muttered in annoyance. The remaining hounds immediately recognized Debo and warned their leader. Lord William, that guy's from the Georgia Pomacunist Guild. If he's still alive, then that means. But William cut him off with a raised hand. I get it, Piton. Looks like that coward was completely useless after all. I gave him a chance to do his part, and clearly, that was a mistake, he grumbled before turning his eyes toward Kiri and Debo. What a pain. You two look tougher than expected. Guess we'll have to do this ourselves. At his command, the remaining goons started cracking their necks and stretching, preparing to fight. Kiri immediately called out, watch out. These guys aren't playing around. I know. They're freaks, right? Debo replied with a carefree smile. William smirked and gave the order, surround them. You at least take down one of them. I'll handle the rest. Don't underestimate them. Kiri shouted again. At that moment, one of the hounds, a sword wielder, launched forward, activating a skill called Shadow Fang, aiming right at both of them. But Debo swiftly leapt to the side, dodging the attack, then quickly swung his axe in retaliation. His strike nearly took out the brown-haired attacker on the spot. Not giving him a chance to recover, Debo pressed the assault. Die, you little punk, he yelled, grinning wildly as he channeled his magic into the axe, coating it with a glowing aura. But before he could land the next hit, another enemy, the red-cloaked one, fired a crossbow bolt to cover his comrade. Debo dodged just in time, prompting a frustrated click of the tongue from the attacker. Slippery bastard, he muttered through gritted teeth. But before Debo could reorient himself, a third enemy closed in from behind, and struck him with a surprise move, rising blow, leaving a gash on his shoulder. Chech. That wasn't deep enough. The attacker scoffed. Don't worry, I'll finish you off now. Death drive. He lunged again with a full-force assault. Kiri, watching from nearby, shouted, you idiot. What the hell are you doing? Yet somehow, just as the enemy's sword came down, Debo managed to dodge and slip behind him in a smooth motion. What do you think I'm doing? Obviously I'm playing with him. Debo replied smugly, then swung his hammer hard into the guy's back. Bastard. The enemy growled, thrusting his spear toward Debo. But again, Debo ducked and dodged with ease. In return, he countered with a savage cleave, pushing the spear wielder back several steps. Damn it, why is he so strong? The guy snarled, but just then he noticed something flying straight toward him. He quickly jumped aside only to see that what had been flying at him was actually his own ally, the brown-haired guy who had earlier fought Kiri and been thoroughly wrecked. You guys call yourselves elites? Kiri mocked, her tone dripping with contempt. The armored thug clenched his teeth in frustration, but couldn't say a word in response. In the end, William could no longer bear watching his underlings getting their asses handed to them. Tech, looks like I have to step in after all, he muttered. This is as far as you go. We've already wasted too much time here. As he spoke, he began channeling his magic flame arrow, and fired a blazing shot straight at Debo. What the? That's even faster than the boss's spell. Debo thought in shock. An instant later, a massive explosion erupted where he stood. You let your guard down just because it was a fire spell, didn't you? William grinned smugly. But mine's on a different level. Even if you saw it coming, there's no way you could have dodged. It's over. Let's move on to the next dungeon already. He turned as if ready to leave, but before they could take a single step, his eyes widened in disbelief. As the flames cleared, Debo was still standing completely unharmed. And in front of him now stood L. Why you how? William stammered, his voice unsteady. L raised a hand, activating his psionic ring, and casually pointed to the side. Got another guest joining the party. Better be on your guard, bastards. No sooner had L finished speaking than a massive wild boar came crashing out from the tall grass. Or more accurately, it had been lured there, dragged in by a wooden post manipulated with L's psionic power. The enemy barely had time to react before the beast was upon them. And it wasn't just one boar. It was an entire herd. Time passed in the blink of an eye. By now, the lead Frostfang boar had finally collapsed under William's relentless firepower. But dealing with such a massive horde had clearly taken its toll. He was panting like a dog. Damn it. I can't believe they actually used those pigs to escape. L, he shouted, trying to get a status update from the others. My apologies, Sir William. We've just finished cleaning up our side as well. One of them responded in a flustered voice. After hearing that, William didn't bother giving them time to regroup. He ordered them to immediately pursue L's group. The reason for William's urgency was simple. He feared they might use this window of opportunity to escape through the gate. And if that happened, it'd lead to a whole world of trouble. Worse yet, if L's team made it outside and reported what happened inside the gate to any of those fake B-rank insurance agents, their entire plan could go up in smoke. Still, William couldn't shake a strange feeling about L. Something was off, but he couldn't quite put it into words. Sir William, we found footprints headed this way. Someone shouted. If any of you run into the one in the cloak, just stall him. I'll deal with him myself. The cross-eyed mage barked out his order. The others hesitated, concern creeping into their voices. Sir, if I may, I don't think it's wise for you to face him alone. He doesn't seem like your average small fry. You worried about me? William laughed. Don't you get it? There's no one stronger than me inside this gate. Back with L's group, they had successfully escaped into the forest, thanks to the boar's sacrifice. Did you see their faces back there? Debo grinned. I bet those pigs trampled a few of them to death. But L didn't share his optimism. They're not that weak, he replied flatly. Also, watch your step. Did you forget all the traps we set earlier? Of course I didn't. Debo said, puffing his chest. But hey, why didn't you finish them off back there? You totally had a chance when they dropped their guard. Because those bastards are stronger than I am, L answered plainly. Debo froze for a second, clearly stunned. L's words echoed in his head as he recalled the earlier moment when he tried to fire his own flame arrow to cover Debo's retreat. His spell had been completely overwhelmed by William's. My magic should have at least deflected his shot a little, L thought to himself. But it didn't even make a scratch. Debo laughed awkwardly, trying to brush it off. Come on, stronger than you. Quit messing with me. You think I'm joking? L deadpanned. There's no reason for me to lie about this. So you actually ran? Debo asked, still not fully convinced. I did, L replied without hesitation. He then pulled back his sleeve, revealing 2 magical rings encircling his wrist. Looks like I've hit my limit. The thickness of these rings correlates with the power and speed of my spells. Right now, I'm at the upper limit of my second ring. In theory, that should have made me his equal or maybe even stronger. But his power is completely unreasonable. To enter a red gate like this, you need at least 2 rings, which means he's either using some unknown method to artificially boost his power, or he's the strongest person inside this entire gate. Off to the side, Debo's eyes went wide as he listened. Moments later he blurted out the obvious question: what should they do now? Should they try the same trick as before and lure more monsters into taking care of their pursuers? But El shook his head. That tactic wouldn't work a second time. Goblins are completely different from Frostfang boars, he explained. They're smart enough to recognize who their real enemies are, and they won't just fall into our hands. If anything, they might turn it back on us and use the chaos to their advantage. Meanwhile, Curie, who had been watching the two of them plan with growing frustration, finally snapped. Hold on. What the hell are you even thinking? Do you not understand the situation we're in? She shouted. A disciple of the Dark Mage has infiltrated the Signos Night Order. That's not just some minor threat, it's a disaster that could shake the entire Wingard realm. We need to report this immediately. Clearing this gate is meaningless now. Her hand gripped her sword so tightly it trembled. But El didn't flinch. Ignore her, he said coldly, which stunned Debo a bit. Curie glared at El, her fury barely contained. He saved my life just minutes ago, and now this, she muttered. I shouldn't have expected anything from someone who used to be a slave. All you care about is picking through the scraps and clearing this dungeon, isn't it? Her words were bitter, cutting deep. But El didn't back down. Instead, he turned the question back on her. And suppose you do make it out and report this. What then? You think that alone will be enough to wipe them out? Don't underestimate them. The Dark Mage's disciples have been hiding and spreading their roots within Wingard for generations. If you force them into the open now, do you know what will happen? They'll simply cut off their exposed limbs and burrow even deeper underground. And once they disappear completely, no one will ever find them again. They'll still be a plague, one that devours the world from a place where no one can stop them. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. He laid the future out in blunt, brutal terms. Curie couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed him by the collar, eyes burning. You keep saying we can't do this, we can't do that. Then what the hell can we do, El? Don't give me some philosophical nonsense. We're being hunted down right now. We need to get out before they catch us. Her voice rose with each word, her panic finally spilling out. But El just smiled. Calm. Unshaken. Relax. He said. We'll make sure they're the ones running for their lives. Cut to another part of the forest. Following William's orders, the enemy squad was moving swiftly, combing the area for any trace of El's group. Find them now. If they actually make it out, we're all dead meat. The man in the brown cloak barked out, urgency thick in his voice. But they didn't even get the chance to begin their search properly, because El's group had already found them first. Or more accurately, they'd been lying in wait, setting a perfect ambush. Hello there, came Debo's voice from right behind the brown-cloaked man. At the same time, Debo swung his axe in a wide horizontal arc aimed straight at the man's torso. But the man reacted just in time, ducking low and avoiding the blade by a hair's breadth. A second enemy, armed with a spear, immediately recognized Debo and charged in with a sneer. You idiot, you just walked right into your own death. I'm not letting you escape this time. He charged in with overconfidence, grinning like he'd already won. But then a sudden snap of rope echoed through the trees. A hidden trap sprang to life. A thick wooden log came swinging in from behind, and slammed straight into the spearman's back with crushing force. Andrus, the man in brown, yelled in shock. The one who had cut the rope. None other than Curie. Back on Debo's side, he seized the moment of confusion, and launched another attack. Hey, eyes on me, he shouted with a grin, swinging his axe down hard toward the brown-cloaked man. But this one was no amateur either. He dashed forward, taking the blow on the shaft of the axe with his back, using his momentum to absorb the impact. In the same instant, he stabbed a dagger toward Debo's face. But Debo tilted his head just enough to avoid it. What the hell? The man gasped, stunned that Debo could dodge such a quick, close-range attack. But Debo wasn't done. Before the man could even process what happened, Debo drove his knee up hard into the man's chin. Crack. The force of the blow rocked his opponent backward, leaving him wide open. Debo didn't stop there. He let go of his axe completely and switched a bare fist driving blow after bone-crushing blow into the blonde man's face and gut. Each punch landed with a sickening thud, forcing the man to gasp and stick out his tongue in agony. Under the relentless barrage, he had no time to defend himself, only to take the hits and stumble back, dazed and helpless. Off to the side, the crossbowman froze at the brutal scene unfolding before him. He stared, stunned, forgetting all about providing cover fire. What the hell is even happening right now? He muttered, too shaken to act. But that hesitation cost him. From the shadows behind, Kiri had already closed in, silent, swift and deadly. With one flash of steel she struck. Her blade slashed toward the crossbowman's neck in a lightning-fast arc. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, ducking just in time. But dodging once didn't mean he was safe. Kiri pressed the attack without pause, swinging her sword again and again with ferocity. Each strike forced him back, step by step, barely keeping his footing. He had no chance to aim, no time to retaliate, just desperate retreat. In the end, he couldn't evade anymore. With no other option, he threw his crossbow up to block the incoming blade. "Focus, you half-rate. You think I enjoy wasting time on trash like you?" Kiri shouted, eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, not far from the clash, the sound of battle reached William's ears. "Looks like the fight's already started. Interesting. Are you waiting for me?" he muttered, eyes locking onto Elle across the clearing. He could tell the others had split up and taken their targets. But that didn't matter. "Either way, this is perfect. I've been wanting to face you, Fire Arrow," he whispered. With that, both of them raised their hands and at the same time, activated their spells. Above them, glowing fire arrows began to materialize in midair, hovering and burning with deadly intent. Next came the magical shootout between the two mages. In the first 2 rounds, that crazy cross-eyed guy managed to finish casting his spell before anyone else and immediately fired at the protagonist. But Elle dodged sideways and avoided the attack. Without wasting a second, he retaliated with another fire arrow. Now, when that lunatic saw the flaming arrow flying his way, instead of panicking, he bulged his eyes out and shouted, "Excellent!" No one really knew whether he used any sort of defense. But the arrow exploded right on his body, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before Elle could even get a clear look, something shot out of the smoke, startling him enough to dodge again. Was that a rock? He thought as it zipped past him. But just then, William used the opening to circle behind him. "So that's all you've got?" "Fire arrow," he yelled, swinging his staff to cast another spell. A second explosion rocked the forest. But strangely enough, when the flames cleared, Elle was still standing there, completely unscathed. "You just nullified that attack. Unbelievable. You don't even have the strength to block it, so how did you pull that off? What the hell did you do?" William asked, buzzing with excitement. But Elle just stood there in silence, saying nothing. William smirked. "So you're the type that doesn't like to talk, huh? Fine, doesn't matter. We can't exactly have a conversation in the middle of a duel. I'll figure you out myself." With that, he fired another flaming arrow straight at Elle. This time, Elle knew his regular fire arrow wouldn't cut it. So he switched to something much more powerful, fire spear. The 2 spells clashed mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion. William's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, is he using mental control to twist his fire arrow mid-flight? He's drilling through my spell like a freaking corkscrew. I've never seen anything like this. He screamed internally. The 2 spells canceled each other out in a massive blast. Unreal, enhancing a spell with mental control. So that's what you are, one of those so-called prodigies. Huh. The type I absolutely loathe. But fine. Let's make the most of this. Show me what else you've got. As he spoke, William conjured another flaming arrow and fired. Elle quickly activated his mental force ring, using it to lift nearby rubble and form a makeshift shield. But it wasn't strong enough, the arrow punched right through it. Haha. What's this? All you can think to do is run. William laughed like a maniac, watching Elle dash away like a cornered mouse. But then Elle suddenly thrust his hand forward, and using his mental force, fired a flaming arrow from the side. It almost hit William dead on. But the attack wasn't over yet. Elle flicked his hand again, and the flaming arrow made a sharp turn mid-air, looping back and flying past William's face. He kept controlling the arrow with pinpoint precision, relentlessly chasing after the lunatic until it hit its mark. The constant need to dodge began to wear on William's nerves, driving him to the edge. "I'm done playing with you," he snarled, flinging another fire arrow toward L. Of course, L responded instantly, summoning another fire spear to cancel out the spell. But that small exchange gave William the breathing room he needed to cast a different kind of spell. Haha. So you've used up both your main incantations now, haven't you? He cackled, before unleashing a toxic spell called Poison Breath, a thick, venomous mist spewing straight at L. Poison Breath, huh? Pretty strong. But you can't defend while casting it, can you? L thought. William smirked. Your affinities are mental control and fire, right? If I time the cooldown of your fire arrow correctly, I can stop your attacks cold. And now, you won't be able to move for the next 30 minutes. My fire arrow's also on cooldown, so forgive me for having to finish you off with something a bit more personal. He pulled out a dagger, eyes gleaming with manic excitement. Ah, at last my favorite part. I can't wait any longer. That look of despair on your face, are you shaking? Are you crying yet? He licked the blade like a true psychopath, not even flinching at the sharp edge. But before he could finish his sentence, L had already closed the gap. Out of nowhere, L appeared right in front of him and smashed a fist straight into his face. William's smug grin shattered along with his teeth, which went flying in every direction like broken glass. And to explain how L was still able to move after being hit by the poisonous mist, we have to go back to a conversation at the bar the night before between Debo and the guy from the Red Scarf Squad. How did he do that? Come on, tell me, how the hell did he resist the toxins of the mad mushroom poison? Your boss isn't here right now, so it's fine, right? I'll even pay for your drinks, just spill it already. Next to him, Debo, already a little tipsy, laughed and responded with a carefree grin. Haha, even if I told you, what good would it do? You couldn't copy it even if you tried. He calls it the vacuum, I think. Debo took another swig of his drink and continued. It's a skill where he uses mental control to suck in all the air around him, and then seals it off. Just when I thought I was about to die from that damned mushroom freak, he absorbed all the poison spreading through the entire area. Pretty wild, huh? That's all there is to it, not much, right? I've told you now, so you're buying this round? Yeah? What the hell? That's not much, that skill's absolutely insane. The older guy shouted in disbelief. Debo nodded with pride. Haha, exactly. That's why my boss is a total monster. Back to the present, L was now using William as a punching bag. And when it came to hand-to-hand combat, the lunatic didn't stand a chance. L didn't even give him time to chant a single spell. Blow after blow, he pummeled William without mercy. Then, with one solid strike, he sent the deranged mage flying into a nearby tree trunk. Without wasting a second, L reached out with his mental control and retrieved his wooden staff, preparing to end this once and for all. He conjured up a fire arrow, aiming it squarely at his foe. With a sharp whoosh, the blazing projectile shot forward, piercing straight through the tree William had crashed into. The result? One of William's arms was blown clean off by the blast of magic, but somehow, the lunatic was still alive. How dare someone like you do this to me? He screamed, rabid like a mad dog. Without missing a beat, he unleashed his toxic breath spell once more, spewing a thick cloud of poisonous mist. But this time, L didn't even flinch. With a wave of his hand, he used his mental control to completely halt the spread of the toxic cloud in its tracks. Still, L remained cautious. He suspected that cloud was more than just an attack. He's up to something again. He might act like a maniac, but he's calculating underneath it all. If the poison won't work on me anymore, then, he's probably after his staff, L thought, eyes narrowing. Fine, try to take it. The moment you reach for it, I'll finish you. Yet, just as L was mentally preparing for William to go for the staff, everything flipped. Out of nowhere, a blazing fire spell slammed into L's back. He hadn't sensed it in time and took the full force of the blast. The culprit? William again, except this time he didn't need his staff. He was using the ring on his hand to cast magic now. You bastard. I'll tear you into pieces. William howled like a lunatic, his face twisted in bloodlust. As for L, he wasn't dead, but the damage was serious. I got careless. I didn't expect him to still have a trump card like Fireball up his sleeve. Before the regression, I never made mistakes like this. I've been too arrogant. He clenched his jaw, furious with himself. Meanwhile, William activated another magical item, this one summoning a barrage of fireballs raining down on L. The resulting explosion was so massive that even Debo, fighting some distance away, could see the towering pillar of flame from where he stood. "Boss," he muttered, concern flashing across his face. On the other side of the battlefield, Kiri had already taken care of her opponent. She turned toward Debo and called out, "Don't waste any more time. End him already. That mage isn't someone Elle can handle on his own." Yeah, I was just about to stop ordering me around already." Debo snapped in frustration. But just as he was preparing to land the final blow on his own enemy Fwip, a sudden arrow came flying out of nowhere, striking the man square in the eye socket, killing him instantly. The one who fired it. A gaunt, green-skinned creature lurking in the shadows. The loud clash of the battle had finally drawn them in. They'd been waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for everyone to wear themselves out. "Damn it," Debo muttered. "I was wondering why they hadn't shown up yet." "Green goblins?" Kiri asked, eyes sharp. "We need to wrap this up fast. Don't underestimate them, they're no joke," Debo replied grimly. "Worse still. They've brought something weird with them." He pointed ahead toward a grotesque goblin mage dressed in ceremonial robes, lounging on a floating litter carried by several other goblins like some twisted, dark royalty. Back to the deranged mage William after staring at the veil of smoke before him. He muttered under his breath. "That bastard, is he really dead?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his bloodshot eyes widened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering like he could drop dead at any moment. Despite being severely wounded and on the verge of death, the man actually chuckled, looking oddly satisfied. "Haha, well then, you've earned my respect. You're truly something else," he said, blood dripping from his lips. "I didn't think anyone could push me this far. I should have asked your name before I killed you." And perhaps the heavens heard his wish, because the next voice he heard was none other than Elle's. "Elle Palm. That's my name. Remember it well, because it'll be the last one you ever hear." Across the scorched ground, William blinked in surprise. Elle was still alive. "You tenacious little bastard," he muttered, then regained his composure almost instantly. "But it doesn't matter. Putting on a show like that won't save you. I've already seen the limits of your power. You can't escape me. I've given up trying to take you down with just 2 magic circles, because clearly that won't be enough." As Elle stepped forward, he reached into his cloak and pulled out an orange-colored magic stone, the very one he'd taken from the golden slime earlier. Seeing this, William instantly understood what Elle was planning and burst into laughter. "Haha. This lunatic's finally lost it. That's your big hope? Absorbing that magic stone to unlock another magic ring? You fool. You absolute idiot. Magic stones won't give you another ring. What you need is enlightenment, true understanding gained through countless life and death experiences," he said, cackling like he'd just witnessed the world's most ridiculous joke. And William wasn't exactly wrong. Elle nodded slightly in agreement. "You're right. Enlightenment and experience, those are exactly what I've never lacked." As Elle spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his body, raw, overwhelming, and impossible to ignore. William's mocking expression froze as his eyes widened. Right before him, on Elle's wrist, a new magic ring was slowly forming, one that hadn't been there before. Piece by piece, it began to materialize, steady and unmistakable. And just like that, our protagonist had officially ascended to the rank of a 3-ring mage. The scene unfolding before William's eyes was like something straight out of a fantasy epic, and yet it was happening right in front of him. His face contorted with disbelief, veins popping on his forehead. "You're bluffing again, aren't you? Trying to fool me with another one of your damn tricks. Die already." With a furious roar, William conjured 2 blazing fire arrows at once and fired them straight at Elle. But Elle, unfazed, immediately countered with his own fire arrow spell. The only difference was power. His arrow wasn't just stronger, it was on a completely different level. Upon impact, Elle's arrow obliterated William's twin fire arrows like they were nothing, and continued hurtling forward, blazing a path through the air. William, wide-eyed, scrambled to cast a fireball to intercept it. But that was exactly what Elle had been waiting for. Mid-flight, with perfect control, Elle used his psychokinesis to transform the fire arrow, twisting and molding it into a spiraling fire lance. Powered by that whirling force, the lance tore through William's fireball with terrifying ease and drove itself straight into the Mad Mage's chest, triggering a fiery explosion that lit up the entire battlefield. When the flames died down, all that remained was a charred, smoldering fragment of what was once his body. "Damn. I forgot to ask his name," Elle muttered, scratching his head. Back with Debo and Kiri while Elle was taking down that freak William, The two of them had been locked in a fierce battle against the swarm of green-skinned goblins. But even the bravest warrior can only do so much when outnumbered. Now they were on the run, desperately trying to escape the relentless pursuit of those monsters. This is bad, Kiri thought to herself, her breath ragged as she recalled the moment things started spiraling out of control. At first, things had actually gone surprisingly well. The goblins didn't seem too tough, especially with Debo going absolutely berserk in the front lines. With every swing of his axe, he was cleaving those creatures in half like they were made of paper. Kiri, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. What the? How is he cutting them down so easily? She wondered. Meanwhile, Debo was in full battle mode, grinning wildly, eyes burning with adrenaline. Easy as pie. I can read you bastards like a book, he yelled, narrowly dodging a punch from one of the larger goblins. Using a tree trunk as a springboard, he launched himself straight at the beast that had just swung at him, ready to make it his 18th kill of the day. But just as his axe was about to connect, a sudden blast of searing heat smashed into him from the side. The impact sent him flying, crashing into the ground hard as a fiery explosion lit up the woods. The one responsible? That smug goblin mage sitting comfortably in the rear, casting spells from atop a makeshift throne carried by his underlings. The spell he had just used, Fire Flame. A powerful and destructive magic that left Kiri stunned. What? A monster using that kind of magic? How is that even possible? Can monsters use enchanted items now? The realization hit her hard. This is bad. Really bad. This whole fight's gone off script. Our only chance is to hide, regroup, and find El Palm. Please let him be safe. Kiri plotted in silence. But before she could even finish that thought, one of the goblins had already sniffed them out. With a sudden lunge, it reached toward them. Kiri reacted on pure instinct, grabbing Debo and diving out of the way just in time. Unfortunately, that evasive move had exposed their position. The green bastards, now with eyes on their prey, charged forward like a pack of rabid dogs. With Debo injured and unconscious, carrying him at full speed was impossible. So Kiri made a split-second decision. She hurled his body upward into the air. In the same motion, drew her sword and slashed clean through the goblin chasing them, killing it instantly. As Debo's body dropped back down, she caught him mid-fall and immediately resumed running, panting heavily. Damn pests. If they came at me one at a time I could manage, she muttered. But the goblin mage wasn't about to let them go so easily. The moment it saw one of its underlings fall, it raised its staff with a snarl and unleashed another spell, launching a blazing inferno directly ahead, cutting off their only path of escape. Right after that, the goblin mage cast another spell, this time launching a massive fireball directly at the pair, triggering a deafening explosion. Kikiki. The goblin cackled gleefully, convinced its prey had just been roasted alive. At least, that's what it thought, until the smoke began to clear. Standing tall in the fading dust was Debo, firmly planted in front of Kiri like a shield. His hair was a wild mess, scorched and windswept. Kiri gasped, stunned. But before she could ask if he was alright, Debo had already gripped his weapon and charged forward. The goblin mage snarled and barked out an order, sending its underlings rushing in to intercept. The first two didn't even stand a chance. Debo's axe carved through them like butter. Then, from behind, another goblin tried to catch him off guard with a swing of its own axe. But Debo sensed it coming. With almost inhuman reflexes, he spun around, caught the enemy's weapon mid-swing, and retaliated with a brutal slash across its midsection, cutting it down in an instant. Back at the rear, the goblin mage watched Debo's onslaught with growing agitation. Without hesitation, and with zero concern for collateral damage, it unleashed another fireball spell straight into the melee, not even caring if it hit its own minions. The explosion was massive. Kiri's face paled as flames engulfed the battlefield. No way, she whispered, dread creeping into her voice. But that fear was unnecessary. Just as the firelight died down, Debo emerged once more untouched. He had dodged it just in time. And now, cloaked in the thick haze from the explosion, he made his move. Leaping straight at the goblin mage, he poured every ounce of strength he had into a single, full-force swing, aiming to end this with one clean strike. But the goblin mage was no amateur. Its reaction was instant, almost too fast. Without even chanting, it let loose a burst of magic that slammed into Debo midair, blasting him backward. Fortunately, Kiri was already there, catching him before he could hit the ground. Even so, the attack hadn't been in vain. because for one brief moment, just a split second, the goblin mage had been genuinely rattled. But even as Debo was thrown back, he managed to land a hit just enough to graze the goblin mage's face. A chunk of its cheek was instantly blasted off, revealing a scorched, raw mess beneath. That only made the monster lose its mind. Gawhit shrieked, voice distorting into an inhuman screech as it raised its hands and began summoning a massive fireball above its head. The sheer size of the spell made the air around them ripple from the heat. Kiri, seeing this from the front lines, immediately gripped her sword tighter and stepped forward, placing herself protectively between the mage and Debo. "Fall back," she shouted, planting her feet firmly in the dirt. "I'll take it from here." Without hesitation, the goblin mage launched the colossal fireball straight toward them. It tore through the air, blazing a trail of destruction, but just before it could hit, a flaming spear shot in from afar and pierced straight through the center of the spell. The fireball shattered. And the spear didn't stop. It continued forward with terrifying momentum and tore through the goblin mage's chest, blasting the creature into burning chunks right before Kiri's stunned eyes. For a second, everything went still. Then, from the distance, a familiar voice called out. "Looks like I made it just in time." It was El finally arriving on the battlefield, calm and composed, his hand still glowing with residual magic from the spell that saved them all. Scene shift outside the portal. At this moment, Lonko, the red-haired man in charge of base security, was lazily yawning as he leaned against a wooden post. 3 days, still no news from them, he muttered with a heavy sigh. "I thought I'd take on something simple for a bit of extra cash after lying low for so long. But this job's starting to make me nervous. Damn it, I really shouldn't be taking these gate guard assignments anymore." He rubbed his neck and glanced out into the distance, when suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of hurried footsteps approaching fast. Huh? What's with all the noise? Before he could make sense of it, the massive portal gate ahead of him cracked violently, and then shattered into pieces with a loud boom. No further explanation was needed. Someone had just exited the gate from the inside. Lonko's instincts kicked in as he immediately rushed toward the ruins. Amid the chaos, a woman dressed in black shouted out with urgency, "Someone! Bring the bishop here now." Lonko caught up with her just in time. "Kite, what's going on? Report to me now." Kite turned to him, her face grim. "We've got a few survivors. The gate's been destroyed. The conquest must have failed." Lonko's eyes narrowed as he followed her gaze. Only 3 figures were stepping out from the remains of the portal. El and his 2 companions. All 3 looked absolutely wrecked, burned, bruised, barely holding themselves up. Time passed, and finally our main character, El, began to regain consciousness. "Hemph. You're finally awake," Lonko muttered as he stood nearby. El blinked, eyes adjusting to the light. Where am I?" "Save it," Lonko interrupted. "Listen up. From this point on, I need you to answer my questions carefully." His tone turned serious, sharpened by pressure and concern. Only the strongest elite from the merchant associations were sent into that gate. And now, only 3 members from Gaffor's team survived. What the hell happened in there? El sat upright, visibly shaken. And with a breathless gasp, he began his performance. "We were the only ones left. I had my doubts already, but now I know. They're all dead." His hands began to tremble, his voice cracking with something between fear and disbelief. But Lonko wasn't swayed by theatrics. He just wanted answers. "I said answer properly, unless you want to lose that life you just managed to crawl back with." That warning brought El back to focus. He clenched his jaw, then spoke calmly. "A demon. There was a demon inside the gate." Lonko's eyes narrowed. El raised his head, meeting the older man's gaze. "Do you have pen and paper?" "I don't know its name, but I still remember what it looks like. I can draw it for you." Without hesitation, materials were brought to him. And as El began to sketch the demon from memory, Lonko stood silently beside him. Then, once the drawing was complete, and he saw the image on the page, his expression froze. "I see," Lonko muttered, his voice hollow and serious. After leaving the tent where El was still recovering, Lonko made his way straight to the Council of Representatives from the various merchant guilds to report everything that had happened. As expected, when the guild leaders who had invested tremendous resources into this conquest heard the news of the raid's failure, they absolutely refused to accept it. "This is ridiculous," one of them barked. "A 100-man gate filled with only the best from our associations, and they all got wiped out. That's absurd." "But wasn't it just a red tier gate? Another snapped. You expect us to believe that every single elite member was killed by a bunch of monsters? No way. No way that team got overwhelmed in a red gate. My cousin was part of that raid. A grizzled man with a thick beard suddenly shouted. He was Toriel, the representative of the Sky Merchant Guild. In response, Lonko calmly pulled out the drawing El had made and placed it on the table in front of them. This is the creature El described, he said. Judging by what we've heard, this thing was the one that led the attack. The gate's boss. There was a pause. Then someone muttered, a green goblin? Seriously. The room broke into a wave of hushed murmurs. I heard rumors about those things. Didn't they say green goblins can use tools? Yeah, I've read they're highly intelligent. If you're dealing with a swarm of them, it's not unlike facing a human army. Fighting them with just 100 people, it must been brutal. Nods and anxious whispers followed. Slowly, the group began to accept that the failure might been due to the boss monster being far stronger than anticipated. But not everyone was ready to buy it. Himph, I'm not buying any of this, said a man standing stiff with his arms crossed. His voice was cold and full of contempt. He was Franco, representative of the Gold Richie Merchant Guild. There's no way someone like our Natasa would lose to some overgrown goblin. Lonko raised an eyebrow. What are you implying? Franco didn't hold back. Do you seriously not see it? This whole thing reeks of sabotage. None of it adds up unless someone stabbed the rest in the back. The room grew quiet. We can't say for sure what happened in there, can we? Franco continued. Maybe someone had a change of heart. Maybe someone planned something ugly. Who knows whether it was intentional or not? Then, with a sharp glance toward Lonko, he added with a smirk. And isn't it interesting that all 3 survivors just happened to be from the same guild? The comment struck a nerve. Abbas, the representative of the Gafor Guild, immediately stood up. That's enough out of you. He snapped. Are you accusing Gafor of betrayal now? He pointed a finger across the table, fury in his voice. According to the report, our people only made it through 3 floors before the boss appeared. That's how they survived. The others were ahead of us. What more do you want? So what, are you implying that the adventurers from our merchant guild were weaker than those from Gafor? Franco stroked his beard, his tone clearly irritated. I didn't imply anything, Abbas shot back with a mocking grin. The outcome speaks for itself, doesn't it? Franco's eyes narrowed, his voice growing sharper. You've got to be joking. If Gafor really had so many talented people, your guild wouldn't be sitting dead last among the top 10, now would it? At that, the veins on Abbas's forehead twitched, though he still forced himself to stay composed. That's only because we're still growing. Things change. And when they do, you'd better brace yourself because we're coming for your spot. Both men burst out laughing, but their faces showed no hint of humor. Just cold, bitter contempt. Lonko, meanwhile, sat there silently enduring the exchange, praying it would end soon. Please, just let this be over already, he begged in his mind. Eventually, after the fake laughter died down, Franco leaned forward again. All right then. Since you're so confident, I assume you've got some evidence to back it up. Evidence? Abbas scoffed. There was nothing recovered from the gate. No loot, no corpses, no clues. What motive would they even have? He glared across the table. You heard me, didn't you? There's nothing to suggest foul play. The tension in the room lingered, but with no concrete proof to go off of and no inconsistencies in El's story, the meeting was finally adjourned. And soon after, the trio was released. Well then, we'll be on our way, El said as he bowed politely. Thank you for treating our injuries. Lonko gave a small nod. Yeah, be careful out there. With that, El and his group turned and left. As they walked off, Kite watched their retreating figures and asked, Lonko, is it really okay to just let them go like that? It's over now, he replied calmly. And besides, it's not really my place. I'm just a hired sword. Back with El's group, as they made their way down the mountain path, Kiri suddenly pointed ahead in surprise. Hey look. It actually followed you. In front of them, crawling slowly across the path, was an adorably tiny snail. It was the same one they'd seen earlier. Flashback to just after they had wiped out the entire Green Goblin encampment. What are you hesitating for? Kiri asked. We've already taken down the Dark Mage's minions and wiped out the goblins. All we have to do now is toss away the loot, injure each other a little, and leave the gate like survivors. It was a smart plan, maybe even the only way they could get out without raising suspicions, or being interrogated. But L didn't look convinced. He stared at the items they'd gathered, especially one in particular, the shimmering feather he had taken from William's corpse. I know I said we should ditch the loot after beating the boss. But this is a phoenix feather. He held it up, mesmerized. A single one of these boosts fire magic damage by 30%. And unlike most other items, this one can stack effects. Now I get it, L thought, his eyes narrowing. Now I understand why, in my past life, everyone in this gate was slaughtered. It was because of this. A hidden treasure no one wanted to give up. This thing's worth everything. There's no way I'm leaving it behind. He clenched it tightly, already making up his mind. Kiri could see the greedy gleam in L's eyes, and quickly stepped in to remind him of the risks. If we try to take items out of the gate without declaring them, we'll be suspected of foul play, she warned. If I recall correctly, you were the one who brought that up first, Palm. Don't let greed get the better of you, just stick to the plan. Especially since we've already found an exit gate near the watch post. She was trying to talk him out of doing something reckless, but before anyone could argue further, a strange sight caught their attention. A small snail slowly made its way toward them. But this wasn't just any snail, it was a scavenger snail. Unlike its more aggressive monster cousins, this one wasn't hostile at all. In fact, it had a habit of sniffing out and collecting items. And it had one unique trait: its shell grew larger the more loot it stored. In my previous life, Elle thought with a quiet smile, they only discovered these little guys after the gates began opening in mass. Right on cue, the snail began rifling through its own shell, then slowly pulled out the phoenix feather and offered it to Elle. He smiled. So I managed to get it out without triggering any alarms. You used the snail? Kiri asked, stunned. How did you even know that would work? But Elle had no intention of explaining. Better to keep things quiet and just see what methods actually worked than argue theory. Kiri didn't press him any further. Instead, she pivoted to what mattered next. So what's the plan now? She asked. I went along with your crazy scheme, now what? Elle calmly handed her something. Here, take this. It'll ease your nerves. A sedative. Don't worry, he added. Those bastards already infiltrated the Signos Knights. That's why we have to keep this completely secret. If we make one wrong move, they'll just dig deeper and disappear. But by now they should have made contact. Let's just wait and see. Scene transition inside the villain's castle. The white-haired man stood silently, his grip tightening around the mission report in his hand. His eyes scanned the page, his jaw clenched in anger. Behind him, a subordinate began reciting the summary aloud. The merchant guilds of Genis and Dig wiped out. The Magia organization, gone. Gold Richie, El Nido and Sky, all neutralized. The raid has officially failed. They claim it was because the raid boss was too powerful. The subordinate continued. Only 3 survivors, all from the Gafor Guild, barely escaped. There were some whispers during the debriefing that someone may have sabotaged the operation, but the suspicions were focused on rival merchant guilds, not us. In short, they have no evidence. We remain clean. Though the mission failed, our identities remain safe. Please allow me to begin preparations for our next move. But the white-haired man wasn't convinced. No evidence, he said slowly, voice cold and calculating. You really think we got away clean? Our plan was simple: wipe them all out and take control of the raid boss. If that's the case, then those 3 survivors must have encountered William. He narrowed his eyes. And yet, in El Palm's report, there's no mention of him at all. The subordinate quickly voiced his thoughts, but there was no reason to hide it, right? Even if that's true, they still can't pin this on our merchant guild, he said. We've already scattered our members across every guild out there. There's no reason for us to cover anything up. The white-haired villain turned back to the subordinate and laid out a new hypothesis. What if the mastermind behind this isn't just some ordinary merchant guild? What if it's one of his disciples? He said. Voice low but sharp. The only ones who know the Black Mage's disciples have returned are us. What if that's their real goal? No way, the black-haired subordinate's worry deepened. If what you say is true, then we're in serious trouble. We have to eliminate the infiltrators before they get exposed. But the white-haired man wasn't afraid of anything. A spark of excitement lit his eyes. An invitation, who? Ha. Interesting. Fine. I accept. But we'll have to change the stage. To make them the 101st guest. With a wicked grin, he set the report ablaze in his hand. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the forest, a new gate appeared. This time, it was for a group of 50 people. Cut to a future time, a hellscape born from extreme poverty. In this place, human decency had become a luxury people could no longer afford. I watched as my little sister suffered from black blood disease, enduring constant pain every single day. I couldn't even protect the last member of my family from death. This place had always been a living hell for me. Oh, still alive? Looks like you're in a tough spot. Need a hand, said a silver-haired female warrior, speaking to Debo with an almost casual kindness. But in response, he shot her a glare filled with hostility and snapped, "Get lost." That was the first time Debo met Aran. Scene shifts to an unnamed battlefield. Debo had just finished off a monster and shouted proudly, "All right. I'm number 1 again." Nearby, a few annoyed voices chimed in, "If only I'd been 30 seconds faster. Looks like dishwashing duty gets decided today." "Debo, you're way too full of yourself." Aran, standing atop a pile of monster corpses, laughed and called out, "Seems like we've cleared everything. Good work, everyone. Let's head out." 1 year, that's how long it took for my worth to change. She's a cold but kind-hearted hero. A path clearer, a protector. She opened my eyes to the real world. Of course, my goal is to support her. Haha, getting real combat experience from the abandoned mine to the trial caverns? That was amazing. Thanks for the opportunity. The white-haired guy laughed, clearly enjoying himself, which only irritated Debo further. "Can't you see I'm not in the mood? Quit laughing already." Yeah, Debo. You're seriously slacking. You call yourself Aran's disciple, but if you want to be recognized, you better step up. I told you to stop bringing that up. Debo yelled, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Meanwhile, Captain Aran paid no mind to their teasing. Instead, she turned and asked the girl behind her, "Do you think we're heading in the right direction, Shannon?" "I believe so," Shannon replied. "There are traces up ahead, ones my brother left behind. Something in the air has changed. I had no idea a place like this existed in the Elnas mountain range." Backtrack to a few days earlier, Shannon had been pleading with Aran. "Please. The abandoned mine in the Elnas mountains is far too dangerous. I can't go there alone. No one's willing to help me. I need your strength to find my brother." Across from her, Aran listened quietly before hitting her with some cold, hard truth. "You've come to the wrong place. I don't handle personal matters like this. Taking you along would only slow us down. My principle is to only bring people with third-tier combat ability or higher. You'd just be a liability. And there's no guarantee your brother is even still alive. Go find another adventurer." At that moment, Shannon's face sank into deep despair. Just when she thought all hope was lost, Debo stepped in from behind and spoke up. "Aran, sorry for butting in, but we're her last hope. No adventurers have gone near the trial cavern since that final expedition. I want to help her. I'll take full responsibility for her safety. Please reconsider." That was the reason Aran's group ended up inside the cavern. After some time spent searching, they finally discovered the first corpse. "Is this one?" Shannon murmured, staring at the body of what looked to be a mage. But with just one glance, she shook her head. "No, that's not my brother." "I see. I guess. That's fortunate in a way. But why did this guy die here? Those wounds, they don't look like they were caused by monsters." "Exactly. Judging by the condition of the body, he's been dead for about a week. Wait, if he's not the one, then this guy must be." Before the person could finish their thought, a massive shadow suddenly dropped from above, crashing into the ground with a powerful blast that sent shockwaves through the cavern. The explosion sent Debo flying, but in the chaos, he managed to grab and shield Shannon just in time. "What the hell is going on?" "No way, damn it, that's Zakum. Get back, stay behind me." Debo growled through clenched teeth as he charged forward to intercept the hulking stone statue barreling toward them. However, before Debo could even make a move, Aran had already swung her axe and blasted the monster's massive arm away, barking out orders. "Debo, we'll flank it from the left, let's finish this thing off." Fueled by adrenaline, he shouted back in excitement while the rest of the group charged in alongside them. Together, they unleashed a full-on tactical assault, surrounding the beast and pummeling it in coordinated strikes. After a grueling battle, they finally brought the monster crashing to the ground. "Is that the damn thing everyone's been talking about?" Debo huffed, breathing heavily from the fight. But he didn't have time to catch his breath. One of the knights nearby suddenly looked around and shouted, "Where's Shannon? Has anyone seen her? What? Debo blurted out in shock. Scanning the area, he spotted a single hair clip on the ground. Shannon's. Don't tell me she went in by herself. Damn it. What was she thinking? At the same time, Aren turned toward the dark depths of the cave with a serious look and warned, "We have to be careful." She probably sensed a powerful energy coming from inside. What? Are you saying there's something in there? Someone asked. I'm not sure, Aren replied. I can't say exactly what it is, but whatever's in there, it's incredibly powerful and dangerous. Back to Debo, since he had promised to protect Shannon, and knowing this happened on his watch, he stepped forward to take responsibility. I'll go in and bring her back. This is my fault. I said I'd protect her. The rest of you stay here and guard the entrance. Debo, calm down. The swordsman beside him said. Didn't you hear what Aren just said? I'll go with you, the knight added. Whatever's inside is a threat to the Wingard realm. I have a duty to stop it. All right, that settles it, Aren said, making the call. Let's move. Without hesitation, the group headed deeper into the cavern. After making their way down the winding path, they finally spotted Shannon sitting beside someone under a tree in the distance. There, it's Shannon, someone called out in relief. But when they noticed the body lying next to her, they paused. Wait, that's a corpse. As they rushed closer, Shannon looked up and gave a faint nod. Yes, that's my brother. Behind her, Aran's gaze sharpened, a cold chill running down her spine. Her instincts screamed that something wasn't right. Damn it, the worst has happened. Shannon, stay where you are. I'm coming to you, Debo shouted. But instead of hope, Shannon's face was clouded with despair. You followed me, Debo. I knew you would. You're a good person. But I can't go back now. Do you know what Zakum really is? She looked at him, eyes filled with sorrow. Everyone thought that thing we fought earlier was Zakum, but it wasn't. The real Zakum is the giant tree itself. You haven't even begun the real fight yet. Shannon, what are you talking about? Debo shouted back, alarmed by her sudden change in tone and words that sounded like pure madness. But before Debo could say anything else, Aren held out her hand to stop him. Thanks for the warning. This is clearly a whole different form, Shannon, she said, her voice steady but serious. I'll destroy this tree demon, so don't worry. Just get out of here. It's too dangerous. If the tree falls, you could be trapped inside. Or, is there something you haven't finished yet, like offering up your brother as a sacrifice, perhaps? Her words carried weight and intent, but unfortunately they came just a bit too late. Shannon reached into her brother's clothes and pulled out a glowing gemstone. She still sounded confused, almost innocent, as she muttered. What? It already began the moment you all stepped inside. Zakum's influence is already here. It'll possess you all. And once it does, it'll control you completely. Even as she spoke, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the gem in her hand. Without warning, Debo was stabbed from behind by none other than the swordswoman Miria. He had no time to react. And she wasn't the only one. The white-haired warrior, too, had fallen under Zakum's control. He suddenly lunged forward, launching a spear strike straight at Aran. Debo collapsed to the ground, clutching his side as blood dripped from his lips. Miria, what did you just do? He coughed, his voice shaking in disbelief. Correction noted, Miria is indeed a woman. My bad for not catching that detail earlier. From Debo's blurred vision, he saw that Miria now looked utterly deranged, her eyes vacant and wild. You're killing my friends, she screamed, but the voice wasn't her own. It was Zakum speaking through her. Behind them, Shannon's laughter echoed eerily through the cavern. Haha, it's pointless now. To them, you two are nothing but threats that must be eliminated. Everything ends here. Let's wrap up this little performance, for the Black Mage. As she spoke, her entire demeanor changed. The gentle, desperate girl they had known was gone, replaced by something cold, dark, and far more sinister. Back with Debo, his body trembled from the pain of his wound. Was it possible? Had she really been possessed by Zakum? The thought raced through his mind. Meanwhile, Aran's voice suddenly rang out, sharp and commanding. Debo, don't freeze up like that, finish it. That's not Miria anymore, get a grip. I know, damn it, Debo growled through clenched teeth. As Aran activated her power-boosting ability, a layer of energy enveloped her body, and she launched herself into battle against the freshly reawakened stone warriors. Damn it all, I screwed up, Debo cursed himself inwardly. I never should have pushed everyone to come here. This is all my fault. Fueled by guilt and rage, he charged forward and slammed his axe into Miria. I'm sorry, Miria, he whispered. But she didn't die right away. She reached out a trembling hand toward his face, startling him enough to make him swing again, carving a deep slash across her chest. But Miria didn't attack. She gently caressed his cheek and murmured softly, "Thank you, take care of Aran for me." With that, she collapsed into his arms, lifeless, leaving Debo drowning in even deeper regret. Meanwhile, Aran, having cleared out the stone puppets blocking her path, charged straight toward the tree demon, the true mastermind behind all of this. So this is your real form, huh? She snarled as she hurled a powerful energy slash straight at the massive tree. But it didn't land. A stone arm rose from the earth to block it. Then, without hesitation, the stone creature launched a colossal punch toward Aran. She twisted midair, dodging just in time. At the same moment, Debo climbed up its other arm, joining the assault. Let's shred this thing to pieces, Aran. Ah, he roared. Both fighters unleashed a relentless flurry of combo attacks, their blades and axes slicing again and again into the stone titan's body. But even after taking a brutal beating, the monster remained absurdly tough, completely unfazed. This damn thing, Debo growled as he barely managed to hold back another crushing blow from Zakum's massive fist. But just as he was locked in this struggle, a shadow lunged at him from the side. I offer my life to the Supreme One. Shannon's voice rang out, now twisted with madness. She gripped her glowing sword, ready to unleash some terrifying skill. However, before she could activate it, Aran rushed in and brought her axe down with devastating force, sending Shannon straight to the underworld. Now there's just the stone bastard left, Aaron muttered coldly. Debo, panting beside her, nodded grimly. Yeah, and it's not gonna go down easy. But just then, a wave of dark, corrupting energy suddenly surged through Debo's body. He clutched his head and screamed in agony. Aran only had to glance at him to understand what was happening. Debo, no, it can't be, she muttered. Aran, don't. You have to take me down quick, before I do something I can't undo. He shouted, desperation twisting his voice. Aran could tell it was already too late to save him. She gritted her teeth, furious and heartbroken. Damn it all. Forgive me, Debo, she growled. Mana began to surge around her axe, wrapping it in crackling energy. Seeing her determination, Debo gave a weak, pained smile. Yeah, maybe this is for the best. A punishment for all those stupid thoughts of mine. I'm sorry, everyone. This is all on me, he screamed silently in his mind, the pain intensifying. But then suddenly the pain stopped. Everything around him shifted. Denev? What's my sister doing here? What's going on? Who brought her here? Was it you? His gaze snapped toward Aran, now filled with madness. Zakum had taken full control of his mind. You brought my sister into this. I won't forgive you. He roared. Aran stood her ground. Don't worry, I'll end this quickly, she said, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of hesitation because it was clear now. Debo had fully succumbed to Zakum's corruption. Without warning, Zakum and the corrupted Debo launched a joint attack on Aran. The stone giant slammed a massive fist at her, forcing her to leap backward just in time to dodge. But Debo was already there, using the opening to swing his axe. The blade sliced through her cloak, and before she could recover, Debo delivered a swift roundhouse kick aimed straight at her face. Aaron blocked it with her arm. Chech, his reflexes are way too sharp, she thought grimly as the onslaught continued. Blow after blow, Debo pushed her back. When Aaron finally managed to retreat a step and release a wave of energy from her axe, Zakum's stone arm once again blocked the attack. But she wasn't done yet. In an instant, Aaron dashed around behind the fourth stone arm and unleashed a powerful skill final toss, severing the massive limb. The ground erupted as pillars of ice burst forth, shaking the battlefield. Debo's body was sent flying by the shockwave, his fate uncertain. But with him momentarily out of the way, Aran seized the opportunity to finish the fight. Let's end this, final blow, she shouted, unleashing another skill that summoned a massive phantom bear behind her. But just as she prepared to strike, she noticed without knowing when Debo had climbed atop the stone statue, and was now diving straight toward her. Debo, you damned fool, this is my only chance. I can't stop now, I'm sorry, she thought silently, clenching her teeth. With no hesitation, the phantom bear charged forward with overwhelming force, smashing the demonic tree's core into pieces. Time seemed to blur after that. Zakum was finally destroyed, and with it, the grip it held on Debo faded away. What's happening? Zakum, is it still?" he muttered in a daze. But a voice interrupted him. "So you're finally awake, huh? That's good. I thought I'd have to leave without saying goodbye," Aaron said with a tired smile. Debo's eyes widened in horror. His axe was buried in her body. His face turned pale. "Aaron, no, did you? You weren't supposed to. Why? Why did you? I told you to kill me, didn't I? Why didn't you?" His voice cracked as his body trembled uncontrollably. "Debo, 800 years ago. I know we already failed once," she said weakly. "I'm no longer the one destined to stop the Black Mage. But you have something I didn't. You're strong, Debo. So much more than I ever was at your age." "No, Aaron, don't say that. I can't. I'll never be as strong as you." "Never," Debo cried, his voice raw and desperate. But there was nothing he could do to stop what was coming. Aaron gently placed her hand on his arm, her strength fading with every second. "Debo, I entrust the Wind Seal Realm to you. You're my only disciple. I know you'll carry this burden well. I'm just a little tired now. I think I'll sleep for a bit now." "Aaron, wake up. Don't close your eyes, please, open them, Aaron," he screamed in helpless anguish. And that was how Aaron was lost forever. I had to be the one to deliver the heartbreaking news to her friends, her fellow heroes. After that, I left the place where it all happened. Because without Aaron's presence, it no longer felt like somewhere I belonged. It felt more like hell. I had failed to protect the one person I had searched so long to find. I couldn't atone for my own sins. I couldn't even fulfill the final wish of the person I respected most. This place, he thought silently, just before his body was blown apart by the Dark Mage's firepower. Back in the present timeline, Debo slowly woke up. "Oh, you're awake," Dinev said, clearly relieved. "I was so worried since you were unconscious for so long, even though you weren't hurt." "Oh, right, you were talking in your sleep too. Bad dreams." She gave a soft laugh. Debo scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. He didn't remember a thing. Suddenly, the sound of the doorbell rang out, catching Dinev's attention. "Huh? Who could that be? I don't remember anyone saying they'd stop by." "Coming," she called out, rushing to the door. Moments later, she shouted back inside, "Hey. Someone's here to see you. Someone's looking for me." Debo asked dully, dragging himself to the front door. The person waiting outside. None other than our main character L. "Debo. Our plan's been pushed forward. Get ready, we don't have the luxury of rest anymore." "Seriously? Not even a single day off?" Debo groaned. That only made Elle more confused. "Didn't you just get plenty of rest?" "Oh come on, why do you even ask?" Debo muttered, rubbing his temples. "And what's with the change of plans this time? You better be paying me more for this. 200,000 mesos should be fair." "Absolutely not." Elle snapped back instantly, leaving no room for negotiation. To understand their current mission, we need to go back to the secret meeting between Elle and Abbas. Naturally, while Abbas didn't believe Elle had the guts to stab him in the back, he still summoned him to get the full story on what happened inside the Red Gate. "The goblins didn't, huh? So they wiped out 97 people. But you somehow made it through by expanding your magic circle." "Yes, that's correct," Elle replied with a calm nod. But his answer didn't satisfy Abbas. He couldn't comprehend what was going through Elle's head to say something so bland. "You don't know anything more than that," he pressed. "Let me be clear, unless you give me enough information, you're not getting paid for this gate job. And I'm sure you need that money, don't you?" He was trying to pressure Elle. Unfortunately for him, he'd picked the wrong guy to intimidate. Without missing a beat, Elle pulled out a thick wad of cash from the pouch on his waist. "Looks like I made a mistake," he said, placing the money on the table. "Let me settle my debt first. That's 2 million mesos. I'm paid in full now." With that payment, Elle's contract with the Gafor Merchant Guild was officially over. He was now free to come and go as he pleased, and the guild couldn't touch him. Abbas realized this immediately, and his expression changed. "How the hell did this brat make that much money?" he thought. "What we've been paying him doesn't come close to this. Has he been secretly cashing in this whole time? And why now? Is he planning to squeeze as much out of this intel as possible?" Abbas exhaled sharply and clapped his hands. "Well then," he said, trying to stay composed, "looks like we'll need a new contract. Tell me, how much are you asking for the sign-on bonus this time? I'll do what I can to match it." 50 million mesos, El replied plainly. 50 million. Abbas barked, jumping in his seat. That's outrageous. For a Class C insurance claim. No one in their right mind would pay that. In that case, I suppose this conversation is over, El said coolly, rising from his seat and walking out. Back to the present. As they made their way through the streets, Debo glanced over at him. So? How'd it go? He declined after hearing the price I asked for, El replied. Wait, how much did you ask for? Debo asked, curious he knew how deep the Gafford Guild's pockets went. 50 million mesos. What? 50 million? Are you insane? Debo shouted in the exact same tone Abbas had used earlier. But El didn't see anything unreasonable about the number. Nope. Tech, you always pull stuff like this, and never tell me anything, Debo grumbled, then turned his eyes forward. Anyway, why are we even going to a place like this? You know this place. Of course I do, Debo said darkly. This is the slums. When I was younger, there wasn't a single thing I wouldn't do to escape this place. Where I live now isn't great, but compared to this dump, it's paradise. I heard this used to be the most vibrant district in Liss. Yeah, well, that's ancient history. Now it's just a breeding ground for criminals. Probably the worst place on all of Victoria Island, Debo muttered, his tone heavy with bitter memories. And just as Debo had warned, the moment the two of them stepped into the area, they stumbled straight into a street fight. A large man came flying through the air and crashed near their feet. And before they even had time to react, a group of thugs had already surrounded them. Well, technically, they had surrounded the big guy on the ground. El and Debo had just happened to get caught in the crossfire. Damn it, and here I thought things were finally going smooth, the man on the ground growled through gritted teeth. Debo let out a long sigh and shook his head. Looks like trouble's brewing. We should take the long way around. This place is exactly like I remember it. But before the two could slip away, the man suddenly sprang to his feet and dragged them right into the mess. Oh, thank God, my big bros are finally here, he cried dramatically, pointing at El and Debo. These bastards accused me of stealing and just jumped me out to nowhere. Please, help me. Tears streamed down his face as he played the victim, which pushed Debo, who absolutely hated getting dragged into other people's drama, over the edge. What the hell is this guy saying? You calling us your big bros? Who's gonna believe that with a straight face? Unfortunately, there were some fools who did believe it. So they're your bosses, huh? One of the thugs said, eyeing them suspiciously. Well then, your little bro here stole from us and sold the goods. If you're really in charge, then cough up the money and we'll let it slide. 3 million mesos. Now. The pig-faced thug raised a knife toward them threateningly, while the big guy who clearly loved chaos kept fanning the flames. Did you see me steal anything? He shot back, smirking. With those tiny eyes? Please, what could you possibly see? Stop blaming innocent people. Beat it. That smug grin of his pushed the thug's rage to the limit. You bastard. You really want to die, huh? But before things could explode, El casually tossed several stacks of cash at the guy's face. 3 million mesos, right? It's paid. Now get lost. What? Why'd you do that? Debo shouted, completely baffled. Are you serious right now? El didn't even answer. He was already staring straight at the man they'd just saved. You. Ralph, come with me. And just like that, the three of them ducked into a nearby alley to talk in private. So let me get this straight, Ralph said. You're here to recruit me. What about payment? El shrugged. I'm broke. What I threw earlier was all I had. Then who are you working for? Ralph asked suspiciously. No one. El's flat answer made Ralph's face twist with irritation. You've got to be kidding me. Why would I join a team with that kind of setup? Debo, watching the whole thing, was shaking with anger. You damn freelooter. Give us back the 3 million we just paid for you. Oh, that money. Ralph said innocently. Did I ask you to pay for me? I don't remember agreeing to anything. You two acted on your own. He leaned in with a cocky grin. And since you came all the way here to recruit me, I'm guessing you already know what I can do. So how about this? I'll cut you a special deal. I'll join your team for just 3 million mesos. Fair enough. He laughed while Debo looked ready to explode. You rotten bastard. As the tension between Debo and Ralph was heating up, suddenly a voice interrupted from nearby. Sorry to bother you all. My name's Beiju and I'm from the Kenya Merchant Association. May I ask if El Palm is here? That's me. El replied with a smile. Upon hearing El's confirmation, Beiju continued, Nice to meet you. Honestly, I wish we didn't have to meet in such a shabby place. But things didn't go as planned, so please forgive me. Our association highly values your skills. Since you've successfully conquered a 100-person gate, although this is a bit sudden, I'll be straightforward, we want to recruit your team. Of course you'll need to pass a simple gate clearance test. We'll pay an advance of 3 million mesos upfront, and if you pass, the contract bonus will be 50 million mesos. Are you interested in joining us? El's face broke into a smile at that, and just like that, the contract was sealed. Before leaving, Beiju added, The gate clearance challenge will be held 3 days from now. I wish you the best of luck. Hee hee. Talk about an unexpected windfall, boss. Debo chuckled, unable to hold back his excitement. But before El's hands could warm up from receiving the money, he tossed it over to the greedy Ralph beside him. That's the money you asked for. The contract lasts 10 years. After a successful gate clearance, I'll give you another 7 million. Watching this, Debo genuinely thought El must have eaten something expired to act like this. What? Wait, boss, did you eat something bad today? You're seriously giving that kind of person 10 million? Ignoring Debo's complaints, El said, Let's go. We're already late for the next appointment. What? There's still another place we have to go. Debo groaned. When he saw who their next visitor was, Debo's face couldn't hide his shock. It was Kiri, the loud girl who had accompanied them inside the red gate. Boss. Why is that noisy girl here? He whispered. Quiet. I'm just here to keep my promise, she snapped. Time flew by, and 3 days later, at the test gate, the weather was perfect for clearing a gate. Debo commented, A perfect day to clear the gate. He glanced around at the competitors, counting. There are 5 teams, 50 people total. That should be enough to clear this, right? He smiled brightly, knowing that success meant a 50 million mesos reward from Beiju. However, seeing such a large number of people, Ralph began to complain. Ugh, we have to bring along a bunch of useless people again. Is the money I earn going to be cut down or what? Meanwhile, Beiju, after seeing that everyone had gathered, stepped forward to speak. Hello, I'm Beiju from the Kenya Merchant Association. As you all know, this time the gate is an orange level 1, with a maximum of 50 people and 3 cracks. I believe that with this many people, conquering this gate will be no problem, she said, continuing with more details. On the side, from the moment Beiju recruited him, El had already guessed the villainous nature of this group, their disciples, or rather, he figured the Kenya Merchant Association was recruiting him. But he hadn't expected they'd bring him here. It seemed they'd started using this place now. Although the timing was a bit different from his past life, he had already conquered this gate once before. His plan wouldn't change, he thought quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Beiju's voice continued, Please remember, all teams must fire signal flares if you discover the second gate. The second gate? What's that? Debo asked, puzzled. Kiri, the knight, sighed and explained patiently, The gates are categorized by color levels. The second gate means there's an additional dungeon inside this gate. Yellow gates have 2, blue ones have 3. Orange gates have 2 dungeons, so we'll have to clear another dungeon inside. And the second gate will have completely different terrain and monsters. Remember that well, dummy. Surprised at Debo's lack of knowledge, El started to feel a bit worried. Then a voice interrupted. Your name's El Palm, right? Let me make one thing clear. Even though I've signed a contract with you, I haven't decided who will be team leader yet. Isn't the leader chosen based on ability? El asked with a smile. The other man laughed. Ha, so you're the greedy type? Ha, fine. We'll decide the team leader based on contributions inside the gate. Seeing El agree so easily, Ralph smiled like he'd hit the jackpot in his heart. Haha, this rookie's already fallen for it. Once I become team leader, things are going to get interesting. Well then, good luck, Beiju said as she bid farewell to everyone. One by one they stepped inside the gate. Finally it was starting. If we manage to clear this gate, that's 50 million meso, boss. Let's finish clearing this crack gate right now, Debo said confidently. Ralph teased him a little. Pef, do you really think we came here for camping? I guess we won't be seeing this clueless kid anymore. Damn it, I'm not holding back anymore. Let's go. Debo shouted angrily, flipping Ralph off at the same time. But Ralph didn't care one bit about the provocations. Why would I go in there when the outcome's already clear? I don't do stuff that doesn't earn money. Why's that? Damn it, why'd the boss recruit that bastard into the team? Debo complained, feeling the tense atmosphere break a little and wondering silently. Before he could finish, as soon as they stepped through the gate, the scene before Debo was chaos. All the adventurers were being attacked by a horde of one-eyed lizard-like monsters. Their formation instantly fell apart. Help! Everyone hold the line, splitting up means death, shouted the panicked voices. Run, it's those eyeball demons. These eyeball demons were monsters native to Alinea, recognized by their giant single eye and moving on two arms. Back to the story. Right after Debo entered, he immediately became the target of the monsters. Before he could even react to the sudden attack, a lizard jumped on him, pinning him to the ground. Luckily, he reacted quickly, using both hands to clamp its mouth shut, preventing the monster from delivering a fatal bite. Oh God! What the hell is this thing? He muttered nervously, struggling against the monster's strength. He shuddered as its long tongue started licking him. The monster was smart too, sensing its mouth was blocked. It immediately tried to claw him. But luck was on Debo's side. At that moment, Ralph stepped through the gate. Seeing the situation, he charged forward and kicked the monster hard, sending it flying into a nearby tree. Calm down, damn it, Ralph grumbled. The knight who had just entered looked dazed at the scene, saying, "This is absurd. The gate opens right in the middle of a monster horde." Up ahead, the eyeball demons grew more and more excited as more people showed up, charging wildly to attack. In response to their frenzy, El immediately fired his rocket, skewering one of the monsters. However, he couldn't help but wonder, based on his previous life, when storming this gate before, the eyeball demons never brought the entire horde right to the gate's opening. Could this be a different pattern from his past experience? El pondered silently. Switching scenes to Kiri, she started using her advanced solar skill to attack. But somehow, the monsters barely dodged her strike. They dodged that, she thought, continuing her assault. Yet again, one of the lizard monsters spun its body mid-air in an incredible dodge. What kind of movement is that? I can't predict it at all, she wondered. Before she could think more, the monster whipped its tail, knocking her far away. Then 4 or 5 more monsters rushed over, aiming to swarm the knight. Suddenly, out of nowhere, their bodies exploded, blown apart by someone's attack. Nearby, Debo was struggling to hold off a monster, muttering, "This is driving me crazy." Suddenly, a shadow dashed toward him and punched the eyeball demon in the face, causing it to explode into pieces. The one who intervened was none other than Ralph. With that, the reckless young horse team had already lost 2 members. Then someone from the cool-headed team stepped in. "Always dramatic, huh? No need to thank me. Just keep fighting like that until we're out of here so I can be the center of attention," the man said with a grin. He revealed himself as a level 3 adventurer. Faced with his strength, even Kiri had to admit reluctantly that this was truly the skill of a powerful man. I hate to admit it, but a level 3 really is on another level, she thought. Back to the monsters. At that moment, a reckless lizard demon charged wildly at Ralph, only to be smashed to pieces by a single punch from him. However, the old man didn't get carried away. He stayed sharp and analyzed the situation. Maybe they don't move according to any set pattern. But that's all there is to it. Now the 2 rookies are out of the game, so only El Palm remains with his rocket skill and mind control magic. But he definitely has abilities that caught the attention of the Kenya merchants. I don't know how El fights, but his attack speed is way faster than mine. That guy's going to be useful, Ralph thought. A contract worth 50 million meso is a fortune not everyone can easily get. Judging by how the merchants treat him, they'll probably pay him even more in the future. I can see it. I can see myself swimming in money once I take over this team, he grinned, already imagining his future riches. The happier Ralph got, the more fiercely he started punishing the monsters. This monster, he's just enjoying the thrill of life, Kiri muttered quietly. Kai-ha, this is too exciting. Ralph laughed loudly, throwing punches at the lizard demon, whose face stiffened from the blows. But before Ralph's fist could finish the monster off, El suddenly flew in and kicked him aside. What the why sneak attack me like that? You trying to start a fight? Ralph shouted. Calmly. Elle replied, no need to thank me. Don't talk nonsense. Ralph snapped until he saw countless arrows of light shooting toward the monsters, instantly turning them into piles of honeycomb. If Elle hadn't kicked him away just now, Ralph would have ended up no better than those monsters. On the other side, Ralph finally figured out what was happening, and yelled angrily, what the hell was that just now? Who the hell was that bastard? No one answered, and the monsters kept swarming and attacking the group. The one striking back was a mysterious archer hidden in a tree not far away. At the very moment the archer began gathering energy to ready his arrows, Elle immediately spotted his location. There he is, he said, glancing slightly over his shoulder. Then, a hail of arrows rained down, slaughtering the monsters like a deadly storm. He's already firing. Elle thought silently, while simultaneously launching his rocket straight at the archer's position. The resulting explosion rocked the forest from within. Back with Ralph, seeing how fast Elle reacted earned his respect. He blocked that demon's attack and countered. What a genius move and brave action, Ralph thought. However, before the group could breathe a sigh of relief, Debo's worried voice rang out, Boss, watch out. Elle snapped to attention and noticed 4 or 5 arrows flying at him from behind. They're coming from the opposite side, he realized just before the arrows exploded around him. When the dust cleared, Elle found his arm slightly injured, but it barely bothered him. What truly puzzled him was the direction of those attacks. What's going on? I definitely hit them, didn't I? He wondered, especially as more sudden strikes came from behind. While Elle was still mulling this over, the knight suddenly noticed something and shouted, Pom, it's dangerous here. We have to run. Run. But where? Ralph shouted back as countless arrows rained down on them from above. The arrows weren't just aimed at Elle Pom's group, they targeted every adventurer who had stepped through the gate. Damn it, run. They shouted, but countless people were still pierced by the arrows. Meanwhile, Kiri swung her sun/skill in a wide arc, cutting down all the arrows flying toward her to protect an adventurer behind her. What are you all doing? If you want to live, run toward the forest, she yelled. If we could, we would have been there already. They're waiting for us inside the forest, how can we possibly get through? The adventurer replied, gesturing toward the dense pack of monsters lying in wait. Almost as if answering their desperate hope, suddenly, a powerful fiery spear shot straight ahead, piercing through the monster ranks. Someone's breaking through. Someone yelled. Ralph was the first to dash into the forest. I'm going in first. Don't hesitate, move it. Number 5. Up, he called to the still hesitant group. Meanwhile, the archer showed no intention of letting them off easily, firing volley after volley of arrows. Several people had already fallen. Seeing the worsening situation, Debo shouted anxiously, Boss, if this keeps up we're all going to die. Of course Elle Pom understood immediately. He launched a rocket behind them to counterattack, using the explosion to obscure the archer's vision. Debo, listen carefully. Elle began to instruct, but the details were hidden by the narrator. Back at the archer's position, he was surprised Elle Pom had located him so quickly. He already found my position. Looks like Lord Evoke's worries weren't unfounded. You are Elle Pom, aren't you? Sorry and goodbye. He began focusing his arrows on Elle. But Elle skillfully used nearby tree trunks as leverage to dodge every shot. Chech, how can a mage be so agile? The archer grumbled, then noticed the others and thought, wait, 6 people. One's missing. The one with the rocket. Just then a fireball suddenly appeared behind him, striking directly, and causing a massive explosion. The attacker was none other than Elle Pom himself. Earlier in the chaos, Elle had swapped clothes with Debo, letting Debo pose as him to divert attention, while he snuck around to attack from behind. This time I actually saw the attack land, Elle thought. Meanwhile, Debo heard the explosion and realized the plan had worked. Nice. The costume swap trick worked. All thanks to me, the great Debo, for buying us time. He thought happily before a sudden arrow pierced him, and he collapsed immediately. Debo. Curry cried out anxiously. Elle Pom, not far away, noticed an arrow flying toward him. Suddenly it exploded, releasing countless beams of light flying straight at the fleeing group. No way, help. Damn it, run, everyone shouted. Kiri immediately helped Debo run with her. But at that critical moment, an arrow pierced Kiri's thigh, causing her to scream in pain, and both of them collapsed to the ground. Just then Ralph appeared, hoisting them both up as he ran away. Focus on me. No kid yet, but already playing nurse like an old man. Such a hassle, he grumbled, picking up his pace. Meanwhile, the white-haired archer kept close behind, refusing to let up. It was baffling how he had managed to dodge El Palm's attack earlier. Run wherever you want, but you'll never escape my sight, he snarled, raising his bow once more. However, when he saw the direction they were running, he froze for a moment. What exactly are we running toward this way? I don't know either, just shut up and follow the boss's orders, Debo shouted back. You're about to die and still acting like that, Ralph grumbled, hoisting both of them as he charged through the bushes ahead. The first thing the group saw was a gate leading to the second floor. The second gate. No way. Could El Palm have already known its location? Ralph thought to himself. Well, thanks to him, we might all survive. We're about 100 meters from the enemy. At this distance, we can reach the gate faster than his arrows. He smiled quietly, quickening his pace. Debo guessed what Ralph intended and called out. Wait, don't tell me you plan to go through the second gate without waiting for the boss. Haha, isn't that exactly what he wanted when he led us here? Stop struggling, we'll get to the gate first and wait for him there, Ralph yelled. But at that moment, a volley of arrows suddenly rained down on them from the front. The three couldn't dodge in time, and were struck by the volleys. What just happened? Why did that attack come from the front? Could it be that in such a short time, he's already circled ahead of us? Ralph wondered, but before he could think further, 2 more arrows shot straight at him. Luckily, in the nick of time, Debo's axe flew through the air, blocking the 2 energy arrows. That's the fire pike the boss brought along. I knew he'd save us, damn it. Debo muttered, eyes wide as a huge pillar hurtled toward them, smashing all 3 through the gate. The archer watching from afar was left speechless. Crazy bastards, he thought. Back on the battlefield, a dark blur suddenly darted through the forest. However, it had barely covered a few meters before a light arrow shot down from above, piercing straight through its head. The wide-eyed monster let out a brief screech before dropping dead on the spot. The one who fired the shot was none other than the archer from the Kanya Merchant Guild. Seeing that his kill was just another demon eye creature, the sniper's expression showed a flicker of irritation. Another one of those cursed eye demons? Why isn't he moving? Is he hiding on purpose, trying to buy time while searching for me? How foolish, he thought, sneering inwardly. Fine, then he'll play along and see how long you can keep struggling, El Palm. With that, he smirked and let his mind drift to memories of the past while waiting for El to show himself. It was in year 13 when Lord Evoke took him in. A brutal selection trial had been held, where 300 assassins were forced to battle, until only 5 remained. During those 7 bloody days, no one had been able to locate him, not even once. That's when Lord Evoke gave him the title Phantom. Back in the present, the archer suddenly sensed a faint presence. Without hesitation, he loosed an arrow toward it. But once again it turned out to be another demon eye. His face twisted slightly in annoyance, another miss. At that moment, a blazing fire arrow shot toward him from afar, narrowly missing and slamming into the trunk of a nearby tree. The explosion told him everything. El Palm had figured out his location. Knowing he had been found, the sniper immediately sprang into action, launching himself between the trees in rapid succession to shift positions. Once he landed on another tree, certain he was now out of El's sight, he prepared to strike back. Not bad. But with that last attack, you gave away your position, the assassin thought coldly, drawing his bow. He unleashed 3 powerful light arrows toward a tree down below. The arrows tore through the air, shattering the trunk with explosive force. But as the tree came crashing down, no one was behind it. Just then, another fire arrow curved around the tree and flew straight at him. Startled, he leapt downward to dodge it, watching the explosion erupt where he had just been perched. So, El Palm had used psychic mind link control to mislead him into targeting the wrong spot. Himph. Cheap tricks, he scoffed and bolted across the forest floor. But El wasn't about to let him escape so easily. Drawing on his psychic power, El remotely guided 2 more fire arrows through the trees, sending them snaking toward the fleeing sniper. Up ahead, the archer knew full well his legs couldn't outrun magic projectiles. After a short sprint, he spun on his heel, drew his bow, and fired 3 more light arrows. The projectiles collided mid-air with the incoming fire arrows, triggering a brilliant explosion above. The explosion of flames had temporarily blinded the assassin, making it impossible for him to see what was ahead. I can't see a damn thing, he muttered internally. Just then, another fire arrow came curving around a tree, targeting him from behind. Gritting his teeth, the sniper growled, "Damn it," and quickly fired a counter arrow to intercept it. But this time, the projectile was already too close. Although the two attacks neutralized each other in midair, the force of the blast still sent him flying, rolling across the forest floor. "El Palm, that bastard, you're good," the assassin thought bitterly, his body trembling with rage like someone in the throes of a seizure. Meanwhile, El was hiding behind a nearby tree, fully focused on picking up even the faintest sounds in the forest, trying to locate his opponent. Too quiet, where did he go? He wondered. Annoying bastard. I didn't expect him to be able to hide this well. In my past life, no one could pull this off inside the gate. Could he be an assassin sent by Kanya? Has the future changed, because I failed at the gate of 100? Startled, El froze. From behind, he thought. Confused. He was sure the assassin had been in front of him just moments ago. How had his voice suddenly come from the other direction? On the other side, the archer had now boldly stepped out into the open, calling out with confidence, completely unfazed by the risk of a sneak attack. "You know it too, don't you? There's no point hiding like a rat. You're wasting both of our time. I heard you prefer fighting head-on. What's this now? Are you suddenly the type to cower in the shadows?" He let out an unhinged laugh, like a madman. Ironically, he'd been the one skulking around, ambushing every adventurer who entered the gate just a while ago. Back with El seeing the archer brazenly expose himself like that. El wasn't about to let the chance slip away. Quietly he began advancing, looking for an opening to strike. Still, one question gnawed at him. It's him, no doubt about it. But how did he get there? I didn't sense a thing. Could it be teleportation? Or just a high-speed dash? His eyes narrowed. He was deep in thought when the assassin whispered to himself, "There you are." And in the next instant, a storm of energy arrows launched from behind, homing in on El. He was in serious danger. Cut to the second floor of the gate. The scene shifts to a snow-covered mountain map. Suddenly the teleportation gate glows brightly, and moments later Ralph and the others come crashing out, collapsing into the snow. "Damn it. We left boss behind," Debo growled, clenching his teeth. Ralph scoffed, irritated. "No one forced you to come. What are you so mad about? How can he handle all of this by himself?" Debo said, voice shaking. "I think he already has a plan," someone replied quietly. Just then, something rolled to a stop right in front of Debo, startling him enough to shout, What the hell is this?" He stared wide-eyed. This gate only had 3 traces on record, so what's with all these bones? There's no way just 3 groups died here. This looks like the remains of hundreds of people. Behind him, Kiri stared at the horrific sight and instantly pieced it together. Those damn Kanya bastards, now it all makes sense. They ambushed us back at the first floor, set up traps, and now this. A literal mountain of bones? You still don't get it? Her voice grew sharp and serious. Kanya worships dark mages. I'm sure they lured dozens of adventurers here to block access to the gate. And if they're using assassins too, then El Palm was right. We were the bait. But before she could say more, Uncle Ralph cut in, his voice casual but urgent. Sorry to interrupt this little moment of realization, but maybe save it for later. Looks like the host of this place is really pissed off. He gave a painfully forced smile as he nodded toward the creature standing in front of them, a towering, muscle-bound gorilla-like monster, veins bulging, eyes gleaming with rage. Debo's knees practically gave out. That this is the boss. No one bothered to answer. And that's when Ralph reached for his trump card. His hand gripped the pendant around his neck tightly. Time to pay the rent. He glanced at the others. Say your prayers, kids. I don't bust this one out for just anyone. With that, he activated a hidden power. The pendant erupted in a radiant burst of light. If you had to sum up Ralph's personality in one sentence, it'd be something like obnoxious as hell, a real pain to look at, slave to money, and morally bankrupt. But if you judged him solely as an adventurer, the guy was top tier. Sure, his personality sucked, but his skills were undeniable. He was a top-tier healer, one of the highest-ranked clerics in the entire Third Circle. And now Ralph began casting one of his healing spells. A warm, green glow enveloped both Debo and Kiri, wrapping around their bodies. The light shimmered, and in seconds, their wounds began to mend, clearly visible even to the naked eye. My wounds, they're healing, Kiri murmured, stunned. This guy, he's not even a frontline fighter. He's a healer. But even without using his spells, he's strong enough to fight toe-to-toe. The realization hit her hard as she stared at Ralph, deep in thought. Back to Ralph after healing the other two, he chuckled and said, "Well, if you two are feeling better, time to get to work. Earn the pay I just fronted you, will ya? Because that big guy over there isn't exactly the patient type. Let's see what you've got." Without another word, he spun on his heel and bolted. At the same time, the giant ape clapped its massive hands together and slammed them straight down at him. Luckily, Ralph was fast enough to dodge and not get flattened, but the impact alone was powerful enough to crack the ground wide open. The stone slab Debo and Kiri had been standing on flipped violently from the shockwave. "That damn bastard," Debo muttered through clenched teeth. But before he could react, the giant ape lunged forward and bit down, shattering the slab beneath them into flying rubble. At the last second, Debo leapt aside and grabbed onto one of the beast's exposed fangs, clinging on tightly. The ape flinched in surprise. "Where the hell are you looking?" "Ha!" Debo roared, swinging his axe straight into the monster's eye. The ape shrieked in agony, one eye now blinded. Seizing the moment, Kiri came from behind and slashed deep into its calf, drawing another pained howl from the monster. Furious, the ape tried to grab Debo with a massive hand, but before it could even reach him, Ralph shot in from the side like a rocket. He struck the ape's arm hard, knocking it away, then used the beast's own limb like a springboard to launch himself toward its face, his fist smashing into its snout hard enough to distort its jaw. Enraged, the monster bared its teeth and swung its left fist toward Ralph in a wild counterattack, but he slipped out of range with ease. At the same moment, the ape raised its foot and kicked Kiri like a football, sending her flying across the field. Ralph clicked his tongue. "What a pain," he muttered, and instantly cast another healing spell. The precision of his action stunned Debo. His eyes widened in disbelief. "He's not just healing from the back, he's jumping in, attacking and supporting us too. And his healing, he doesn't waste a single spell. He only casts when we're actually in danger." Meanwhile, Ralph casually pulled out a small notebook from his belt. "Oh, and by the way," he added, "the first round was on the house. But from here on out, I'm charging." He began channeling his enchantment magic, casting powerful buffs onto both of them. "I can feel it," Kiri thought, amazed. "There's power surging through my whole body." Then Ralph cheerfully announced the bill. 100,000 mesos per person. "You crazy bastard." Both Debo and Kiri shouted at once. Time passed quickly, and by now the boss monster was completely wrecked, its body battered and broken, both eyes bleeding so heavily they weren't sure if it had gone blind, and both wounds covered every inch of its frame. Finally, "Damn, that thing was tough," Kiri panted, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. She was utterly drained. Meanwhile, Ralph, the big guy, still looked like he had energy to spare. He rolled his wrists casually and grinned. "Alright, nothing unusual now, let's talk loot division, yeah." Just as he smiled, the barely alive ape monster let out a low, guttural growl as if it knew they were getting ready to carve it up. It opened its mouth and let out a foul, rancid roar that nearly made Debo gag. "Oh god, that stinks. Shut your damn mouth before I shut it permanently," Debo shouted. But then, the monster did something they couldn't have predicted. It reached down, grabbed its severed arm, and shoved it back onto the bloody stump. Then, right before their eyes, the wound began to freeze over, sealing the limb back in place. Just like that, the giant ape that should have been on death's door suddenly looked ready for round two. Meanwhile, elsewhere, El was running for his life, dodging a relentless rain of arrows from the mysterious archer. As he sprinted, his mind raced. "Something's off, I can't pinpoint where he's firing from." A third-tier archer can use arrow warp to teleport, but that only brings them back to a fixed point. It shouldn't allow this kind of movement, he frowned, unable to make sense of the assassin's tactics. On the other end, the archer laughed like he already had the win in the bag. "Haha. Told you it was useless. You're dragging this out, I'm about to fall asleep over here." Frustrated, El fired a fireball blindly behind him, more for distraction than damage. "Where do you think you're aiming?" the archer taunted. "Waste your mana like that, and you'll crash soon enough." Unfortunately, he wasn't wrong. El's face had started to pale, his body showing signs of mana poisoning. Seeing this, the archer picked up the pace, closing the distance. El kept hurling shots behind him to throw off his pursuer's aim. "You're trying to distract me with those spells, just so you can reach the second gate." The archer mused with a smirk. But that's not happening. Up ahead, El was sweating bullets. This is insane, I can't keep outrunning someone I can't even locate. At this rate, I'm screwed. Before he could finish the thought, one of the archer's explosive arrows hit the ground nearby, blasting El off his feet and sending him tumbling through the dirt. He quickly rolled over, yanked a mana potion from his pack, and downed it in one go. No time to overthink, this is it. I'll just have to gamble everything. Teeth clenched, El launched another massive fireball forward. The blaze tore through the air, disintegrating a volley of incoming arrows and continuing straight at the archer. But the bastard sidestepped it effortlessly, and even had the audacity to mock him while doing it. Haha, seriously? You're that dumb? The words had barely left his mouth when the archer's eyes widened in shock. 6 blazing fire arrows had suddenly locked onto him from all directions. His body stiffened. 6 at once, he gasped. What kind of insane spell is that? Did he just use a 3rd-tier mage's ultimate skill while mana shocked? Is he trying to kill himself? He turned toward El, who was clearly writhing in pain from the effects of mana overload. El's reckless move wasn't just random, it was a calculated gamble, one he'd made based on a growing suspicion. If your secret is really what I think it is, then even if it kills me, I'm dragging you out. With that belief driving him, El had used sheer willpower to control the fire arrows with telekinesis, launching them erratically to create chaos. It worked. The archer was forced to dodge wildly, unable to focus or figure out where he even stood in the frenzy. This bastard's lost his mind, the assassin cursed internally. El didn't stop. He gathered energy again, hurling another fireball that sent the archer sprinting through the trees in desperation. Not yet. This isn't over. I have to stay upright, I have to make it to the end, El screamed inside his mind, pushing through the pain as spell after spell erupted from his hands. The forest itself began to tremble from the sheer volume of magic. The assassin, watching El burn through his mana in a frenzy, secretly felt triumphant. You fool! You think flailing like that will hit me? Your fate is sealed. You'll die from mana shock, and you'll feel every bone break before the end comes. The chase turned into a war zone, flames roaring, explosions tearing through trees, a deadly dance of pursuit and retreat deep within the woods. But then suddenly the assassin stopped dead in his tracks. He looked around. Everything was on fire. Wait a second, the whole forest is burning. His eyes narrowed. No, this can't be a coincidence. This bastard, this was his plan all along. Panic flickered across his face. If this keeps up, I'm going to be roasted alive. I need an open space there. He spotted a clearing up ahead and started to move toward it, but then he hesitated. Hold on, a wide open space, right in front of me, at this exact moment. His instincts screamed. It's too perfect. Too convenient. He turned to warn his companion. No, I've got to fall back. This is a trap. But as he spun around, his eyes locked with another archer, one who looked exactly like him. Same bow, same armor, same cold grin. What the hell? There were 2 of them all along. They had taken turns attacking, creating confusion to throw off El's judgment and mislead his senses. The real assassin stood frozen in disbelief. Bro, what are you doing? The younger archer asked, confused by his brother's sudden stop. But the older one didn't get the chance to answer. Just then, from behind, El used his telekinetic ring to hurl a heavy stone slab straight at the younger archer. Above, the older brother instantly realized it was a trap. Damn it, he shouted, quickly raising his bow and firing a shot to intercept the incoming stone, trying to save his younger sibling. But El wasn't finished. Now fully aware that there were 2 enemies, he pushed through the wall of fire without hesitation. His target was clear. With blazing determination, El closed the distance in a flash, cutting through the smoke and heat. Before the younger archer could react, El was already on him. One down, El muttered coldly. Then he struck. As El thrust his staff forward, the younger archer reacted instantly. The moment he sensed the attack, he slammed his bow into the ground and used it as a springboard to launch himself into the air. With that momentum, he spun midair and unleashed a sharp, whirling kick aimed straight at El's face. El had to throw himself backward to narrowly dodge the blow. I don't have time for this, I need to end it now, he reminded himself sharply. Without hesitation, El swung his staff with force, smashing it into the archer's bow and knocking it to the ground. The impact sent the younger brother tumbling off balance and crashing down. Before he could even react, El raised a foot and drove it hard into his gut, sending him flying like a rag doll. But just as El dashed forward to finish the job, a sharp whistling cut through the air, an arrow fired from above, aimed dead center between El and his fallen opponent. Startled, El leapt back. From up above, the older brother had already realized El had figured out their secret. Wasting no more time, he jumped down and shouted, "Get up, Nier. He's out of mana for attacks, this is our chance to finish it." As he landed, he was already drawing his bow, aiming directly at El. However, El was a step ahead. Before the arrow could be loosed, a dagger guided by El's telekinesis came whistling through the air toward the older brother's back. He had to twist his body, aborting his shot just in time to avoid the incoming blade. Eyes narrowing as he spotted the weapon, he muttered in disbelief. A dagger. He's controlling that with telekinesis, on that little mana. Even as he spoke, he zigzagged through the clearing, dodging the knife's relentless pursuit, and closing the distance toward El. The moment he felt he was in striking range, he reached into his jacket, and whipped out a dagger of his own, slashing rapidly at El. El raised his staff to block the flurry of attacks, retreating step by step, and yet he never stopped directing his own dagger in return. But Nier had recovered. He loosed an arrow mid-duel that knocked El's flying dagger out of the air. Enough of these cheap tricks. Nier growled, teeth clenched, drawing his bow once more and aiming at El. But before he could even pull the string, El summoned shards of rubble from the scorched ground around them and sent them crashing into Nier like a stone storm. With a cry of pain, Nier was thrown backward, knocked down again. Up ahead, after regaining his footing, El was already launching a fierce counterattack against the older brother, and shockingly, he was overpowering him. How the hell is a mage this good at close combat? The man thought to himself, completely thrown off by El's aggressive skill. That moment of distraction cost him dearly. El drove a powerful kick straight into his gut, doubling him over in pain with a loud gasp. I can't afford to let my guard down, El reminded himself, eyes sharp. Without hesitation, he directed his flying dagger once more, this time targeting the younger brother behind him. The sudden assault threw Nier off completely before he could even notch an arrow. The dagger struck his bow and sent it clattering out of reach. Seeing the opening, El charged in and raised his staff high, ready to deliver the final blow. But just as he swung, a whistle cut through the air. An arrow from afar pierced through his arm, forcing him to halt mid-strike. The pain was sharp and immediate, throwing his aim off. Nice shot, bro, you're the best. Nier laughed triumphantly. With a smirk, he delivered a spinning kick that sent El flying backward. His staff was knocked from his hands and went skidding across the ground. Nier wasted no time. He sprinted forward, snatched the dagger off the ground, and lunged at El with a flurry of slashes. What you gonna do now with just one arm, huh? He mocked, eyes gleaming. But El didn't flinch. Even with only his left arm, he calmly blocked every attack Nier threw at him. Then, with a swift motion, he knocked the dagger clean out of Nier's grip. Shit, got it. Nier grinned when his hand caught the falling weapon again. What he didn't realize was that El led him. The second Nier's hand gripped the blade, El reached out and seized his wrist, then twisted hard. A series of sharp cracks echoed out as Nier screamed, his mouth open wide in agony. Let go, you bastard. You want to end up with more holes in you, huh? He roared, trying to intimidate El. But his threats fell on deaf ears. El, eyes locked with deadly calm, conjured a fireball in his good hand, and pointed it directly at the both of them while still gripping Nier's arm tightly, ensuring there was no escape. Seeing the fireball ignite in El's hand, Nier's eyes went wide in panic. You crazy bastard, wait a second, he screamed. From behind, the older brother saw what was coming and shouted, no, watch out. But the words had barely left his mouth when a massive explosion erupted between the two fighters, shaking the forest and sending a shockwave rippling through the trees. Nier's body was flung through the air like a ragdoll, crashing hard against the trunk of a nearby tree. I can't breathe like this, Nier thought to himself, his lungs burning, his mind reeling. Meanwhile, his brother stood frozen, staring in shock at a green shimmer of light hovering before him. What is that? He muttered. Back to Nier, he pulled up part of his cloak to cover his mouth and nose from the smoke, eyes darting frantically in every direction. Shit, where is my brother? Where the hell did he go? Panicked, he sprinted through the forest trying to locate him, but before he could spot a single trace, El suddenly appeared beside him out of nowhere. And in his hands, where he got it was unclear. El now held a spear. Without hesitation, he thrust the weapon straight at Nier. You clingy piece of shit. Just die already. Nur snapped, furious. He ripped off his cloak and flung it over L's face to block his vision, then gripped his dagger tight and lunged in for the kill. A flash of blood split the air, but whose neither could immediately tell. Outside, the older brother finally watched the green barrier shatter into fragments. Alarmed, he rushed inside. It broke. What the hell just happened? Don't tell me, he muttered, eyes scanning the smoke-filled battlefield. And there up ahead he spotted a figure coughing violently. It was near, or so it seemed. A few feet beyond him, another body lay motionless, face down in the dirt. Panicked, the older brother ran straight to Nier, grabbing him by the arms. Get up, Nier. This isn't the time, we've wasted too much already. We need the phoenix feather but he stopped. Mid-sentence, his voice caught in his throat as a horrifying realization dawned on him. The person had just picked up wasn't Nier. It was the enemy. And in that split second, as his mind processed the mistake, L slipped behind him, locked his arm around his neck, and in one swift, cold motion drove the dagger deep. The older brother's head dropped, lifeless. God, I'm so sick of damn archers, L muttered to himself. Then, without another word, he collapsed into the burning forest, body finally giving out after the brutal fight. Back to the battle with Ralph's group once the giant ape recovered. It went berserk, throwing punches that nearly knocked all three of them out. Debo, the young guy, took the brunt of it. Probably because earlier he had chopped off one of the monster's arms with his axe. So the ape was paying extra attention to him. It swung out 5 massive punches. Though none of them landed directly, the shockwaves from those blows still sent Debo flying to the side, his whole body trembling from the pain. Not wanting to waste any more time, the giant ape clenched its fist and threw another powerful punch. But at that moment, Uncle Ralph charged in from behind to attack. The ape noticed right away and swung its arm backward to strike Ralph. Unfazed, Ralph gathered energy into his fist to meet the blow head-on. Too slow. Ralph shouted, then unleashed a rapid barrage straight into the ape's face, causing it to stagger and fall to one side. Though pained, the hit didn't deal much lasting damage. This thing is tough, Ralph muttered, eyeing the icy patch on the ape's head. Still standing, Ralph was deep in thought when the ape suddenly slapped him across the face like swatting a fly, making Ralph scream in agony. Damn it. Just as Ralph was about to get pummeled into a pulp, Kiri suddenly burst onto the scene and unleashed a fierce slash that cut off one of the ape's fingers, making it howl in pain like a burning house. After finishing, she reached out to Ralph and said, I've got your back. You're clear now. Without wasting time, the knightess hoisted Ralph onto her back and ran down the slope. The ape was already in a frenzy, but losing its finger pushed it into full-blown madness. It started wildly punching and kicking around. Kiri had no choice but to run for her life like a duck escaping a storm. Once the two were far away, the beast gathered power in its legs and launched itself straight into the air like a cannonball. Then, using the force of its landing, it slammed its huge fists onto the ground, performing a hammer strike that sent violent shockwaves, rippling outward toward the group. Freed from immediate danger, Uncle Ralph used healing magic to treat all three of them. Then they prepared to fight back again. Debo, now leading the group, turned and asked, Hey, have you figured out how to take this thing down yet? If we keep going like this before he could finish, a sudden warning voice echoed behind them. Behind you. Behind me. What? Debo spun around just in time to see the appeased giant hand reaching for him. Luckily, he stayed alert and dodged just in time. It's that big. Tell me more, he shouted. Enough talking. Just distract it for me so I can target its weak spots, Ralph ordered. Following the plan, Debo gripped his weapon tightly and charged in for a direct attack, simultaneously harassing the beast to create an opening for Ralph's strike. He used his axe to block a massive fist from the monster, then quickly yelled, Hurry up. Seeing this, Kiri and Ralph didn't waste a second and rushed forward at full speed to attack. However, the giant ape swung its arm and knocked them aside. Meanwhile, Debo ran up along the monster's arm, moving closer to its shoulder. So it's smart after all. I thought it was just a big dumb brute, he muttered. The beast swung its arm again, spinning the group around like a whirlwind. In a moment of being caught off guard, Debo was slammed hard into the ground, creating a huge crater. Before he could even get up and regain his stance, the giant ape lifted its foot high and stomped down toward him, aiming to finish Debo off in a single strike. Nearby, the knightess shouted urgently, Ralph, heal me. At the same time, the beast's heavy foot slammed into the earth, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Debo! Kiri yelled worriedly. Back with Uncle Ralph. After snapping out of a daze, he reminded them, I only have 4 heals left. You've got to dodge. No time for discussion, the monster charged forward like a tank. Spread out. They shouted together, leaping to either side to avoid the shockwave. But Kiri seemed a fraction too slow. The beast blasted her flying far away. Uncle Ralph sighed in frustration, damn it, I just told you to dodge. As he healed Kiri, he couldn't help but grumble silently, she's out cold already. What a waste of a heal. There was no time to pay attention to Kiri, as Uncle Ralph had to start dodging the incoming attacks from the giant ape. Meanwhile Debo, lying helpless in the large crater, began to recall what El had told him earlier. Level up the circles, El had said with a nod. Yeah, you've gained enough experience to reach the second circle now. Debo was a bit puzzled. I want to do it, but how? That depends on your own enlightenment, El replied calmly. Enlightenment? What's that? Teach me. Debo asked excitedly. El simply sipped his tea quietly and said, everyone is different. Even if I shared my experience, you wouldn't be able to learn it. What you need to do is find a word that fits you, a word connected to your understanding of mana or an unforgettable memory. Just then, a huge explosion erupted behind the giant ape, catching its attention. It turned its massive head around just in time to see Debo springing up and charging at it. The ape didn't hesitate, swinging its enormous arm toward Debo. But there was one thing it didn't expect. Debo had grown much stronger. With a single brutal strike, El's energy enveloped the blade of Debo's axe, slicing clean through the ape's arm. Ralph, standing nearby, blinked in disbelief. He can cut through that? How is that possible? Then he noticed the 2 glowing magic circles on Debo's wrist and finally understood. That kid's reached the second circle already, he thought. Meanwhile, Debo, now almost berserk, launched a furious attack at the giant ape, aiming directly for its remaining eye and blinded it instantly. Without hesitation, he ran up to the top of the beast's head, targeting an ancient sword stuck there. He swung his axe hard against the sword's hilt, driving it deep into an energy core inside the ape. Immediately after, the giant beast lost its balance and collapsed to the ground, pinning the fierce young man beneath it. Seeing this, Uncle Ralph seized the moment, rushing forward to punch the ape square in the face, sending it flying aside. Well done, he cheered, simultaneously healing Debo's wounds. Down below, after receiving the healing, Debo started swinging his axe repeatedly at the monster's back, forcing it to flip over. Seizing the opportunity, the fierce young man gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward to attack. But before he could reach the beast, the giant ape landed a heavy punch directly on him, making Debo grit his teeth and muster every ounce of strength in his body to block the blow. Behind him, Uncle Ralph saw this and immediately used his healing magic to boost Debo's endurance. However, the giant ape seemed to realize that Ralph was the one continuously healing the others, so it stretched out a hand and grabbed Ralph's body, squeezing tightly. Ralph let out painful cries. You foolish beast, do you really have time to fight me? He growled, then quickly cast another healing spell on Debo. While the ape was busy attacking Ralph, Debo climbed up onto the beast's body, preparing to strike again. The giant ape let out a panicked roar. But before it could react, Debo's axe came crashing down hard, driving the sword's tip deep into the energy core and shattering it into pieces. The devastating blow from Debo made the giant ape roar as if it were dying. Seeing it scream like that, Debo gripped his weapon tighter and launched another attack, eager to send the beast straight to the underworld. However, before he could finish, the giant ape swung its massive arm and flung him downwards, sending him plunging deep into the snow. The impact left Debo unconscious for a few seconds. When he finally came to, he hurriedly got up, ready to fight again. But at that moment he noticed something strange. Uncle Ralph was lying beside Lime. Ralph, what happened? Debo asked with concern. In front of them, the giant ape was panicking and fleeing for some unknown reason. But it hadn't taken many steps before the arm that had been previously reattached suddenly fell off. Not only that, but both its feet cracked and broke, causing the massive creature's whole body to collapse forward. It let out a helpless roar before its entire body turned to ice and slowly shattered before Debo's eyes. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to some icy cave. At this point, Kiri, who had been unconscious for a long time, was gradually waking up. Seeing this, Debo, sitting opposite her, asked, "You're awake?" Hearing this, Kiri turned to him and asked back, "You're still alive? What happened to that monster?" She looked down at what she was wrapped in. "Look at this. I was so hungry. I tried to eat that monkey's meat. But it was as hard as stone." Debo said regretfully, which made Kiri admire him a little. "You've got quite the stomach. So you waited for us to recover?" she asked. Debo fell silent for a moment before replying. "Honestly, I didn't even see an exit anywhere. The weather was awful, so I thought it'd be best to rest here a bit. Also, Ralph didn't look too well. I planned to scout the area a little when the blizzard calmed down." "You rest here, I'll go." Time passed quickly again. After the weather had stabilized somewhat, Debo took his weapon and set off alone to search for a way out. Looking out at the endless snowy landscape ahead, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. A day has passed already. What happened to the boss? He wondered silently. At that moment, a sudden heavy footstep behind him made him jump. He turned to look and saw the source of the noise, a monster identical to the demon-eyed beast from floor 1. Except its skin was grayish-white. This was a cold-eyed monster, a type of demon-eyed creature adapted to withstand extreme cold, which made it look a bit different. Seeing the fierce appearance of the creature, Debo was a little startled and took a step back. "Damn, why am I getting spooked?" he muttered. "Geez, why is it so crowded here?" Without wasting another second, Debo quickly turned and ran away from the horde of monsters. Time passed again. After scouting the area for a while, Debo returned. At the same time, the female knight had just woken up. "You're back. So did you find a way out?" she asked, glancing at him. However, upon seeing Debo's bloodied and battered state, her eyes widened in alarm. "What happened to you? You're awake?" "It's nothing," Debo shook his head. "There are still monsters. It's too dangerous." We have to what?" Kiri interrupted. But Debo, sitting down by the fire, wasn't too keen on the idea. Ralph still hadn't woken up. "We have to protect the old man who's about to die. At least now we're teammates. This time I'll go." "There's no reason you should suffer alone," Kiri insisted. But Debo refused. "No, it's better if only one person goes. That way, we don't have to scout the same place together. Don't waste your energy. Just rest." With that, he turned away to rest. But his tendency to shoulder everything on his own made Kiri a bit worried. "Isn't that right, idiot? If you keep pushing yourself like this, you might." After resting, Debo continued searching for an exit. This time he was suddenly surrounded by a pack of cold-eyed monsters near a cliff. "Freezing to death," he muttered just before the one-eyed monsters charged at him. Then, one cold-eyed monster, seemingly fearless of death, directly rammed into Debo, knocking him off the cliff. The foolish monster fell to its death, but Debo was lucky he was mostly unharmed, just in pain. Realizing he was still alive, Debo gasped and shivered as he got up. "Almost died back there," he said. Just then, when he looked up, he noticed a figure sitting cross-legged ahead. Instantly, Debo's eyes sharpened with caution. "Someone's here." Focusing his gaze, he soon realized it was just a corpse, someone long dead. "So it's just a dead body," he thought, then quickly ran forward to check. On the body, Debo found a letter. It seemed the person hadn't been dead for long. "What's this? A will. A letter. Too many," Debo muttered as he quickly examined the paper. The letter read, "I leave this letter for you, a stranger whose name I do not know. Calling this a reward might be too much, but I gift you my gloves. If you are a warrior, they contain combat skills that will aid you. Combat skills are passive abilities of a level 1 warrior in the adventurer profession, usually enhancing all stats related to defense and movement. As you can see, we fell into Kanya's trap, and my comrades were killed by the Yetis. If there is any consolation, it's that I found the gateway to escape. Unfortunately, this gate is special, it only activates when the boss is defeated. I left its location on the back of this letter as a map. I hope you have the strength to do this, and please deliver this letter for me." After reading, Debo could only sigh for the unfortunate adventurer who fell into Kanya's trap. The only thing left to do was to bury the man carefully. Since he now had the location of the gate, Debo quickly returned to the cave, bringing Kiri and Ralph to the spot. After escaping outside, Debo turned to Kiri and asked, "What should we do now?" Without hesitation, she replied, "We need to recover first. With our current condition, both of us." Before she could finish, a mocking voice sounded ahead. "Oh dear, I'm a bit skeptical. But is the ghost really defeated?" The voice belonged to a masked figure, with a group of cloaked assassins standing behind him. Seeing their numbers, Debo's expression changed. Don't tell me all these guys are Kenya's people, he thought. Damn it, this isn't good. How can we possibly fight them like this? And this worry quickly became reality when the leader of the assassins waved his hand, signaling them to charge. Don't worry, we'll deal with you before you can even blink, he sneered. Seeing this, Kiri grit her teeth and rushed forward to block an attack from one of the assassins, shouting to Debo, fall back. From behind, an assassin took the opportunity to throw several throwing stars, which struck Kiri's thigh, causing her face to grimace in pain. Taking advantage of this moment, the rest of the assassins broke through the defense line and charged to attack both Debo and Ralph. However, just then, a sudden beam of light shot out from inside the gate, piercing through one of the assassins. More beams followed, blasting apart the bodies of the others. Before they could react, the assassins were literally torn to pieces. Seeing this, Debo and Kiri turned around to watch. When they saw who had come out, Debo smiled brightly. I hate to say this, but can you all manage without me? Elle asked cheerfully. A bit, but you're a little late, Debo replied. The scene shifts to the castle of the man named Evoke. There he gently strokes the monster behind him, sitting quietly in deep thought. A warrior with such skill appeared out of nowhere, yet no one knew who was behind it all. It seemed the people would soon be in an uproar. Just then, Beiju suddenly appeared before him like a ghost, delivering news. Palm has returned, sir. What should we do about this contract? Upon hearing this, Evoke's face grew colder than ever as he gave his decision, kill him. Beiju was taken aback and asked for confirmation. What? Before he could finish, Evoke cut him off, explaining firmly, we can't worry about public opinion right now. He's unpredictable. Do you really think he can pull this off? We'll come up with an excuse later. He's not alone, he has others with him. Beiju quickly reminded him to be cautious. Meanwhile, back with Elle's group, they were resting at Debo's home. Looking at the food in front of him, Uncle Ralph complained, this food's getting boring. Across from him, Debo bristled. Don't you dare criticize my sister's cooking. Eat it all now. Add some salt and it tastes better, Ralph reminded him. Meanwhile, Debo's sister kept bringing out more food. If you finish it, just tell me, okay? She said. Thanks, Kiri nodded in appreciation, while Debo continued to complain. This is why I didn't want to bring you guys here. Turning to Kiri, she had to explain the situation to the hot-headed youth. I'm sure Kenya is already hearing rumors. If we split up, it'll be dangerous. This place is the safest for your sister. Even if we run, we'll end up caught eventually, someone warned. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Elle entered, asking, how's everyone? Where have you been? Ah, just some business, came a reply. Elle then looked toward Ralph, who started getting to the main point. I wanted to discuss how to split the rewards. Let's postpone deciding the team leader for now, since our shares are about equal. When will you give us those 7 million musso? Before Elle could answer, Debo, visibly angry, almost red-faced, snapped, Are you crazy? You really want to go to Kenya and beg for money in this situation? Besides, you said I was the one who defeated the Yeti alone, though I don't remember that. When you were asleep, I was the one who found the way out. Opposite him, Kiri nodded in agreement. I heard Palm had to fight the twin assassins too. Their words strongly supported the idea of Elle being the team leader. However, Uncle Ralph wasn't convinced and began to pretend ignorance. But was anyone actually there to witness it? Seeing him feign ignorance, Debo could only grit his teeth and think, what a bastard. Not paying attention to their verbal spat, the night Kiri turned to Elle and asked, So, what are you planning to do now? Elle nodded and shared his thoughts, Kenya won't sit still. Until then, before he could finish, a sudden punch against the wall sounded from outside, accompanied by an angry voice. Hey, how long do you expect me to wait out here? The owner of the voice then strode into the house, causing Debo's sister to step back, startled. Uncle, who are you? She asked in confusion. Hey, can someone tell this guy to hurry up? Someone muttered. The newcomer was none other than Abbas from the Gafor Trade Guild. To understand why he appeared here, we have to look back a little. Uncle Ralph had been frowning about Elle joining the Kenya Trade Guild. Damn it, things aren't going my way. I didn't expect the Kenya Merchant Alliance to contact Palm. They launched a sudden massive raid before I could even act. Should I try to stop them? Damn it all. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached until a knock came at the door. The visitor. None other than El himself. Seeing him arrive, Uncle Ralph's expression changed. Negotiations with Kanya didn't go smoothly, huh? El didn't try to hide anything. I was offered 50 million meso if I succeeded. But since the massive raid ended, the contract is the only thing left. Oh? So you came here to brag? Still as troublesome as ever, Abbas frowned and said, turning back to El. But El remained calm and replied plainly, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Abbas hesitated a bit, then sighed deeply. All right, you win. 60 million meso, sign it. That's more than you asked for. No more complaints. Saying that, Uncle Ralph pulled a contract from inside his jacket and handed it to El. And this was exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, El quickly signed the contract. After that, Uncle Ralph spoke up again. All right, now we're officially partners. Share the information. El Kanya is the mastermind, El said coldly, surprising Abbas. What? How can you be so blunt? Abbas asked, taken aback. Ignoring that, El went on to explain in detail. The Great Gate, it's a trap. They lured us in, telling us the gate had only 3 marks, even though at least 100 people died there. Not only that, they sent assassins to follow us. Then, they tried to cover their tracks. Abbas' face grew pale as he listened. Then suddenly he broke into a sly grin, as if he had just thought of something. Haha, Kanya? I won't let you get away with this. After Abbas finished laughing, El asked, satisfied now? My testimony is the only evidence, so they could deny everything. Hearing this, Abbas wasn't surprised. Of course. But we can manipulate public opinion. Other merchant alliances need someone to blame for the failure of the Great Gate raid. If Kanya gets weakened by public backlash, Abbas silently began plotting. However, El proposed something more decisive. We can destroy Kanya instead of just ruining their reputation. We can wipe them out of the trade guild world. Hearing that, Abbas guessed what El had in mind, and leaned in, asking, what else do you know? I thought we were supposed to be honest with each other. El didn't answer directly. Instead, he calmly advised, don't rush to reveal the trap just yet. Let's strike with full force and get the best results. All right. Abbas nodded in agreement, though it was still unclear what El's exact plan was. Meanwhile, the cultists of the Dark Mage had already started to move. Here we go, El murmured. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to Kanya's reception room. At this moment, Abbas and El arrived together to discuss matters. Of course, the one welcoming them was Beiju. Long time no see, Lord Abbas. But what brings you here? Beiju asked. Abbas smiled and said, I came to apologize. Beiju looked a bit confused. Apologize for what? There was a misunderstanding between El Pom and our merchant alliance. I thought he came to Kanya for revenge. I apologize for that. To clarify, El Pom is officially a business partner of Gaffur. Looks like I stole him from you, Abbas explained. Beiju nodded in response. I understand, but I won't be able to pay the fees promised in the contract if things turn out this way. He glanced over at El for his opinion. El of course didn't want to get tangled up with those dark mages, so he simply nodded in agreement. All right, Abbas said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This is a personal matter, but I've come to appreciate the value of human life through this incident. I've decided to treat people according to their worth. I will have skilled bodyguards ready to protect 24/7 to prevent any misfortune. Of course, this applies to everyone in El Pom's group. I recognize their capability. Anyone who tries to harm El Pom or his team will have to face the entire Gaffur Merchant Alliance, Abbas said with a proud smile. Meanwhile, Beiju's face across from him grew pale. Back in reality, that was what had happened while El was away. After hearing the price of the new contract, Debo's eyes widened in shock. 60 million. Oh my god, did you do some kind of magic or what? Not just him, even the Knight Kiri glanced toward the window, startled. They even sent bodyguards for us. The Gaffur Merchant Alliance is really serious. How? She said, still a bit stunned. Meanwhile, Uncle Ralph was visibly happy, turning to give El a thumbs up. Well done, El Pom. You're really good at business. This crew is better than I thought. Now, all that's left is to get rid of the useless ones. Uncle Ralph's voice was dripping with meaning. which made Debo clench his teeth in anger. "That bastard," he muttered through gritted teeth. The more angry Debo got, the happier Ralph seemed, bragging, "I guarantee there's no bishop like me in this port, no, in the entire Pong Tu realm. Someone who can not only heal but also lead and protect. I'm perfect in every way." "Aha, you're number one," someone said just to move on. Turning back to L, Ralph pointed directly at him and said, "Kid, you really are a monster. I thought you passed out. But you woke up and defeated the boss all by yourself. There's something about you that words can't explain." He stroked his chin, confirming his thoughts. Hearing that, Kiri suddenly remembered something strange from before and said, "Come to think of it, when you were fighting the Hobbs, you were crazy even though you were unconscious. No matter how hard I try, I can't recall much. The only thing left in my mind is some kind of dream. In it, a woman appeared. Even though we fought, it felt like we were really close. But every time I wake up, I forget her face. All I can remember is that she used a long-handled weapon." Debo shook his head, while Elle leaned calmly against the wall, listening to their conversation. But when he heard that last part, he suddenly jerked upright. What? A long-handled weapon? A dream? Everyone knows that before the regression, Debo and Aaron were together, a mysterious power. And if that woman really is Aaron, does it mean part of my power from before the regression came back when I was unconscious? What is going on? El silently wondered in his heart. Could something have gone wrong when I changed the past through regression? It was a pity that Uncle Ralph didn't know this. So he just thought Debo was incredibly foolish. "You think you're so smart?" Debo shouted angrily. Not paying attention to his outburst, Ralph glanced at Elle and laughed. "You're the same, El Pom. You leveled up unbelievably fast, and I can't believe how much experience you seem to have given your perception and judgment skills. Now I understand why Gaffer wants you so badly. As for that girl, do you know? She has a good foundation and is pretty smart, just as you'd expect from a Signos training captain. Not bad for a second year. But that's all. There's nothing that makes her stand out among others. Gaffer isn't stupid. We were used as bait, and they paid the price. From now on, our job is to walk right into the trap Kanya set and find those lackeys. I'm willing to do anything as long as I get paid, but I don't like sharing rewards with someone who's just dead weight. If you can go back to Signas right now, it'd be better for you." He smiled as he said this, and his words made Kiri's cheeks flush with anger. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a certain mansion. Kiri was walking down a hallway when someone called out to her. "Oh, I heard you've had a pretty tough time recently. I thought you died in that great gate." The speaker was a young knight. Though his face wore a smile, his teasing tone was clear. "Lord Kasim," Kiri responded. "Are you on your way to see the master? I also heard you joined some adventurer group. You're just lowering yourself. But that's the perfect place for you. Giving up is the best thing you can do for the knights and the master. Go on, the master's in that office," the sly-faced man said. Kiri's expression darkened after hearing that. She then entered the office and met her master, voicing her request. After listening, the man across from her asked, "You want to give up? What's wrong, Kiri?" Kiri's face showed a hint of struggle as she replied, "Sorry, but I can't explain it clearly. One day." Her master raised an eyebrow slightly. "I will report that you're joining an adventurer group as part of a secret mission. Report to me once every 3 weeks, he said calmly, not forgetting to remind his disciple, "Don't forget, Kiri, you are still my student, and will always be a knight of the Signos Knight Order." Back to the story, Kiri spoke up, pleading. "I know this is an unreasonable request, but as long as one of their lackeys remains in the Knight Order, I cannot return to my master. I don't need money. I will get stronger if everyone just gives me time. Please." Her voice was full of desperation, but these words weren't enough to break the cold, hard heart of someone as cynical as Ralph. Hearing her, he burst out laughing. "Haha, how naive. Do you think we want you to leave that badly?" Before Ralph could say another word, Elle suddenly interrupted from behind. "Are you sure about that?" Everyone turned to look, and Ralph frowned. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Elle's face darkened as he explained the situation clearly for everyone. "If she goes after those lackeys alone, no one benefits. With her personality and Ralph here, you say she lacks skills, but let me add this. You seem pretty confident in your own skills, but you're not the only one disappointed by the team members' abilities. The reason I sent people to the second floor first was because I trusted they could easily get through that area. But without Debo, Everyone would be dead already. That's not a normal opponent, Ralph stammered. You don't have the right to say that. Before he could say more, the main character cut him off. A Yeti isn't a normal opponent. I've fought a Yeti alone before. At that, the three across the room paled and shouted, nonsense. Are you serious? Actually, L's words weren't lies at all. That was before he reset time, but under normal circumstances, he would have been the one fighting it. However, the assassin messed everything up. He had higher skills than L predicted. The team members, including himself, aren't as strong as they are now, L thought silently. Meanwhile, Uncle Ralph voiced his doubt. Nonsense. How can that be? At that time you were just a slave. You don't believe me? Then do you want me to prove it? L said as he widened his eyes, staring sharply at Ralph. This made Ralph hurriedly retract his attitude. No need, he stammered. Seeing Ralph's weak and scared posture, L scoffed softly and continued, it's simple. Everyone just needs to get stronger than they are now. I think there's about 1 month left before the next situation like this. Violence is the best solution. L said coldly. In a different development, Beiju was reporting everything back to Evoke. Listen, it seems things didn't go according to plan. If we clash with Gafor, public attention will turn towards us. How much do they know? Was the negotiation just a show? Evoke asked. However, because the Gafor Merchant Alliance covered their tracks extremely well, Beiju couldn't dig up much information. I don't know. Even our spies haven't given us details like that. Maybe only the higher-ranking leaders know, he replied. Speaking of Evoke, although he had heard everything, his face showed no trace of worry. Gafor. How could they be our problem? Eliminating them will be easy once the day comes. Our real enemy is the Maple Association. Just like 8 centuries ago, when Quincy Nos led the Signas Knights, the Resistance, the Exploration Guild, and the Nova tribe to form an alliance after the 6 heroes were sealed away. They are our only threat. If it's just a conflict between merchant alliances, we don't need any higher-level assistance. But as he thought that, an unexplainable anxiety started rising in Evoke's heart. Is this all happening just with Gafor's help? The more he thought about it, the more this unease gnawed at his mind. He couldn't help but order Beiju to gather more intel. Get more information on Gafor, he commanded. Yes sir, Beiju nodded. Then his body vanished like a wisp of smoke. Watching his subordinate disappear, Evoke's eyes grew cold. El Palm, I hope you prove yourself to be a worthy enemy. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted from a desolate forest to where El personally took charge of training the other 3. The result? They were being beaten like punching bags. Damn it, what kind of mage uses moves like that? Ralph trembled as he spoke. Meanwhile, El, not breaking a sweat, advanced toward them and teased, what's wrong? Can't land a single hit on me. Just 1 hit from me, and you'd all be done for. With that, El lunged forward to attack them again. At this point, the burly uncle just gave up and ran off. Stay away from me, he shouted. But for some reason Debo was assigned to sit quietly in a corner. Why are you all making such a racket? I want to go out there and fight. But why do I have to do this? He muttered, clenching his fist tightly. Sitting cross-legged on a large rock, he recalled L's earlier advice. You need to try and willingly use the power that appears every time you lose consciousness. I don't know if it will work, but if you can manage it, that'll be great. Thinking this over, the young guardian sighed again. Does doing this really make me stronger? He mumbled to himself. Time quickly passed until evening. At this moment, Uncle Ralph, with a swollen face, turned to El and asked, Hey El, was this really just sparring? Nearby, seeing Ralph's beaten-up face, Debo burst out laughing. Haha, with that face any girl would fall for you. Ignoring Debo's laughter, Il firmly replied, I fought according to your rounds, didn't I? I don't believe you, Ralph shook his head. Then he looked over at Debo's little sister and asked, Is it okay to leave her home alone? There's someone guarding here, so it's fine, El answered. Turning back to Debo, the young man looked at El and said, There's something I want to show you. It's something I found at the Great Gate last time. Thanks to this, we managed to get out of there. I don't want to keep it and don't know where else to go with it. Do you know what this is? As he spoke, he pulled out a letter he had received from the unfortunate person on the 2nd floor earlier. The moment El saw the ring attached to the letter, a sudden image flashed in his mind, making his expression momentarily distant. What's wrong? Debo asked, noticing Elle's blank look. Elle quickly regained his composure and grabbed the letter, saying, "Let me keep this for now. You should rest. Tomorrow morning you'll be training with us again." Hearing this, Uncle Ralph turned to Debo with a bright smile, thinking that having one more person to take hits with him tomorrow would be good. On the other hand, just by looking at Ralph's distorted, bruised face, Debo already guessed tomorrow wouldn't be much easier and started sweating nervously. The scene then shifted to the young knight Kiri. While everyone was resting, she was training alone in the forest, continuously slicing at tree trunks with her sword. But the more she trained, the more she thought about the sly face of Kasim earlier and his words calling her useless. Thinking of that, a blazing fire of anger erupted within her, driving her to train even more fiercely. Back to Elle after taking the letter, he walked to a house inside the neighborhood, knocked on the door, and stepped back to wait. Soon after, the door cracked open slightly, and a man inside peeked out suspiciously, asking, "Who are you?" Elle showed the worn-out letter and said, "The messenger." The incident that destroyed the Great Gate happened when its entrance was demolished. A coalition of merchant guilds came to investigate but found no culprit. In fact, there was no reason to chase them anymore. Yet the Great Gate reappeared near its original location, and no other Great Gates were destroyed afterward. Later I realized who was behind this and why. Elle thought quietly to himself. Next, Elle followed the man into a room. The moment he stepped inside, a voice sounded demanding, "How did you find this place? Explain yourself. You have 5 seconds." From Elle's perspective, 5 shadowy figures stood before him. He clearly recognized them. They were the Crusader Hunters, a secretive organization aware that the Great Gate was a trap laid by fanatics. They were the ones who destroyed the Great Gate, a noble sacrifice that would never be acknowledged. This time, thinking quickly, Elle used his psychic power to push the letter forward in front of the girl and said, "I came to return what you lost." She didn't respond. The girl began to count down from 5 seconds. Remaining calm, Elle continued, "I want to offer you a shortcut. You run east-west, it won't benefit me. I can't tell you how I know this place. But if you kill me, the Edelstein Guild's basement where your leader lives will be exposed." Elle spoke steadily. At that moment, the girl hidden in the shadows couldn't hold back her curiosity. She stepped forward, pointed her gun at him, and demanded, "Who are you?" "Nice to meet you, Cheryl," Elle said with a smile, causing the girl to hesitate for a moment. Cheryl was one of Elle's comrades from a previous life. Elle thought, "I should say long time no see, since we were friends before." Cheryl had joined the resistance after the Crusader Hunters disbanded. Elle had fought alongside her in countless battles. And on that day, when he sacrificed himself, she had promised to repay him. Turning to business, Elle said directly, "I'm here to make a straightforward offer: withdraw from the Cunning branch. That branch has been discovered by the fanatics. I just found this item." As he spoke, Elle pulled out a wooden box and opened it to reveal a severed hand. Of course, Cheryl had no idea what to make of just a hand. "What is this? If you dare act recklessly, I won't forgive you. Take a good look," Elle said as he began to channel his magic into the hand. A tattoo appeared on the hand. Just by seeing that tattoo, Cheryl immediately recognized it as belonging to the fanatics. Behind her, the others murmured to themselves, "Yes, that's it. It really is from Kanya." That tattoo was indeed from the fanatics. It's very hard to find because it only shows up when magic is applied. Not many people know about the fanatics' existence right now, Cheryl thought in surprise. Then she shouted again, "What do you want? Say something foolish, and I'll shoot you right here." Across from him, our protagonist also stated his purpose clearly. "What I want is information. I need information." With that, an exchange took place. No one knew exactly what was said between them, but right after Elle left, the people beside Cheryl grew anxious and spoke up. "Cheryl, do you have any messages?" "Of course not," she replied. "He's too suspicious. And showing up at exactly this moment. Definitely a trap." "Then I'll just pretend to go along with it," Cheryl said, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Back with Elle, the meeting turned out to be more successful than he had expected. He didn't expect to come away with this item and the information about Kanya. They acted way too fast. Could it be because the future is changing, so their plans are shifting too? If that's the case, then it became clear to Elle where the next location would be Nautilus. He silently began planning in his mind. Time flew by quickly. A month later at some bustling port, Elle's party was now gathered there. Watching the crowd slowly line up to board the ship, Debo grinned excitedly and said, "Has it really been a month already? My body's itching for action." To understand this moment we need to go back to a previous conversation between Abbas and L. "Pick one," Abbas had said. "The gate for 60 people at the six-way junction, or the one for 77 people in Alinea. I've narrowed down the ones Kania might be watching. So why aren't we moving yet? It's already been a month." Across from him, Elle didn't respond right away, falling silent in thought. That hesitation visibly irritated Abbas, who snapped, "Hey you bastard. Don't tell me you're scared now." "I've already chosen our next destination," Elle said calmly. "It's the Tomb of Eagle Eye." No one quite knew what that place was exactly, but as soon as Abbas heard the name, cold sweat ran down his face. "What? Do you even know what kind of place that is?" Kiran, captain of the Nautilus and leader of countless pirates, had a first disciple named Eagle Eye Rhea. The Eagle Eye Gate was named after her. It's where she died. Now it serves as a memorial to honor her. After the initial shock, Abbas regained his composure and asked, "You mean that place? The one with a 9,990,000 meso bounty on it? Tons of adventurers have failed trying to clear it. It's said to be impossible to conquer. Don't tell me Kanya's merchant guild has their eyes on that one." "But first," he continued, narrowing his eyes, "where did you even get that information?" Before Elle could respond, Raken suddenly walked into the room and asked, "So, what's all the interesting talk about?" Startled by his arrival, Abbas turned to him and asked, "Lord Raken, what brings you here?" "I was thinking of giving you a gift," Raken said cheerfully. "This is something specially prepared by the captain herself, Phoenix Feathers. 2 of them, in fact. I have high hopes for you." He said that while glancing at Elle with a beaming smile. And that alone was enough to put pressure on Elle, because it meant he had to live up to the favor he was receiving. With those 2 feathers, Elle now had 4 in total, an unexpected and valuable acquisition. Back at the port, Debo noticed Elle still deep in thought and asked, "Aren't we going in, boss?" Hearing the question snapped Elle out of it. "Someone's still coming," he replied. "Who?" Debo asked, puzzled. Right then, a voice called out from not far beyond the crowd, "Long time no see." Hearing that, the brash young man turned toward the voice and grinned. "Oh, it's the drunkard Iburu. What's that in your hands?" Elle asked while eyeing the large bundles Iburu was carrying. The man shrugged and replied, "This? It's the order your boss placed. Seriously, making me play delivery boy again. Anyway, try it on." With that, he untied the bundles and tossed the contents to the group. Inside were custom-made outfits, tailored to fit each of them. Once everyone suited up, their appearance looked far more polished and intimidating. "Hua, this is amazing. Is this free?" "It's way lighter than I expected. Feels like I'm not wearing anything," Kiri exclaimed, then turned to Iburu and asked, "What's it made of?" "Yet I hide," he replied with a smirk. "Your boss tossed me a pile of it, and told me to make these. Don't you remember?" That made Debo recall the moment Elle had wandered off with a bunch of Yeti pelts in tow. Moving on, Iburu took a moment to scan the group, eyes twinkling. "You all look like you've been eating well lately. Then again, I guess that's expected from people capable of clearing the 100-man gate." He shouted that a little too proudly, prompting Debo to quickly glance around and hiss, hey, keep it down. "And wait. How do you even know about that?" Iburu replied confidently, "How could I not know? I got my hands on something really rare, after all." "Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows. Oh, and there are a few damaged pages too." This before he could finish, Elle cut him off. "That one's for you." "Huh? For me?" Iburu blinked. "But why?" "Thanks I guess, but I don't think I'll get any use out of it." He tried to refuse, shaking his head, but Elle insisted, pushing the item into his arms. "I said it's yours." At that Iburu paused, his expression shifting as he started to put 2 and 2 together. "Wait, you mean no time?" Elle interrupted again. "Hurry." The scene then shifted to a deserted island far out at sea. A lone figure was approaching the Nautilus, the massive ship anchored nearby. Upon seeing her, a few crewmen standing beside the vessel lit up with excitement. "She's here. Miss Minor. Thank you so much. She really did it. Miss Minor cleared the 200-man Orange-class gate. She's back." The group cheered with genuine joy. Her return wasn't just a reunion, it was a game-changer for the entire conquest effort. However, when Minor went to speak with the captain to bring up a certain issue, she was met with a firm rejection. No. The captain's voice was cold and final. Minor's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, why? I've already cleared the 200-man gate. With just 74 people, there's no way we'd lose. I'm way stronger than Eagle Eye ever was. You have no reason to stop me. The captain's expression darkened as she furrowed her brows. Are you questioning your captain's orders? Are you refusing to obey? Minor's voice trembled with frustration. Then how am I supposed to avenge Rhea? You know how hard I've worked. Her whole body was shaking now, emotions threatening to boil over. But the captain didn't waver. As your captain, I am giving you a direct order: stand down. Go back. Seeing the unwavering seriousness in her eyes, Minor had no choice but to bite her tongue. Defeated, she turned and trudged back to the main hall, where she drowned her frustration in alcohol. Her crewmates, watching her slump into a seat and chug from the bottle, could only chuckle awkwardly. There's no way she's going to let us do that, one of them muttered. So what, should we just ignore her and claim the bounty anyway? Minor mumbled, half to herself. That's just Kieran being soft on you, someone replied. But the comment didn't seem to comfort her in the slightest. She's protecting me too much. Minor sighed heavily, her tone bitter and exhausted. Just then, a sailor burst into the room in a panic. Minor. We've got a problem, get outside, quick. Someone just claimed the bounty on Eagle Eye's tomb. That sobered her up immediately. What? Without hesitation, the entire crew scrambled outside to see what was going on. And sure enough, they quickly spotted the ones who had collected the reward. The atmosphere turned tense. None of the Nautilus crew had a welcoming look in their eyes. Who are those guys? One sailor asked. Dirt rats, another replied with disdain. Those punks snatched the bounty. And standing there, right at the center of it all, the group responsible for claiming the reward was none other than L and his team. Back to Debo, of course, he could feel the intense stares coming from all around them. And he couldn't help but mutter in irritation, what's with this atmosphere? It's making my skin crawl. Next to him, the Night Curie gave him a sharp reminder, this is their turf. Keep your mouth shut. We just broke one of their unspoken rules. Don't be surprised if a bullet flies our way any second now. What rule? Debo asked, confused. Curie took a moment to clarify, Nautilus has simple rules. First, whoever claims the bounty gets priority in challenging the gate. Second, if a bounty has been claimed, that team must be allowed entry. But, most groups know not to claim the bounty for a gate someone else is already targeting. She paused, but before she could finish explaining, Minor stormed up to them, fury written all over her face. Hey! Who the hell are you people? Who gave you the right to take that? That was mine, you hear me? Her voice trembled with rage. But Elle remained completely calm, face blank, as he replied. Then you should have claimed it first. I was waiting. I haven't been given permission yet. Minor screamed back. Permission? Elle raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. I've never heard of that being required. It is. Captain Kieran is my mentor. I can't just act on my own. That's not how it works. Her voice shook with frustration. You clearly don't get it. Nautilus bounties are reserved for pirates. You're not one of us, so you're not allowed to take them. None of the gates under Nautilus are open to outsiders. Hearing this, Debo's body began to tremble. He was trying to keep it together, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing uncontrollably. Haha. I get it now finally. Don't laugh, damn it. Minor yelled, cheeks flushed with rage. Still chuckling, Debo turned to them with a big grin and said, I didn't want to, but I guess I have to say it now, we're pirates, Iburu. And behind them, Iburu, who had been watching this whole thing unfold, was grinning so hard it nearly split his face in half. On the other side, Minor's face was now a mix of anger and worry after hearing what they said. Don't talk nonsense like that. You think becoming a pirate is that easy? There's a whole formal process behind it. Debo just waved it off with a smirk. Fake? Come on. That's depressing to hear. We're all pirates here. You seriously don't know the infamous Captain Iburu of the Iburu Pirates? Behind him, Iburu let out a dry, awkward laugh, his face already drenched in sweat. Ignoring that, Debo kept going, turning back to Minor. I'm telling you, Iburu's a real pirate. Just look, we're literally standing on the Nautilus. If the captain of the group is a pirate, then this party clearly belongs to pirates. That means this is officially a pirate's party. Then suddenly, a large man stepped forward from the crowd, his tone challenging. Oh, so you're saying the rest of us here aren't pirates, huh? Man, now you're just twisting my words, Debo grumbled, visibly annoyed. At that moment, Miner's eyes lit up like she'd just found her savior. Oh, you're here. Murat. She ran toward the burly man Murat, who scanned the surroundings before asking, "What's all this commotion about?" Meanwhile, Elle, noticing the respect everyone seemed to have for this newcomer, quietly studied him from across the room. Murat? That's not a name I ever heard before my regression, he thought. Then finally asked aloud, "We're not breaking any rules, are we?" Murat paused, clearly mulling it over for a few seconds before replying. "Let's see. The rules are set by Kieran. So that's her call, not mine." Then, turning his attention back to Elle, he asked, "Where are the rest of your team? Don't tell me this is everyone?" Elle nodded. "There are 5 of us in total." Murat's eyes widened. "You've got to be kidding me. You do realize this is a 74-player gate, right? That's borderline insane. What's your name?" "El Palm." Elle replied without hesitation. Up above, one of the pirates overheard that name and visibly flinched. El Palm. Wait. If he's El Palm, then what? You know him? A nearby woman asked. The man nodded slowly. Yeah, I've heard that name. If I'm not mistaken, he's the guy who survived the Red Gate, the one meant for 100 people. Sure enough, as soon as the guy finished sharing the juicy gossip he'd picked up, the surrounding pirates immediately turned to each other and started whispering. Is this the so-called 100-man gate from the rumors? I heard almost every explorer who went in never made it back. Teak, that definitely wasn't a place for ordinary folks. Down below, the young man named Debo overheard their conversation and couldn't help but puff up with pride. His nose practically grew an inch longer as he chimed in. That's right. It's all true, he declared smugly. But before he could bask in the attention any longer, a loud, annoyed voice interrupted. So what? What's that got to do with anything? At the end of the day, he's still just a loser who failed to conquer the gate. What's the point of surviving if you didn't win? That's just running away with your tail between your legs because you're not strong enough. The dark-skinned girl who said that didn't hold back. She practically shouted it right in the face of the pirate next to her. The poor guy flinched and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Why are you yelling at me? Miner conquered a 200-man orange-class gate, for crying out loud. If we're talking about raw strength, didn't she completely outclass him? Someone else cut in. That's true, another nodded in agreement. Hearing the commotion getting louder and more chaotic, Miner herself started getting a headache. Can you all just calm down already? She muttered, turning toward Murat. After Elle finished introducing everyone, Murat gave a slow nod. I understand. So how about we make a compromise? He offered. Since there's a bounty out, you'll get priority for the gate. The remaining 69 slots can be distributed among the other groups. How does that sound? Himph, no way, Debo sneered. But he was immediately slapped in the face figuratively when his boss, Elle, casually replied, sure, that works. But each person will have to pay 100,000 miso. And I'm only selling 10 slots. He spoke with perfect calm. Not the slightest bit shaken. The scene then shifted to Miner's private room. Not wanting to miss out on this opportunity, she'd come back to grab her money. Wait, seriously? You're actually going to buy a slot? A brown-haired pirate asked in disbelief. They're all gonna die anyway. We could just wait till they're wiped out and go in after. I'm getting ready, Miner replied coolly. If they make it out alive, the whole deal will be off. This might be our only chance. The brown-haired guy hesitated, then asked, but what about Kieran? I don't have time to worry about that. We'll apologize later if we have to. But I'm not giving up that spot for anyone, Miner said, her voice filled with unwavering determination. At the same time, over in the meeting room with Elle's group, Uncle Ralph stood up and confronted him. Why would you do this when everything was going so smoothly? Ha! You've got that many slots, and you're only selling 10. We're already down 5.9 million miso. Go out there and sell the rest right now. Oh man, this money-obsessed ghost, Debo muttered with a sigh. He turned toward the Night Curie, who clearly didn't share Ralph's greedy nature. Because of that, she had a broader perspective and explained calmly. If we sell all the slots, The other side will outnumber us by 14-1. You haven't forgotten about those fanatics, have you? Screw 'em. Just crush them all and be done with it. Ralph barked, completely ignoring the logic in her words. While they continued bickering, Elle stayed quiet, deep in thought, focused on the bigger picture. This time, things can't go down the same way, he thought. Their target is Minor, Leah's second disciple. At the gate near where Leah, the first disciple of Captain Kieran and also Eagle Eye, was killed. If Minor, Leah's successor, dies at the same place, then Captain Kieran will be completely broken. After that, she withdrew from the front lines and went into hiding. Due to the internal operations of the cult, the Nautilus pirate crew was wiped out entirely. That event wasn't supposed to happen for another 2 years, but the timeline's already shifted. The Hunters Guild informed me that Kania transferred funds to the Nautilus. That's a clear sign they've sped up their plan. We have to move first. And to keep minors safe, we need to strictly limit the number of participants. We can't repeat the same mistake as before. We need to minimize the use of mana as much as possible. Elle kept all this to himself while the argument behind him dragged on endlessly. Enough already. The boss always has a reason for what he does, someone finally shouted, trying to quiet things down. Oh my god. There goes my free money-making opportunity, Ralph groaned, his voice filled with bitter regret. Poor Captain Iburu, stuck right in the middle of it all, had no idea what to do. Why did I even agree to call him in the first place? He thought, silently cursing his own decision. Time passed quickly, and evening soon came. Elle was alone in his room when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Seeing this, the main character's eyes immediately sharpened with caution. He quietly summoned his psychic power, just in case, and slowly opened the door. Who's there? He asked. But the moment he saw who it was, his expression shifted from wary to surprised, and his tone quickly changed as well. Oh, I wasn't expecting this. Please come in. Captain Kieran and Murat too. What brings you both here at this hour? Elle asked calmly. Captain Kieran, however, stared straight at him with a piercing gaze and got straight to the point. I need to verify something in person. So you'd better not lie to me, Elle Palm. Are you a follower of the Dark Mage? Her sudden question left Elle visibly stunned. He didn't know how to respond. How does Kieran know about the followers? Has the future changed? Or was it always like this from the beginning? If that's true, then why didn't I know about it before regressing? He wondered, anxiety bubbling up inside. That look on his face didn't escape Murat, who was standing across from him. You seem pretty rattled. Could it be? Murat said, his words hanging ominously in the air. The room seemed to grow colder. Snapping out of it, Elle quickly replied. I'm not a follower. I was just caught off guard. I didn't expect to hear something like that from either of you. He turned to face Kieran, who continued coldly, so you've never suspected the existence of followers? Don't dodge the question, Elle. Her tone grew sharper as she pressed further. How can I believe you're not one of them? Where's the proof? Elle answered without hesitation. That's not hard to prove. You already know who's been tracking me, and you're aware of what kind of relationship I have with them. If you weren't, you wouldn't be asking me questions, you'd be pointing a gun at me. You're with the Hunters Guild, right? So you've been following me for a while now. He calmly laid out his deduction. Kieran's expression shifted slightly, and she finally admitted, that's right. The followers are from Kania's group, and you are their enemy, but that doesn't automatically make you our ally. Her tone remained stern. Elle just shrugged and replied, even so, cooperation might still be possible. And I assume that's why you came here tonight. So what do you want from me? Kieran's face changed subtly as she responded. The situation is worse than you think. I know for certain that the followers of the Dark Mage were behind the deaths of Leah and Eagle Eye. But they've buried themselves deep inside the Nautilus. Aside from Murat, myself, and a few people I absolutely trust, I can't rely on anyone else right now. Damn it, it's already gotten to this point. Elle thought grimly, his brows furrowed. Everything's moving way faster than I expected. Meanwhile, Kieran continued her explanation. I've received intel that they're planning to make a move. Right now their target is likely Minor. With Leah gone, she's become the symbol of this ship. If Minor, who's now at the center of this pirate crew, dies, it'll throw the Nautilus into complete chaos. And when that happens, even I won't be able to handle the fallout. She paused, then laid it out clearly. This is the deal, I want you to keep Minor alive during the Eagle Eye segment. In return, I'll grant you access to items from the Nautilus treasure vault. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the front of Gate 74, where L's group was preparing to enter. I'm heading in first. You guys take your time, Debo said with a bright grin. And with that, their team moved swiftly through the gate. The moment they reappeared on the other side, they found themselves inside a massive limestone cavern. Taking in their surroundings, Debo looked around in surprise. Huh, looks like we got a different setting this time. Pretty gloomy, huh? He remarked casually with a chuckle. His carefree attitude made Kiri speak up. Are you here on a field trip or something? Try to take this seriously. Meanwhile, Uncle Ralph was still stewing over the previous business decision. Chech, in the end we really only sold 10 spots. He muttered through gritted teeth, visibly frustrated at the lost profit. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from up ahead. Something was approaching them, something that looked like a creature straight out of prehistoric times. As the group caught sight of the bulky figure, Daibo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. What the hell is this dope-looking thing? Just stand still for a second, I'll take care of it real quick, he said confidently. But then, the baby dinosaur let out a loud screech and summoned a massive, towering mother dinosaur right behind it. Debo's smugness vanished in an instant. Haha, oh great, you brought your mom with you. He chuckled awkwardly, his voice practically begging for a truce. Elsewhere inside the gate, the pirate crew was locked in a fierce battle, firing relentlessly at the dinosaurs charging toward them. Keep shooting. Take them down one by one. Zio. The gunfire's drawing them in. A female pirate shouted. Don't panic. We've got this. They're just a bunch of overgrown lizards, Zio yelled back. We've wiped out an entire 200-man gate before. He was brimming with confidence, so much so that he didn't notice the massive jaws lunging straight at him from behind. But just before the beast could turn him into its dinner, a barrage of devastating gunfire rained down from the distance, blasting the dinosaur to pieces. The one who had just saved his life. None other than Miner herself. You're right, Zio. Just like you said, she called out. Reform the formation, I'll handle this one. Meanwhile, over in Debo's group, things weren't going quite as smoothly. Unlike the pirates, who had efficiently taken down their dinosaur threats, Debo and the others were being chased around like prey by a pack of raging tyrannosaurs. Damn it. Another one. Where the hell are these things coming from? Debo shouted, glancing back over his shoulder. That's when he remembered right after they entered the gate, El had taken off on his own to handle some personal matter. Now the rest of the group was running around like headless chickens. Damn it, where the hell did that bastard go? At that moment, the group came running up to a massive stone pillar. Debo instinctively dove to the side to avoid crashing into it. The Tyrannosaurus chasing behind him didn't stop in time, and slammed its massive head straight into the pillar, leaving it stunned and reeling. Debo seized the opening. Gripping his axe tightly, he charged forward and swung it with all his might, slamming the blade into the beast's throat and forcing it to let out a choking roar. All right. Let's go, he shouted, energized and fired up. Now, flashing back to just before they had entered the gate, El had addressed the group. Your combat coordination sucks, he said bluntly. If we keep fighting separately like this, we're going to get wiped. From this moment on, we fight as a unit. We're a team now, a family. He had laid out the roles clearly. Debo would take the vanguard, charging ahead to create chaos. Even if he couldn't finish off enemies, that didn't matter. His job was to injure them, and keep moving forward no matter what. No hesitation. No turning back. Even if you get attacked from behind, ignore it, El had said. Father Ralph will be your shield. Just trust your old man. Ralph, grinning proudly, had nodded and said, My precious boy, leave it to your dear. As if on cue, he threw a lightning-charged punch at a dinosaur trying to ambush Debo from behind, sending it flying. Shut up. Debo snapped, clearly annoyed at needing the help. He didn't seem the least bit thankful for being saved. El said it. Ralph continued firmly. From now on, I'll be your shield, Debo. Forget your old selfish way of fighting. Your job is to push forward, and mine is to protect you at any cost. That's an order. Back on the battlefield, Debo and Ralph had found themselves caught in a terrifying pincer attack sandwiched between two massive dinosaurs charging at them from the front and rear. But the old priest showed no fear whatsoever. With a heavy stomp that cracked the ground beneath him, he dug in, anchoring himself firmly. Without missing a beat, the two launched into a brutal, synchronized assault, punches flying, weapons slashing, raining hell upon the dinosaurs from both sides. Just then, Ralph noticed another dinosaur swinging its thick tail straight at Debo. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw himself in the way, wrapping his arms around the beast's tail to shield his hot-headed teammate. My son, damn it. This is the power of a father's love for his child. Ralph shouted dramatically, all while casting a healing skill on himself to minimize the impact. Meanwhile, Debo, still fuming from being called son, shouted, I told you to shut up already. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kiri was handling the most crucial task assigned by L. Her job was to eliminate the enemies too wounded to fight back. Her unique skill prevented targets from healing, making her the perfect executioner. And she had come a long way. Elle had noted she'd improved more than anyone else over the past month. You've reached triple ring level, Kiri. That's even faster than I expected. Amazing work. Keep pushing forward just like this, he had told her. The group, pumped up by their success, pressed forward with renewed excitement. Even these giant dinosaurs weren't as terrifying as they first seemed. At that same moment, outside the gate, two relaxed guards keeping watch near the entrance suddenly spotted a group approaching in the distance. Huh? Wait a second, is that Cadril? One of them said in surprise. What brings you here? The chosen members already before he could finish. Cadril, the guy with the red band wrapped around his head, cut him off with a shout. That doesn't matter. This is an emergency. I need to speak with Miner immediately. Meanwhile, back with Miner's group, they had just finished off the last of the beasts. Haha, nice work, Miner, Zio said with a nod. No big deal. Let's keep moving, she replied, cheerful but focused. From a short distance away, a brown-haired girl standing triumphantly atop a fallen dinosaur waved excitedly toward them. We just hit the jackpot. Look at the size of this mana crystal. If we sell this thing, we'll be rich. At least before the girl could even finish her sentence, a flaming arrow shot in from the distance, piercing straight through her abdomen. The group froze in shock, eyes wide, unable to react in time to the sudden, brutal attack. But it wasn't over yet. A hand emerged from the shadows, controlling the fiery arrow mid-air, redirecting it toward another team member. Only then did they realize this wasn't some random strike. This was a coordinated ambush. What the hell? Everyone stay sharp, someone shouted. Zio sprang into action, tackling the targeted teammate to the side just in time. Catch Miner, he shouted, warning her. But Miner didn't need him to spell it out, she was already moving. I know, she replied, immediately raising her weapon and blasting the missile apart mid-flight. In that very instant, she sensed someone approaching from behind. Without hesitation, she spun around and fired 3 quick shots toward the direction of the presence she felt. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, her expression darkened. You bastard. Start talking, she growled, teeth clenched in rage. Standing calmly in the line of fire, completely unfazed, was none other than L, our protagonist. Relax. I'm just cleaning up, he said coolly. Don't move. This'll be over quickly. With that, he summoned a dozen more flaming arrows and launched them straight at the team. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the gate, Ibaru was in a complete state of panic. They forgot me, everyone actually forgot about me, he muttered, trembling. That bastard Debo, how could he leave me behind like that? He told me to trust him, damn it. Why even bring me here in the first place? Thankfully he'd found a tiny ant nest-like burrow to hide in. Without it he would have been dino food by now. But he knew he couldn't stay hidden forever. If everyone else escaped and he didn't, he'd really be screwed. That thought gave him just enough courage to peek out and assess the situation. This is insane, I've made it through 2 rings already, he whispered to himself, creeping forward carefully. There's no way I'm dying in a place like this. As he wandered cautiously through the gate, he stumbled upon something unexpected, a massive doorway, leading to the second level. The second gate, he froze. What do I do? If I just wait around here? At the same time, a pair of curious eyes peeked out from Ibaru's shoulder, startling him so badly that he fell flat on his back. But after a closer look at the snail-like creature, he let out a relieved sigh. Huh? You're El Palm's storage snail, Wu. When did you get here? Damn near gave me a heart attack, he muttered. As he spoke, his hand accidentally brushed against the gateway, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body was sucked into it. The snail blinked slowly, clearly stunned by this guy's sheer bad luck. After a long sigh, It too slithered its way through the gate and vanished behind him. Back with L. The red-haired girl was now aiming her gun at him. "Explain yourself. Didn't you hear a word I said?" she demanded. But before L could even respond, a barrage of bullets suddenly came flying in from a distance, slamming into the area around him and erupting in a deafening explosion. The one who fired them was none other than Gasu. "Whew, looks like I'm not too late after all," he said coolly. "You did that?" "Kadral, why are you even here?" Minor asked, eyes narrowing. But Kadral didn't answer her right away. Instead, he turned to the squad of hounds behind him and barked an order. "He's still alive. After him now." Only then did he turn back to Minor. "That brat El Palm pulled the same stunt at the 100-man gate. Kiran sent us here the moment his identity was confirmed." "Kiran," Minor echoed under her breath, frowning. Meanwhile, El was now on the run. But he didn't forget to strike back. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of flaming arrows hurtling behind him, wiping out several of the pursuers in an instant. One moment they were charging at him, next, they were ash in the wind. Seeing his forces get wiped out so quickly, the brown-haired man behind them let out a furious roar. "Damn it! What the hell are you all doing? He's just one guy." Enraged, he unleashed his flame frenzy ability, firing a blazing bullet that exploded like a bomb, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. "Got him," he muttered with a dark grin. But he celebrated too soon. A heartbeat later, a massive fireball burst out from within the cloud of smoke, screaming toward him and his two men like a meteor from hell. All they could do was scream before the impact swallowed them whole. And just like that, they were obliterated. Back to L. Once he sensed that the enemy's presence had completely vanished, he nodded to himself. 3 down, and more showing up. "They've caught on, huh?" he muttered, concern flickering in his eyes. But before he could dwell on it, Minor suddenly cut off his escape path. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger and unleashed a relentless hail of bullets in his direction. El was just fast enough to dodge, narrowly tilting his head aside to avoid getting shot. "You think I'm gonna lose you that easily?" she shouted while continuing to unload round after round. Her firepower was insane. Every single bullet landed with a heavy explosion, sending shockwaves through the cave. But El was slipperier than an eel, weaving between the stone pillars for cover with ease. That's when he spotted a gate up ahead, possibly a way out. But just as he was about to make a move, Kadral appeared behind him, pulling out a grenade and shouting to the others, "Everyone get down." Then he hurled the bomb forward. El's eyes narrowed. In the split second before impact, he used his psychic energy to rip a massive stone pillar from the ground and swing it into place in front of him as a shield. A moment later, the smiling face bomb exploded with a deafening boom, shaking the entire cavern. The blast sent a cascade of debris crashing down from above, burying both El and Minor under a thick layer of rubble. "Minor! Everyone get over here now!" Zio shouted in panic. Inside the makeshift tomb of broken rock, Minor wasn't seriously hurt, but the thick dust had her coughing uncontrollably. "Cough what the hell?" Just she didn't even finish her sentence before El pointed a blazing arrow directly at her face. The only reason they weren't both crushed by the cave-in was that El had held the debris back with his psychic power, forming a narrow pocket of space. "You bastard," she growled. "What the hell are you planning? Say it. Then you'd better be ready to face the consequences," El replied coldly. Meanwhile, outside, Zio had Kadral by the collar and was yelling in his face, "We have no choice. Minor's trapped in there too." Just as the words left his mouth, a massive explosion burst from within the pile of debris, rocks and dust flying everywhere as the ground shook once again. Seeing the explosion from afar, Zio spun around anxiously. "Minor, are you still alive?" Before he could even hear a response, a blazing arrow tore through the smoke and shot straight at them. The sheer speed and heat of it made their hair stand on end. "Cough, what the hell is going on?" Zio shouted, his voice cracking under the pressure. But that wasn't the end of it. A gun was raised, its muzzle glinting in the light, and opened fire straight at Kadral. The bullets ripped through him in seconds, leaving his body riddled with holes like a beehive. The shooter? None other than Minor herself. Zio's eyes widened in shock. Watching her execute a teammate like that, his mind reeled. He could no longer make sense of anything that was happening. "Minor, what are you doing?" She didn't respond to him. Instead, she muttered to El, who stood calmly nearby. "So what's the verdict?" she asked, her voice low and grim. "I wasted my mana for nothing. Thanks to your stubbornness," he shrugged. Just as I thought they were all new recruits. At that moment Minor made her decision. Her tone turned sharp, commanding. Zio, take the others and run. That's Kieran's order. Zio could barely react before noticing something new. A pendant now hung around her neck, one she hadn't been wearing earlier. Meanwhile, back with poor, unlucky Iburu, he was already regretting stepping into the second level. Damn it, I didn't mean to end up here, he panted, trying to catch his breath. Now I just gotta wait for someone else to come through. He paused, taking a look around. To his surprise, the second gate was just another cavern system. Another cave? Seriously? You think the others are already here? Just then he spotted a silhouette moving ahead in the distance. Relief washed over him, and he ran toward it. Hey, wait, I'm lost. Can I join you? He shouted, waving both arms. But the storage snail trailing behind him tensed up. It sensed something was seriously wrong with that shadowy figure. Without warning, the snail exploded forward with insane speed and rammed straight into Iburu's knee, sending him tumbling to the ground and nearly face-planting into the dirt. What the hell are you doing? You trying to get roasted on a fire the second Elpom's not around? Hearing that, the storage snail let out a few high-pitched, worried squeaks. Too bad Iburu couldn't understand snail speak. Oblivious, he turned back toward the figure and called out, Hey, don't worry, this snail's not a monster. But then he stopped. His voice died in his throat. The shadow stepped forward, revealing not a person, but a humanoid mushroom creature, fungus-covered and grotesque. And it wasn't alone. A chorus of eerie, guttural screeches echoed from the cave as more mushroom people emerged, their monstrous forms swaying with twisted intent. Back to the fight from earlier. While still trapped under the rubble, El began explaining everything to Minor. Do you know anything about Leah's death? He asked, his voice calm but serious. Behind those fallen rocks, there are black mage cultists hiding among your friends. The one who orchestrated the death of Eagle Eye. Kieran already knows everything. That's why I'm here. Don't you get it? The reason they've been trying to keep you away from Kieran is because their next target is Kieran's second disciple. In other words, you Minor. His words struck like thunder. Minor's pirate expression went blank. She looked utterly lost, struggling to process the sudden flood of revelations. Wait, what is he saying? Black mage cultists in the Nautilus division. And my own teammates killed Leah. The more she tried to make sense of it, the more her thoughts spiraled into chaos. Seeing her overwhelmed expression, El pulled something from his coat, a necklace. Kieran asked me to give you this. The moment her eyes landed on it, she froze. That wasn't just any necklace. That's Kieran's pendant. There's no way she'd hand that to some stranger, she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. It's her symbol. The realization hit her hard. Kieran knew. She knew everything and had been trying to protect her. Minor looked at El. Eyes narrowed with suspicion that was quickly turning to understanding. So those people you just took out, El nodded. Exactly. But how could you tell who they were? She asked, still piecing it all together. El didn't answer immediately. Instead, he held up a small object, the tool that had helped him see the truth. It all came down to an artifact he had received from the Hunters Guild, a powerful relic from the Cross Division. Meanwhile, back at the Hunters Guild, one of Cheryl's subordinates paced nervously. Cheryl. I don't feel good about this, he muttered. They know about us. They have information about the number of relics we're holding. But that doesn't mean anything. We can't trust him. Up ahead, Cheryl stood still, deep in thought, her mind on the very same artifact she had given to El. The piercing lens. An enchanted monocle that allows the wearer to see the flow of mana. A powerful tool especially effective in spotting black mage cultists, whose mana signatures were corrupted and distinct. But it burns through mana like crazy, she murmured to herself. After I die, no one else will be able to use it. She turned back to her subordinate, letting out a quiet sigh. You don't get it, do you? That thing only works if the user shares the same elemental affinity. I don't know how a guy who looks more like a spellcaster managed to activate it, but somehow he did. Her voice softened, but carried resolve. No matter what, we should trust him at least a little. He's working toward the same goal we are. And with that, her decision was made. Before she could even finish her sentence, the man cut in. It could be a trap. We don't even know who's behind all this. Hearing that, Cheryl just shrugged. So what can we do? I already lent it to him. It'll be fine. Trust me, if he doesn't have enough mana, that thing will eat him alive before he can even use it. Just wait and see. Let's find out what kind of answers he brings us. Back in the present with the piercing lens activated, El was quickly able to distinguish friend from foe. Everyone except for the 3 pirates standing at the front was a black mage cultist. When he said this out loud, the pirates ahead put on their best shocked expressions and started pretending to be outraged. Black mage cultists? That's insane. One of them scoffed. Miss Minor, don't believe this bastard. He doesn't even have proof. El smirked. If they wanted proof, he'd give them proof. Proof? You mean this? He said, his voice low and steady. With that, he activated his piercing ring. Dealing with black mage cultists was always a pain. Even before his regression, he remembered clearly those cultist tattoos only revealed themselves when mana was channeled through them. And they could be placed anywhere on the body. But just because they couldn't be seen with the naked eye, didn't mean they weren't there. As he thought this, a glowing red mark suddenly lit up in his vision hidden within the corpse of Cadril, the one he had taken out earlier. Now that he'd identified the spot, all he had to do was force mana into it. Tech. I tried giving you people the benefit of the doubt, El muttered. But don't you think you've crossed the line? With that, he yanked Cadril's lifeless head up, revealing a glowing eye-shaped tattoo burned into the man's forehead. The moment Zio and the other ally saw it, their faces went pale with shock. That's the black mage's mark, Zio gasped. No way. They both shouted in disbelief, frozen in place, while the man in the green bandana clenched his teeth exposed and furious. You bastard, damn it, kill them all, he screamed. But even before he gave the order, the other fake allies had already raised their weapons and pulled the trigger, firing a storm of bullets straight at El and the others. Seeing what was happening, Minor's group quickly scattered to both sides, dodging the hail of bullets coming their way. What the hell is going on? One of them shouted while unleashing a devastating explosive shot toward the attackers, blowing the entire front line into a cloud of debris. Searing waves of heat burst out, scorching the air. On the other side, Minor wasn't about to be outdone. Raising both her pistols, she fired a barrage straight into the chest of a brown-haired traitor, turning him into a bloody hive of holes. As chaos reigned in the air filled with gunfire and shouts, El called out amidst the madness, I've already spent too much mana tracking them down. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be at a disadvantage. There's a second gate nearby, we need to fall back and regroup. But unfortunately, Minor wasn't listening. Now that she knew for sure these bastards were the ones who killed her sister figure, Leah, her mind was consumed with only one thing: revenge. Shut up, she snapped. I'm finishing every last one of them myself. At that moment, the green bandana bastard at the front pulled out a strange-looking artifact and shouted to his comrades, fall back now. As they retreated, he activated the item, a skull-shaped totem which began to spew a thick, violet fog from its mouth, spreading rapidly and engulfing Minor's entire group, cutting off their visibility completely. What is this? An illusion. Minor growled, squinting into the purple haze. I can't see a damn thing. And then slash. Something zipped right past her cheek, fast and silent, leaving behind a thin, bloody cut across her face. Not bad, a voice echoed from the fog. You can't see a thing, can you? You better brace yourself. It was the green-haired man with the scar, his voice smug and taunting. Meanwhile, the rest of the group wasn't faring any better. Minor, I can't see anything. Damn it, what is this crap? One of them shouted in a panic, the group staggering in confusion and fear, completely blinded by the sinister fog creeping deeper around them. Minor, I'm sending you straight to meet Eagle Eye. Be sure to tell her I said hello. The green bandana bastard sneered as he pulled the trigger, firing a bullet directly at Minor. At that critical moment, El lunged in from the side, grabbing Minor and yanking her out of the bullet's path just in time. The fact that he had predicted the shot's trajectory left the green bandana man visibly stunned. What the? How the hell did he see that? He shouted, panic creeping into his voice. Shoot him. He's too damn unpredictable. Even though El couldn't physically see the enemies through the fog, the perception lens allowed him to track the flow of mana within their bodies. That alone was enough. Calm and composed, he stood firm as bullets erupted toward him once again. But with a flick of his hand, he used his telekinesis to rip a massive stone pillar from the ceiling and slam it down in front of him, blocking the incoming barrage. Then, with a smooth wave of his staff, he fired a blazing arrow that zigzagged through the air. Bam, 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 a clean triple kill. 3 enemies down in an instant. In another corner of the battlefield, A large brute leveled his massive cannon and fired a rage shot, a rocket shaped like a shark barreling straight toward L. "You think that's enough to stop me?" the brute snarled. But L casually loosed another fire arrow, shooting the shark missile out of the air. A split second later, the exploding rocket lit up the night, and along with it, the brute's head was reduced to pulp, bursting like an overripe melon. "What the no way?" was all he managed to scream before being sent straight to hell. Not far off, the green bandana man watched in horror, his scalp crawling at the sheer display of power. "What is this freakish strength? Those are just normal fire arrows, aren't they? Stop him." The rest of the cultists opened fire once more, bullets raining down like a monsoon. But L was already prepared. Reaching into his inventory, he drew out 4 phoenix feathers, using them to enhance his fire magic. Then, with seamless precision, he launched 6 flaming arrows in rapid succession, 6-fold flame barrage, and had them merge midair into a colossal drill-shaped flame spear, which spun violently as it rocketed forward. The flaming drill tore through every bullet in its path, obliterating the entire front line. He redirected the trajectory of his fire arrow. The green bandana man gasped in terror. While the cultists were still reeling from the massive explosion, L suddenly dropped down in front of the leader like a vengeful spirit, sword flashing and a deadly arc slicing clean through the man's arm, severing it at the shoulder and knocking the cursed artifact from his grasp. Next, L threw the knife in his hand deep into the green bandana guy's chest, while his other hand smashed the skull-shaped artifact to pieces, making sure no cultist could pick it up and use it against them later. As soon as the cursed skull was destroyed, the thick fog blocking miners' group suddenly cleared, allowing them to see everything around them again. "I can see now," Miner thought silently. Back to the green bandana man. Before dying, he tried to bite L in desperation. "Damn you, it's all because of the dark mage," he growled, pulling out a human-faced bomb, like the one he used before. But he wasn't alone around the cultists. Dozens of other bombs began glowing simultaneously. A second later, they all exploded at once. The entire cave shook violently, and Miner's group was blasted out of the cavern by the shockwave. Despite the chaos, L remained the pillar holding the team together. He manipulated a large floating stone to catch all 3 of them mid-air. Still, he knew he was nearing his limit. "I'm almost out of mana. I need to get to the Grand Gate before it runs out," he thought, accelerating the stone toward the gate. But things were never easy for him. The scruffy-haired enemy jumped onto the floating stone, reached out, and slammed Miner down hard onto the ground. "Miner!" Zio shouted in panic. L could only curse silently and quickly activated his telekinetic ring, trying to pull her back. But the scruffy-haired enemy wasn't done yet. "Not a chance," he sneered, tossing out another smiling-faced bomb. The bomb exploded right in front of L, and the blast shattered the Grand Gate leading to the 2nd floor. Time passed quickly. When Miner finally woke up, still dazed from being thrown down, her eyes widened in shock. The gate to the next level had been completely destroyed in the explosion. Nearby, the dark mage cultists stared blankly as they saw the gate destroyed. "How could it be the gate?" one muttered in disbelief. "The second gate, so we've lost track of that L Palm group." Another tried to calm them down. "Don't worry. The gate will be rebuilt soon enough. Besides, our real target is still her." With that, the scruffy-haired man lunged forward, wielding a weapon shaped like a bear's fist, swinging a powerful whirlwind punch. Seeing this, Miner immediately jumped back, raising her guns and firing straight at his arm, landing several bullets. Unfortunately for her, he activated a defensive magic barrier. A faint blue glow enveloped his entire body, nullifying most of her damage. "Useless," he chuckled. Miner's expression hardened, frustration flickering in her eyes. "If my attacks aren't working, is he hiding his real power?" she thought. Then unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets. But her shots only left scratches on his bulky frame. As soon as he closed the distance, the scruffy man struck back with a thunderous punch that left a small crater in the ground. Still, the blow meant nothing if it didn't connect. The moment he threw the punch, Miner nimbly jumped up, landing lightly on his shoulder. She aimed her gun at the sole of his foot, seemingly unprotected by magic, and fired. The bullet pierced through, causing the man to break into a cold sweat from the sudden pain. At the same time, the scruffy man's underlings, realizing their leader could resist bullets, opened fire on both Miner and L, aiming to take her down. Reacting swiftly, Miner caught the sound of the gunfire, clamped her legs tightly around the scruffy man's neck, and twisted her body. Using her hands as support, She pushed off, shoving him forward as a human shield. His back exploded with bursts of blood as he took the bullets meant for her. Right after sitting up, with a shield of flesh right in front of her, Miner immediately squeezed the trigger and fired back, shredding a few of the enemies in front of her into pieces. "You little rat." The scruffy-haired man growled in frustration, gathering strength into his fist and aiming a powerful punch straight down at her. But before his fist could even reach Miner, she pressed her gun directly against his stomach and fired at close range, instantly leaving a bloody hole in his belly. The man's eyes bulged in pain, mouth agape, but he shouldn't have left his mouth open in front of Miner, because she shoved the gun right into it and pulled the trigger again. The bullet pierced straight through his brain and exited out the top of his head, sending him to meet the Grim Reaper in an instant. "Pedro!" The group behind panicked. After finishing him off, Miner coldly turned to face the traitors. "I don't have time for this. Let's take them all down at once." Cut to the group of Debo. After clearing out the dinosaur-like monsters blocking their way, they now faced a difficult situation. In front of them were countless gates leading up to the second floor, leaving the group clueless about which one to choose. "What the hell? Gates?" Debo said, astonished. "There are some here too. Are all these gates leading to the second floor?" Kiri added. To answer this, Uncle Ralph shared some info he had overheard somewhere. "Maybe these are special gates. I've heard about them. They connect to different locations within the second area. Once certain people pass through, that gate closes, and the rest have to find another." Hearing this, Debo suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped Uncle Ralph. "Wait a minute, how do we even know where we'll end up if we go through a certain gate? What if we run into the boss right away?" "Haha, no choice but to leave it to fate," Ralph the carpenter said. "For now we just have to try and see." With no other choice, the group cautiously stepped through the gate. Fortunately, all three of them managed to enter together through the same portal. Looks like a maximum of 3 people can go through at once. Stay alert and observe your surroundings carefully. El Palm might switch to another gate, we need to regroup quickly," Uncle Ralph warned everyone. At that moment, a sudden cloud of dust rose up in the distance, catching Debo's attention. "Hey, what's that? Feels like it's coming toward us. Could it be the boss monster?" The eager young man squinted, trying to get a better look. Then, in their line of sight appeared their comrade Ibaru, running for his life while being chased by a pack of enemies. "Is that Ibaru?" The group gasped in surprise. On the opposite side, Ibaru spotted them, and was so relieved that he almost wanted to burn some paper offerings for his ancestors right there and then. "It's you all. Please save me," he cried out emotionally. But the group's response was filled with fear and caution. "What are you talking about? Don't come any closer," Debo shouted in alarm as Ibaru suddenly pulled a ferocious monster toward them. For some reason, maybe because they couldn't hear him clearly, Ibaru's face still showed hope. Truly, the pirate crew was loyal and faithful. "No way, get lost," someone shouted. "Boss, where the hell are you?" Debo yelled, desperate. Just as they prepared to face the oncoming enemies, the members of L's group who had been knocked into the second floor gate had already encountered these terrifying monsters, especially since L was running dangerously low on mana. One more hit could mean death. In a corner, just after blasting apart one of the mushroom creatures with her gun, Zio suddenly noticed something and shouted out, "These aren't just monsters, they're wearing pirate outfits like us. Could they actually be humans? Damn it, now's not the time to be thinking nonsense. These things just won't die," someone barked. "Even shots to the head don't stop them from moving. And we're running low on ammo," the group said anxiously. Meanwhile, L grit his teeth as the situation spiraled out of control. "This is insane. I've never heard of anything like this before. These monsters don't have a core? Or are they maybe humans turned into monsters? They have no weak points, no matter where you shoot, they don't go down. What's going on here? It's nothing like before I reset. I have to figure this out, no matter what," he thought intensely. L's eyes widened as he spotted something on the mushroom creature's heads, an energy cord linking each of them to somewhere. "Wait, there's a mana tether connecting them. How far does it reach? There has to be something on the other side of that wall," he realized, beginning to track the energy cord. By chance, he also spotted the Debo group not far from him. "Is that Debo? Everyone's already entered the second gate," he murmured. Suddenly, his mana hit 0. "I'm out of mana, I can't maintain my skills anymore," the protagonist groaned in pain. Seeing this, Zio's expression grew worried. El Palm, what's wrong? Snap out of it, she urged. At the same time, a mushroom creature seized the moment and charged straight at them. But just then, a gunshot rang out suddenly. Next, a massive rock fell from the cave ceiling, crashing down on the mushroom monster and splitting it in two instantly. The one who made the shot was none other than Pirate Miner, who had just finished off the Black Sorcerer's hounds and rushed over. Seeing her arrive, Zio breathed a sigh of relief. Miner, he exclaimed. Before the words finished, countless explosions sounded above, causing sharp rocks to rain down heavily, crushing the mushroom monsters below with terrifying cries. Afterward, Miner landed safely on the ground. Luckily, you're not hurt, right? Someone asked. Kevin responded. If you don't want to end up dead, you better get out of the way. What? What do you mean? Kevin asked, confused, but he soon got his answer. At this moment, Miner's twin gun barrels had already heated up red hot like forged steel. Then, suddenly, two massive streams of energy blasted forward, causing a thunderous explosion that shook everything around. When the dust settled, the group saw a huge crater had formed inside the cave. Miner, I almost got wiped out back there, Kevin complained, before scanning their surroundings and clicking his tongue. Damn, there are still so many of them. What are we gonna do? We're running low on ammo. Kevin's worry was clear. I can shoot one more time. I'll use all my remaining mana on this shot. Risky, Miner replied. Just then, Elle stepped forward to stop her. Wait, hold on. We still need that skill. Hearing this, Miner looked puzzled. What are you talking about? We're about to get wiped out. Can't you see those things? There's no time to wait. Turning back to Elle, Miner was impatient. But with her presence, Elle had already come up with a plan in his mind. The distance to Debo's location was about a kilometer. Time was running out, and there was no time left to hesitate. Thinking quickly, he pulled some stones out from his bag and said, Give me 5 more minutes. No, make that 3 minutes. What? 3 minutes? What can you do in just 3 minutes? I'll clear this gate, Elle said firmly. Meanwhile, back with Debo's group, they were struggling hard against the mushroom creatures. The more they fought, the tougher these monsters became. What the hell are these things? Zombies or what? Even if we cut off their heads, they don't stop, Debo muttered in frustration, swinging his massive axe and cleaving through one of the mushroom monsters. But just then, another monster grabbed him by the neck. Luckily, Uncle Ralph quickly rushed in and knocked the creature away. Is there any way to truly take these things down? Debo asked. Stop whining. Just take down another one, Ralph said, slamming his elbow into another monster. Nearby, Kiri and Iburu were also doing their best to keep the monsters at bay, preventing them from getting too close. In the midst of the chaos, the pirate Iburu accidentally fired a shot that ricocheted off a rock ledge above. The rock immediately broke loose from the ceiling and crashed down, smashing the body of one of the mushroom creatures. Nice shot, Iburu. Well done. Everyone praised, causing Iburu to feel a bit embarrassed since he had only fired in a panic. Ah yeah, it was nothing, he muttered. Back at Debo's position, suddenly the ground right in front of him exploded. Then, a gigantic shadow emerged, making the young man's face turn pale. This is insane. What the hell did you just awaken? He shouted. Before them now stood a massive mutated mushroom, covered with countless egg sacs all over its body. Damn it, just when they were praising me earlier, Iburu muttered quietly to himself. Back at Elle's group, it was unclear what exactly he had just put into his mouth. But immediately, his entire body began to erupt with a fierce surge of mana. More importantly, his body seemed to be under tremendous strain. Damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode. I don't want to push myself this hard again, but I have no other choice. It's too early to enhance the magic circle, it only causes obstacles for me. If I force it before I'm ready, he sighed. Then there's only one way. I've always faced situations like this before I reset. The monsters keep getting stronger, but I'm running out of mana to attack when I need it. Once I hit the limit of the 6th circle, magic will cost even more mana. Now I have to find another way to deal with them. It's a gamble. The magic stones I've been using to enhance my magic circle, considering the nature of these monsters, if I directly absorb this mana stone, wouldn't it act like an instant mana refill? Theoretically, I can restore mana this way. He focused harder. Until now, there were only waves of scattered mana. If I channel it through my heart following the flow of blood, And if my body can withstand the pressure, the more El thought, the more he concentrated, directing the energy flow toward his heart to restore the heavily depleted mana. Meanwhile, the pirate miner was still fiercely protecting him. El's voice rang out, "Good job, Miner." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive fireball shot forward from El's direction, instantly roasting 2 mushroom monsters. What's that?" Miner exclaimed in surprise. But El didn't explain further, only instructing, "Get ready with that skill." "What?" Miner thought, shocked by the strange and cold look on El's face. While they prepared to unite their forces, back with Debo's team, they were struggling to fend off the monster's attacks. After being hit and knocked away by the tongue whip of a newly appeared giant mushroom creature, Uncle Ralph suddenly noticed some mushrooms growing on his wound. What the hell? Mushrooms growing here? Damn it, that's it, the secret behind these zombie mushrooms. He quickly pulled out a dagger from his side and began slicing off the infected flesh where the mushrooms had taken root. Then, Uncle Ralph quickly used a healing skill to close the wound and turned to warn everyone. "Be careful, don't let the tentacles swipe you. If they do, you'll turn into those disgusting zombie mushrooms." Hearing this, Debo's expression changed as he finally understood what was going on. "So that's what's behind all of this. We're running out of energy. We'll be wiped out soon." With that, Debo made a risky decision to stay behind and hold off the monsters so the others could escape. "Leave this place to me and get out of here." Without waiting for any reaction, he charged headlong into a brutal fight with the giant mushroom boss, immediately slicing off its multiple tongues into pieces. Since it had no arms, the mushroom creature could only attack by swinging its long tongues. Seeing this, Debo leapt to dodge, but suddenly one of the tongues twisted like an arm in midair and knocked him aside, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Next, the whip-like tongue struck him again, and because he was airborne, he had nowhere to dodge. At that moment, Kiri rushed in to take the hit for him. Back with El's group, after temporarily assigning the task of blocking the large monster to Zio and another companion, they stood before a massive stone wall. "Focus on maintaining the skill to aim for me. The target is this wall. We only have one shot fire." Following his command, Miner gathered all the remaining mana in her body to unleash her strongest attack, forming a gigantic projectile aimed straight ahead. At the same time, El wrapped his energy around the projectile to guide it. The projectile began to spin rapidly, drilling through the stone wall. "Faster, faster. Keep going," El urged, increasing the spin speed until the projectile transformed into a fire spear. However, judging by the force, El frowned. "Not enough. I have to add more mana. Hold steady until it finishes." He shouted and launched 5 additional fire missiles at the tail of the projectile to boost its momentum. At the same time, behind them, Zio shouted, "Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Run, Miner." He yelled to warn everyone. With no one left to block the way, the mushroom creatures charged straight at them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sharp legs of the giant mushroom swung toward Debo, who was too exhausted to dodge anymore. "These monsters don't have cores, no mana nodes. They're just puppets. They deceive and cloud my judgment. Where do the magical threads that control them come from? The real identity of these unkillable bastards is that they're controlled by a master, a completely different entity. The one we need to fight is that monster." Thinking this, the giant projectile pierced through the wall and appeared right before the giant mushroom, catching it off guard. Then, with a rocket-smart attack, the projectile blasted the upper part of the mushroom's body to ashes, shattering its mana core as well. The sudden turn of events left Debo and Ralph stunned. Immediately after the monster's death, all the mushroom soldiers froze, then simultaneously exploded, sending blood and guts everywhere. "Haha, we're saved," Ibaru exclaimed joyfully. "The dungeon is cleared," El smiled and replied. The scene shifted to a childhood memory of Miner. She saw several adults smiling smugly, but the girl's face showed worry. "They were terrifying people. Leah protected me from them. She stepped forward and became our hero." The scene changed to a sunset afternoon where Miner and Leah were watching the sky from the ship's deck. "For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit quiet inside. It's been almost 10 years since our master took us in. Time really flies. Everything feels like it happened so fast." "Well, Kirin admitted you're a genius, and I'm sure every day for you is full of joy more than for me." The red-haired girl sighed deeply, her sadness evident, making Leah guess immediately that their master must have scolded her recently. Unaware of these thoughts, Minor continued to speak. I feel like I have to rush to improve. It feels like the gap between us is growing bigger every minute. If Kareen before she could finish, Leah lightly flicked her on the forehead and reminded her, don't say that. Confidence is your strongest trait. I told you not to hit people like that. Minor grumbled in response to this gesture. Sheh, that's a privilege only you have. Don't feel like you have to hurry to get better. I will always be by your side, Leah said with a very confident smile. Back in the present, Debo anxiously looked toward Kiri, who had just taken a hit in his place. Kiri, are you sure you're okay? Hearing this, the knight checked her body briefly and nodded. I'm fine. Probably thanks to my new equipment. Ralph grumbled, it's thanks to my healing magic, actually. Luckily, I still have enough mana. Otherwise this place would have been your tomb. Yeah, that's true. It's all thanks to you, Debo thought quietly. At the same time, Zio, leading his group, noticed something and shouted a warning. Hey, what's that? They hurried forward and saw the figure of a girl who had tied herself tightly to a sharp rock. That was the person they were looking for, Leah. Seeing this scene, Minor grew silent, her mind full of unknown thoughts. Meanwhile, Ralph shared his guess, rope. Maybe she tied herself up before turning into a mushroom zombie. Without wasting time, they quickly untied Leah. Inside her clothes they found a letter she had left behind. The letter read, Dear Master, the disciples of that dark mage have returned. They have infiltrated deep into Nautilus long ago. You must come back and help. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Please take care of yourself. And Minor, they have prepared everything thoroughly. Half of our squad are already their disciples. I can't even tell how many are among us. But you can trust Brina and Katerik, they have been by my side for so long. So don't trust anyone too quickly. This is probably as far as I can go. I can't keep the promise I made to you. I'm sorry, my little sister. After reading the letter, the pirate girl's eyes welled up with tears, and she bit her lip tightly to keep from crying out loud. At the same time, outside the gate, the hunter dogs belonging to the Dark Mage's group were standing guard to ensure nothing went wrong. The two gatekeepers had already been killed by them. Estimating the time since Cadrill's group entered, one assassin in the group spoke up nervously. They're coming back. Could it be that they've already? His companion assassin shook his head in disagreement. Cadrill already obtained the Shard of Darkness. Even if Minor's squad is involved, as long as the artifact's spell remains intact. Before he could finish, suddenly a bullet tore through the air, piercing the body of one assassin. Immediately after, countless gun barrels aimed forward and fired, sending the assassins into chaos. Ah, ambush. Who are they? They shouted. Then, upon seeing the attacker's figure, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Urithi were already at that conference. From his gaze, the one leading the ambush was none other than Captain Kirin. She gave the assassins a cold, murderous stare and said, So, how does it feel to be the target of an ambush for once, you parasites? Time flew by quickly. Facing overwhelming firepower and caught off guard, it was no surprise the assassins were shredded to pieces. We took down a total of 46 enemies, Murat reported. Hold your positions, Kirin ordered. Don't worry, Captain. We have a reason for sending someone to follow them, Murat reassured. Knowing what their captain was worried about, Minor clenched her teeth and said, If Minor doesn't return, I will never forgive myself. Just then, the gate in front of them suddenly flashed with a bright light. Shortly after, Minor's group appeared, carrying Leah's body, their faces heavy with sorrow. Kirin, I've brought my sister back, she said shakily. Yeah, I see her. Glad you two made it back, Leah responded, tears streaming down her face. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to somewhere out at sea. Leah's funeral was being held with the attendance of everyone from the guild. Wow, that's a lot of people, Debo said in amazement, and Kirin nodded beside him. Basically, it's probably everyone on the Nautilus ship. After all, this is the funeral of the Eagle Eye. She glanced at Leah's body as they prepared for the traditional water burial. Watching this, Minor's gaze was vacant and haunted. Meanwhile, Debo looked around but didn't see his boss anywhere and asked, Where's the boss gone? As for El, while everyone was attending the funeral, he was hiding in a corner, continuously using mana recovery potions to replenish his spent mana. At the same time, he recalled the deal he made with Kirin, a proposal and its conditions. That's a bit demanding, isn't it? It's demanding but obviously necessary. Still, that many mana potions are too much. Don't you realize how precious even a single potion is now that the formula has changed? Kirin reminded him, trying to make El not be too greedy. That's why I asked you, he said. Considering Nautilus's financial power, it should be an easy matter for you. Turning back to Kirin, she didn't rush to agree to the request but instead asked back, our deal is already over. So why do you still want to help us? True, the deal is finished, but I guess we still have things we can cooperate on, the male lead shrugged and said. But in response to his words, the captain's eyes were full of caution. I'm grateful you protected Minor, but that doesn't mean I trust you. Then consider this another deal. Instead of giving me one of the items in the warehouse that you promised, give me 2. In return, I will find all the disciples of that dark mage inside Nautilus. The male lead smiled and spoke. Back in the present, after replenishing his spent energy, he activated the piercing ring. Immediately, numerous red dots appeared in his sight, representing the hunters hiding inside the crowd. Sure enough, more than half of the pirate crew had already been infiltrated by them. Damn it, living a second life, but life's still not easy at all, El complained. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Minor. She was staring blankly ahead. The burly Zio laughed, what's with the blank stare? The sudden voice made Minor flinch a little. She shook her head, nothing. Just let me be alone for a while. You should join him, Zio advised. What? She replied, confused. At that moment, the burly guy spoke straightforwardly. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop before, but I know Alpam invited you to join his team. This time everything went smoothly thanks to him. But the disciples who killed Leah are still out there. I'm sure you want to avenge her. I want to do that too. If you go with Alpam, you'll be fighting those disciples on the front line. I think he's trustworthy. So go with him. I'll protect this place for you. You know me well enough already, right? He said this while confidently pounding his chest to assure her. And with those words, Minor cracked a smile before quickly shifting back to a cold expression. I can't trust you, you're too weak. Hey, don't throw cold water on me like that. Zio rolled his eyes, seeing how much she looked down on him. Well, I guess things will be fine since Curran is here. You really are. He sighed deeply. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a remote, swampy forest. At this moment, El was rowing a small boat, following Captain Kieran's instructions toward their destination. It didn't take long before a massive gate loomed ahead of them. From above, several cannons were already aimed straight at their tiny vessel. At just a glance, El could already spot one of the gunners, an adventurer with 5 rings, clearly showing how tightly guarded this place was. Then, Kieran quickly pulled out a torch and lit it, releasing a blue flame as a signal to those watching from the gate. As if they had confirmed her identity, the giant gate creaked open, allowing them to enter. And the moment El saw what lay beyond, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was Kieran's treasure vault. Mountains of gold coins piled high in front of him, making El's mouth water. Could you maybe explain what some of these items are? He asked hopefully. But Kieran, being the sharp pirate captain she was, had no intention of giving a detailed tour of her prized collection, especially not to someone who might walk away with a piece of it. What kind of pirate tells you the value of her treasure? She scoffed. You'll have to judge that for yourself. Just to be clear, I only promised you 2 items. Her cold tone left El a bit disappointed. So cold, is this because of what I asked Minor? He wondered. Realizing Kieran's chilly attitude likely stemmed from his earlier bargaining, he turned his focus back to the task at hand, choosing his items. Still, this place had way more treasure than he expected. Agate staff, pendant of dominion. And that's the Dawn Guardian's ring. I can't believe this. I get to choose 2 items, then I'd better make sure they're the best of the best. He swallowed hard, practically drooling as he gazed around at the collection. Suddenly, something else caught his eye, something that pulled at his senses. Without hesitation, he moved toward it. Huh? He's already made a choice. Kieran thought in surprise as she watched him. El reached out and picked up a particular artifact, one he recognized from his previous life. No doubt about it, back in his past life, near the very end, during the final battles at the front lines, an adventurer had turned traitor and massacred numerous members of the guild. That traitor was Jake, the man who had infiltrated the upper ranks and betrayed humanity when it mattered most, dealing a fatal blow to the entire guild, and the terrifying symbol Jake had once used. It was this exact item. I lost so many good people to that bastard, El muttered, clenching his teeth tightly as memories of the devastation Jake had caused came flooding back. I'll take this as my first item. After saying that, El casually slipped the bracelet onto his right wrist. Watching him, Corinne couldn't help but comment good eye. But then she furrowed her brows slightly. Why that one though? She wondered. That item doesn't even match his attribute. Unaware of her thoughts, El continued scanning the treasure pile when something else caught his attention, a ring lying half buried among the mountain of gold. I've never seen this one before. Can't sense anything from it either. Could it just be a regular ring? It was suspicious. There's no way something ordinary would be sitting in here, he thought. Reaching forward to pick it up, El was suddenly taken aback. The ring shot toward him on its own, latching onto his finger. What the hell? I didn't even touch it, he exclaimed. Turning to Kiran, he lifted his hand, showing her the mysterious ring now clinging tightly to his finger. Her expression changed immediately. Shaking her head, she said, "Sorry. That ring's not mine, I can't let you have it. Pick something else." "Understood," El replied, a bit surprised. "But I can't take it off." His hands began to tremble as he struggled to remove the ring, tugging at it with increasing urgency, but it wouldn't budge. Cut to Evoke's castle. At that moment, his subordinate the Hound Beiju was standing before him, delivering a report. The issue with the Ritchie Merchant Guild has been dealt with. Evoke's eyes flashed with approval, and he gave a curt nod. Good, well done. Then, after a brief pause, his voice turned cold. And what about El Palm? It's about time, isn't it? The moment those words left his mouth, Beiju involuntarily shuddered. My apologies, that mission failed. Before he could even finish his sentence, a thunderous slam echoed through the hall, Evoke's fist crashing down on the armrest of his throne. Failed? Are you kidding me? He bellowed. I even gave you a shard of the Dark Knight. And this is what you bring me? His voice dripped with rage, and his glowing red eyes flared with fury. One last chance, he growled. If you fail again, you'll pay with your life. Back to Minor, the pirate girl had finally made up her mind. With her belongings packed, she let out a sigh. All right, time to go, she muttered to herself, stepping out of her room with purpose. At the same time, El's group had wrapped up their business, and was saying farewell to the pirate crew. So they're really leaving, huh? Zio said with a chuckle. We'll be back if we get the chance. The booze here's great, Debo grinned. Haha. Then you'd better improve your skills before you come crawling back. Ralph bellowed with laughter. Good luck out there. The sound of his hearty voice triggered an unpleasant memory for Zio. Not long ago they had a dart-throwing bet, and the gambling addict Debo had somehow swindled a full 4 million gold from Ralph. That damn gambling junkie, Zio grumbled internally. Completely unaware of Zio's thoughts, Debo glanced at El. Well then, shall we? Yeah, El nodded in response. But just then whoosh. A figure burst out from the ship's door. Wait, where's my spot? Minor called out, panting hard from sprinting. Time passed quickly. Cut to an ominous corridor, hidden deep behind a mysterious gate. A team of adventurers was under brutal assault. The severed head of one man had just hit the ground, his body torn apart by the monstrous guardian of this place. Shit, run. Don't look back, just run, someone screamed in sheer panic. The survivors pushed themselves beyond their limits, sprinting forward with the strength of desperate men clinging to life. No, not like this, one of them gasped. We were almost. Please go, now, I'll activate it. Slamming his hand onto the wall, he yanked down a lever, face twisted in pain. There's no way I'm not dying here, he snarled. But just as the words left his mouth, a massive broadsword came screaming through the air, slicing clean through both of his legs. Blood exploded. He collapsed with a scream. Gukran, a teammate up ahead, turned in horror. Damn it, Gukran. Through clenched teeth, Gukran roared back, you idiot. Get the hell out of here. You need to survive. Then came the sound of hooves and fire. Riding a skeletal warhorse cloaked in flickering green-blue flames was a dread knight. Its empty eye sockets glowed as it slowly advanced, sword dripping with fresh blood. Back to El and his group. Upon returning to the Gafford Merchant Guild, he was immediately met with a storm of fury from Old Man Abbas. What the hell were you thinking, coming back empty-handed? The grizzled elder barked. It was an emergency. El replied calmly. The fact that we're still alive is already a miracle. But that indifferent attitude only made Abbas even angrier. Oh yeah, then why are you treating this whole thing like it's no big deal? El, unbothered, had already prepared a response. Look, I know this won't make up for it, but I'll be expanding my team a little. What the hell are you talking about now? Abbas shouted. Minor, El said plainly. One of the disciples targets she's joined our guild. That made Abbas pause for a second. One of his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The golden eye, is that what you're getting at? He muttered. You know damn well they won't just sit back and watch now. We'll use that, El said. We'll bait them out. But even that wasn't enough to cool Abbas' temper. This is ridiculous. How much longer do I have to play along with this idiotic game? El didn't say anything back. He understood why Abbas was angry. He couldn't reveal everything just yet. If war broke out now sparked by Abbas' narrow goal of toppling Kanya, it would derail everything. That approach would never strike at the true root of the black mages. Still, Gaffor's patience was running thin. I need to move faster, El thought, then spoke again to reassure him. Just a little longer. That's all. Time skipped forward once more. At Debo's house, now unofficially the group's war room, Ralph was grumbling again. Somehow this place had been turned into a tactical HQ. You let a new member into the party without consulting me, Ralph said, clearly irritated. Now I've got a budget even more to feed and supply all of you. Debo shot back without hesitation. Having another skilled member is a good thing. And why should we ask for your permission when Big Bro is the one acting as guild leader? What? Guild leader? Since when? We're still debating that. Well, for now he's the temporary guild leader, Ralph huffed. He put a heavy emphasis on the word temporary, which made the corner of Kieran's mouth twitch slightly. That old man really needs a few more beatings, she muttered under her breath. Back to El. It seemed like he'd decided it was time to clarify the roles within the team. Setting his teacup gently on the table, he spoke up, calm but firm. Temporary, huh? That's fine. But if you've got a problem with it, feel free to challenge me. I'm always ready to prove myself. His eyes locked onto Ralph's, cold, piercing, unflinching. That sharp glare sent a chill straight down the greedy old man's spine. Unable to meet El head-on, Ralph backed down, grumbling nonsense under his breath. Damn it, my money's on the line here. Why can't you people ever talk to me first? This is insane. Slamming the door behind him, Ralph stormed off. Greedy old man, Debo muttered, shaking his head. But before he could say more, he noticed El standing up. Huh, where are you going? I've got something to take care of. No training today, El replied, already heading out. Outside, the guards assigned by the Merchant Guild were visibly annoyed as they watched the group scatter again. They're splitting up again, one of them grumbled. Damn it. Do they think they're invincible or something? They don't even look in our direction. Always running off on their own, whatever. Let's split up too. We'll tail that guy, one muttered, pointing toward Ralph. Meanwhile, El walked on, lost in thought, specifically a conversation he'd had earlier with Captain Kieran. Back when he first couldn't remove the ring from his finger. What do you mean you can't take it off? Kieran had asked, frowning. Does it choose its master or something? Seems that way. Even if you asked me to return it, it's not like I can, El had replied, shaking his head. Kieran let out a sigh, clearly not thrilled with the situation. We can't exactly chop off your finger for it either. Her brows furrowed as she thought hard. The true owner of that ring, she mused. After a few seconds of silent deliberation, she sighed again and gave in. Fine. Whatever. But you'll have to get her permission first. Snapping back to the present, El arrived at the Templar Hunters Guild. Almost as if they had been expecting him, Cheryl and her group were already there waiting with looks that could kill. So you're still alive, huh? She sneered. You're the ring's owner, aren't you? El asked. What ring? Cheryl responded, confused. I came here to ask for your permission. I can't take it off, so I want to know if you'll allow me to use it. As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing the ring for all to see. The moment Cheryl laid eyes on the ring, her expression shifted. That ring, he really couldn't take it off. If that's the case, she murmured, then turned to one of her teammates and gave a silent nod. After a moment of quiet exchange, Cheryl looked back at El. I can't give you full access to it yet, she said. The true owner of that ring isn't here. Then can you bring them here? El asked. I don't even know how to use it, so I'll need someone to explain everything. For reasons she didn't voice, Cheryl agreed to the request without protest. Very well then, El Palm. This is now a formal request. To the true owner of the ring, please rescue Piru, the observer of heroes. On the final day, Humanity was driven into a corner. And yet, at that very moment, 6 extraordinary individuals appeared: Evan, the successor of Freud; Luminous, the one who rebelled against fate; Phantom, the legendary thief; Mercedes, the queen of the elves; Eren, the warrior hero; Yunwol, the spirit-bound avenger. Their return marked the reawakening of ancient might. We witnessed both overwhelming power and miracles that defied logic. Hope was restored. We believed they would save us again. But we didn't know. The strength that surged forth from their long-forgotten seals was unstable. 800 years ago, during the war against the Black Mage, the heroes' artifacts were lost, scattered through rifts in space and time. Somehow, those relics were rediscovered, each hidden behind different gates. The guild couldn't stall long enough for the heroes to fully regain their strength. But this time it will be different. We must build a solid shield to stand against the disciples. We will be the bait. All the forces of the World Tree realm will gather, forming a grand alliance strong enough to rewrite history. Back with L's party, they had now arrived at a cliffside region. As they took in the scene before them, Debo couldn't help but mutter in awe. "Oh, this place is beautiful." Right in front of them lay a breathtaking sea of clouds, with massive stone pillars rising up from the depths below like ancient sentinels. But El had no time to admire the view. His sharp eyes scanned the rocky wall behind them, and quickly locked onto a faint X-shaped mark carved into the stone. "It's around here, huh?" Without wasting a moment, he reached into his cloak and pulled out 5 special talismans, handing one to each of his teammates. "Keep this on you," he said. "Huh? What is it?" Debo asked, curiosity piqued. He quickly slapped the talisman onto his chest, and the moment he did, a strange energy flared to life around his body. "What the hell? No way, is that a gate? Oh my god. That wasn't here a second ago," he gasped. "Is this magic?" As the others looked on in shock, a glowing portal shimmered into view right before their eyes. Even Miner, who had seen her fair share of hidden dungeons, couldn't hide her surprise. "Wow, without that talisman we would have never found this thing." She stared, mouth agape. El's gaze, however, had sharpened with resolve. This was no ordinary mission. Pure the observer of heroes. The one who tracked the traces of the heroes' relics. If this was where he had disappeared, and if that relic lay beyond this portal, then that made this a mission of critical importance. So this is one of the heroes' artifacts, ha, El whispered to himself. "Alright then, we're coming to get you." With that, he stepped into the portal, his face filled with determination. Time flew by quickly. Stepping out from the other side of the portal, Debo was beaming with excitement. "We cleared the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't that some kind of record? That was way too easy." He grinned. "Those pig-like monsters. Piece of cake." Seeing how smug he looked, Kiri couldn't help but shoot him a sharp glare. "Wipe that grin off your face before you talk." Over on Miner's side, she was still a bit stunned after watching Debo's performance in the first trial. "Wait, didn't you say you just reached your first magic circle recently? That's kind of impressive." Hearing that, Debo's nose practically pointed to the sky. "Ha, I am a genius after all. Maybe the second best genius in this team, right after our boss. At this rate I'll hit the 3rd, no, 4th circle in no time." "You sure are hyped up," Ralph muttered sarcastically. "What's the matter? You scared, old man?" Debo teased with a smirk. Amid the banter, El took the opportunity to speak up, his tone serious. "Don't celebrate too soon. It's not as great as you think," he said. "Leveling up your magic circle too quickly can be dangerous. Your stats increase rapidly, sure. But if your body can't keep up with the changes, it'll cause serious strain. You need to maintain a balance between your training and your body's capacity. Rushing it might stunt your overall growth." Debo's expression dropped a bit. "Wait, but you advanced 2 circles too, didn't you? And you did it fast." El shook his head calmly. "I had no other choice at the time. But ideally you should wait at least 2 months between each advance." He wasn't lecturing, just advising. Hearing them talk about leveling magic circles so casually, like it was something you could just do whenever you felt like it, Miner couldn't help but feel a bit envious. They talk about it like it's buying vegetables at the market. Back to El, those words of warning weren't just for his teammates. They were also a reminder to himself. Back before the regression, he thought, I never made it past the 7th circle. I kept getting pushed into dangerous situations, and had to power up just to survive. But it happened too fast. I plateaued. I couldn't grow any further. But now I know what's coming. I won't stop at the 6th. This time I'll time my advancements perfectly reach the 7th, no the 8th. His fist clenched subconsciously as the resolve surged within him. Meanwhile, the night girl, Kiri, who had been quietly listening to everyone talk, suddenly spoke up. Wait, aren't we moving too fast? Our goal here is to find someone, not just clear the gate. What if we already passed him and left him behind at the first floor? Don't worry. That's not gonna happen. I already checked. El replied confidently as he pulled out his monocle and placed it over his eye. Seeing the item again, the hot-blooded brawler raised an eyebrow in suspicion. That weird eyepiece again. You keep putting it on and taking it off. Are you really using that thing to find someone? As long as Hess still alive. That's all that matters. El replied coolly, already scanning the area with the monocle's detection power. But then, his voice suddenly faltered. Wait a second, hundreds, no thousands, everyone get ready. We've got company. Ha. Debo blinked in confusion. But before El could even explain, a massive dust cloud exploded from the far end of the floor, charging straight toward them. What the hell, who are these things? Debo shouted as the skeletal figures charging toward them became clear. There's too many. Run, someone screamed. Without hesitation, the entire group turned tail and bolted. As they ran, Miner shouted out, they're skeletons. My bullets don't work on them. Damn it. Kiri growled, her expression souring. First it was zombies, now skeletons? Is this what we're going to be fighting from now on? We don't have a choice, Ralph snapped, clearly frustrated. But just then, a shout rang out from somewhere nearby. Everyone duck. The moment the voice ended, part of the wall next to them suddenly slid open with a loud click, revealing an entire battery of gun barrels. Without warning, a hail of arrows was unleashed from the hidden weapons, raining destruction upon the skeleton horde and blasting them into fragments. A second later, a loud crank echoed from below, and a massive wall shot upward from beneath the floor, slamming into the skeletons and launching them back, temporarily halting the assault. As the danger seemed to subside, the source of the voice stepped out from behind the wall. A monocle that sees through anything. You must be a crosshunter, the figure said. Good thing I set up close by. Now hurry, give me food, the person muttered weakly, looking half dead from hunger. It was Piru, their target, looking like he hadn't eaten in days. And it really was just like she said. The moment those words left her mouth, Piru collapsed from exhaustion, completely passed out. Time passed quickly. After they helped her recover and gave her some food, the group followed her deeper into the area. As they walked, Piru began to explain. I've gotten pretty familiar with this place after being stuck here for so long. I know how the skeletons behave, and I've figured out most of the traps. Honestly, I'm pretty confident in my infiltration skills. The only problem is, I ran out of supplies 5 days ago. And there's nothing left to hunt either. I was this close to starving to death. Haha, Piru, there's something I'd like to ask, El began. But when he looked over and saw her cheeks puffed out, stuffed full of food, he just sighed. Never mind. Just eat first. Meanwhile, the pirate girl was already thinking ahead. Now that they'd found Piru, their mission here was essentially done. We were lucky. There's an exit up ahead. That means we can leave without having to take down the boss, right? Hearing that, Piru hurriedly swallowed the bread in her mouth and bowed her head. Wait, no, please, not yet. I have a request. Just 3 days, be my escorts for 3 days. That's all I'm asking. I'm searching for something, and if I leave now, my friends will have died for nothing. I want to go deeper in, but I'm terrible at fighting, so I can't make it on my own. Please help me. I promise I'll find it in 3 days. And I'll reward all of you for your help. Across from her, the entire team turned to look at El, clearly leaving the decision in his hands. El didn't answer right away. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked, you want us to help you find something in just 3 days, when you couldn't find it in a whole month? I don't have time to waste like that. Piru's expression turned serious as she responded, it's different now. I haven't searched the danger zone yet. But there's a place I think it might be. Scene shift. Somewhere else, the villain Evoke stood still, as if sensing something. He turned and stared out through the large glass window before him, murmuring, so, it's begun. You won't escape this time, El Palm. A mocking voice echoed behind him. You sure about that? The sudden voice behind him made Evoke's face twist in panic. "Who's there?" he barked. But when he caught sight of the spider-like figure approaching, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Really, Evoke? I thought you were supposed to be useful. Yet you couldn't even take down a rookie adventurer. How much more embarrassment are you planning to bring upon yourself?" The spider monster sneered with curiosity. At these words, Evoke immediately dropped to one knee, sweat pouring down his face, confessing his failure. "Lord Will, I have no excuse left. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit, but the plan to eliminate him is already in motion. Please grant me one chance to make things right." Turning back to the spider creature, the hunter's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, so you're taking responsibility. Then tell me, what's your plan?" Cut to the dangerous zone inside the dungeon where Elle and his group are. In a long corridor, a horde of skeletons aimlessly shuffles forward when suddenly a beam of light shoots from behind, smashing the skull of one skeleton. The others jump in alarm. From around the corner, 3 massive stones hurtle through the air at breakneck speed, but the skeletons manage to block them by raising a makeshift shield. Without hesitation, the entire group bolts toward the source of the attack, as if chased by dogs. However, these brainless idiots don't realize they've just fallen into a trap. The moment they flee, Elle uses his telekinetic power to pull a lever, causing a massive stone door to slam down, sealing off their retreat. No matter how much they bash and claw, they can't break free. At this point, Elle and Debo deactivate their concealment talismans. Nice. The exit's locked. Too easy. No time to waste though. These mechanisms aren't perfect. When one closes, another opens. They'll figure it out soon enough. Piru reminded them sharply, wanting to avoid any wasted time. Following her guidance, they arrived in front of a massive knight statue. Its enormous sword planted firmly before it. "We just need to find the item she's looking for before they find us," Elle said. "Now, let's see what hero's artifact she's searching for." Debo glanced left and right, scrutinizing the statue carefully before asking, "But I don't see any item around here. Are you sure we're in the right place?" Before she could answer, Elle spoke up. "This place is different from the others. Something might appear when we search carefully." "By the way, who built this place originally?" Debo asked, curious. "Who knows?" Elle shrugged. "It won't suddenly move or anything, right?" Minor doubted, staring at the wall. As the group circled the statue to examine it, Minor suddenly called everyone over. "Everyone, come here. I can't fully understand this, but I feel it's important." She pointed at a stone tablet carved with ancient runes. Piru's eyes lit up in excitement. "Oh, it's a riddle written in an ancient language. It probably hints at the location of the item. Let me translate," the red-haired pirate read aloud. "When the musicians sing behind the dark curtain, a shining performer always looks down on us. Those who bear the heavy burden, follow that light." At this, Piru's head practically grew bigger, as the riddle sounded pretty ominous. Just then, the red-haired girl also noticed something else. "Hey, do you think these are important too? There are some drawings here," she said, pointing at a door. But it wasn't just that one door. Quickly, the group spotted numerous doors carved on the wall. "There's more here. Here too. These must be the answer to the riddle. Each drawing probably represents something," Elle guessed. "The sun symbol is pretty clear, but the others are harder to figure out. The riddle says to follow the light. So yeah, let's try channeling mana into the symbol that looks like the sun." Debo focused, gathering energy into his palm, and directing it toward the sun-shaped emblem. Then, the door slid open to one side, making Debo a bit surprised. "What? This is pretty simple," he said. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a fierce column of fire shot out from inside the doorway, causing Kiri to panic. "Debo," she shouted. Luckily, despite the intensity of the attack, it didn't actually injure Debo at all. The only effect was that his hair was completely singed, and now looked like a clown's wig. Seeing this, Ralph couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, now he looks like a perfectly roasted piece of meat." Nearby, Piru looked a bit awkward about the whole situation. Maybe that's not what it's trying to say. I thought it would be the sun, but no." After pondering for a few seconds, a sudden idea struck her. "Ah, right. Behind the deep dark curtain is the night, so the answer must be the moon. Yeah, that makes sense. This time I'm sure," Piru said confidently. Trusting her words, Ralph volunteered to be the test subject. Sounds about right," the expert nodded. But as soon as the door opened, a large stone fell and crushed him flat like a shrimp. After 2 failed attempts in a row, Peru's credibility in the team hit rock bottom. Both of them stared at her wide-eyed, their looks like debt collectors coming for blood. "This time I'll definitely get it right," Peru replied weakly. Time quickly passed because the riddle carved on the stone slab was still too obscure. So they didn't rush to try opening the doors. Looking at the crushed stone lying nearby, the knight spoke up. "Anyway, it seems like we've triggered a trap related to the symbols whenever we guess wrong." Beside her, Debo, who was being tended to by Ralph, scratched his head and added, "I get that. But the problem is, we don't know how to solve this riddle. I'm pretty sure that's some kind of boulder or something. I don't know what that X symbol means, and the others are quite confusing too. Maybe the lightning bolt symbol has something to do with light. Why don't you just press it and see?" Ralph suggested, making Debo frustrated. "But I'm not sure at all." "You know what happens if we guess wrong," Debo replied. Back to L. Instead of focusing on the doors, he shared a different thought. Maybe we're misunderstanding the symbols. Why don't we try to solve the riddle first, and then find the symbol that matches the answer? Pausing for a moment, L then explained his interpretation of the riddle. I don't think she misunderstood it. The deep dark curtain must refer to the night sky. I assume the musicians are crickets chirping, and looking down at us means the moon, stars and clouds. Because we have to follow the light. Hearing this clue from L, Peru's mind immediately connected the dots. The star always looks down on us, so it can't be the moon. The moon changes phases, and stars move but don't disappear. Then the symbol must be this one, she said, pointing directly at the X-shaped symbol. Oh, so it's a star, not an X, Minor said, realization dawning on her face. This time, instead of letting the adventurer group do it, Peru herself infused energy into the symbol. If we're right, she thought quietly, waiting for the door to open. Before them was a secret passageway, and only upon seeing this did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, looks like we were right after all. Behind them, Debo and Ralph both clicked their tongues in frustration, clearly still annoyed at being caught in that trap. Now seeing Peru succeed on the first try, they weren't about to let it slide easily. Alright, let's go. We probably just need to follow this path down, Peru said cheerfully. However, before anyone could take a step, an unexpected voice rang out. Are you sure about that? Then we'll take care of the rest. No sooner had the words finished than a shadowy figure appeared right in front of Peru, wielding a chained weapon. The figure swung the chained sword toward her. But L used his staff to block the blade. Then, spinning his staff, he slammed it into the assassin's body, causing the man to wince in pain. You filthy rat! L shouted, simultaneously unleashing a missile-like energy arrow that pierced through the opponent. However, it seemed the arrow only passed through the assassin's afterimage, as his real body appeared several meters away. I hit him. No, wait, L realized its teleportation skill. Is that you, Beiju? At the same time, countless footsteps echoed from behind, drawing everyone's attention. When they turned around, they saw a group of masked assassins rushing straight at them. Damn it, who are they? Debo gritted his teeth. In seconds, the assassins spread out, surrounding them in a circle. From within the group, a beautiful girl with short hair stepped forward, carrying 2 long swords on her back and a large sword box at her side. She looked flustered as she spoke. What should we do now? Aren't we supposed to wait longer before attacking? We need the hero's artifact to fix our past mistakes. Well, we'll get it anyway, she sneered, confident they had the upper hand against L's group. Meanwhile, Peru at the front was still struggling to catch up with what was happening. What's going on? They shouldn't have been able to find that gate because of the illusion charm, she said doubtfully. I'm not sure either. I thought I checked thoroughly to make sure no one could track us, L replied, frowning. To answer that question, someone suddenly spoke up. Oh man, didn't you think this would happen? You're all so curious, why not ask the person right here? Then, from behind, a shadow lunged at L. He struck L with a thunderous punch, sending L flying like a cannonball into the wall. L coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Debo exclaimed, wide-eyed. Can't you see? I'm making money, Ralph replied with a smile. Perhaps after going through life and death battles together a few times, they truly didn't expect that the one who stabbed them in the back would turn out to be a member of their own team. To talk about this betrayal, we have to go back to the night before, just before the group set off to the ruins to rescue Peru. In his private room, Uncle Ralph was staring at an underground vault filled with gold and silver, laughing so hard he could barely close his mouth. "Ha ha, my loves, I live for you all," he said with a wide grin. Suddenly there were knocks on the door outside, making Ralph hurriedly lock the safe. Then he covered the vault with a carpet, and slid a table back into place to hide its existence. Once done, Ralph calmly turned and said, "What now?" "It's too late for visitors." As he spoke he opened the door, his surprise obvious when standing there were the guards from the Gafor Merchant Association. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on watch?" The guards' expressions immediately changed in response. "Watch your mouth. We're not your secretaries. Someone wants to see you." Up ahead, sensing something bad, Ralph waved his hand to refuse. "Thief, I don't care, tell them to get lost. Who do you think you are, telling us what to do? But I came myself." "Let's have a talk," a voice echoed from behind. The moment Ralph saw who it was, his expression changed instantly. What the hell? The Kenya Merchant Association. Back in the present, looking at Ralph's behavior, although the whole story wasn't entirely clear, they all knew for sure Ralph was the traitor. "Ralph. You damn bastard," the Knight Kiri said coldly, making Ralph shiver a little. "Phew, scary," he muttered, shrugging. "Don't look at me like that," he said. Meanwhile Debo stepped forward and confronted him. "You bastard, you betrayed us just for some money?" Hearing this, the greedy priest couldn't help but laugh. "Some money? Oh man, who do you think I am? Even the Gafor guards who got transferred to Kenya are promised triple pay. El Palm. Do you know how much my head is worth? 100 million meso. Haha, with that kind of money, how could I say no?" He laughed heartily. To respond to that laugh, Miner fired a volley of bullets to purge the traitor. At the same time, the assassins working for the Dark Mage didn't want to waste any more time and risk sinking their own plan. "Enough talking. Capture them all," one of them ordered. Immediately the entire group charged forward. On Debo's side, his team gripped their weapons tightly, ready to respond. And just like that, the battle between the two sides officially erupted. Right away, the scarred-faced girl lunged at Kiri first. "Sorry, not sorry," she said with a smirk. "Damn it. Do you really think things will go your way?" Kiri ground her teeth in reply. Of course not. Kiri had learned to wield a sinus sword, but she always attacked powerfully with her right hand. If she could read her opponent's moves, dodging would be easy. Debo was strong in one-on-one fights, but his weakness showed when facing multiple enemies. "I know every move you make. Give up today, you'll all die here," the confident swordswoman declared. It seemed the enemy had carefully studied the strengths and weaknesses of El's team to set up this ambush perfectly. Elsewhere, Miner was firing relentlessly. "Get lost, you tailgaters," she shouted, taking down one assassin with two well-placed shots. But right then, Beiju suddenly appeared behind her, praising, just as expected from Kirin's disciple. Hearing that, Miner's expression darkened immediately. She swiftly lowered her gun to her waist and fired backward, aiming straight at Beiju. Unfortunately, the bullet passed through only Beiju's afterimage. The real Beiju had already teleported to stand right in front of her. He swung his chained weapon, wrapping it tightly around Miner's neck, cutting off her breath. "You picked the wrong opponent," he sneered, tightening the chain so much that the marks began to dig into her pale neck. Seeing his teammate in danger, the protagonist who had just gotten up immediately launched a rocket arrow, cutting through the chained weapon and freeing Miner. Beiju, annoyed by the interruption, turned to scold Ralph. "Focus. You think beating this guy is easy? He won't hold out for long. I broke a rib of his just now," Ralph replied confidently. But while they were still busy dealing with their opponents, the weakest fighter in the group, Piru, was left unprotected. As a result, a sudden strike came. An assassin targeted her and stabbed a sword straight through her stomach. The situation shocked both Debo and Kiri, their faces instantly changing. "Piru, damn it!" they both growled. Fortunately, Piru's body suddenly dissolved into a stream of energy, leaving the assassin stunned. It turned out what he had actually stabbed was just a clone created by her charm talisman, while the real Piru was already standing in front of a stone door. "Hey, idiots! Want to know what this is?" she called out. "I just had an idea." She poured her energy into the mountain-shaped symbol on the door. Immediately, the sound of gears turning echoed, and the entire structure began to tremble violently. "What the hell?" Beiju shouted. "I have a bad feeling about this," the swordswoman said anxiously. Before anyone could react, The floor beneath their feet suddenly retracted, and the whole group from both sides plummeted downward. While falling, Kiri spotted something and shouted, "Debo, look over there." "What?" Debo asked curiously. Glancing sideways, they saw passageways carved into the walls of the pit. Without hesitation, Kiri reached out, grabbing Miner's hand tightly, while with her other hand she grabbed the tail of Debo's shirt. "Debo," she yelled. Understanding immediately, the fierce warrior signaled for both of them to hold on tight. He enveloped his axe in energy and swung it hard into the wall, anchoring himself firmly. Using the momentum, Kiri acted as a bridge between them, swinging Miner into the corridor below. At the same time, Debo pulled his axe free, and the three of them successfully escaped into the passage. After the entire group had fallen, the mechanism above reactivated, slowly sealing the entrance once again. Time passed quickly. After moving deep inside the corridor for quite a while without finding a way back, Debo frowned and said, "This place is like a maze, with turns everywhere. Maybe this area connects to other places too." Kiri nodded in response. "There are many entrances on the rock walls, so it could be connected to those places. If we're lucky, we might run into Alpam. But there's also a good chance we'll bump into some cult followers," Miner warned anxiously. At that moment, suddenly someone's foot triggered a hidden mechanism. From the ceiling above, a sharp iron grid dropped down, separating Kiri from Debo and Miner. "Well, we're definitely done for now, aren't we?" the group muttered in shock. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Debo cursed. "You're such an idiot," Kiri said, trying to shake the iron gate with all her strength, but it wouldn't budge. "It wasn't me this time." Debo hurried to defend himself. Before they could figure out what to do next, the sound of gears turning echoed loudly again. Then both walls started moving, crashing toward each other with a thunderous roar, making Debo and Miner's eyes go wide in fear. "The walls are closing in," Miner shouted. Outside, seeing her teammates in danger, Kiri immediately used her skill Blazing Light and slashed at the iron gate. But all that could be heard was the clang of metal against metal. The gate didn't even scratch. Inside, Debo kept striking hard, but it made no difference. "Damn these iron bars. They're protected by some kind of strange energy," he said helplessly. Seeing this, Miner, the strongest shooter among them, stepped forward. "This is crazy. Move aside," she yelled. Then she fired her destruction bullet, a giant bullet aimed straight at the gate. Sure enough, her shot was far more powerful than the others. The impact made the wall bulge as if it might burst open any second. "What the hell? I should have done this sooner," Miner said, breathing heavily from the effort. But after the dust settled, the annoying wall was still standing tall, completely unscathed. "What the hell? Why isn't it damaged at all? Damn it, the walls are closing again," Kiri thought helplessly, her whole body trembling from frustration. But just then, the hot-blooded Debo stretched out both arms wide, trying to push the walls apart to buy more time. "We can't die like this. Kiri, do something." Miner gritted her teeth. "I'm not ready to meet Leah yet." At the same time, she kicked the wall hard with both feet. "I know, but what can we do now?" Kiri wondered silently, clearly struggling to come up with a plan. Seeing her difficulty, Debo spoke again. "Damn it, this is bad. I never forgot the time you saved me from death. I don't like owing anyone, so I was thinking that next time, if you're in danger, I'll be the one to save you. But hell, forget it, give up on me this time. I'm leaving it to you. Can you save me one more time?" Hearing this, for some reason, Kiri felt much calmer and lighter. "You're crazy. How can you joke around at a time like this?" she said. "Alright everyone, hold on a bit. This machine runs on mana, so the barriers are protected by some sort of energy field. There must be a mana supply device nearby. We just have to hold on until I find it and destroy it. Don't die before you repay me? Okay?" With that, Kiri quickly dashed off to find the mana source. Cut to L's location. They were riding on a summoned cloud, fleeing using the cloud flight technique, but behind them, the Black Mage's assassin hunters clung on like relentless hounds. Seeing how tightly they were pursued, Piru was in tears. Damn it, these guys really are killing machines. To make things worse, the path ahead was blocked by a wall, forcing them to swerve urgently. A dead end? What kind of hellish place is this? Wait, take a breather, Piru sobbed loudly as the assassins closed in. Seeing this, Elle immediately fired a missile arrow backward with incredible speed, taking down two of the tailing assassins. After that, her face paled from overexertion. I told you not to let your guard down, Ralph complained. Meanwhile, Beiju seemed unconcerned about the fate of his subordinates. They're done for anyway. No matter how far they run, they won't escape, he said with a smile, as if victory was already in his hands. But just then, the missile arrow that had been fired earlier circled around and struck her from behind. It caused a sizable explosion right in front of Ralph's group, forcing them to stop. Unfortunately for them, Beiju managed to teleport away, just in time to avoid the blast. And since she wasn't badly hurt, a gleam of joy appeared in Ralph's eyes. Perfect. You might not even live long enough to repay what you owe me, he sneered. Turning to another assassin, as soon as the explosion ended, the assassin threw a throwing dart aimed at Beiju. Seeing this, she quickly conjured a protective talisman to block the attack. However, the dart wasn't an ordinary one. The ring on the assassin's index finger began to glow with a faint purple light. From inside the dart, a burst of energy erupted, causing it to explode into fragments. This was a paralyzing dart. Elle had sensed the energy inside the dart earlier, so just before it exploded, Elle swiftly grabbed Piru by the collar and pulled her out of harm's way. Ow, my neck, Piru screamed. There was no time to check on her though. As soon as they landed, our protagonist threw Piru to the side, and turned back to face the rushing assassins like a mad dog. The first foolish one charging forward was immediately met with a missile arrow, sending him straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, the other assassins began throwing paralyzing darts down like rain. Seeing this, Elle swung his staff and launched a fireball to roast the whole group. While he had to pause for a moment to deal with that, the assassins surrounded him and charged all at once. With no other choice, Elle switched to close combat using his staff. The result? With just a single spinning strike, he effortlessly cut down the entire group. But maintaining such a high level of combat drained him visibly. Meanwhile, the assassins on the other side grew nervous, and no longer dared to attack recklessly. Definitely a monster, they said, swallowing nervously. Cut to Kiri. After some tiring searching, she finally reached a large room with an inverted pyramid-shaped structure projecting energy down onto the floor. Did I find it? She asked herself. If this isn't what I'm looking for, there's nothing else I can do now. This must be the mana source powering the entire building, right? She muttered, stepping closer to the energy source. After observing the energy receiver below, her eyes widened in surprise. The mana concentration here is massive. This has to be it. If I destroy this, I can save Debo and Miner, she smiled, hopeful that her teammates wouldn't be doomed, or at least that's what she believed would happen. Before she could do anything else, the familiar voice of the swordswoman echoed. Interesting, the voice said. Kiri quickly turned around, but it was already too late. The swordswoman unleashed her skilled Dawn Slash, 5th form, blinding soul cutter, slashing a large wound across Kiri's body. Kiri's knees buckled as she fell to the ground, coughing violently. Haha, my luck. I can take out those two just by defeating you, huh? The swordswoman laughed. And you're the weakest among them anyway. Haha, everything is going according to plan. She laughed excitedly, reveling in her luck. Turning back to Kiri. After taking a few breaths to steady the pain, the knight forced herself to stand. You damn lackey, get lost. I don't have time to play with you. In response, the swordswoman shook her head. Oh, too bad, I can't do that. I have a name too, you know. Why don't we chat a bit more? On the opposite side, Kiri didn't have time for arguments. Immediately she activated her usual skill, causing a radiant sun emblem to appear behind her. Alright, please start already. I'm a bit busy, she said. Hearing this, the swordswoman from the Dark Mages faction sighed with boredom. Hemph, you're stubborn. Fine, I'll deal with you as you wish. She lightly touched her sword case and instantly unleashed a barrage of blood-red energy beams aimed straight at the blonde knight. This was the skill Swordstorm. Seeing this, Kiri quickly swung her sword like a machine, blocking the streams of blood-colored energy. While defending, she wondered, where did these swords come from? Are there fake swords among them? She frowned, thinking as she shattered one source of energy while the other sword attacks were deflected. This is crazy, I can't tell the real swords from the fake ones, she worried. At that moment, the swordswoman clenched her hand, performing a pulling motion. One sword that had been knocked aside suddenly lunged through the air straight at Kiri. A sword from behind. Kiri was startled and quickly knocked the sword away. But immediately after, the swordswoman waved her arm, controlling several other swords targeting Kiri, making the situation even more dangerous. She changed the trajectory, Is this remote control? Damn, this makes things so much harder. Thinking this through, suddenly a few blood-red swords appeared intertwined in midair right in Kiri's sight. At the same moment, another sword lunged straight at her. It seemed impossible to block. The sword went right through her body. Or rather, Kiri barely dodged it at the last split second. She even grabbed the sword tightly with her hand. By now she realized the trick behind those swords moving automatically. It wasn't remote control, she was using invisible strings to manipulate her weapons. In other words, Kiri could grab those strings and throw the swords back at the swordswoman. With that thought, Kiri reached out, caught one of the strings firmly, and pulled hard, causing the swordswoman's body to lunge forward with the force. Wait, you think I'd just let it be? Using Kiri's own pull against her, the swordswoman unleashed another powerful skill called Sword Path, 100 stabs. Within moments Kiri's body was slashed countless times, unable to react even slightly. But it wasn't over yet. Then, the swordswoman stomped on two invisible strings like petals and charged forward again. Moon Dawn, 6th form, beauty, she shouted, slashing out a swirling energy wave aimed straight at Kiri. As a result, Kiri's body was blasted away like a cannonball. After finishing, the swordswoman paused her assault, standing on the strings. I know you're not that strong. It's not too late yet. Why don't you try running away? Or is your pride stopping you? Frodmane, you were born into a pretty prestigious family. Probably spoiled, huh? Yet they sent their precious daughter to a place this dangerous, she scoffed. For some reason, right after hearing that, Kiri clenched her teeth tightly. Don't act like you know everything about me, she said through gritted teeth. Seeing her expression, the swordswoman gently stroked her own face and murmured, sorry. Don't be so angry, you're creating wrinkles on your beautiful face. Do you know that in the world of Maple, opportunities aren't given to those born into privileged circumstances? It's unfair. Some people enjoy all the privileges just because of the family they were born into. You don't even have any real talent. Your group is full of talented people, I've noticed that. Except one. You have neither Ralph's experience, nor Miner's combat skills, nor Debo's talent, nor Elpom's mystery. You're just so what? Kiri interrupted sharply. What? The swordswoman asked in surprise. Yes, I'm weak. Not good enough to meet the expectations of my master, my parents, or my teammates. But that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Come here. I told you I don't have much time. As she spoke, Kiri took off her outer coat and threw it aside. Meanwhile, the swordswoman from the Black Mage faction, seeing Kiri still burning with fighting spirit, became irritated. Phimph, you really are stubborn. Trash like you should know your place. With that, she began flicking her fingers, controlling all the swords stuck around to rush forward and attack Kiri. Seeing this, Kiri also used her skill called Lak Nyget, Dun Nyatuk Falling Moon, Lunar Eclipse, unleashing countless sharp ice shards flying like rain toward the incoming swords, successfully blocking all the blades rushing at her. This skill was beyond the swordswoman's expectation. What kind of skill is that? I have no data on it, she said in confusion as some of her invisible control strings were cut by the sharp ice shards. Using dirty tricks again, huh? After saying that, she charged forward to attack with her sword technique Bin Main, Bak Kich Te, Dawn, 100 thrusts. With this swift and sharp strike, for some reason, Kiri's mind suddenly became calm, recalling the teachings of her master. Do you really think a knight is just about their family? Is that what you want to tell me? Theft, alright. Some people don't realize the value of treasures. Other people's standards don't decide the true value. When you understand these words and learn to trust yourself, you will be stronger than anyone else in this world. The master said this while gently rubbing her small head. Back in the present, the sword strike from the other girl was blocked by the sword in Kiri's hand, causing the swordswoman to be momentarily stunned. How could she keep up with my speed? While dazed, she even got a wound on her bicep from Kiri's counterattack, driving her even more furious. How dare you? Then she used another skill called Don Han Team, soul-severing thrust, dashing forward at extreme speed. However, sensing the slash didn't hit, she turned back with a suspicious look at Kiri. Dodge it. Kiri's power wasn't just about burning through her opponent, her strength inside was like the vast universe outside. At this moment, Kiri's hair color shifted to a gentle blue, like the soft glow of moonlight. Next, through the swordswoman's eyes, it seemed as if a miniature sun appeared right before her. This image of the sun was created by Kiri's ultra-fast sword swings. This was her skill called Time Flash. In just a moment, Kiri's body lunged forward, unleashing a slash aimed straight at the swordswoman's torso, instantly cutting her in half. With that done, there was no time to hesitate. Kiri immediately destroyed the mana supply device and hurried back to Debo's group. Sigh, she thought with a smile, I think I understand what my master meant now. I realized that the person I want to be isn't someone who limits herself. Maybe I realized it a bit late, but no matter what, I will trust my teammates and myself. At that moment, Debo was smiling and giving her a thumbs up. Seeing this, Kiri returned the gesture with a like, appreciating that they had managed to hold on just long enough. One of them dashed ahead, and the masked man barked in order, those little rats, find them now. A blue talisman, surrounded by flickering azure flames, floated in front of Piru. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, he panted slightly, frowning. How much time can I even buy with this trick? Piru glanced at Elpam, who looked half dead. More importantly, he asked with concern, Elpam, are you sure you're okay? Before Elpam could respond, the masked enemies had already caught up. The lead one shouted, you bastards have nowhere left to run, get them. They all lunged forward at once. But Elpam, faster than lightning, struck back with his staff, catching them completely off guard. Realizing Elpam wasn't easy prey, the attackers switched targets and rushed toward Piru instead. The hell are the mages doing? Pay attention. He fights like crap, one of them shouted as Piru struggled to deflect incoming projectiles. Grinding his teeth, Piru yelled back, what did you just say about me? He leapt forward, unleashing his talismans in a magical assault. Don't underestimate me. But the masked man was unfazed, blocking Piru's attack with just one counterstrike. Piru's earlier bravado disappeared instantly. He staggered back and pleaded, no, go ahead and underestimate me, please. Elpam, from the side, jumped in to help. He knocked the two enemies flying with one powerful strike. Panting heavily, he had clearly used up the last of his strength in that blow. Then, a voice rang out, mocking, dripping with fake sympathy. Oh dear, you look exhausted. Elpam's eyes widened at the voice and turned sharply toward it. Beiju stepped out of the shadows and branded a permanent tattoo onto his chest before he could react. Elpam, Piru screamed, but Beiju had underestimated Elpam. He reached out his hand, and her brow furrowed in response. Clenching his teeth, Elpam summoned a surge of magical energy. A powerful explosion erupted, intense enough to shake the entire area. Beiju narrowly dodged in time, her tone turning irritated. Tech, you're just stalling for time. But as she finished her sentence, her eyes widened in shock. No one remained where the explosion had occurred. He vanished, she muttered in disbelief. Behind her, Ralph's voice rang out loudly, full of irritation. You're really driving me nuts. Did you think you could catch him that easily? Beiju knew she had no solid comeback. Rising slowly, she said, fine, whatever. Then she looked down at her weapon and smirked. I already sank my fangs into him. Elsewhere, Elpam vomited a puddle of blood-colored syrup. Piru panicked and caught him just in time. Hey, are you okay? Elpam, pale and weak, held his stomach. The puddle he'd thrown up began to eat through the tile beneath them. Piru's face twisted in horror. What the hell, poison? Meanwhile, Ralph and Beiju were in hot pursuit. He's only got 40 minutes at most, Beiju said coldly. Elpam doesn't have much time left. She held her weapon tightly, a deadly purple aura swirling around it. A vicious smile lit up her face. Venom. It's a lethal poison that causes excruciating pain, with just a few strikes. Ralph silently listened to her ramble. He can't have gotten far, he muttered. They came to a fork in the path ahead. Without hesitation, Beiju sprinted down the left passage. Split up, we must find him, she shouted as she disappeared around the corner. Back with Elpam, his breathing had grown shallow and ragged. Piru supported him as they moved. Cursing under his breath, Piru muttered, damn it, I didn't think things would spiral this badly. Then he hesitated. I shouldn't have asked you guys for help in the first place. He lowered his voice and added quietly, I'm sorry. Though weakened, Elpam still tried to comfort Piru. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. His tone sounded like someone who had accepted his fate. If I can't overcome this poison, then sooner or later I'll die. In his mind, he recalled Beiju's weapon teleportation. This time it's real. Not like that silly trick the twins pulled before. Then Elpam added, I'll handle Beiju. You focus on your task. Piru hesitated. My task. Suddenly, as if noticing something, he gasped, "Wait, this ceiling, it was actually split into 2 sections. Could this be the way out?" Piru helped Elpham over to a stone monolith engraved with strange characters. This must be the unlocking mechanism for the ceiling. His gaze shifted to a puzzle panel below. If I can solve this puzzle, the mana will flow through and activate the device. Swallowing nervously, Piru approached the panel. "Hold on, I'll try to solve this as fast as I can." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands moved quickly over the puzzle. Elpham slid down against the wall and sat, his breath labored. "Take your time and focus on your work," he said. "I've got mine." The moment he finished, the blindfold over his eyes began to glow. A vision of a room's architecture appeared before him. Elsewhere, Ralph and the others were still charging through the area in search of Elpham. Ralph shouted, "Don't act on your own. If you find him, I'll be the one to finish him off." One of the masked men protested. "Why the hell should we take orders from you?" Annoyed, Ralph shot him a glare. "If you've got a problem, take it up with your commander." Suddenly, a massive force blasted toward them. Ralph barely reacted in time, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell is that? The attack tore through the air like a bolt of wind, piercing right through one of the men on his right. Ralph was shaken. No way, Elpham had already planned this. He sent his power rippling through various points shown on a blueprint head created in his mind. Ralph stood frozen, stunned by this mysterious force. "I can't track it. Where is it coming from?" As he watched his allies fall one by one, each replaced by an image resembling Gojo, Ralph suddenly realized, "It's that see-through visor. He's targeting us one by one inside this maze." Finally, the force aimed straight at him. Ralph flinched, staring at the incoming flame with wide, horrified eyes. In the blink of an eye, everything before it turned to ash. Back at the puzzle, Piru suddenly shouted, "It's done." The panel began to glow. The puzzle had been solved. Overjoyed, Piru cried out, "I did it. Now the mana should start flowing through." Mana slowly traveled through the conduit. "We just have to wait a bit," he began to say, but then froze mid-sentence. Elpham had collapsed. "Elpham, get up!" Piru shouted in panic. Suddenly the stone cracked. The mana conduit faltered as well. What's going on?" Piru exclaimed, horrified. The mana, it stopped flowing. Then behind him a dirt-streaked hand appeared. Ralph had teleported. He placed a hand on Piru's shoulder, grinning with excitement. "Found you." Piru turned, eyes wide with terror. The stone wall began to crack. Water started pouring in from outside. Hearing the noise, Kibo turned and asked Kiri and Minoru, "Did you hear something behind us?" Kiri looked confused. "Hear what?" The three of them turned toward the junction behind them. And suddenly, a raging flood surged in like a tsunami, sweeping them all away. Kibo yelled in shock, "What the hell is happening?" As he was dragged along by the violent current, his scream echoed through the passage. A massive silhouette loomed in the rushing water. It was Beiju. She stood waiting, clearly irritated. "What a nuisance, what's that noise?" she snapped. "We need to hurry." "Where's Ralph?" A voice replied sarcastically, "God, you're such a loud complainer." "That sound? It's water. The whole corridor's flooding. This place will be underwater soon too." Beiju scoffed, so confident. "I thought you ran off. But I guess you've still got some bite." Ralph walked in, carrying a body over his shoulder. "I've been through a lot, actually." Beiju pressed him. "And the ones I left in your hands? They're all dead," Ralph said flatly. "They served their purpose in their own way." Beiju looked surprised. "All of them? Why?" "Getting attached now," Ralph replied. "I completed my mission. Let's finish this. Hand over Elpham." Beiju raised a bag of money. "So he's still alive, isn't he?" "Of course," Ralph answered. "But what if I killed him, and just pretended we never had a deal?" Beiju tossed the bag on the ground. "You're a pain in the ass, but your attitude, I trust it. There. 100 million mesos, just like we agreed." Ralph dropped both Elpham and Piru to the ground. "Take him." Beiju drew her hidden weapon, sneering. "What a boring end for you, the traitor of Kenya. All for the black mage." "No." Her grin twisted into something far more sinister. "It's for my master, Lord Avoca." She lunged forward to attack, but suddenly, something made her eyes go wide. "What?" Ralph had appeared right beside her. "Surprised?" he smirked. Beiju spat. "Ralph, you bastard. Damn it, I should have never trusted someone like you." Her face contorted with panic. So it was true, Ralph had been working with Elpham. How dare he toy with Kanya like this? But it was too late, the poison had already spread through her body. All that was left was to claim her corpse. A surge of powerful energy slammed into her. "You there," she growled. "Thanks for dragging yourself out here. Now I don't have to waste time hunting you down while you're half dead." Her weapon radiated a strange, icy blue aura as she fled. Elpham stood tall, gripping his weapon tightly, his mana now flaring with fiery intensity. His gaze was sharp like a blade. Beiju was shocked. "He's still standing?" A tremendous energy crashed down. Rocks exploded in all directions. Ralph shielded his face with his arm. Holy shit. Everyone around was shaken by the force of the blast. Beiju's figure slowly reappeared through the smoke and rubble. "You're one stubborn bastard," she snarled. She turned to Ralph, voice filled with disbelief. "Why did you do this? I thought you were the kind of man who'd do anything for money." Ralph replied without hesitation, I do everything for money. But if you people win, the world will be destroyed. And when that happens, all the money I've worked so hard to earn will just be toilet paper. So tell me, why the hell should I help you?" Ralph began to reveal everything. "Joining your side was part of the plan Elpham and I had from the very beginning. Elpham knew that Kanya, once backed into a corner, would resort to hiring an assassin. The moment you set your sights on me, the outcome was already decided." Beiju narrowed her eyes. "Then, Elpham getting injured during the first attack, was that all just to fool me?" "Injured?" Ralph scoffed. "Do you even know who I am? I'm the best recovery mage in all of Maple World. That was just a scratch. For me anyway. Oh, of course, if I had gone all out, even Elpham wouldn't have survived. But that's enough explaining." Ralph grinned smugly. "Thanks to you I just made 100 million. And now you're all alone." Beiju clenched her fists, trembling with fury. She rose into the air. "That's it, I'll make you regret this." Back where Kibo and the others were, Kiri was slowly sinking beneath the water. Kibo reached out and touched her wound. Her eyes snapped open and she screamed in pain. "Kiri!" Kibo shouted. "Are you still with us?" Minoru was still struggling, gasping. What the hell just happened? Kibo quickly assessed the situation. Whatever it was, things aren't looking good. The water's flooding in from all directions. We've got maybe 30 minutes before this whole place is underwater. 30 minutes. Kiri gasped, alarmed. Kibo continued grimly. "And I don't think there's any way out unless we can open the ceiling. But since I destroyed the energy source, there's no way to activate the exit anymore." Suddenly, something stirred behind them. Minoru flinched. The water around them began to tremble violently. Kibo raised his arm to shield his face. "What is that? What's happening?" His eyes went wide as he spotted the source of the movement. A stone hand was rising from the depths. "Wait!" Kibo cried. Then, the statue's eyes began to glow brilliant and sudden. Kibo was struck with panic. "That thing, it's moving." Beiju's face was a mess, panic written all over it. She clutched her weapon tightly, staring down at the body before her. All around her, the place was in ruins. "Go to hell," a voice echoed. Footsteps approached. "No, someone like him doesn't even deserve hell," the voice continued. "This is the price he pays for his sins. For those whose hands are soaked in blood, there's no fate better than hell. The revenge has been fulfilled," the voice said coldly. "As promised, Beiju." Beiju glanced toward the man Evoca. He declared, "From this moment on, your life belongs to me." Back in the battle, Beiju shot forward like a storm. Elpham and Ralph turned, caught off guard. Ralph's head was sliced off, but Beiju cursed under her breath. Damn it, another clone. It was just another of Ralph's dirty tricks. Most of them were illusions conjured by talismans, harmless, really. But the problem now was that reality and illusion were blending into one. Piru snapped, shouting, "Damn it. Hurry up and end this already. I can't keep this up forever." Elpham launched a barrage of attacks, his sealed eye glowing faintly red. Arrows burning with firepower streaked toward Beiju. A massive blast followed. Piru shielded himself with his arms. Then, spotting something to the side, he yelled, "Shit. It was Piru's own trap." Without finishing his sentence, he dashed in and slammed his fist right into Beiju's face. "That's what you were thinking, huh?" he sneered. Beiju spit out syrup. Piru mocked her. "All right, let's go. How's that? You'll never be able to tell which one's real." Before Beiju could recover, Ralph charged in and landed another punch. Ralph grinned. What's wrong? Weren't you all confident a second ago? Beiju retaliated, but Ralph dodged with ease. Suddenly she grabbed a chain and yanked. Ralph's eyes widened. What, you really think I'll go down that easy? He said confidently. But his words had barely left his lips when reality hit. The chain had wrapped tightly around his neck. Beiju pulled, squeezing harder and harder, slamming him to the ground. Just as she thought she had won, a shadow appeared behind her. Beiju realized she had been tricked again. Damn bastards, she shouted. She turned her rage on Piru. You first. Piru barely dodged, yelling, Nope. Meanwhile, Elpam began casting another technique. A circle of war spears formed around Beiju, glowing with energy. She fought back with fury. Piru collapsed to the ground, exhausted. God damn these people, they're monsters. A moment later, Ralph attacked again, charging alongside Elpam. They went in with a pincer move, a perfect combo attack. Beiju exploded with violet energy, surrounding herself in a violent aura. It expanded fast, covering almost everything. Ralph took a hit and screamed in pain. Elpam and Piru were both blasted away. A sword coated in syrup clattered to the ground, sticking blade first into the floor. Beiju held her injured arm, seething with hatred. Damn it, you bastards. I'll kill every last one of you, no one's getting out of here. But then, something strange happened at the entrance of the cavern. Beiju narrowed her eyes. Water had begun to pour in. A massive surge of current Piru was swept away. Ralph barely managed to hold on to a high ledge. Shit, looks like it's here. Beiju was dragged under the rushing water. Her eyes glowed savage and feral. She exploded from beneath the surface and launched at Ralph before he could react. The strike hit Ralph's body, froze in pain, face contorted. Beiju hissed, I'll kill every last one of you. Still stunned, Ralph looked at her. Beiju didn't hesitate, she struck again. Another devastating blow. Syrup burst from Ralph's mouth as the force landed. Her attack was clearly meant to end him once and for all. Piru was still choking on water, barely recovering. Elpam saw it all and could only scream Ralph. The water surged wildly, swirling with a strange red syrup. Mixed into the currents was the thick liquid. Beiju's eyes snapped open, she pushed forward, darting through the water. Clutching her weapon, she lunged at Ralph, but he swiftly dodged. He swung out, trying to grab her, but Beiju twisted her body and slipped away, quickly putting distance between them. Suddenly, Ralph clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of syrup. A jolt of realization hit him, poison. But there was no time to dwell on it. His eyes widened as he glanced to the side. Beiju was charging at him again. This time she gritted her teeth and drove her weapon straight at him. Ralph raised his arm just in time to block, and syrup sprayed everywhere from the impact. More of the syrup spilled from his mouth, mixing with the rushing current. But Ralph knew Beiju had walked right into his trap. He let out a cold smirk and pulled out a glowing cross he had prepared earlier, locking his grip tightly on Beiju. A blinding light burst forth, and above the lake's surface, the silhouette of angelic wings appeared. Beiju squinted against the sudden light, confused. What is that? Something shot past her cheek at lightning speed, and though she narrowly avoided it, panic flared inside her. What was that? How? Her eyes widened as she watched Ralph begin chanting a spell. His wound started to close, little by little. No, that's impossible. A healing spell that works like an antidote. This bastard, he has Elpam too? Ralph suddenly leapt into the air, twisting in the water. Beiju could only stare in shock as her weapon was flung away by a protective barrier. Now, Ralph was surrounded. Shields and holy energy formed a radiant defense around him. Beiju was stunned. A protective barrier. Ralph thrust his arm past the shield, aiming straight at her horrified face. She jerked her head back just in time to avoid it. He immediately activated the energy pulsing through his hand. Beiju gritted her teeth. Ralph clenched his fist and power surged forward. Beiju quickly backed off, dodging the attack. That hand, damn him, she thought. Ralph sneered, mocking her. Oh, sorry about that. I just couldn't ignore all that bragging you've been doing. Standing firmly within his magic circle, his confidence radiated. Beiju gritted her teeth and began chanting, pulling out a teleportation artifact. But Ralph was already on the move. He lunged toward her. Let's end this. She dodged again, and Ralph's attack slammed into a nearby pillar. Beiju swung her weapon at his barrier, trying to break through, but it held firm. Ralph, fueled by adrenaline, laughed with delight. Don't you get it yet? This is all pointless. He launched himself upward and slammed a powerful kick down on Beiju. You still don't understand, do you? Beiju cried out, syrup splattering from her mouth. Ralph followed up with a punch. You always appear behind me whenever you vanish. Did you think I wouldn't catch on? Did you really think I was that dumb? He rubbed his nose with satisfaction. Man, this is fun. That was the last straw for Beiju. She let out a scream, thrusting her weapon into the holy shield with the intent to destroy it. Stop. Her attack exploded with force, flinging Ralph backward. Now Beiju had completely snapped. Her face twisted into a dark scowl as she lunged after him. Hemph. This really has been fun. But before she could strike, her arm was sliced clean off. Beiju's eyes went wide in disbelief. A violent wave of water came crashing down on her. Elpam and Piru finally arrived to support Ralph. Elpam, now reinvigorated, sneered as he raised his fist. What are you staring at? Beiju didn't have time to react, her eyes widened in shock. With a single punch, Elpam sent her flying more than 10 feet, slamming her into a tree and snapping it clean in half. Her back crashed into a wall with a sickening thud, forcing a painful cough from her lungs. The insignia pinned to her collar cracked along the edges. Gritting her teeth, Beiju stared as the emblem shattered right before her eyes. Her breathing grew heavy. No, she muttered through clenched teeth, unwilling to accept it. I've already lost to the darkness. If this keeps up, I won't be able to carry out Evoca's orders. Even with just one arm left, her will to fight burned as fiercely as ever. No, I have to make it happen. She lunged toward Elpam with everything she had left. At all costs. Elpam's raw magical power surged forward to meet her. The two forces clashed head-on in a violent collision. Beiju pressed forward through the storm. Flames licked her face, twisting her features beyond recognition. I can't let them leave here alive, even if it costs me everything. Her weapon was already on the verge of shattering, but she refused to stop. I'll kill every last one of them. But it was like throwing an egg at a boulder. Her broken body couldn't hold out. Elpam's overwhelming attack crashed into her, and Beiju fell. Her weapon exploded into fragments. She looked like a moth burned to ash, but even that couldn't stop someone as stubborn as her. Her face, now scorched beyond recognition, twisted with sheer willpower. She wasn't done. She wanted to drag them all down with her. For Evoca. Then came a voice. Well, Beiju's eyes snapped open. Through the flames she saw half of Elpam's face emerge from the shadows. His voice was calm and deliberate. I'm still here. No one knew where it came from, but in his hands was a bow. Raising it slowly, he pulled the string taut, one arrow aimed straight at her. Elpam released. The arrow tore through the air like a bolt of divine judgment, screaming toward Beiju with unstoppable force. Her body froze in its path, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure bearing down on her. The veins in her eyes bulged. Beiju stared at the incoming death. And in that moment, like a final dream before death, Evoca's face filled her mind. His voice echoed, well done. Something in her let go. Her mouth parted slightly. And just before the light engulfed her, it felt as if Evoca's hand was reaching out, gently guiding her away. A smile spread across her face. Evoca, a single tear of peace clung to her burning cheek. Please forgive me. And in an instant the light consumed her. Waves crashed against a stone slab. There, impaled and unmoving, was Beiju's weapon. The fierce battle raged on. A powerful surge of blue water shot upward, crashing into the monster and making it thrash violently. Mineru launched her attack right after she summoned a fiery whirlwind. A move she called piercing shot. Her face was slick with sweat, messy and furious. Damn it, how can something that huge even float? The blazing vortex slammed into a stone wall, shattering it into rubble. A massive explosion followed, plunging everything into chaos. Even the surging water couldn't hold it back. Mineru burst out of the smoke, shouting to her teammates, got it. I landed a hit. Suddenly the monster rose, swinging a massive arm toward her. Another explosion, this time not of fire, but of brute force. The monster's arm cleaved through the air. As it struck, water burst out in torrents. A figure raised a battle axe high above his head. It was Debo. With one arm he scooped Mineru into safety. Thanks, she said breathlessly. The monster's arm, now severed, was swept away in the glowing blue current. Its face twisted in rage as it spun back and lunged with a razor-sharp blade, stabbing through the water. On the other side, Kiri activated her ice magic, freezing the water around her in an instant. The monster, too, was caught in the spell and immobilized. While battling, Kiri called out to her teammates, "Defeating him isn't the goal. We need a new energy source to open the ceiling." "The best option we have right now is." Before she could finish, another teammate cut her off, already catching on. "Got it, I'm on it." Out of nowhere, a shadow zipped behind the monster's head like a gust of wind. Debo slammed his axe down right between its eyes, a satisfied grin on his face. "We need his mana stone." One teammate quickly shouted out, "Make sure you don't destroy it. We need to break through his armor and spin him around first if you can find where it's embedded." A blinding flash of greenish-blue light erupted, making everyone squint. Just then, Debo accidentally stepped onto a sunken spot in the ground. His foot got stuck. He tried to leap forward, but his leg wouldn't budge. "What the hell? Did it just regenerate? Damn it, my leg's caught." The monster's glowing blue eyes locked onto him. Its stone-like hand reached out, just inches from grabbing him. Still struggling to pull himself free, Debo cursed under his breath. "What the hell is this thing made of? It's like I'm cemented in." Seeing him in danger, Kiri shouted at the top of her lungs, "Debo." At her voice, he snapped his head toward her just in time for a shield of holy light to envelop him. "Holy barrier." Debo's eyes widened in shock. "You." From within the glow, a familiar voice emerged with a smile. "Long time no see, my son." The barrier didn't last. It shattered into hundreds of fragments under the monster's next blow. But before the final strike could land, Ralph swept in and carried Debo to safety. Debo looked up at his father, eyes filled with contempt. "Traitor," Ralph smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. "Come on now, is that any way to talk to your father? Shut your mouth." Debo snapped. His battle axe, embedded with an orange gem, burst into flames. It spun behind the monster and lodged itself deep into its back. The monster stumbled forward. In front of it stood Kiri and Minoru, both armed and ready. Kiri gasped, "Rocket round." Another shadow rushed through the smoke and pulled Debo away just in time. The voice of the figure rang out confidently, "I knew you'd survive." It was Elpam. Debo grinned in surprise, "Boss." Worried, he quickly warned him, "Don't break the mana stone." Elpam's faceplate glowed red-hot. It allowed him to see through the monster's body, to avoid damaging the stone inside. Deep within, the mana stone shimmered a vibrant, hypnotic blue. Elpam channeled energy into his hand. "Got it. Hang tight, Debo." Suddenly, Debo's axe lit up, glowing violently. It pulled him forward. He didn't move it, it moved him. "What the hell?" he shouted, panicked. "The axe, it's moving on its own." It yanked him straight toward the monster at high speed. "We're gonna get crushed." "Boss." Watching the scene unfold, Minoru smiled. "I see now. That's brilliant." Debo, still mid-flight, turned in confusion. "Wait, what does that mean?" Kiri and Minoru shouted in unison, "Go, you idiot." Debo laughed gleefully. "So I'm the main character now, huh? Even if you're calling me an idiot." He wiped the grin off his face, gripped his axe tightly, and charged forward. "Leave this to me." With all his strength, he brought his axe down on the monster. Savage cleave. Not stopping there, Debo kept charging, forcing his way into the monster's body, heading straight toward the mana stone. His voice rang out with excitement, "Found it." Inside the monster, the glowing blue light around the mana stone began to crack. Even though the monster's lower half was frozen solid, sweat was pouring from its body. Ralph let out a twisted smile. "Look at my son now, what a position he's carved out for himself." He rushed forward, fists clenched. "And if you're done digesting," his face twisted into a maniacal grin as he shouted, "then cough it up." Ralph slammed straight into the monster's torso. The creature's body split open with loud cracks. Cracks spread across both sides. Ralph's attack had ruptured its chest, revealing a small opening. From within that gap, Debo burst out, holding the mana stone tightly in his hand. "One problem solved," he muttered, landing safely on the ground. A massive hole now gaped open in the monster's chest. One of its horns had snapped clean off. Slowly it sank into the water, air bubbles rising to the surface as its massive form lay still beneath the waves. The beast was dead silent and unmoving in the dark blue current. Piru was in a panic, struggling to stay afloat as the water kept rising. He turned to Minoru, his voice filled with alarm. Minoru's face turned pale at the sight in front of her. "This is bad, the water's rising way too fast. We're about to hit the ceiling." Even Debo was starting to lose his cool, but he tried to steady everyone. "Don't panic, just hold on a little longer, he'll come. I know he will." Below the deep blue surface, silent air bubbles floated upward in the stillness of the dark waters, accompanied by shards of broken stone drifting lazily, an eerie sign that something was stirring in the depths. Suddenly, a mysterious black object sliced through the water, leaving streaks like waves tearing through the night. It was Elpam. He was speeding through the depths, clutching a glowing cube in his hand. His eyes burned with determination, ready to face whatever came next. Blood from his lip mixed with the water, but he gritted his teeth and kept going. Less than 3 minutes left, he thought. I just hope I'm not too late. The control panel was complete, the mechanism was installed. All it needed now was power. That would be enough to open it. A brilliant red glow pulsed from something nearby. No time to think. In his mind, he visualized a corridor lined with tall pillars. He had to find it, had to reach it, no matter the cost. Elpam pushed forward, surging through the water like a missile. Meanwhile, Ralph was desperately trying to break the surface, gasping for air. Damn it. The chamber's almost full. One by one, people were getting pulled under. Everyone held their breath. Mineru opened her mouth wide, trying to take in as much air as she could. Ready, 1, 2, and then all three of them, Piru, Mineru and Debo, sank into the deep. Piru clutched his mouth to hold in the air, while Debo scanned the surroundings with razor-sharp focus. Elpam was still frantically searching for the fastest way to save them. If I take that route, I'll be too late. 5 more minutes, that's too long. Only one option remained. He turned around. Behind him floated a strange circular structure. I'll have to break straight through. Deep in the water, the mysterious device began to glow faintly. The ring on Elpam's injured hand lit up brighter and brighter, as though about to release an enormous surge of energy. With eyes glowing red and a fierce expression, Elpam charged up everything he had. One chance. That's all. He unleashed his attack, creating a whirlpool of light that detonated like an underwater explosion. A massive burst tore through the silence, sending shockwaves through the water. Flaming fragments and thousands of tiny bubbles flew outward. The blast tore open a wide crater in the center of the watery expanse. Without pause, Elpam readied another strike. He raised the cube in his hand, his face resolute. It shot downward at blinding speed, a streak of blue light diving into the heart of the crater. Flames of blue energy wrapped around the cube as it dropped, striking the tip of a pyramid-shaped structure. A corner of the cube cracked on impact, energy building, waiting to erupt. Tiny blue fissures spread across the cube, glowing beautifully. Then, the cube shattered, unleashing a dazzling sphere of radiant blue energy. Above it, Elpam hovered in place, witnessing a beam of lightning shoot up from the mouth of the crater. It struck the tip of another pyramid above, and instantly, a glowing blue aura began to envelop the entire structure. A blinding beam of energy tore through the water, striking the glowing conical machine like Elpam had just unleashed his decisive strike at the heart of the battlefield. A swirling lightning storm roared like a mythical dragon descending, carrying the full force of Elpam's all-or-nothing attack. The lightning finally hit the illuminated circuit board, shaking the entire system as if it might collapse from the inside out. The gears began to turn, slowly activating. Piru and Mineru exchanged determined glances, placing all their hope in Elpam. Finally, the wall above them started to open, allowing light to seep into the place where Elpam's trapped comrades were caught. They surged toward the surface, gasping for air as if reborn from the brink of death. Kiri bowed her head beneath the water, exhausted, while Debo, though utterly drained, managed a faint, relieved smile. Oh man, I really thought I was a goner. The group drifted into a flooded chamber, a truly unpleasant place. Mineru looked at a statue nearby, puzzled. This thing works too. Haim. There can't be another machine like this, right? Suddenly, Dino looked around in a panic. Boss. Boss, where are you? Within the deep swirling water appeared a shadowy figure. Elpam gritted his teeth, struggling to push himself upward. He shot forward like the wind. A glowing square gate emerged, surrounded by bubbles. At the entrance stood a figure with long hair, dressed in white. Elpam screamed in frustration, eyes wide and unwilling to accept defeat. He stretched out his hand but slowly began to sink again, losing consciousness as he descended into the abyss. Like a hero out of legend, Minoru dove in to save Elpam, an utterly romantic scene. She reached out, cupping his face, leaning in to place a kiss on his lips to revive him. Alexis's teasing, Slightly scolding voice broke the moment. You're carrying all the weight again, huh? Elpham's eyes snapped open. Around him were his comrades, standing in a vast forest. The team smiled warmly at him. Jaden spoke cheerfully while Philip wore an exasperated expression. If you're tired, you can rest. Alexis added warmly, no need to push yourself too hard. You've done more than enough. Elpham suddenly realized this was a memory from his past. A smile spread across his face. Even then he returned their smiles with joy. I'm fine. I promised. Back in the flooded chamber, everyone was gathered around someone. Elpham suddenly opened his eyes wide and woke up, coughing violently. Minoru flinched. Panicked. Elpham sat up and demanded, what happened? You saved me? His teammates all smiled brightly, relieved. Thank goodness, I was worried you wouldn't wake up. Elpham was surprised and asked himself quietly, my body feels fine. Is it thanks to my healing magic? He glanced at someone and said, then let's go. Minoru looked impatient and shy. Is something wrong? Did something happen? No, nothing at all. A voice echoed from the doorway of a room. So all of this was part of the plan. Someone was approaching. Well, the second half was all improvisation. Elpham was debating with Ralph, while their teammates followed behind. At least you could have warned me first, you really scared me. Ralph shrugged. You know, if you want to fool the enemy, you have to fool your allies first. That's why even you got tricked. Elpham smirked sarcastically, and Ralph just laughed awkwardly. Acting, huh? Was I wrong to think your first strike was too emotional? Ahem, come on, now's not the time for talk. We need to move fast. Ralph was carrying the body of a woman over his shoulder and asked, but why are we bringing her with us? Is she still useful? We have to keep our promise to Gafor. Suddenly Piru screamed in panic. He hurried off, leaving everyone confused. What's going on? The group stepped into a vast chamber where a tall pillar stood, topped by a glowing golden object with a radiant red gem at its center, stunningly beautiful. Kiri's eyes widened in surprise, while Piru's face lit up with pride and excitement. That's it. The golden glowing object was exactly as the legends described, an artifact of the hero from the stories. Everyone gathered around it, disbelief written on their faces. Is this real? Kiri asked. From what I can see, I can't be sure. Piru spoke eagerly despite Elpham's thoughtful silence. Definitely. It matches the description perfectly. This is the key to Phantom's secret vault. An image of Phantom flashed in their minds, a master thief clad in exquisite robes, a blue cloak billowing in the wind, and a staff topped with a red gem, truly a sight to behold. Phantom, the greatest thief in Maple. Before I returned, I heard his secret vault held treasures beyond imagination. So this necklace is the key to unlock it. Piru happily pulled the necklace from its resting place, while Debo looked helpless. Thanks everyone. Without you, a stone dropped, striking Piru's head. Then a hail of stones rained down on their position, causing panic. Everyone froze, stunned by the chaos. Ralph called out. Wait. Debo took a deep breath. The group scrambled desperately to escape. What are you doing? Run. Someone rushed out like the wind, scolding, damn it. Why did you grab it without thinking? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Sorry, came the reply. A tower suddenly appeared through the storm of falling stones. We need to get inside that tower. There's an exit, surely it's open by now. Are you sure? Debo's eyes widened in disbelief. What, you're still not sure? From the shadows, a horde of skeletons suddenly surged forward, attacking relentlessly. Damn it, I totally forgot about these bastards. Ralph charged into battle against the skeletons. My turn now, you pile of bones. A glowing golden symbol appeared, sweeping away the skeletons in an instant. The Angel's Tower. The Angel's Tower unleashed a fiery power, incinerating every skeleton in its path. Everyone scrambled to escape but couldn't help yelling at Ralph. What? Why didn't you use that sooner? It consumes a ridiculous amount of mana. I'm charging 500 mesos each, you know. You always think about money first. Suddenly, a terrifying beast resembling a horse appeared, its jaws clenched fiercely. Riding atop was a figure clad in imposing armor, wielding a long sword. Panic swept through the group as they frantically fled the relentless pursuer. What now? Ralph, do that move again. Ralph shouted in frustration, while Debo shot him a sharp glare. Shut up and run. That's the only time I can use that skill. You useless. The beast chased them with relentless fury. Someone stumbled over a rock, nearly falling. Oh no. Mineru cried out in alarm. The whole group fell into a deep, blue pit. Damn it. The monster suddenly sparked with blue flames. A blue, carpet-like object appeared beneath them. Hop on, everyone. Good luck. This is my last charm, I'm out of tricks. The beast shockingly moved across the water's surface at incredible speed. Wait, that thing, damn, it can swim. Elpham commanded Kiri, I got this. Kiri struck the creature with a fierce attack. Falling moon, crescent blade. The beast froze in place, trapped by ice. Everyone cheered, well done, Kiri. That'll hold it. The creature let out a deafening roar, Gra. Mineru, fueled by rage, delivered a powerful strike. Shut up. The force knocked the beast away. Everyone stood stunned by the explosive battle. Suddenly, Piru shouted urgently, Elpham, right ahead of us. Elpham appeared, looking cool and focused, holding a staff crackling with sparks. I see it. He smashed through the stone wall, triggering another massive explosion. Careful. If the tower collapses, the tower began to crack, clearly on the verge of collapse. Everyone rushed downward, escaping the imminent destruction. Debo and Mineru were both visibly terrified. Finally, the circular gate appeared. We found it. The tower was collapsing rapidly. Everyone pushed themselves to escape. There's no time to stop, keep moving. Jump on my signal 1-2. The group leapt just before the tower crumbled into ruins and rubble. Suddenly, a terrifying monster with glowing red eyes emerged. I can no longer sense Belgis's energy. Red spiderwebs appeared beneath the creature, binding someone, perhaps another failure. A silver-haired man gritted his teeth, resigned. I will take responsibility with my life. Outside, under the moonlit night, a spider's sharp leg swayed ominously. I could take your life anytime, but first, a woman stepped forward. Let me show you this. The bigger the audience, the better the show. The white-haired man's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The shadowy forms of two terrifying men appeared. It's time to change the players. Marco nodded respectfully to someone nearby. There's still hope. Ahead stood a man in a noble red cloak. The young master must still be alive. The gate is still active. He's surely waiting for the rescue team. A room decorated in old European style appeared. Luckily, they're not at full strength. 6 more people can enter the gate. I'll assemble the rescue team with the best of the best, Jack. The man in the cloak spoke sharply. Jack. His fist clenched tightly, his face burning with anger. Elpham suddenly asked, Huh? That thing. He continued, explaining in detail so many items, private protection, just what you'd expect from the son of the richest man in all of Maple. There's no way they're only ranked orange. Starling muttered in thought, so it's because of Kenya. I didn't think they'd dare go after the association. Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Someone added, suspicious indeed. We should contact Goldrick first. Starling scowled, frustrated. Damn it. Of all people to show up now, it had to be that troublemaker. No, absolutely not. Just then, a hand pushed the door open and a voice echoed from behind it. Damn it, you don't even know what that thing is. Either way, I'm not letting this go. Starling and his team froze mid-thought. That voice, no way. Philip snapped at Elpham, hold on. You still haven't told me why you refused to hand over the ring. I've told you I can't give it to you, Elpham replied firmly. How many times do I have to say it? Starling ran over, eyes lighting up with recognition. Oh, I know that voice. It is. It has to be. Piru. Tears welled up in his eyes. Philip roared, shut up. Give me back my ring, you thief. Elpham remained calm. That idiot finally showed up just like I promised. Philip shouted, idiot, who are you calling an idiot? Give it back now. Starling forced an awkward smile. Well, okay then. Suddenly, newspapers fluttered through the air. Extra. Big news. People all around began whispering excitedly. Is it true? Jack Rich got trapped inside the gate. No way. His team was from the third circle, the strongest of them all. But that's not the point. Goldrich is sending in a rescue squad. Whoever pulls it off will get 150 million. The buzz grew louder. 150 million. Man, they're loaded. People are gonna go nuts over this. I 1 and 2, but don't get your hopes up. They only have 7 slots left. No way they'd take some nobody like you. Dino blinked, surprised. Wow, This really has become the hottest topic in the city, huh? Ralph's eyes gleamed with emotion. But where's Elpham during a time like this? My healer's heart is burning with the desire to save lives. Debo sighed. You sound more like you want to save people than cash in on the reward. Debo glanced around, confused. By the way, why are we even in the slums? The market has tons of shops too. Didn't boss say he wanted to visit a store? Ralph replied cryptically, I've got my own plan. He approached an old building and muttered, You'll see soon enough. As they stepped inside, a little bell rang. A dusty boot rested lazily on a table. So dusty, Debo complained. This is really the place. Gary, still calm as ever, looked up. It's been a while. Ralph called out, Hey, Gary, got customers. You planning to sleep all day? Gary greeted him in his own gruff way. Ralph, it's been forever. Thought you'd gone off and died somewhere. Then Gary picked up a sharp knife and held it up with a smirk. This is the first time I've seen you since you scammed me. Ralph forced a nervous smile, gently pushing the knife away. Huh? Did I really do that? Gary growled, Are you serious, you bastard? You want me to chop you up and feed you to the pigs? Ralph lowered his voice, trying to calm him. Wait, relax. What exactly did you do to him? Reaching into his pocket, Ralph explained, I had my reasons back then. But I came for something else today. He pulled out a stack of cash. Look, I brought a whole lot. Debo sighed in resignation. That's boss's money. Gary raised the knife again. You bastard. Then, out of nowhere, Gary lunged forward and hugged Ralph tightly. I missed you, man. Brother. Ralph, still caught off guard, muttered. Huh? Yeah, me too. Debo muttered under his breath. Unbelievable. These two are a perfect pair of lunatics. Gary grinned. So, what are you looking for? Just say the word, I've got everything. Except the stuff I don't. Ralph laughed. A weapon enhancement scroll. Don't tell me you don't have that. Gary pulled back a cloth. Right here. Debo stared at the pile, puzzled. Wait, aren't these just regular scrolls? Gary scoffed. This guy, what kind of eyes do you have? Ralph added. That's exactly why I brought him along. Debo shouted, I've never used these in my life. How am I supposed to tell them apart? Gary smirked smugly. Well, to put it simply, they're items that can enhance equipment, with a set success rate. In dangerous gates, there's nothing more reliable than these. That one has a 100% success rate. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. Trash. Ralph chuckled and placed a hand on Gary's shoulder. You trying to scam us now? Move. Let me take a look at what you're hiding back there. Debo blinked in confusion. Wait, hold on. Isn't 100% success a good thing? Ralph shook his head. Good. Hell no. The effectiveness of an enhancement scroll doesn't depend on the success rate. The lower the rate, the greater the potential benefits. Unless you're using a bunch of them at once, what you really need is the lowest rate scroll possible. That's how you maximize enhancement strength. Debo frowned. You damn scammer, Gary shrugged unapologetically. Hey, how else do you think I make a living? I can't sell what I don't have. Ralph explained further, things have changed. High-grade enhancement scrolls are now classified as military-grade gear. It's illegal to sell them. Ralph clicked his tongue in frustration. What a shame, so coming here was a waste after all. Damn it, I really needed them. What do we do now? But then he smirked slyly. I was planning to buy a few. Figured if they were somehow still available, the price would have hit $1 million easy. Gary interjected, Hey, come on, at least let me finish before you decide. He began to tell a story. There was a man, the great mage Freed. Dragon Master. The arcane dragon wizard. He had many titles, but the most unique of all was his skill, Master of Time Magic. But on the final day he didn't appear. Gary continued, 800 years ago, before the dark sorcerers were banished, one of them placed a curse on 6 legendary heroes. The moment the curse was cast, time stopped for each one of them. Only Fried was spared thanks to the sacrifice of his contracted dragon, Afrin. He became the sole hero left standing. Since then he's wandered the world, searching for a way to lift the curse on his comrades. But in the end he failed, and vanished without a trace. Peru stepped forward and added, That's all I know. Some ancient records mention that traces of him still exist. Elpham looked at the ring on his hand and said softly, The ring, of Hero Freed. Three people now stood face to face in the quiet room. Elpam stood frozen, stunned. No way, that's the answer to my question. His mind raced back to his return. Why did I regress? Could it be because of him? If he truly had the power to manipulate time. But how could someone from 800 years ago still be influencing events now? If Fried was still alive, then why didn't he show up with us on the final day? Starling broke the silence with a calm but curious tone. I don't doubt you. After all, you were chosen by Fried himself. But there's something I want to understand. He looked Elpam straight in the eye. Why did you fight against the followers? Elpam answered steadily, I have my reasons for not revealing the exact motive. But he thought of everyone, their faces, their struggles. I want to save them. No matter the cost. Somewhere in a forest, leaves rustled in the wind. Kiri was training intensely, her breath coming in short gasps. Debo approached. Don't you ever get bored doing this every single day? Kiri turned, surprised. Debo? He walked closer, catching his breath. I've been looking all over for you. Tried earlier but couldn't find you. Kiri replied. I went to see Master. I had something I needed to talk to her about. Debo hesitated, then asked, so what was it about? Kiri didn't answer directly. Debo scratched his head, looking awkward. Well, actually, I need a favor. Kiri wiped the sweat from her brow. A favor. Debo glanced away, then back at her. Would you come with me tomorrow? Just for a bit. The clock struck 3:05. Debo glanced at it, thinking to himself, she's still not here. Maybe I showed up too early. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a voice called out, making him jump. Sorry. Have you been waiting long? He turned around to see her. Oh, you're here. Nah, I just got here too, but his words trailed off the moment he saw Kiri. Let's go, she said. Her hair fluttered in the breeze. Minoru kept me back too long, so I ended up being late, she added, clearly flustered and sweating slightly. I told her I didn't like this style, but she just. Kiri was wearing an elegant, absolutely adorable dress in a refined noble style. She looked stunning. Scratching her neck awkwardly, she asked, why are you looking at me like that? Does it not suit me? Debo quickly reassured her, no, it looks great. Really? Kiri relaxed a bit. Good. So, shall we go? Why yeah, Debo mumbled, blushing. From a nearby bush, a pair of glowing eyes blinked. As the two of them walked off, a voice came from the shrubbery. Target is moving. Everyone stay ready. This is so annoying. Ralph muttered in frustration, why the hell should I care about that kid's date? Minoru snapped at him, shut up. Mental well-being for the whole team matters. Got it? Meanwhile, Debo and Kiri were happily chatting away. Minoru remembered something and nearly spat out her drink. Wait, Debo said what? Kiri sat cross-armed, visibly annoyed. He said it's his little sister's birthday this week. Sounds like he's never really bought her anything because of money issues, so he asked me to help him choose a gift. Minoru's face lit up with excitement. That's just an excuse. And so what? This is getting good, Kiri continued. I'm not great at picking out presents either. It would have been great if you came along too. Minoru stared at her. Wait, are you serious? Why would I tag along on their date? Kiri deadpanned. Did you not hear me? I said we want your help picking a gift. She's so dense, Kiri thought. You're hopeless, she said aloud. Minoru snapped, hopeless. Where? Shut up. Back at the market, Debo held up a small melee weapon. How about this one? He asked with a cheerful grin. Looks useful. I think Denev could protect herself well with something like this. Kiri's eyes lit up. How about that sword over there? Looks easier for a beginner to handle. They kept browsing. What about this one? Not bad. Oh, this is nice too. Should I just buy them all? Kiri laughed. I feel nervous, never done something like this before. But it's going smoother than I thought. Really? Debo asked, surprised. Kiri explained, I've been training to be a knight since I was little. Never had time to just wander around town. I'm not really used to this kind of thing. Debo said nothing, just listened. Then he offered, wanna check out the explosives booths? Sure, Kiri replied. Not far behind them, Minoru and the rest of the squad trailed them at a distance. She grumbled, these idiots. What the hell are they even doing? Absolutely useless. So clueless. At least think about your audience a little, would ya? Elsewhere, two more people were secretly watching the group while munching on popcorn. They have no idea we're even tracking them. It's obvious they like each other, but man, no progress at all. Miniru let out a long sigh. They're both so oblivious. At this rate they'll be single forever, don't you think? Denev chimed in, clearly concerned. That's why everyone calls him an idiot. I worry about him so much. Ralph jumped, startled by her sudden appearance. Wait, you're here. How did you know we were spying on them? I didn't even sense her presence, he thought, shocked. I'm the one who brought up the whole gift situation, remember? Denev said matter-of-factly. But forget the gift, what I really hope is that he doesn't come home tonight. Minoru blinked in surprise at how fast things were moving. Hua, slow down there. That's moving way too fast. But they do look cute together, don't they? She added. Ralph agreed. Yeah, they really do. A brief flash of memory struck him. Did we used to look like that too? Me and her. Minoru immediately shot down his thoughts. I don't care about your past, you know. Ralph snapped. I knew I was right from the start. Elpham, who'd been silent this whole time, finally spoke. This is a waste of time. Minoru turned to him. Wait, you don't care about this. I do, he replied simply. That caught her off guard. Huh. I'm just really busy right now, Elpham continued. But I've dated once or twice before. Minoru's mood quieted. Oh, could you tell me what happened? Ralph, watching how she softened toward Elpham, felt annoyed. Now that's favoritism. Elpham closed his eyes. It's all in the past. She's not even alive anymore. He paused, then corrected himself. No, maybe she is. Could be. But it doesn't matter anymore. Minoru leaned closer. It does matter. Tell me more. Meanwhile, Denev's eyes sparkled like stars as she stared off toward Debo and Kiri. They're getting closer. No one paid any attention to Ralph anymore. I'm so alone, he muttered to himself. Night had fallen over the town. Thanks for today, Kiri, Debo said with a smile. I think Denev's gonna love the gift. I'm glad I could help, Kiri replied. As she turned to leave, she said, well, I'll be going now. Hey, wait, Debo said suddenly, hesitating. He scratched the back of his head, blushing. It's nothing. Just thanks again. I'll see you tomorrow at training. Kiri smiled softly, a shy hint of affection in her expression. If you ever need help with stuff like this again, you can count on me, she said gently. Debo arrived home. I'm back, a voice from inside startled him. Debo? He stepped inside and was shocked. Huh? What are you all doing here? Denev opened the door, sighing internally. So nothing happened after all, huh? Scene shift. A brutal battle raged elsewhere. Screams echoed through the air. Help, somebody help. Syrup splattered everywhere, thick, sticky and horrifying. A trembling figure stood their ground. Stop right there, monster. I won't let you through. Arcarium's sigil glowed ominously as a massive serpent coiled around him. With a smirk, Arcarium launched his assault. A whirlwind erupted as he moved. He had reached the gate. At last, he whispered. In his hand gleamed the hero-freed sealed stone imbued with the power of time. I finally have it. With this power. Slowly he lifted the stone. The Black Mage's plan. But then, Arcarium's eyes narrowed. Something was off. Why can't I sense anything from it? Don't tell me. Suddenly, an unknown force struck him. Who's there? He bellowed. Dust exploded into the air. Who dares? The castle walls cracked, as if ready to collapse at any second. Arcarium seethed in rage. Someone reversed time before I could. With a roar, he crushed the stone in his hand. I'll find whoever did this. The next morning, at the Goldrich Merchant Alliance headquarters, a booming voice echoed across the plaza. Attention all applicants who registered for the Goldrich Merchant Guild selection. All candidates please stand in your designated areas. The results will be announced in 30 minutes. Minoru crossed her arms, smirking confidently. Why don't you just give up already? The difference in our abilities is painfully obvious. Isn't it? Gapper clenched his teeth, annoyed. What the hell are you babbling about? Fine, let's settle this right here, see who's actually stronger. Their bickering escalated quickly. Oh ho, I was hoping you'd say that, Minoru replied sharply. But don't think you're walking away from this in one piece. Marco looked on, unimpressed. Tech. So this is the world of third-tier adventurers. He thought to himself, I only have one shot at this, I'll need to choose wisely. Suddenly, the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor broke through the commotion. Murmurs spread across the crowd. What the heck is that? What's he carrying? All eyes turned to the strange figure entering the hall. It was Elpham, calm, silent, and carrying something massive on his shoulder. So these are the people, he thought as he passed them. Then he was escorted by a Goldrich guard into the grand estate. They led him to a heavily guarded room, its entrance watched around the clock. As the doors slowly opened, a lavish chamber was revealed. At its center stood Goldrich himself, waiting before an ornate fountain. Goldrich turned, eyes narrowed. So you're the adventurer from Gaffur who's been trying to meet me? Elpham said nothing. Goldrich barked, what's the matter? Think you're too good to speak to me? Elpham quickly bowed. It's an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Elpham. The reason I've come. Goldrich cut him off. Oh please. That much is obvious. You want to join the rescue squad, don't you? He stepped forward, voice sharp. Let me make one thing clear while I'm still in the mood to talk. This is not something Gaffur should be getting involved in. Elpham stood firm. Forgive me, but I'm not here today as a representative of Gaffur. Goldrich scoffed. Then I have no reason to speak to you. You're just a low-tier adventurer. Trash. Elpham said nothing. Instead, he carefully placed the large object down on the floor. Goldrich shouted, have you lost your mind? Get out. I'm not in the mood for this nonsense. But Elpham remained calm. Forgive my rudeness, but before you say another word please, take a look at this. He opened the container. Goldrich froze. Inside was the lifeless body of Beiju. Elpham sat down quietly as the weight of the moment sank in. Goldrich stepped back in disbelief. Beiju Marco, watching from a distance, was stunned. That's one of Kania's top commanders. Do you even realize what you've done? Of course I do, Elpham replied without hesitation. Goldrich faltered. Are you trying to start a war? Elpham's voice dropped low and cold. Maybe. He looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade. And the Goldrich Merchant Guild will be part of it. Sweat trickled down Goldrich's face. What the hell are you saying? Just then the doors creaked open again. A new voice entered the room. Allow me to explain. The figure stepped forward, voice steady and sure. This concerns you as well. Goldrich's eyes widened, stunned to his core. Elsewhere, a sharp voice cut through the darkness. Are you sure about this? Michael stood with arms crossed, expression grim. I can't believe it, you're telling me those people they're still active. Elpham responded firmly. They're not just hanging on, they've already taken root across Maple. Even in Cygnus. Michael narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. Can you take responsibility for what you're saying? But deep down, he couldn't deny the uneasy feeling growing in his chest. If everything he says is true, then all the strange things I've witnessed start to make sense. He added. It's not that I trust you. I trust Kiri's judgment. That's why I asked her to come along in the first place. Elpham's gaze sharpened. So what is it you want? Michael didn't hesitate. I want to erase Kania from this world. Then he dropped the real bomb 3 days from now. Back at Goldrich's estate, Michael, now formally introduced as the captain of the Cygnus Knights, laid out the situation with deadly seriousness. This isn't about merchant guild rivalries anymore. We're preparing for a war against the cult. Elpham stepped forward and extended his hand over Beiju's lifeless body. Magic swirled at his fingertips. As his palm hovered above her forehead, a symbol slowly burned into view, a black spider. Gasps filled the room. A tattoo? Someone whispered. This, Elpham explained, is the mark of a cult follower. Each of them is branded with a symbol representing their leader. Goldrich's jaw dropped. You're telling me Beiju was one of them? He staggered back, connecting the final pieces. Then, Kanya really is. Elpham seized the moment. Let me make you an offer, one you can't refuse. Later that night, in a packed tavern, mugs clinked together. Cheers. Elpham and Minoru were seated at the bar, beer in hand. She looked uneasy. Are you sure about this? Partying the night before such an important day, is this really okay? Elpham sighed. One day of rest won't kill anyone. He looked up at the ceiling, then turned his eyes toward the gear laid out neatly on the table nearby. We've prepared as much as we can. All the equipment has been reinforced. Training's done. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Resting before a big fight is a good call. A few familiar faces strolled in. They spotted Elpam and Mineru and made their way over. Bahahaha. What are you two whispering about over here? Ralph threw an arm around Elpam's shoulder with a teasing grin. Wait a second, are you two dating now? If so, I, a seasoned expert in romance, shall crack. Elpam punched him square in the face. Don't push your luck, Ralph. Groaning, Ralph rubbed his nose. Can't I joke a little? I was just trying to lighten the mood. Elpam gave him a look. You reek of sweat. Maybe shower before coming near people. Ralph groaned dramatically. Fine, fine. I'll shut up. But he sat up again, a little more serious this time. Actually, I did want to ask you something. He locked eyes with Elpam. Why'd you agree to join Jack Rick's rescue team? You were the one who said it was obviously a trap. Mineru, too, looked puzzled. Yeah, wouldn't it make more sense to join the raid on Kania directly? Elpam stared into his drink. There's something I'm looking for. He thought to himself, I don't know if the rumor's true, but word is, Jack Rick recently found a map that leads to Freed's legacy. I didn't believe it at first, but the fact that cult members are closing in on him, that changes everything. I can't let them get their hands on it. That legacy, it's said to be immensely valuable. He took a long sip of beer. Of course, that's assuming we don't get to it first. The tavern glowed warmly under the quiet night sky, a flicker of calm before the coming storm. Elsewhere in a darkened room lit only by candlelight, Akarium was deep in thought, analyzing a file. Elpam. Age 20. From Lith Harbor. In debt to Gafor. Former slave 3 years. He tapped his desk, muttering to himself. Awakened to Tier 7 just 2 months ago. Reached Tier 2 in 2 days. Tier 3 in just 2 weeks. He closed the file, eyes narrowing. With that potential, he'll keep rising. Akarium turned to his subordinate. Go. Everything now depends on you. A young man with long white hair was about to dash through the gate when 2 guards stepped in and blocked his path. He raised his voice in protest, clearly outraged. Sir Royce. This isn't what you promised. What did you mean when you said everything had already been decided? You told us you'd support our team. Royce scratched his chin awkwardly, avoiding the young man's eyes. What exactly do you want from me? Then, with a weary sigh, Royce turned to address the crowd gathering around them. The order to cancel the selection of outside candidates came directly from above. I don't know the reason. But it's clear they want me to shoulder everything alone now, and frankly, I'm exhausted. The white-haired youth couldn't believe what he was hearing. You took our money and broke your word. How can you justify that? What about the payment I gave you, Sir Royce? Royce's expression changed in an instant. Realizing the boy had spoken too much, he urgently warned, watch your mouth. That's not something you should say around here. The argument was growing heated when suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the distance, step aside. Everyone instinctively moved out of the way as a group led by Marco and Elpam approached. The guards immediately drew back their spears and bowed with reverence. Yes, sir. Royce's eyes widened at the scene. He stammered, Lord Marco, who are these people? Marco clearly had no intention of entertaining questions. He cut Royce off curtly. It's already been decided. I ask for your understanding. Royce, still stunned, pressed on nervously. I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying tonight's event? I mean, Lord Marco, even so, this is Debo, standing nearby, sneered openly at Royce's pathetic state. Around them, murmurs of envy began to stir. Who the hell are they supposed to be? They weren't even at the selection trial. Yeah. Who do they think they are? But the Elpam group ignored the crowd completely, walking forward with quiet confidence. Just before passing through the gate, Mineru turned around and stuck her tongue out playfully, teasing the onlookers. In a flash of dazzling light, the group disappeared behind the gate. On the other side, they found themselves in what looked like the ruins of an old temple. Cracked stone columns lay scattered across the floor. As they walked, Debo sighed audibly, causing Mineru a few steps ahead to glance back. That's enough. He groaned in frustration. This always happens. Doesn't it ever get old? Can't they come up with something more original? Mineru suddenly stopped, her expression shifting. Wait. She did a quick head count and frowned. We're missing 2. Where are Ralph and Kiri? Back at the gate, Ralph was furiously cursing. Damn it. He reached out toward the gate, but his hand was repelled by an invisible force. What the hell's going on? Has the gate already reached its limit? He spun around to face Marco and shouted. Didn't they say 6 more people could go through? Did someone get in before us? Marco looked just as confused. That's impossible. We had guards stationed to stop anyone else from entering early. The old man suddenly seemed to realize something. Hesitant, he murmured. Could it be Kiri had already caught on and firmly declared, "It's a trap." Inside the gate, Akarium's followers, along with Madria, were advancing deeper. The cloaked man with lifeless eyes turned to his companion and spoke in a detached tone. Well, at least we made it in. But how are we supposed to meet up with the others? Heard anything yet, Mudria? The fully cloaked figure grumbled irritably. Don't call me by my real name, idiot. Unfazed, he replied calmly. All right, Lady Mudria. She clicked her tongue, visibly annoyed. I see you're still bitter about my earlier complaints. If everything goes according to plan, they'll be waiting for us on the 2nd floor. Just then, a massive bull-like beast emerged in their path. The man looked at it, unimpressed. Guess I'll need to warm up before the reunion. The monster drooled as it glared at them, and he couldn't help but wonder aloud. I really don't know if this thing's even worth fighting. He was about to make a move when Mudria raised a hand to stop him. No, I've got a better idea. I'll handle it. He looked skeptically at her frail-looking form. Seriously. Don't push yourself. Suddenly, the creature let out a thunderous roar and charged at them. Mudria scoffed. Oh? Coming to greet me, are you? With a flick of her chain, she unleashed a surge of green energy straight at the beast. Let me show you something. The creature froze for a moment, too stunned to react, then took the full brunt of the blast. The sheer pressure of the spell caused even the staff held by the man beside her to tremble. He was visibly taken aback. You look surprised, kid, Mudria said smugly. The man grinned. That's the first time I've seen that with my own eyes. Gotta admit it's pretty impressive. They continued walking, leaving the beast's carcass behind, slowly being devoured by Mudria's lingering green magic. I'll take care of the rest later, she said. Things are only going to get more fun from here. By the time they'd vanished into the corridor, the monster had been completely dissolved. Elsewhere, Minoru spoke up, her voice tight with concern. I had a feeling, did those rats from Kenya sneak in? El Palm, calm and collected, adjusted his blindfold. Let's assume they did. Not bad, this is turning out to be more interesting than expected. Debo, trailing behind, scratched his head. Isn't it too quiet though? No one's attacking us. El Palm activated his blindfold, thinking to himself, exactly. That's the real problem. His gaze pierced through the temple structure, scanning the surroundings. There's no sign of life around the first gate, no cultists. No monsters. What the hell happened here? His brow furrowed. They're up to something. Meanwhile, back at the Kenya Trade Association headquarters, Kasim, leading the Cygnus Knights, entered the building. The receptionist looked up, stunned. Why is Cygnus here? Do you have an appointment with anyone? Kasim smiled politely and replied. Ah, sorry for dropping by unannounced. Tell me, he raised a severed hand bearing the Black Mage's mark and coldly asked. Did you misplace something? What? The woman gasped, confused. Before she could react, the 2 men standing behind her were sliced apart by precise, ruthless sword strikes. Their weapons and guns clattered to the floor in a heap. She screamed. Kasim calmly pointed his blood-stained sword at her throat. Stay still. His smile remained warm, but his tone was icy and unrelenting. If you resist, I'll treat you like any other cultist of the Black Mage. The cultists scattered in a panic, screaming at the top of their lungs, for the Black Mage. Many had already fallen in the brutal massacre. The Cygnus Knights showed no mercy, cutting down every last follower who tried to flee. Don't let them escape. Someone shouted. The air was filled with the sounds of desperate screams and curses. Damn it, help me. As he walked through the blood-stained hall, Kasim snapped, You lost them. A subordinate hesitated before reporting, I'm sorry. They must have been tipped off beforehand. By the time we arrived, they were already. Kasim's eyes narrowed with irritation. Without hesitation, he barked an order. Track them down. We end this today. Yes, sir. His men responded in unison. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, Will spoke coldly. I've given you more chances than you deserve. He took a step forward, his voice like ice. Tell me. Do you resent me? Evoke, trembling from both pain and terror, forced himself to respond. No. Serving the Black Mage is the greatest honor for this worthless body. The moment he finished his sentence, the mark of the black mage on his back lit up with a blinding glow. Night had fallen. A voice echoed from within the military encampment. We've secured the area near the port. Inside a tent, Ibis stood over a map, strategizing with the officers around him. He stabbed a finger onto the map. There's no way out now. Send the remaining troops to reinforce the junction. Standing beside him, Goldrick clenched his jaw tightly, trying to steel himself. Just a little more. Just a little more. Meanwhile, inside the main city walls, the buildings were engulfed in flames. Heavy footsteps thundered down a hidden staircase into a secret underground chamber. A massive crocodile-like beast let out a roar and lunged forward. Before it could land a single blow, a sword flew through the air and cleaved it clean in half. The blade immediately returned to Michael's hand, shimmering as it reappeared at his side. A pink-haired girl who had witnessed the attack growled in frustration. Damn Kania scum. They were breeding these things right under Lith Port. She glanced around, unease growing in her voice. Each of them, they're all monsters. All around them were carcasses of the beasts they had just finished off. If Goldrich's trading company hadn't relayed the information in time, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Michael's expression shifted as realization dawned. So that's what this is. But unease crept into his mind. Still, why does something feel off? A facility this massive, and there's no one overseeing it. Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed, more monsters approaching. Michael sighed wearily. They won't even give me a moment to think. A horde of grotesque creatures surged into view before the three of them. Elsewhere, inside the dim ruins of the temple, a string of curses rang out. Damn it. Shit. Jack Rich trembled behind a large rock, terrified. He mumbled to himself. Where the hell did those monsters even come from? If the escort team hadn't sacrificed themselves, tears streamed down his face as he stammered in a panic. I don't want to die, I want to live. But his desperate mutterings had drawn attention. Heavy footsteps approached. El Palm's voice cut through the tension like a blade. You know, your pathetic groans echo far and wide, Jack Rich. Startled, Jack gripped the sword at his waist, pulling it halfway out as he screamed. Who are you? Before he could do anything, El Palm kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. His sword clattered away under the force of the blow. Still dazed, Jack heard him scoff. Looks like you still had some strength left. Seeing the sheer terror in Jack's eyes, El Palm offered a casual introduction. Relax, Jack Rich. We're the rescue team. Here to save your ass. Jack eyed the rough-looking trio suspiciously. A rescue team? But when El Palm tossed him a red pendant, Jack's eyes widened. This belonged to my father. He shut his eyes tight, overwhelmed. So it's true. Then his voice faltered. But it's just the three of you. El Palm's tone shifted, annoyed. You should be grateful anyone was crazy enough to risk their lives for someone like you. Jack clutched the pendant tightly and muttered something that made El Palm narrow his eyes. Damn it, this isn't a place three people can handle. That was all it took for El Palm to activate his special eyepiece, scanning deeper into the ruins. What are you hiding from us? Yet El Palm couldn't find anything unusual on Jack Rich. No tattoos, no marks, nothing. Am I just overthinking this? He muttered. Mineru, clearly exhausted, stepped in to hurry things along. All right, enough, nice and clean. The target's secured. It's time. Suddenly a surge of green-blue light exploded nearby, and El Palm's eyes widened in alarm. A barrage of energy strikes came crashing down, slicing through the stone pillars of the shrine like butter. The attack came from a group of cloaked figures, faces obscured by eerie masks. The leader snarled an inhuman sound that sent a chill through the air. El Palm and his two teammates narrowly dodged the ambush. Debo grumbled as he straightened up. Hey, rude much. That almost hit me. But El Palm didn't look surprised at all. His eyes narrowed. So you've finally shown yourself, Kania. Then, amid the heavy tension, a voice rang out, oddly calm, almost mocking. Ceremony, huh? The three immediately snapped to attention, eyes locked on the direction of the voice. El Palm activated his left eye, scanning the man who had just spoken. What the hell is he? From El Palm's view, the figure perched atop a stone pillar was radiating terrifying pressure. The mana he exuded was overwhelming. One of Akarium's subordinates leapt down and spoke with a cold smirk. Talking about manners, huh? You seem pretty relaxed. You're not just some nobody, are you? He summoned a pulse of energy, and the brand of the dark sorcerer glowed bright on his hand. Let's see if Commander Will's concerns were justified. From afar, Will raised his hand with a calm command. Begin. Elsewhere, a massive building erupted in flames, sending waves of panic through the camp. Two young reinforcement soldiers screamed in confusion. What the hell? What's happening? Right after Team C went in before they could collect themselves, a nearby supply crate exploded as well. Then another. And another. A coordinated chain of detonations ripped through the fortress, leveling the entire structure. At the same time, a deep crimson void suddenly opened beneath Lith Port. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, it appeared directly beneath where Michael was standing. His teammates cried out in panic, "Mihail!" But Michael quickly raised his voice to stop them. "Stay back. It's a trap." As soon as he finished speaking, the hole widened, swallowing his entire body. Michael tumbled into a pitch-black, featureless void. He looked around, disoriented. Where am I? The silence was broken by slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from the distance. Michael's instincts kicked in. He raised his guard. Who's there? Through the rising smoke and shadows, a figure began to emerge. It answered him with a heavy voice. You're asking who I am? The figure became clearer. Its face, its presence, it was exactly like Michael's. A perfect mirror of himself. You recognize this face, don't you? Back at the command tent, a massive hand slammed down onto the table. No way. Gapor's face twisted in disbelief. 3 battalions wiped out. Commander Mihail is missing too. Beside him, Ibis barked out in frustration. Double check everything. What the hell is happening out there? A guard burst into the tent, stammering out a report. Bad news. We've just confirmed reinforcements are arriving from the cultist side. The commanders in the room exploded with curses. God damn it. As everyone fell into chaos, Goldrick suddenly froze in thought. His eyes widened with realization. No, they've been predicting our every move. He turned, his voice grim. That means there's a mole in our ranks. Ibis immediately grabbed the radio. Change the plan. Switch from Team 5-1 to 6. Outside the tent, a guard spotted a suspicious figure approaching and shouted a warning. Who are you? Stop right there. He didn't get to finish the sentence. The stranger struck with lethal precision, killing him instantly. Inside, Gapor jumped at the sudden screams and sounds of slaughter. What the hell is going on out there? Marco, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Making such a fuss just over killing 1 or 2 people? He sounded strange, almost unsettling, as if trying to calm the others. Don't worry. Then, without warning, a bloodied hand yanked the cloth covering something aside. Only then did Marco reveal his true face. It'll all be over soon. His action struck fear deep into Goldrich, Ibis and Gapor. They stood frozen, speechless, shocked by Marco. A cold blade swung down mercilessly. A brutal massacre erupted right inside the city. The bodies of both civilians and Kania warriors lay scattered on the ground, unattended. Shouts and screams filled the chaos. Chase them. Watch your backs. Knights and Kania soldiers clashed fiercely, neither side willing to yield. Kiri rushed ahead to clear a path for the survivors. People, this way. Follow me. She focused on guiding the civilians, unaware of a boy wielding a sword speeding toward her, ready to assassinate. Get to the car. Leave the city immediately. Reinforcements from Gapor will arrive soon. Just as the blade was about to strike Kiri, a powerful force stopped the boy in his tracks, slamming him backward 3 meters with a punch. It was Ralph who landed the blow. His eyes burned with anger as he looked around. Just when I thought things were settling down. And now this? Kiri glanced at the boy writhing in pain, clutching his bleeding mouth, and couldn't help but curse. Damned fanatics, not even sparing the kids. Ralph frowned and explained. They're zealots, consumed by blind faith. Recalling his own past, he spoke slowly. They almost manipulated me once, promising that if I helped break the seal of the Dark Mage, I'd get whatever I desired, even to the point of reversing time. Kiri's eyes widened in shock. Reversing time? That's like a god, Ralph scoffed. Foolish. You really believe that? Nothing in this world bends to your will. If it did, why would they have sealed me away? Everyone knows it's just nonsense. His tone softened just a bit. It's just that they exploit people's weaknesses. He clenched his fists, his usually grim face now shadowed by regret. Who doesn't have a past they wish to rewrite? Meanwhile, Goldrich's fury exploded when he realized Marco was the traitor. That bastard, he ground his teeth, unable to speak. Marco, why? Why did you do this? Marco calmly stroked his beard and replied. Oh, you want to know why? He explained slowly. My poor daughter, she left this world too soon in a tragic accident. They promised to bring her back. I would do anything, just to see her once more. He sneered, pointing at the three men. It's been an honor serving you, Lord Goldrich. Ebis quickly stood up, shielding Goldrich and Gapor. Get behind me, both of you. He shouted decisively to Goldrich and Gapor, run. Gapor, though regretful, had no choice but to apologize. I'm sorry, Ebis. Marco's eyes burned with rage as he watched them flee. He ordered two Kenya warriors beside him. What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Finish them. The Kenya warriors rushed off to chase down Goldrich and Gapor. Suddenly, from behind, Ebis reached back, took a stance, and yelled provocatively, Where do you think you're going? With a furious roar, he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes that cut through the enemies, knocking them out instantly. Marco watched in horror as Ebis went berserk. All the Kenya attackers outside the tent were wiped out by a single move from him. Fanatics, Ebis muttered as he calmly lit a cigar, disdain dripping from his words. Looks like you've all underestimated me. Despite his many wounds, none were fatal. Ebis leisurely took a drag from his cigar, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's been a while since I've moved like this. Time to warm up a bit. The scene shifted back to El Palm's group. He eyed the subordinate from Akarium with a cold appraisal. A direct subordinate of the Legion commander, huh? Do you really think your empty boasts scare me? El Palm still carried his usual arrogance, but then Mudria spoke up for the first time. Oh my, pardon me, it seems I haven't been clear enough. As Mudria appeared, every subordinate around bowed respectfully. Well then, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Mudria, the martyr. El Palm jolted at the title. Martyr? He racked his memory and recalled the secret force of 100 chosen warriors, whose identities were always shrouded in mystery. But why were they here? Mudria's tone was even but full of reproach. Lately you've been causing quite a disturbance. Even those you cannot face have started to take notice. Whispers rippled through the area, making Debo restless. Damn it, enough of this nonsense. He snapped, signaling El Palm and Mineru, stop talking and move out. Mudria chuckled darkly, oh my, such impatience. Haven't you noticed? There's an unusual absence of monsters inside the gate. With that, Mudria summoned chains that floated up ominously. Let me introduce you properly. A massive pressure radiated as Mudria unleashed his power. Mineru hurriedly raised a hand to block part of it. What the? Countless creatures poured out from Mudria's iron sphere. Seeing this, Debo panicked. What the hell is this now? Some kind of illusion. The phantoms swarmed, charging straight at El Palm's group. The small ghosts rapidly grew into large, grotesque beasts. Mineru's eyes widened as she shouted, wait. Tauromachus. Before they could fully react, a massive Tauromachus lunged at Mineru. Surrounded by a pack of Tauromachus, they were quickly overwhelmed. What the hell? Why are they obeying him? And how many of these things are there? The three shouted at each other, we've been brainwashed, damn it. How? Mineru and Debo struggled fiercely against the Tauromachus, and Debo cursed under his breath. Bastards, seeing the danger, El Palm urgently warned Debo, don't confront them head on. These things. Debo barely caught the words before a green electric shock hit him hard, making him scream in pain. A creature slammed Debo against the nearby wall, the blow heavy and unexpected. Mineru gasped Debo. The monster raised its staff, preparing to finish him off. Clenching his teeth through the pain, Debo searched for a way out. Damn it, what do we do now? Suddenly, a red flash streaked forward, piercing the monster with a lethal strike. El Palm shouted to his teammates, get back. I'll clear them all in one move. With that, he unleashed a gigantic fire blast into the center of the Tauromachus horde. They barely had time to react before the flames engulfed them. One swift strike, and El Palm obliterated every summoned monster. The Kenya soldiers watching trembled in fear at the overwhelming power. What the hell? That was a missile, controlled by mental power. El Palm responded coldly, exactly. He controlled the fiery magic to zigzag through the ranks, cutting down many Kenya subordinates. Mineru shouted sharply. Be careful. El Palm. You're going to kill us all. The magical flames suddenly surged, encircling the Kenya soldiers nearby. In the blink of an eye, El Palm drove the flames down onto them in a devastating attack. The flames he unleashed turned the already desolate surroundings into even more ruin, just as the rumors said. Fascinating. One of Akarium's subordinates watched in awe. A technique that combines fire magic with psychic power? As he finished speaking, the ring hanging from his neck suddenly glowed brightly. The fire magic that had encircled the Kenya soldiers gradually dissipated. The temple behind, shrouded in smoke and dust from El Palm's attack, was barely visible. Minoru stammered in panic, "How is this possible? El Palm's magic, it's not working." The ground around the group remained untouched while the rest of the area lay devastated. Akarium's subordinate sneered. "What's with that reaction? Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it?" With a wave of his hand, "Not yet. Struggle a little more." Under his control, countless cracked rocks slowly began to levitate into the air. Debo looked on, bewildered. What is this? Psychic power? Even El Palm was momentarily unsettled by the display. Coldly, he extended his hand toward the three of them. "Alright, it's time. The real battle begins now." The flames gradually spread across the houses. Gapor ran while informing Gold Rich beside him. "The defense line has collapsed. It's best for everyone to retreat." Gold Rich immediately opposed. "No, we have to hold on a little longer." The clock showed 11:10. There was a secret plan, one that even Marco didn't know about. When El Palm proposed it, I thought it was just an exaggeration. Gold Rich stared at the clock, muttering, "If we can just hold out for one more hour, no, just 30 more minutes." Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from ahead. The assassin group had been waiting for them there all along. Gold Rich shouted in panic, "What the hell is this?" Gapor quickly glanced backward and saw a group of Kanya surrounding them as well. "Damn it, they're coming from behind too?" He spun around and asked anxiously, "Can we not carry out the plan now?" At this rate, Gold Rich firmly interrupted, "No, we can't, not yet." Gapor fell into despair. "Damn it, if we all die here, what's the point of that plan anyway?" At that moment, a blast of ice magic shot out, freezing all the assassins rushing to attack. A voice rang out, capturing the attention of the Kanya. "Oh, what a coincidence, merchants," one yelled, "someone's here." Ralph and Kiri appeared just in time to rescue Gapor and Gold Rich. Ralph didn't forget to joke, "Just in time for the sale, so, do you need some help?" Gapor, like seeing his saviors, stammered happily, "You are." Seeing only two of them, the enemy sneered and charged forward. "Just two? Kill them." Kiri wasted no time, slashing decisively and tearing them apart into pieces. Ralph was equally formidable, knocking down countless foes with a single punch. One Kanya, sensing danger, threw a volley of poison darts hoping to end the fight quickly. Kiri easily swung her sword, slicing all the darts away, terrifying him. "Are you crazy?" she spat. When Kiri used her sun and moon technique, a Kanya suddenly shouted, "I remember now. They're El Palm's people." Before he could finish, Kiri's blade ended his life. She moved like lightning, defeating them all in the blink of an eye, silent execution. Impressed by how easily Kiri and Ralph defeated the Kanya in just a few moves, they watched in awe. Kiri's hair gradually shifted from blue back to blonde as she finished her technique. Seeing the gathering cultists, Ralph excitedly said, "Since you all gathered here, I've come. Given the urgency, I offered you the service first, pay later." Just thinking about the payment made his eyes sparkle like stars. "Now then, I'll announce today's special discount price." Before Ralph could finish, a terrifying spark flew from afar, nearly hitting them. Gapor, confused, wondered what. "Is there still someone alive?" A tall man slowly emerged from the rubble. "Chet, just a bunch of useless lackeys." Ralph and Kiri quickly returned to defensive stances. Ralph sneered, "Lackeys? Why say such harsh words? Speaking of which, meeting three distinguished merchants at once, what's the occasion?" The man's face was covered with black veins as he slowly spat each word. What a pity. It turned out this man was Evoke. He cracked the whip in his hand, his voice harsh. "I've been waiting to tear El Palm apart with my own hands." At the same time, Akarium's subordinate raised his hand, hurling large stones down onto El Palm's group. Daibo hurriedly dodged to both sides, narrowly avoiding the attack. El Palm was confused, thinking to himself, "What the hell is going on? A psychic power of this magnitude, before my regression, I never heard of anyone this strong." Akarium's subordinate coldly continued commanding the rocks to assault them relentlessly. He muttered in disappointment, could it be just a rumor? He hesitated, then added. Or is this some kind of trap already set? It can't be just this. Two pillars collided violently, exploding into a thick cloud of white smoke. Right in the middle of the smoke, a red flash suddenly appeared. That beam of light shot out like lightning under the watchful eyes of the cultists. Before they could even react, they were forced to inhale the smoke released by El Palm's group. He controlled the fire magic into a vehicle for their movement. Debo even taunted mockingly, "Goodbye, idiots." Mudria, seeing this, immediately ordered, "Don't let him escape. Chase them. Damn it, hurry." Debo laughed gleefully. "Look at you all." El Palm focused intently and declared, "Now that those who need saving are safe, let's just..." Suddenly, the flapping of wings startled El Palm, making him instantly alert. A monster quickly caught up to their flying vehicle. It immediately spewed flames, destroying their means of transport. Debo was thrown to the ground, confused. What's happening?" Before he could finish, the monster grabbed him with its claws, squeezing so hard that blood spilled from his mouth. It then roared loudly and violently slammed Debo onto the ground. Mineru, falling freely nearby, worriedly shouted, "Debo." El Palm clenched his teeth in anger. He swung his staff, launching a barrage of missile-like fire arrows aimed straight at the monster. However, before the arrows could reach the target, they were blocked by a purple energy beam. The collision of the two powers caused a massive explosion in mid-air. From the purple energy emerged a figure. No matter how he thought about it, Akarium's subordinate teleported right next to El Palm, coldly saying, "Looks like I've found the answer." He glared at him and muttered, "El Palm, are you afraid of me?" Without hesitation, he unleashed a purple energy beam that pierced through El Palm's stomach. The shockwave from his attack was so devastating it destroyed all the surrounding structures. Mineru, disturbed by the surrounding smoke and dust, whispered a curse, "Ugh, damn it." Before she could recover, the enemy shot through her shoulder. Mineru was thrown backward, crashing into a pillar that dented deeply from the impact. Mudria coldly ordered his followers, "Don't waste time. Take care of her." Mineru scrambled to her feet, gripping her weapon tightly. Damn these fanatics. Before her stood three bloodthirsty cultists rushing to attack simultaneously. Elsewhere, the space was still calm, and the surroundings remained untouched. Suddenly, something sliced through a pillar, breaking it in half. It darted like a slash, leaving a long trail of golden light. Debo was pinned to the ground by the monster, absorbing the full force of its recent punch. It roared and raised its hand, preparing to strike Debo's face directly. Ralph was panting hard as he ran quickly, dashing through houses engulfed in flames. Above him, a shadow appeared, flying toward him. The figure flew in the air, wielding his weapon, striking the path below, cracking the ground. After the attack, Evoke landed nearby. Ralph slipped but quickly grabbed a rope. He cursed angrily, "Idiots." Before he could catch his breath, another wave of enemies attacked. "Damn it." Before he could dodge, the rope wrapped tightly around his arm. A strong surge of mana then rushed through the rope, causing Ralph to scream out in pain. Evoke's fierce face twisted in anger, "Don't mess with me." He pulled the rope hard. "I'll send you off soon enough." Ralph shouted from below, "Bastard, I'm about to die." Just then he saw a sharp point protruding above him, as if he couldn't take it anymore. Kiri dashed in, "Why don't you just leave that idiot alone?" She swung her sword but said, "Just kidding, he's our mage." Kiri slashed the rope in one swift cut, and Ralph fell down with momentum. Evoke, now furious to the point of bursting, shouted, "Damn it." With a loud crash, the ground shook. 3 stone slabs emerged around Kiri, trapping her inside. One of the slabs shot out a beam of mana forward. In a flash, Kiri was struck by mana blasts from the 3 slabs. Ralph cursed from a distance, "You bastard." Kiri fell to her knees, coughing weakly. "I'm still okay." Suddenly the object behind Kiri trembled and shattered right before her eyes. Kiri panicked, "Where's the buff?" Evoke sneered and rushed toward her weakened form. He leapt forward, his grim face reaching out to capture her. She sensed this, and quickly turned her head to look. An explosion occurred. Gapor, watching, shouted urgently, "Damn it, when will we execute the plan? We'll all die if this keeps going." Goldrich clenched his hands and coughed, "Not yet, not the time. They'll arrive soon enough." No sooner had he finished than a voice rang out. "A plan? Huh? When Gapor and Gold Rich saw who it was, both were stunned. The newcomer said, "Honestly, I'm curious what this plan is too." Meanwhile, someone else was retching up a pool of pink syrup like blood. The syrup still dripped from the corner of Ralph's mouth. "Damn it," he muttered. Turning to ask Kiri, "Can you still move?" She struggled to stand, supporting herself with one hand on her shoulder. "Thanks." Suddenly, a stream of deathly mana began to gather. It seemed the recovering mage was out of strength. From the formation, Evoke appeared again. So it really is over. A massive energy sphere headed toward Ralph. While he was still stunned, Kiri lunged forward from behind, sword raised. She sliced through the sphere. Evoke looked in disbelief, turning his head back. What? Someone appeared behind him, smiling, first time meeting and no greeting. Not very polite. Before he could react, a flash of light struck Evoke, who was caught off guard. Goodbye. An explosion shook the entire city. Kiri raised her hand to block. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if she saw something horrifying. Evoke's body was pierced by a hole. Like he sneered, a crooked smile appearing on his lips. "I was going to send you off gently. Sorry about that." He spat out a mouthful of syrup. Then he spoke again. "A loyal dog of the queen, huh?" Evoke collapsed to the ground. He lay there, eyes wide open, a look of bitter resentment on his face. Then he turned to the two standing nearby. "Oh, look who's here. What are you doing here? Honestly, why do I see you everywhere I go?" Kiri looked at the person in front of her in shock, hesitating. "Oh, you're here." The newcomer gradually stepped out of the shadows and approached them. Kiri exclaimed, "Lord Kasim." He smiled, sheathing his sword. Gold Rich was cautious. "The captain of Cygnus Knights, huh?" Meanwhile, Gopper laughed cheerfully. "That was close. We almost died, Lord Kasim." Kasim chuckled, "I will protect the merchants." Then Kasim turned to Kiri. "And you, Kiri, you don't look well. You should." Before he could finish, Kiri interrupted firmly, "I'm going too." He was surprised. "What?" She held her shoulder resolutely. "My master told me, if anything happens, I must join forces with Lord Kasim." She stepped closer, "So I'm coming along." Kasim frowned slightly. He spoke with a slight sneer. "Someone like you." As they were talking, a voice interrupted, "Don't worry. All of you here will soon be coming with me." Kiri and Kasim were shocked, turning toward the source of the voice. They saw Evoke struggling to stand. Kasim, unable to believe it, said, "How are you still standing after that hit?" Evoke laughed wickedly. A black and red aura surged upward. Evoke's voice echoed like it came from hell. "Burn in hell, all of you." He stood up. A dark mist swirling behind him, and a sand clock was counting down. Kasim quickly charged forward, stabbing with his sword. Evoke laughed loudly. Too late. His power coalesced into the shape of a death god. Evoke's body bulged with veins as he shouted, "Appear now, my master. I offer this broken body to you, please grant me your power." A giant spider appeared. "You are permitted." Countless threads of silk pierced Evoke's body. His pupils dilated, and in an instant, his body exploded. Evoke screamed in agony as countless spider legs tore through him. Kiri and Ralph looked up at the giant spider above them, shocked. "What is this?" His face drained of color, full of terror. "Oh my god." Evoke's body had now become part of the spider, a massive spider, bearing its sharp fangs. A purple beam of light appeared. The light struck the ground directly, causing everything around it to shatter into pieces. Elpem knelt where he had been hit, coughing up a mouthful of syrup. He panted heavily, silently cursing, "Damn it, I'm so tired I can't even breathe." The masked enemies didn't let up. 3 of them surrounded and attacked him, putting him at a serious disadvantage. "Damn it." Elpem quickly regained his strength and jumped up to fight back. He wielded his staff, channeling magical power. The masked foes weren't backing down either. They pulled out shields. "You think I'll fall without a fight?" 2 streams of magical energy clashed violently, naturally causing a huge explosion. Dust and smoke filled the air, and Elpem retreated. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Really, how long do you plan to keep causing trouble?" He was caught off guard as his whole body was suddenly restrained by several huge rocks. "Damn it, psychic power." The man raised his hand, controlling the stone, speaking calmly, "Please calm down a bit. No one's going to eat you." He leaned on his cane and slowly stepped forward. Elpem gritted his teeth, trying to summon his power. Damn it, I was once called the strongest psychic. Seeing the man's steps getting closer, Elpham thought, do you think I'll lose? As the man approached, Elpham suddenly unleashed his power, hurling stones at him. Alright, let's play. The man sighed, using his cane to sweep away the incoming stones. Honestly, you never get tired of pointless fights, do you? Suddenly, he widened his eyes at what appeared before him. Elpham swung his arm, unleashing a massive wave of power behind him that froze the man in place. Elpham's hand was engulfed in terrifying energy. His face was fierce as he shouted, let's see if this is pointless or not. The energy surged directly toward the man. He stood calm, unshaken, unmoved. I can't stand watching this any longer. He clenched his fist tightly, and through the gaps in his fingers, a domineering power spilled out. He swung his arm, knocking back Elpham's attack, leaving Elpham momentarily stunned. He waved his hand, his voice steady, I told you, it's useless. Power gathered behind Elpham, growing larger and larger. His body trembled slightly. The man stepped forward, patting Elpham's shoulder, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so shocked. Could it be? His voice faltered slightly, as if waiting for Elpham to speak the answer himself. He leaned close to Elpham's ear, his breath cold, whispering, in the future you saw, I'm not there, right? Elpham was stunned, eyes wide, as if wondering how this man could know such a thing. The man looked up at the masked ones, his tone commanding, hey, sorry, but can you disappear somewhere else? We're having an important discussion here. The masked ones widened their eyes in shock. Huh. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto a patch of blue water. He sighed, so rude. Except for the spot where he and Elpham were standing, everywhere else around them was filled with a legion of poisonous troops. They shouted, ah, what the hell is this? In an instant, the legion of poison swarmed in, engulfing them all. The ground trembled. Lord Mio, what's going on? Elpham stared in horror at the terrifying scene before him. What is this? Along with that came a piercing, desperate scream. One of them, raising a hand that was being corroded away, whispered his last words as a betrayal. Betrayed? Why? Why? He stood inside a barrier. Elpham watched him thoughtfully. Who could know? I wouldn't call that betrayal, a voice interrupted. The moment the words finished, the man's own hand squeezed his throat. Veins bulged on his face. Unexpected, Elpham thought. Will spoke up, you're putting on quite an interesting show. The shape of a spider appeared on his hand as his voice turned rougher. You've been watching. Lord Will, I know you're angry. But all of this is for the greater good. The man tried to justify his actions. Elpham was shocked by what he saw. Will? Don't tell me Commander Will, controlling machines through tattoos? Is that it? At that moment he finally understood. That was why the followers couldn't betray their commander. A wisp of smoke rose from the man's forehead. Then I trust you'll understand. The tattoo. Elpham marveled at the power emanating from it. He looked at his own hand. I will end this here. His eyes widened as the tattoo began to shift and move. His eyes glowed with strange patterns. It's time for me to return to my position. Will, from afar, looked astonished. Filled with rage, he snarled, how dare you? A mere pawn like you dares, is this a declaration of war? An old man appeared, Commander Arcarium. Around him was a sinister aura, and behind him slithered a giant serpent. Elpham glanced at his pupils and saw another tattoo. His eyes widened again in shock. What are you exactly? Curiosity surged inside him. 2 tattoos. He had never heard of such a thing, not even in past lives. He flexed his arm. Well, after all, we're all under the Dark Sorcerer's command, right? Then he pondered, how should I put this? Looking at the boiling bubbles below, he laughed mockingly. Let's call this a factional conflict. Sounds reasonable enough. They all shared the same goal, to resurrect the Dark Sorcerer, but their methods and views differed. That was the basic truth. Allies and enemies at the same time. Interesting, isn't it? Elpham felt it made sense. Internal conflict. The followers had already formed their own forces, which was why they only appeared on the final day. The lack of control stemmed from conflicts among commanders. But he questioned aloud, so, what do you want to ask me? The man didn't hide his intent. Actually, I'm searching for something. The hero Freud's seal. Elpham was stunned. He continued, long ago, Freud, praised as a hero, created the seal stone to imprison the Dark Sorcerer. Arcarium frowned slightly. It's a stone containing the essence of eternal time. It was made to seal the Dark Sorcerer. But if you reverse the time flow within it, it can resurrect the dead by returning to their own moment. Ironically, the seal stone is the surest way to bring the Dark Sorcerer back. I've been tracking the seal stone for years, and finally found it. But he paused, continuing, the stone I found was empty. That means someone has already used it. Finding who used the seal stone became my top priority. And honestly, it's not too hard. They'll stand out no matter what. The Gate of 100 Paths, countless gateways. The Eagle's Tomb. Even the hero's hidden artifact gate. He mocked, I don't know if you're stupid or just lack restraint. You stirred things up so much it's impossible not to notice. Elpam's eyes turned icy as he looked at him. The man spoke again, like a judge delivering a verdict, it's you. The time-rewinding imposter Elpam. A purple hemisphere formed around the two of them, separating them from the outside world. Elpam reached out and grabbed a rope, thinking to himself, I've never heard of him before the rewind. That attack just now. A dazzling yellow whirlwind surged up from a crack beneath his feet, sucking in everything around it. Still lost in thought, Elpam pondered maybe it's not about firepower, but controllability. I should be stronger now compared to before the rewind. Despite the whirlwind nearly pulling him in, and the thick gray smoke rising from it, Elpam remained deep in his analysis. But it seemed to have no effect on the other man. Images of Arcarium's subordinate and his three teammates flashed vividly in Elpam's mind. If that wasn't the full extent of his power, then the current strongest psychic was that man. Both of them remained inside the purple hemisphere. Elpam spoke first. Who? Who are you? The other man replied with contempt. As expected, even you from the future don't know who I am. Arcarium's subordinate hesitated, then said slowly. It's sad, though I predicted this in the near future. He looked fearful and asked, I'm going to die, aren't I? Elpam's eyes widened at the question. Amidst a hot river of green acid like water, the man still laughed harshly. I'm not saying this to seek comfort. His voice deepened, I have a terminal illness. Witnessing it myself doesn't make me feel any better. But, he cut himself off and changed the subject. Enough nonsense. Let's get to the point. He began, the reason I'm still alive is because of you. Elpam was stunned, what do you mean? Arcarium's subordinate explained step by step. Lord Arcarium wanted to convince you. He hesitated at first. But thanks to the chaos you caused, Lord Arcarium will concentrate all his forces to eliminate you. The two leaders haven't really witnessed this. Standing beneath layers of black shadows, he smiled calmly. So, as Lord Will's subordinate, I'm here to mediate between you two. His eyes were murky, devoid of light. At that time my body was rapidly weakening. You probably noticed, but my eyes were already blind. Like a lost blind man, he was saved by Arcarium's helping hand grasping a straw for survival. For someone like me, the Lord's secret offer sounded sweet. He gave me a new chance. Elpam listened calmly as the man recounted and asked in surprise, don't tell me he cured you? The man laughed bitterly, emphasizing every word. Elpam expected his master to be merciful, but no, he said. Not cured, more like temporarily repaired. He used time magic to slow the disease's progression. Elpam pictured Arcarium casting spells to slow down time, and was stunned. The subordinate hesitated before continuing. Lord Arcarium promised me that as long as I followed him, he would stop the clock on my lifespan. And when the Dark Sorcerer is resurrected, he would give me a new healthy body. Elpam finally understood why. He fell into thought. So that's why you betrayed Will. Satanic energy surrounded the man, a purple aura enveloping his entire body. Even his blind eyes were terrifying enough to frighten anyone who looked at him. Elpam felt fear deep inside. This man was extremely dangerous. He used the resurrection of the Dark Sorcerer to justify himself, but in reality he would betray anyone to save his own life. Seeing Elpam's deep contemplation, the man warned, don't think too much about it. Elpam's lips moved slightly. What? The greenish river boiled and steamed as the voice of Arcarium's subordinate mingled with the rising smoke. My role is to save you from Lord Will's plan, and to leave you this message. He extended his hand in invitation and recounted the task assigned to him. Elpam, join our side. His eyes, dull and murky, bore into him as his voice continued. What are you fighting for? Don't tell me it's really for justice. Hard to believe. When it comes to the 100-man trial and everything else, you've killed too many people and let others die without lifting a finger. On one hand, it's understandable. If they're dead in your future, then they don't matter to you, right? So your justice is selective justice. He kept droning on while Elpem gripped his spear tighter, his face darkening with anger. If that's not true, if what you really want is something else, then think again. The Dark Sorcerer is greater than you think. He's someone close to a god. He draws his power from Satan and tempts with his strength. If you follow him, you can achieve anything: immense power, eternal life, even the resurrection of someone. The subordinate of Arcarium pressed his psychological attack relentlessly. Do you know how the leaders from 800 years ago are still alive? He asked rhetorically, and then answered himself. The Dark Sorcerer granted those who swore loyalty to him an ageless body. That's just one example. Whatever you want, resurrection through the Dark Sorcerer is the answer. What I just told you wasn't given for free. Everything has its price. He pointed sharply at Elpem and laid out the condition. But there is only one condition: kill all those who know about your existence, and help me carry out my plan. Elpem stepped back, sweat pouring down his face, lips trembling. You want me to kill my own team members? The man closed his eyes calmly, as if this were obvious. Consider it your beginning. Someone like you can become cold to achieve your goals. You'll understand the fewer people know about you, the better. Elpem stepped forward and said firmly, you don't need to go that far. What exactly are you calculating? Arcarium's subordinate remained indifferent. Who knows? I don't know the details either. I just follow Lord Arcarium's orders. He paused. Then said with certainty, the one thing I'm sure of is that if you support our plan, the Dark Sorcerer will be resurrected. Elpem nodded silently, swallowing hard. The man extended his hand again, inviting him. Elpem, make your choice. The invitation stirred memories in Elpem's mind, scenes from the past of himself and his comrades struggling with the concept of justice. Then the moment in the past when his hands were locked tight, and a fierce-faced man looked down on him with contempt. Back then, his face was full of death, cold blood, questioning whether it was justice or revenge. There were still comrades who reached out to welcome Elpem, even amid a broken world. There were still people full of light. The sight of his teammates smiling happily was something Elpem could never forget throughout his life. The people who bore everything still spoke of hope. To me, they were worth more than the world itself. But the bloody image of his comrades flashed before him once again. Jaden was pierced by something sharp, blood splattering everywhere. Elpem screamed in anguish, Philip's blood. Then Jaden collapsed. He cried out in pain, pleading, damn it, stay with me, Jaden. Next came the scene of Alexis charging into the monster's mouth. Her face looked utterly tragic, tears streaming down her cheeks. Elpem's screams grew even more heart-wrenching. No. All his comrades had sacrificed themselves, leaving Elpem alone, collapsing to his knees in despair. A tragic ending. I've lost everything again. He clenched his spear tightly with determination. But this time, a new future awaited with new comrades, a new team. Strong, but unbound. People he could replace anytime, sacrificing to claim their place. Elpem was stunned, as if collapsing inside, but for some reason, Starling smiled brightly, leaving his eyes frozen in shock. At Elpem's feet, thick white smoke began to rise. Arcarium's subordinate looked at him curiously and asked, what do you mean? Elpem raised his spear. Arrows flew like flames, racing forward, and his voice followed. Did I not make myself clear? Though one of his eyes was covered, the other shone with unwavering resolve. Clearly he was not tempted by those offers. His hand bled, but his voice remained strong. Justice, revenge, whatever. I don't care about that. I only want to protect those I care about. Seeing Elpem so resolute, the subordinate sighed. I understand then. There's nothing more to do. Energy burst forth violently from his magical staff. He charged at Elpem, shouting loudly. End of conversation. Both of them charged fiercely toward each other. Debo pushed off with his foot, launching himself into the air. With spear in hand, he soared forward. Using his agile body, he weaved skillfully through the monster's attacks, dodging them all. The monster clasped its hands together, waiting for Debo to fall into its trap, but his silhouette vanished into a cloud of dust. It opened its hands, only to find nothing inside. Shocked, it stood speechless. Suddenly, Debo came charging from behind, spear raised. He looked at the creature with disdain. You move that slow and think you can catch me? He struck it from behind with a powerful blow. But then, something caught his eye. He froze. A figure appeared out of nowhere, a sword strapped to their back, radiating a mysterious light as they charged in. Distracted by the newcomer, Debo was caught off guard as the monster swung its massive fist at him. He had no time to react. Damn it! With a burst of blue energy, Debo dashed toward the monster, aiming for its chest. But instead of sending the beast flying, his own power rebounded against him, flinging him away. The force was too much. He coughed up blood. Collapsing to his knees, Debo gasped, "What the hell is that thing made of? It blocked my spear like it was nothing. Unbelievable." Determined to defeat it, he gritted his teeth. No other choice now. "I haven't even figured out how to use this properly yet." The gemstone on his wrist began to glow, releasing a powerful aura. The blow had knocked Debo back into a memory in auction house. A fierce-looking man shouted, 300 million mesos. The man turned angrily toward Elpam. "Are you insane? How can you afford something that expensive? More importantly, do you even have the money?" Elpam answered flatly, "I was a bit short, so I borrowed some." The man exploded. "Borrowed? From where?" Elpam calmly explained, "From the Gapor Merchants Guild. Around 200 million. I put the debt under our party's name." The man lost it. "You've lost your damn mind. Throwing money away on something like that, especially for a rookie." Debo, meanwhile, was captivated, admiring the item in his hands. Elpam, his emerald eyes calm, offered a slight smirk. "Relax. You think I make investments without thinking?" His voice was firm and full of certainty. "Don't worry. I know this item inside and out. A long time ago, not that long, really, there was someone who fought alone. Carried the whole world on his back. A legendary warrior stronger than anyone. He used this. Trust me." This controversial item had been chosen for Debo by Elpam. And of course it all depended on him. "Elpam believes in you, Debo. Without a doubt, this weapon is perfect for you." Back to the present, Debo threw everything he had into the next attack. All in. Do or die, drah. But he lost that gamble. The monster used its massive hand to swat him away. Debo hit the ground hard, tumbling several times. His face showed disbelief. "What the hell? It just glows, but it doesn't do anything. How the hell am I supposed to use this?" Still, he charged again, flying toward the monster, searching for an answer. "Damn it, I must be insane. Thinking I can fight barehanded against something that didn't even flinch when I stabbed it. A weapon. I just need that weapon." He swiftly dodged each attack. Then suddenly, an idea struck him: a follower's corpse. "Yes, anything, please." Debo dashed toward the lifeless body on the ground. He grabbed the shield, trying to defend himself, but it wasn't much help. "Damn it. A shield. I said anything but not this." Terrified, he raised the shield to block a strike, screaming inside, "Not this." Then something activated. A brilliant golden light burst forth. The monster was blasted backward. Debo stared, stunned. "Ha!" He looked down at his bracelet. "What the hell is this?" A shield symbol had appeared on it, surrounded by 5 glowing gems. Could it be? Furious, the monster charged again, fists pounding furiously. Debo nimbly dodged once more, making another dash toward the stranger. This time, a sword. "All right, one more time." He drew the sword and another symbol lit up. The sword symbol. He slashed across the monster's face. Once, 3 times. And then it hit him. "That's it, I get it now. Weapons of the warrior. The symbol activates depending on the weapon used, and the bracelet enhances the weapon's power." Not only that, the monster's eyes turned crimson, growling ferociously. Debo continued his assault, slashing at its horn. The beast howled in agony. "The more I fight, the more gems light up, the more power I gain." That means he landed on something, knees bent to gain momentum. Sword in hand, he launched himself forward. After countless clashes and hits taken, Debo had figured it out. "Even with that thick skin, I can pierce it." He shot toward the monster's heart. His blade struck true, and blood sprayed out instantly. The bracelet was nearly fully activated now. One final burst, swift like the wind. Debo. A dark shadow rushed in behind him. The monster sensed it, whipped around, and let out a fiery roar. Debo's sword snapped in half. A massive explosion rocked the ground beneath. Inside the crater, Debo cursed himself. "Damn it, I let my guard down." Still lost in thought, he hadn't noticed 3 or 4 fireballs were already screaming toward him. But the blast shook the earth violently. The monster roared again, jaw wide open, fire churning in its throat. But Debo's voice cut through. "You're a step too late." He held something in his hand. The axe's symbol now glowed brightly. Debo had emerged from the explosion unharmed, no, more than that, invigorated. "The full form is complete," he declared. "Now it's your turn to feel pain." His eyes were cold. Deadly. The monster roared and charged again. Debo rushed forward to meet it like an unyielding warrior. The horned beast, knowing no fear, lunged once more. Debo raised the axe and let out a battle cry. He sliced straight through the monster's massive hand, its mouth opened wide in agony. One axe symbol. Then two. Then three in a row. The final stage, the full axe power, was complete. A critical hit. A frenzied combo attack. Debo gripped his axe tightly, now burning with explosive force. "This is gonna hurt." The axe had now transformed gigantic in size. The monster, for the first time, showed fear in its eyes as it witnessed the overwhelming sight. Debo lunged forward, slicing straight through its body. His battered body collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for air, he turned to look behind him, worry still lingering in his eyes. But it was over. The monster's blood sprayed out in every direction, painting the battlefield in crimson. Debo had done it. He had taken the beast down. The man in black unleashed a barrage of arrow skills at Jack Rich. Each arrow struck with immense force, blasting holes into the ground and forcing Jack into a frantic dance of dodges, barely keeping up. Ah! Before he could react, one deadly arrow came whistling through the air, aimed straight at his head. Jack braced for death. But then a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the arrow mid-flight, throwing it off course and saving Jack's life by a hair. The man in black froze, sweat running down his face in disbelief. What the hell? Two more bullets followed, fired with deadly precision. But the men in black were swift, leaping aside just in time, leaving the ground behind them cracked and cratered. A foot suddenly stepped in front of Jack Rich, shielding him. Mineru. With both pistols raised in a cool, defiant stance, she looked down at Jack. "Hey, you coward. Snap out of it. You've got to go see your father, right?" But just as she turned to check on him, Jack let out a scream and bolted in panic, running blindly away. No, we're supposed to go together." Mineru shouted after him. The black-clad men didn't hesitate. Weapons drawn, they surged toward her. You too, huh? Damn it," she muttered. "Why is nothing ever simple?" Meanwhile, Jack Rich was running like hell, sprinting with every ounce of strength he had, leaving his team and Mineru behind. Eventually he reached the end of the path. There it was, the exit gate. His eyes lit up with hope. "This is it, I'm saved." But before he could rejoice, thud. Jack tripped on a rock and slammed face first into the dirt. From his jacket, a small vial rolled out. His expression twisted. Horrified, Jack reached for the vial but paused. Memories hit him like a flood. It was his father who had given him that vial. Jack had looked at it skeptically. A potion? Something this valuable, why? Gold Rich had smiled warmly. "Keep it, one day you'll need it." Back then, Jack had waved it off. "I don't need this. That gate, it's nothing." But his father had insisted, eyes serious. "Remember, you're the leader. If you want everyone to return alive, with no casualties, you have to be ready for the worst." That same gentle smile. That's what it means to be a leader. Now, lying in the dirt, Jack's face twisted with guilt and regret. Eyes shut tight, teeth clenched, he whispered, "Father, you were wrong." He remembered himself abandoning his team. The disbelief on their faces. The way Mineru stood alone to fight. "I'm a coward, I ran like a dog." Their faces flashed in his mind. The silent betrayal written in their eyes. I don't deserve to be a leader, I'm scared. I could die." Jack gripped his head, trembling, hating himself. "Even with this potion, with my power, it's not enough. I can't do anything, I'm sorry, Dad." Back on Mineru's side of the battlefield, she was desperately trying to hold her ground. With each step backward, she fired shot after shot, trying to keep the black-clad enemies at bay, as they charged in with their skills flaring. Her face was tense, lips curled in frustration. Damn pests, clingy like roaches. She finally backed up against a tall stone pillar, not noticing the shadow waiting above. A figure was crouched atop it, ready. In an instant, it dropped down, launching a vicious kick toward her. But thanks to her sharpshooter reflexes, She narrowly evaded the ambush, though it left her visibly shaken. The attacker twisted mid-air, flipping to land with poise and momentum. Seriously? Can't even handle one frail girl? With a mocking grin, it swung a hooked weapon toward her, but Mineru ducked low, sidestepping just in time. Her eyes sharpened like a blade, locking on the figure Modria. Tech. Big talk for someone who hasn't shown any real skill. She fired back, this time with a massive burst, a blazing sphere of energy that exploded with enough force to hurl Modria backward. She thought it was over. But then a glowing sigil lit up on Modria's body. Mineru's eyes widened. No, too late. The attack she had just unleashed boomeranged back toward her, redirected by some unseen force. It slammed into her with full force, sending her skidding across the ground, her body riddled with bruises and cuts. She coughed hard, blood splattering from her lips. Her face darkened, twisted in disbelief. What the hell was that? Modria, already standing again, offered a smug smirk. Scared now? Mineru gritted her teeth and, despite the pain, raised her gun again. Her arms trembled, but she fired. Shut up. The bullet ripped through the air, but again, the same symbol lit up. And again, snap. The bullet turned, crashing straight into her leg. Ah! Blood sprayed as she collapsed to one knee, pain etched deep into her face. Modria feigned a concerned pout. Oh dear, that looked painful. My bad. I guess I owe you an explanation. He planted a foot atop a spherical weight, like it was a stage, and sneered down at her. Tell me, how's it feel? Getting hit by your own damn moves? Mineru's expression twisted further, eyes filled with rage and disbelief. You, what did you say? My own attack. That's impossible, but it wasn't. The battlefield had tipped clearly, overwhelmingly in Modria's favor. Like any gloating villain, he took his time explaining. Yeah, that's right. My ability? Counterforce. A gift from the master. Doesn't matter how strong your attack is, if it hits me, it turns right back at you. As long as I have this, you can't touch me. Mineru's fingers clenched tight around her weapon. Her fury-spiked veins bulged on her arms. Don't get cocky. A lame skill like that. She pulled energy into her gun, planning one final shot. But then sharp pain. Her body flinched. She glanced at her hand. Damn it, now of all times my man is gone. Modria grinned wider, eyes gleaming. What's this? Don't tell me you're out of tricks. That's a shame. With a mocking tone, he lunged forward, weapon raised. Crack. The blow landed hard. Mineru cried out in agony. Mineru's body slammed into the ground, the impact so powerful it left a gaping crater beneath her, with cracks spidering outward across the earth. She lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, unconscious, completely still. Seeing this, Modria wasted no time. Finish them, he ordered coldly. The black-clad attackers rushed toward the fallen Mineru, claws and blades ready, aiming to shred her without mercy. Blood was sure to fly. But then Modria froze mid-step. Huh. His eyes widened in disbelief as something completely unexpected unfolded before him. Standing protectively in front of Mineru was Jack Rich, sword raised, deflecting the incoming attacks. His hands were trembling. His entire body quivered from strain and fear, yet his gaze was steady, locked onto Modria. I failed to protect my team. I admit it. I wasn't strong enough. But before he could finish his confession, one of the black-cloaked attackers lunged in and drove a blade deep into his stomach. Ah! Jack Rich was thrown backward from the force, his scream echoing through the field. The attacker sneered at him. You idiot. Even knowing that, you came back just to die. But even as sweat and blood ran down his face, Jack Rich grinned bitterly. I don't even know why I did it myself. But there's one thing I do know. Modria's eyes narrowed. What is it? He muttered, suddenly on edge. With a roar, Jack Rich clenched the blade still embedded in his gut, and snapped it clean in half. He yanked it out, ignoring the fresh wave of pain. If I run now, I'll spend the rest of my life as a coward. The black-clad attacker's face twisted in panic. What? That was a fatal hit. Without hesitation, Jack Rich rammed the broken half of the sword straight into the attacker's eye. Blood gushed violently as the man screamed, staggering back. Jack's remaining eye bulged with bloodshot rage, the veins pulsing red. Seeing this, the other attackers flinched, their eyes widened in horror. What the hell is going on? He was weak just a minute ago. Was he hiding his power? Mudria snapped at them. Idiots. It's not that. He knew the truth. Everything happening now, Jack's endurance, his strength, his will to fight, it was all thanks to the golden vial, extreme gold. A legendary potion that massively boosts blood regeneration and mana for 30 minutes. Mudria grit his teeth. Damn it, I forgot just how filthy rich the Goldrich Merchant Guild is. But even knowing that, the black-clad enemies kept charging, determined to put Jack down. Their blades slashed endlessly, and blood began to spray again, this time from a long wound carved into Jack's shoulder. His face contorted from the pain. But still he didn't falter. He slashed wildly, forcing them to back off. His sword danced with a mix of rage and desperation. The attackers exchanged glances mid-fight, watching him more closely. Wait a minute, look at him. His stamina's through the roof, sure, but his skill, it's still basic. Yeah, he's like a pig wearing pearls. They laughed but uneasily. Because even a desperate man with no technique can still be deadly when he refuses to fall. Jack Rich remained standing, barely his sword stabbed into the ground, the only thing keeping his broken body upright. Blood spilled freely from his wounds, pooling beneath him. His grip on the sword never loosened. You're right, he muttered bitterly. This thing's way too good for me. He was still mocking himself when the black-cloaked enemies lunged forward again, eyes burning with killing intent. But Jack just grinned, this time with a spark of confidence. That's why I decided to share it. The moment he finished speaking, 3 deafening shots rang out. Boom. Boom. A barrage of cannon-like blasts tore through the black-cloaked attackers, punching holes in their bodies. Blood exploded outward before they even had a chance to react. Behind Jack, Mineru stood tall, a vial of extreme gold still glinting in her hand. A wicked grin spread across her lips. Now that's impressive, young master. Her stance was cool and confident, radiating a renewed killing aura. Gun pointed forward, body fully charged with mana, she was back in the game. Time to turn the tables. Jack turned his head slightly, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the enemy. I'm counting on you. If anyone can pull this off, it's you. The black-cloaked attackers, stunned by the sudden reversal, hesitated only for a second, then charged blindly, driven by rage or desperation. She was just dying a moment ago. One shouted in disbelief. Mudria, realizing what was about to happen, tried to stop them. Wait, stop, you fools. But it was too late. A glass vial flew through the air and smashed against one attacker's face, making him cry out in pain. Ah! His eyes widened in horror as a golden light flared in front of him. A blinding blast erupted, slamming into the 3 rushing attackers. Boo-oom! They were launched into the air like ragdolls, screaming as the shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Mineru remained standing, cool as ever, her gun still smoking from the barrel. Oh please! This is the life of my young master we're talking about. You all seriously underestimated me. She fired again, another massive shot tore through the field. Kaboom! The explosion ripped through the attackers, obliterating them. Nuuo. A massive crater formed where they once stood, a charred line of scorched earth marking the path of her bullet. Mudria watched in silence, unimpressed, and muttered, idiots. One surviving attacker, shaking and bleeding, crawled toward him. Please, Lord Mudria, mercy. But Mudria didn't even blink. He raised one foot slowly and said coldly, take your filthy hands off me. Crack. He stomped down without mercy, crushing the man's skull. Blood sprayed across the ground in a grotesque arc. Then he looked back toward Jack and Mineru. Well, this is entertaining, he said with a smirk. But ultimately pointless. You really think you can change anything? As he spoke, the glowing seal of his reflect skill shimmered ominously above his head. You're still in the palm of my hand. Mineru didn't reply. She just reached up, removed her hood, and tied it tightly around her injured arm, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Then let's take it to the end together, she whispered. I'll give you something to really be shocked about. The battle had escalated into a brutal clash. Mudria swung his weapon with unrelenting rage, snarling, enough with the damn chatter. He lashed out again and again, forcing Mineru and Jack Rich to scramble desperately, dodging with little grace under the pressure. Even while dodging, Mineru managed to fire back, unleashing round after round toward Mudria. Bullets screamed through the air, but he remained unnervingly calm, sneering as if her efforts were laughable. Still don't get it, do you, you pathetic fool? Then, something unexpected happened. One of her bullets veered off slightly, just enough to strike another midair. The resulting deflection sent the round crashing into a support pillar near Mudria. The column cracked, crumbled, and toppled violently toward him. His body jerked instinctively, surprised, though he dodged in time. He landed nearby, confused. Was that a misfire? But Mineru didn't give him time to think. She fired again, an erratic storm of bullets, not aimed at him directly, but at the pillars and debris surrounding him. Mudria's eyes narrowed. What is she doing? Is this on purpose? Chunks of stone rained down on him with each impact, forcing him to use his weapon to deflect and destroy the falling rubble. But as more fell, the realization began to dawn on him. No. This can't be. Mineru backed up slightly, a knowing smirk on her lips. She fired again, this time at a chunk of stone directly beside him. Crack. The stone shattered into sharp fragments that tore into Mudria's body, punching bloody holes through his flesh. Gah, he choked, stumbling as blood poured from his mouth. From behind cover, Jack Rich watched in awe. She's using the debris to wound him. Is that even possible? Back on the field, Mineru continued her barrage, methodically targeting large stones around Mudria. Each blast sent more fragments crashing into him, drawing more blood, triggering anguished cries. Jack's eyes widened with understanding. Of course his ability reflects direct attacks. But it only works if he's hit directly. Indirect damage like collapsing the environment onto him gets through. With renewed clarity, Jack analyzed aloud. If she brings the damage to him without a direct strike, he bleeds. At that moment, a massive slab of stone came crashing down onto Mudria's head. But just before the impact, a bullet shattered the slab, breaking it into jagged chunks that still rained down on him. The explosions around him multiplied. Every stone she shattered became a weapon. He stumbled, struggling to block them all. Damn you, you filthy bitch, he screamed. Mineru simply smiled coldly. Told you. Another explosive shot landed behind him. Boom. He staggered, blood spraying as the force ripped through him. She leveled her gun once more, her voice unwavering. I said I'd surprise you. Now badly wounded, blood gushing from open wounds, Mudria coughed. Using cheap tricks like that. Damn it, I need to stay away from the walls. Furious, he surged forward, charging Mineru with reckless speed, howling, "You're nothing." Mineru flinched at the sheer rage in his movement and jumped back instinctively. Oh damn, but she quickly recovered and activated one final skill. A massive glowing bullet formed at the barrel of her gun. Say hello to minefield. She fired. Mudria's eyes widened in shock at the incoming power. Shit. Not this time, he roared, summoning a shield in front of him. I won't be hit. The projectile, however, wasn't meant for him. It whizzed past, striking the wall behind him, piercing deep through stone and mortar. Crack! Cracks webbed across the upper structure. Then came the collapse. A monstrous slab of rock from the ceiling broke loose. Mudria turned his head too late. Crew you humble. The entire ceiling came crashing down on top of him, burying him in a thunderous landslide of rubble. Mineru stood watching as the dust rose, silent and unmoving. Behind a nearby stone, Jack Rich peeked out, eyes wide with dread. The ceiling, he glanced at the ruins. It's over. But just as the dust began to settle, the ground shook. Violently. Mineru's expression shifted as the tremor rolled through the battlefield. She muttered under her breath, stunned. What the hell? She sprinted toward Jack Rich, trying to pull him away. Her sudden action startled him. He had no idea what was happening. You idiot, get out of the way. She shouted. But within moments Jack understood. He glanced over to where Mudria had just been buried. Before he could even react, a massive explosion erupted, blowing apart the surrounding rubble. Mudria's weapon emerged first, glowing red hot like it had just come out of a furnace. Then Mudria himself clawed his way out of the mountain of debris, panting heavily. His entire body was a mess, covered in gashes and blood pouring out like a flood. Damn it, burned through another chunk of life force, he muttered under his breath. Standing inside the massive crater he'd just created, Mudria looked around frantically, trying to spot Jack Rich and Mineru. But the thick, choking dust obscured everything. They got away, he growled. He stood still, seething with rage, trying to figure out how to counter Mineru's tactics. Damn her, how dare she pull that on me? But now I know how she attacks. It won't work a second time. Mudria stood in the haze, eyes sharp, voice low and vicious. Let's hunt again. Meanwhile, Jack Rich was struggling to help Mineru escape. She had taken a serious hit protecting him, and now every step they took was a fight against her injuries. Hey, are you okay? He asked, breathless. Her leg was in terrible shape, so bad she could barely walk. Seeing this, Jack's heart sank. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Fear washed over his face. His voice turned grim. He's going to catch up soon, we have to find another way out. But she just looked at him, calm and steady. It's fine, she said softly. She slowly raised her gun, positioning it above her head. Then, grimacing, she pressed it gently to her forehead. I still have one more plan. Back on the other side, Mudria was rampaging through the ruins, swinging his weapon wildly, smashing pillar after pillar in his search. Where are you hiding, huh? He roared. His voice cracked with fury as he slammed his weapon into another column. Stop crawling around like rats, come out. Sooner or later I'll find you. Just as he swung at the next pillar, bong. A single bullet tore through the dust and debris from behind, rocketing straight at him. But Mudria had been expecting something. He activated his counter shield, a shimmering force field slamming into place in front of him. Pointless struggling, he growled. And then something impossible happened. The bullet ripped clean through the counter shield. It didn't stop. It pierced straight through his body. Spurred, he coughed up blood violently, his eyes wide in disbelief. Cough, I can't believe it. How? Mudria planted his feet, muscles bulging as he forced himself to stay upright. What are you doing to me? He hissed, rage burning in his voice as more blood poured from his wounds. She swung her weapon angrily at the golden shadow that appeared before her. I was here first, she growled. But to her shock, her weapon passed straight through the golden figure as if it were nothing. Seeing her weapon phase through the shadow without harming it, fear jolted through her. What is this? More bullets then came flying at her, piercing through her body one after another, forcing her to cough up blood continuously. Cough, cough, blood poured relentlessly from her wounds. She was caught between anger and fear. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Suddenly, Mineru's voice echoed all around her, making Mudria startle. You still don't understand. A long golden hair appeared, followed by a full shimmering golden form. Finally, the complete body of the golden shadow materialized. Mudria's voice rang out, confused and angry. You mean you summoned a team? The golden figure appeared holding a massive gun on its back. Along with this came an explanation about team summoning, a skill that calls forth allies. Mudria was stunned. I thought that was Eagle Eye's skill, how does she have it? Then the golden shadow opened fire on Mudria. He dodged the bullets while thinking, too dangerous, it looks real, but it's not a living creature. I can't counterattack it. Still, a bullet grazed his leg, causing him to scream out in pain. But that wasn't all. The bullet ricocheted off the ground and shot back toward him. Swearing under his breath, damn it, he blocked the bullet with his weapon, deflecting it. This is bad. Suddenly a hailstorm of bullets rained down on him relentlessly, making his head pound. Attacking me is pointless. The bullets seemed to have a will of their own, relentlessly chasing him. Mudria ran for his life like a trapped rat. I have to attack the skill user. He swung his weapon wildly, smashing pillar after pillar, searching for Mineru. Where are you hiding? He kept destroying everything around him, shouting, where are you hiding? This skill must be consuming a lot of mana, she has to be close. Mudria was confident in his own analysis. He spun around into an attack stance, pulling his weapon back while shouting, I get it. Wait, I understand now. His eyes fixed on the golden figure, confirming one thing, the safest place here would be. Once again his weapon passed through the golden body, heading toward the pillar behind it. Mudria was excited, sure of his theory, she's using a clone as a shield, that's it. His weapon crashed into the pillar with a loud smash. You're hiding behind your clone. The weapon barreled toward Mineru's position. But Mineru's eyes were calm, showing no fear. Mudria, relieved, thought, got you now. But the weapon suddenly stopped just a few centimeters from her face. Jack Rich's voice rang out. If I know the attack's direction, I can block it. It turned out Jack Rich had intercepted Mudria's weapon with his sword just before it could strike Mineru. Even I can block it, Jack Rich said with a thrilled smile. Then a golden gun appeared with a low growl, Hemph. The golden shadow had appeared behind Mineru. aiming the gun at Mudria. Mineru, as if she had planned it all along, said calmly. Got you now. At this moment Mudria had lost all hope, realizing his fate. Dead, damn it. The gun's barrel charged up for a devastating shot. One by one, bullets pierced Mudria's body, blood gushing out in torrents. His tattered coat was soaked with blood, pouring endlessly as Mudria collapsed face down in a pool of his own blood. Facing Jack Rich, Mineru breathed out. It really is team summoning. The golden shadow gradually faded away, revealing itself as just an unconscious clone. The golden figure glanced at Mineru and said softly, "Hope we meet again, little sister." Mineru's eyes sparkled as she returned the gentle smile. "Thank you, sister." The fierce battle shook the ground like an earthquake, causing cracks to spiderweb across the earth and sending chunks of stone flying everywhere. Elpham stood firm, gripping his sword with both hands as he struggled to block the sharp, brutal strikes from the massive monster Evoke. The clashing forces of attack and defense shattered the surrounding area, breaking apart both large and small boulders into a fragmented scene. Elpham gritted his teeth as he blocked the blow, thinking to himself, damn it, his whole body is covered in armor. So what now? After calculating quickly, he decided to counterattack. He struck back, knocking Evoke's sharp arm aside, then swiftly swung his blade. Thin arcs of curved light shot out from his strike. How about this? The human controlling the monster, Evoke, shook his long white hair back into place, snapping to full alert. He manipulated the monster's body to spit out thick, red thread-like strands like tough silk cables aimed to block Elpham's attack. The dense red fibers surged like a torrent, sweeping Elpham away before he could react. He screamed as he was pulled helplessly into the flow. Looking down in horror, Elpham saw his sword trapped, completely entangled in the sticky red threads. His strength alone wasn't enough to free it. Desperation filled his voice as he cried out, "My sword." Suddenly, a calm but cold voice cut through the chaos. "This feeling, it's a bit chilly." Ice shards began to spread rapidly, freezing over the red strands. All of it was being created by a sword emanating an intense cold aura from a distance. Elpham kept struggling to pull his sword free, sneaking a glance toward the source of the ice. That skill is, just then, a nimble young man jumped down in front of Evoke. Kiri, battered and bloodied, bore an expression of determined confidence as he laughed loudly. "Sorry I'm a bit late, got held up helping some merchants evacuate. This guy's tough, huh? Let me lend you a hand." Kiri studied Evoke, quickly formulating a plan. If we combine our efforts before she could finish, Elpham dashed past and attacked her, sending her crashing into a nearby rock wall with a small explosion of debris. Kiri winced in pain, surprised, and called out, "Lord Kasim." Elpham turned to her, his face twisted with anger. Grinding his teeth and glaring, he snapped, "Don't interfere. I don't need help from you lot." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed his sword and charged at Evoke, shouting, "Just sit tight and watch closely." But Evoke didn't stand still either. Without hesitation, he swung a razor-sharp leg toward Elpham. The battle raged fiercely. Evoke relentlessly unleashed attacks, roaring as he shot his threads and kicked fiercely. Elpham moved swiftly and agilely, dodging each blow while wondering, has he lost his mind? Behind a crimson screen, Arcarium observed with fear and judgment. Terrifying. He can't even control himself. He frowned, eyes narrowing with disdain. And he thinks he can stand against the knights. Above, the many-eyed spider spun its webs and spoke, "Don't worry. I already gave him a portion of my power. Though he was once a Cygnus knight, he was only at the 7th rank." On the red screen, Elpham's desperate fight continued to unfold. The spider analyzed, before mutating, those two were evenly matched in strength, so this should be enough. Suddenly recalling something, the spider added, "But wait, don't you have other matters to attend to?" Arcarium tensed. "Haha, you guessed right," the spider teased. A gleam lit up the eyes drawn on Arcarium's forehead. Perhaps everything had ended long ago. It seemed Arcarium was referring to another battle far away. An old man with a thick beard was beginning to cast a powerful spell. Michael lay on the ground, staring up in fear as a series of small explosions erupted around him. The blast threw him far back, but he quickly regained his balance, thinking, "It's as if they anticipated my late arrival. Could this be a trap?" If that was true, then the knights were in danger. The irritating figure snarled, "You're not focused at all." Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and charged toward Michael. A dark red magical attack was unleashed, shooting straight at Michael. The strike plunged into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Michael dodged but had to quickly raise his sword to block the attack from Arcarium's subordinate, who shouted wildly, "Worried about your precious students? Pathetic and predictable hypocrite." Their fierce clashes caused multiple explosions, intensifying the brutal atmosphere around them. Michael lowered his head, his eyes cold as he absorbed the subordinate's taunt. "Have you forgotten Athen?" Without a word, Michael swung hard, breaking his own sword in the process. The broken blade cut into his body, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Memories flooded his mind, a childhood scene of him cradled by a gentle father, both of them beaming with happiness. Athen, your father, the one who loved you more than anyone in the world. He had received unconditional love, trust, and the greatness of a father's care. But it was all a lie. The innocent boy's eyes looked up as if seeing something terrible. Family. Unconditional love. Ha, as if that were true. That man was just a monster who wanted to steal him because of the blood of the light knight flowing in his veins. Blinded by greed, he had murdered Michael's parents and kidnapped him. The image of a beast with a cruel smile appeared, nothing more than a demon disguised as a man. The subordinate's blood red slash shot out far, smashing the ruined ground. He stomped heavily and continued, "Michael, the sole heir of the light knight. Because noble blood runs through your veins, you're destined to live among a swarm of filthy, greedy flies. You really expect sincerity from them? You're far too naive." Michael clutched his blood-soaked chest in pain as the subordinate spoke. "There's no escaping that cycle, no escaping that blood. Accept it." His face darkened upon hearing it all. The subordinate's cold, dark eyes fixed on him, delivering the final advice, "It's time you open your eyes and truly become an adult." Michael waited until the man finished before snorting. You talk a lot." The subordinate froze, asking, "What?" Michael struggled to stand, complaining, "I'm already dizzy from your attacks, and now your nonsense is giving me a headache." Supporting himself on his knees, he pushed up, "I get it. This is some kind of mental space, right? You're trying to distract me to buy time." The subordinate looked stunned. "You still don't get it. I'm the honest part you've buried deep inside yourself. Listen to me." Michael clenched his fist tightly in response. "No, you're wrong. Innocence, honesty, you really think I act because of those things? How laughable." His face hardened, emotionless. "That's right. Around me are nothing but filthy flies. They use me, and I use them." The subordinate shouted in frustration, "Are you even listening?" Michael's eyes burned with deadly intent. "I don't fight battles I know I'll lose. I don't sign deals where I end up losing. In exchange for feeding their greed, I've learned how to be brave enough to inspire courage in the weak." The image of Elpham fighting courageously appeared. It was a way to forgive those who once harbored hatred toward him. A way to heal fractured relationships. Elpham had perhaps chosen to fight alongside Kiri. And above all, it was a way to protect those he loved, the gentle soul of a woman appearing behind Michael. That, truly, is the proper way to live as a human being, something you will never learn through money. His words came with a confident smile, shining with the light of hope, proudly declaring that light will always conquer darkness. A deafening roar tore through the air as the monstrous creature swiftly chased the figure ahead. Gritting her teeth, Kiri dodged desperately. She spun around and swung her sword at the beast. It quickly used its many legs to swipe away the flying crystals. Then, stomping its foot, it tried to crush Kiri beneath it, but she narrowly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, Kasim, sword in hand, rushed forward. "You don't understand," he shouted, leaping up and aiming a strike at the host's body atop the spider creature's head. "I told you I could handle this myself." But unfortunately for him, Evoca's body was surrounded by an incredibly strong barrier. Kasim was thrown back, eyes wide in shock. The barrier, Kasim realized he had targeted the wrong weak point. It wasn't there. While Kasim was stunned, a growing mass of magical energy gathered into a sphere. He panicked briefly, sensing it was a trap, but it was already too late. The power concentrated in the spider's lower body grew stronger by the second. Kiri saw the danger and yelled, "Lord Kasim." Kasim snapped back to reality and turned to see the source of the magic behind him. The spider unleashed a surge of energy like a pillar of lightning. After the blast, Kasim, battered and broken, fell helplessly. In that fleeting moment, memories from his youth flooded him, from when he first became a swordsman. He had poured all his strength into training. never giving up even when he fainted. All he wanted was to earn Lord Michael's recognition. He smiled weakly, yearning for praise. But then Kasim's gaze fell on Curie, timidly standing by Michael. The day Lord Michael brought her here, Kasim had sensed something. He felt abandoned. He couldn't bear it and refused to accept it. Why? He just couldn't accept it. Kasim had always tried to defeat Curie, someone useless and untalented. She struggled on the ground, and Kasim turned away without a word of comfort, which was what truly angered him. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he looked at his scratched fingers. She's more talented than me. I'm trembling in fear. I can never compare. Back in the present, blood dripped from the corner of Kasim's mouth. He was pinned beneath broken earth and rocks from the spider's recent attack. He wondered, what am I to Lord Michael? Suddenly, a voice echoed like a plea. Please hold on a little longer. The debris will be removed soon. Curie trembled as she lifted a heavy stone. I will pull you out, Lord Kasim. Kasim seemed resigned. Weakly, he whispered, no, run before it finds you. He looked at the approaching spider and urged, go to the master, and before he could finish, Curie interrupted, her voice firm, I won't leave. I won't let you give up. You're my goal. Do you know how hard I've tried to surpass you? Kasim was stunned by Curie's honest confession. Though the stone was heavy, she refused to give up. I want your recognition more than the master's. I haven't shown you my true strength yet, so stand up. She squeezed her eyes shut. Don't give up now. With all her might, Curie pushed the stone away. Give up, Kasim shouted. But she persisted, and finally the stone was moved. Kasim's eyes widened in disbelief. He cursed silently. That fool, she's always been like this. Since the day the master brought her here, she's never changed. At last the rubble was cleared away. Kasim gritted his teeth and sat up, coughing heavily. Curie, exhausted, slumped beside him. I'll buy us some time. You need to get out of here, Kasim said, his voice serious. It's useless, Curie replied weakly. Without hesitation, Kasim sprang up and charged toward the spider demon. Yet, he didn't forget to mock her. What do you think you can do? Stop babbling. Holding his sword firmly, Kasim moved closer to the beast. His silhouette looked unwavering and steady. He didn't look back but spoke softly like the wind. This is an order. Curie's eyes widened as she looked at the hero she admired. Kasim led the way, commanding, cover me. I'm right behind you, Curie called, chasing after him. Charge. Kasim shouted, rushing forward while Curie supported from behind. She leapt, swinging her sword in a beautiful arc, and Kasim, quick as lightning, made several swift strikes. Spotting one of the spider's legs about to strike him, Kasim shouted right. Curie responded instantly, attacking. Kasim didn't miss the chance to tease her, you're too slow, idiot. Below you. Curie faltered and was hit in the stomach by one of the spider's legs. Right, above. Left. Below. Kasim barked orders. Following his directions, Curie launched a counterattack. The spider screamed in pain, trapped between their relentless assault. Suddenly, its eyes widened. It swung a leg, sending Curie flying. Kasim yelled angrily, fool. The spider repeated its old tactic, gathering magic on its body, aiming it at the falling Curie. The attack cut through the air toward her. Curie's eyes widened as the massive magical force approached. But Kasim leapt in front of her, blocking the blow. Lord Kasim. Curie croaked. Later, Michael teased Kasim, you're first place again. Here's a stack of exams. Kasim smiled humbly. I can still do better. To truly deserve being called your student. Michael sighed. Meanwhile, your teammates' results are terrible. That's because Kasim stammered. Michael cut him off. CDDF. You did them all alone. His face expressionless. Michael said, Kasim, haven't you understood my teaching yet? Kasim clenched his teeth in frustration. Back in the present, Kasim swung his sword to repel the spider's attack. The spider reeled back, growling. Kasim's strike split a beam of dark energy in two. Seizing the momentum, he surged forward, slashing again at the creature. Suddenly, Kasim's sword shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, but he had momentum and charged headfirst into the spider's mouth. Curie shouted, Lord Kasim, and threw her sword to him. Kasim caught it swiftly. Use this, she urged. Smirking, Kasim gathered mana in his hand. The sword glowed with energy and thrust forward. The spider had no time to dodge. The blade pierced through relentlessly. Kasim gripped the hilt tightly. "I don't understand your teachings yet," he shouted. "But watch this, watch what I've learned." The sword drove straight into the spider. It growled. With a thunderous crash, the sword slammed down, shaking the earth and sky. Dust exploded everywhere. Curie raised a hand to shield her eyes. The spider lay battered and broken. Her voice trembling, Curie whispered, "Amazing. Is this truly Lord Kasim's power?" Clenching her fists with resolve, she thought, "I still have a long way to go to reach him." Suddenly, the sword flew toward her and embedded itself behind her back. Kasim approached, smirking. "Don't tell me you're getting proud of yourself now. I still don't think you deserve to be a knight." Curie lowered her head, then opened her eyes wide. "Therefore," Kasim said, "always stay right behind me. Just like today." He turned to face the distance, and Curie averted her gaze. They stood side by side, watching the sunrise together. A massive boulder flew straight toward Ibis's chest, striking him hard and sending him flying backward. Ibis groaned as he hit the ground, furious. "Damn it." Marco walked through the crowd of assassins, hands clasped behind his back, a cheerful smile on his face. "You've kept me waiting quite a while. Looks like Rakan has a very capable subordinate." But a moment later his expression darkened. "Well then, goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, assassins surged toward Ibis. Suddenly, someone raised a fist and smiled broadly. "Tadaan." The assassins were instantly punched away, caught completely off guard. Marco shouted, "Elpam Ralph, get in front of Ibis." Ralph stepped forward, smiling. "The team's troubleshooter has arrived." Ibis's wounds were immediately healed. Ralph continued, "Don't overdo it. Get up quickly." Watching Ibis's critical injuries heal in moments, Marco's face showed utter disbelief. He was far more powerful than rumors suggested. Ibis stood, rubbing his fists with a smirk. "That feels a lot better." "Perfect timing, Ralph." Ralph nodded. "You should thank Rakan. He truly cares about his subordinates." Looking at the assassins gathered, Ibis said, "About 30 of them. Everyone ready?" Clenching his fists, he declared, "Let's crush them." Before anyone could react, Ralph suddenly bolted, shouting as he ran, "Then run." Ibis froze, stunned and speechless, before chasing after him, yelling, "Crazy bastard." The assassins, under Marco's orders, also gave chase. After them. Cut to Will's location. He was cursing, "Useless fools." He lamented losing despite having my power. Arcarium stood silently, then spoke slowly, "You act as if this was unexpected." Will, furious, retorted, "You're provoking me. Without that contract I would have." Arcarium interrupted, "I told you, it's not yet time to act. To resurrect the dark mage, we must preserve our mana." Raising his arm, Arcarium summoned a powerful magical energy. Though ending it here would be a waste, after calculating he finally decided, "Fine. This time I'll help just a little." Elsewhere, gunfire continued without pause. Starling turned to Piru, "How's the situation?" Piru stared at a talisman and replied, "Not much longer. We're almost there." They were the Cross Hunter Headquarters Special Forces. Suddenly Starling looked up. A bright red magical seal glowed against the sky. 3 figures in cloaks and full face masks appeared. The iron-masked one grumbled, "Too much chaos." From the ground, a wall of earth and stone erupted upward. The barrier grew higher and higher. Starling's teammates panicked. "There's a barrier all around." Starling, suspicious, asked, "Is that seal from him?" The iron-masked man and his 2 subordinates watched from above, satisfied. The barrier encircled everyone. Inside, Curie sensed something was off. She asked, "What's happening?" Kasim called out to her, "Curie." Suddenly, something hurtled at them. Kasim caught Curie, jumping out of the chaos, shouting, "Stay alert." He was furious at Curie's carelessness. "You idiot. Can't even watch your own back?" Amid the attacking force, a voice echoed, "What's going on?" Clearly Avoca, frustrated, held his forehead. "So strange, why?" His sinister face showed one glowing pupil. "Why are you still alive?" Ibis ran frantically. "Out of mana already?" Ralph ran ahead, answering, "You think I've been free all this time? I just barely had enough to heal you." Ibis cursed as he ran. "Damn it, no help at all." Ralph sneered. "Don't be rude, I'm your savior." Ibis snapped, "Savior my ass. We're running away together." Ralph laughed loudly. "Don't worry, it's all part of my plan." Ibis grumbled, "What plan?" Behind them, figures in black cloaks charged forward. their faces filled with murderous intent. This made Abyss's face involuntarily break into a sweat as he warned, "Hey, up ahead." Hearing this, Ralph hurriedly stopped himself in his urgency. Right in front of them stood a massive red barrier, causing Ralph to jump in surprise. Wow, what now? A wall just rose up from the ground. At the same time, the assassins were closing in right behind the group. Difficulties piled up, and the expressions on everyone's faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. Fantastic. Are we really done for this time? Unlike the worry of others, Ralph at the back seemed oddly calm as he said, "Maybe a bit early to panic, but I'm out of options." Then he tossed something to the group and added, "You've made it this far, well done. Now, good luck." In Beacon's hand was an object resembling a small mirror. From inside it, a faint blue glow shimmered, as if ready to activate. Abyss held a round object glowing with blue light in his hand, a smug smile curling on his lips. "You've wasted a lot of effort chasing us," he said confidently. "But now it's all for nothing." Just as he finished speaking, a strangely masked figure leapt onto his back, wielding a dagger ready to strike. Suddenly, the object in Abyss's hand burst into a dazzling light. He panicked, whispering, "Could it be?" The stone radiated a brilliant glow, beams of light spreading everywhere. The brightness flared so intensely it blinded the vision of everyone nearby, yet the assassins charged forward relentlessly. They all swung their blades with deadly intent, aiming straight at Abyss and his companions. But Abyss suddenly vanished, causing their blades to slash fiercely into the ground instead. One of the assassins, shocked, spun around searching desperately. What the hell? They looked around, but the path was empty, no sign of their targets. Confused, the assassins exchanged bewildered glances. Where did they disappear to? Suddenly, gold coins began to rain down. Abyss appeared from the start, collapsing heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. Confused, he muttered, "What's going on here?" Then his eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood Gold Rich and Gapur, equally stunned. "Lord Rakan," Abyss shouted in alarm. "Where is this? Just moments ago I was..." Gold Rich frowned and cut him off. "You made it," he said firmly. A shimmering image of the blue stone appeared as he explained, "You used a teleportation stone. It allows you to teleport to a specific person within a certain range. However, these stones are very expensive, because each use consumes a significant amount of mesos, so most people carry them but hesitate to use them recklessly." While the three of them were talking, another person appeared and added, "That's why I tried to buy time." Ralph emerged with a smug smile on his face. "Because this is a costly item, I thought it best to save it for when it really matters. They won't find this place anytime soon." Suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. All around where he stood glittered piles of gold and treasures. Ralph exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Gold and treasures everywhere." The dazzling wealth surrounded them. The group was standing inside a vault filled to the brim with gold and jewels. Ralph shouted excitedly, "There's a place like this." Without hesitation, he dove into the mountain of riches. Abyss, standing behind, looked on awkwardly. At that moment Gapur glanced at Gold Rich with a furrowed brow. "So what now? Haven't we gone over 20 minutes past the plan already?" Gold Rich pondered silently for a moment, then said with a grave expression, "Seems like it, but I'm not entirely sure." In the background, a blazing red wall stood towering high in the center of a ruined town. Gold Rich's voice echoed, "Looks like the plan has hit a snag." Then he turned to the others, "If you can, run away quickly." Ralph climbed out from under the gold pile, clutching a large crystal in his hand. He panicked. "What? You want me to leave all this gold behind?" "Wait, I mean leave you behind." Gold Rich tightened his grip on the teleportation stone in his hand. "I still have a few teleport stones left," he said. "They can teleport to people stationed outside. So you all should leave now." Around him glittered heaps of gold and treasures. Gapur's face showed confusion, sweat dripping down his temples. He asked, "What do you mean? If you still have teleport stones, why don't you come with us?" Gold Rich frowned and forced a smile. "My time hasn't come yet." The propulsion device emitted a mysterious purple glow. Suddenly, a strange creature with a skull head appeared at the bottom of the ocean. At least one person needs to stay behind to wait for their return. Suddenly, explosions roared from the cannons. Everyone fired continuously at the massive red wall, but it didn't budge an inch. The attackers kept shooting relentlessly, cannonballs flying non-stop, blowing away dirt and rocks around them. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing the red wall standing firm inside. After a barrage of explosions, the wall remained unmoved, not a scratch on it. One person, clutching a heavy cannon, turned around and reported, "No matter how much we attack, it doesn't move at all." He added, "What should we do now, Lord Bastille?" Bastille fell silent for a moment, folding his arms in thought. Such a strong barrier can only be created by high-ranking commanders. A face suddenly flashed in his mind, and he suspected it might be, but he didn't continue his thoughts. Raising his hand, he ordered, "Find another way. We must get inside that area." The others immediately shouted back, "Understood, sir." Bastille frowned and muttered, "Wait a moment, Starling. We will definitely rescue you." Inside the red wall, Starling was hiding behind a rock, her face contorted in pain as she cried out, "Ah!" She looked towards the black-cloaked leader hovering in the air with his two subordinates, thinking in disbelief, could he be the one who created this strange barrier? Around her, explosions continued to echo. Houses began collapsing, killing many people. Someone shouted, "The battle is clearly turning in their favor." Piru carried a bloodied person on his shoulder and warned, "Without reinforcements from the main forces, we'll be wiped out." Starling gritted her teeth. "Damn it, I only have 8 bullets left. What can I do?" The black-cloaked man floating above sneered, "Not a bad city. Wylis's minions really are struggling against these mere mortals." Suddenly, a powerful force shot straight at him and exploded, startling his two subordinates. Emerging from the smoke, he frowned angrily. "Who's there?" A burst of energy was heading directly towards him. He dodged just in time, causing the force to hit one of his subordinates, who cried out in pain. Lowering his head, a blazing red power appeared in his hand. "Over there." He then unleashed a massive blast downwards. Watching the smoke cloud obscure the view, he sneered, "Fools." Suddenly, another burst of energy flew at him from behind, catching him off guard. His subordinate also panicked. He turned angrily. "You damn rat." The forces kept flying at him relentlessly. He shouted furiously, "I don't know what games you're playing." A glowing red fireball appeared in his hand, but it was useless. He threw it down at the ground, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave blew away rocks and dirt nearby. From above, he looked down at his powerful blast scattering everything around. Then he spotted a figure darting across the rooftops. His face darkened. "Found you." Starling pulled the trigger. She raised her gun, aiming at him with a determined smile. Her eyes gleamed with resolve. "This fight is going to be fierce." The black-cloaked leader soared high above, constantly glancing around to find Starling. "Where are you hiding, little rat?" he sneered. Little did he know he was already right in her sights. In the blink of an eye, a burst of energy shot from afar, crashing straight into him and exploding violently, catching him off guard. He cried out in pain and immediately raised his hand, preparing to unleash his power in retaliation. He threw out a massive fireball and shouted, "Stop teasing me and come out here." Fireballs rained down relentlessly towards Starling. She immediately turned and ran, silently thinking, "Damn, he's stronger than he looks." Her eyes widened, teeth clenched tightly, sweat streaming down her tense, delicate face. This was her last chance. She looked toward the hovering black-cloaked man, cursing him silently, "You bastard." Meanwhile, the man kept yelling loudly, "How long do you think you can keep running?" Starling thought, "This is bad." Suddenly she spun around and aimed her gun at him, no other choice now. It was do or die. A subordinate suddenly appeared behind her, shouting and lunging with sharp claws towards Starling. She didn't have time to react, her face immediately showing panic. On a long hallway, voices echoed with footsteps growing louder. "Hurry, inside that door." The footsteps became clearer, they must be inside. Marco rushed forward with others, his face showing panic and urgency. "Damn, I didn't expect this, a teleportation stone." He broke down the door and entered. Sweat poured down Marco's face as he shouted, "The chase ends now." He glanced up at Goldrich standing above and said, "Lord Goldrich." Marco laughed long and hard. "Fortunately, just as I suspected. Out of all places you were hiding in the treasure vault." Goldrich remained silent, looking down from above. Turning his head with a frown, he replied, "Disappointed? You don't have the right to say that so easily, traitor Franco." Marco's breathing grew heavy, but he still smiled at Goldrich. "All right, I understand. Curse me all you want." Then he added, "Hey, are you alone? Looks like even Gapor's dogs have abandoned you." Behind Marco, countless masked assassins appeared with strange faces. Marco's smile turned sinister, his eyes glinting with malice. "I'll make good use of the treasure you left behind." At his command, the assassins charged straight at Gold Rich, "So don't worry, just rest easy." Suddenly, a hand grabbed a lever tightly, and a voice echoed, "Gapor's dogs? Huh?" The treasure vault slowly opened. Tens of thousands of gold coins poured down like a waterfall, startling the assassins who screamed, "What?" The coins cascaded relentlessly toward them. They couldn't react in time, panicking and yelling, the gold's collapsing. Marco's face showed pure shock and disbelief. "No way!" Gapper appeared with a triumphant smile, powerfully pulling the lever down. "Dogs? What about them? You're the one who needs to be punished for biting your own master." Gold Rich clasped his hands behind his back and said shyly, "I'll leave the rest to you. Teach him how the Merchants Guild handles hunting dogs, Gapor." Before the sentence was finished, Marco suddenly gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Gold Rich's face turned stern as he stared at him. Behind Gold Rich, countless coins rose up, glowing with a blue light. "Just some coins, Franco? Have you forgotten who stands before you?" He sneered triumphantly. "This is the wealth of the Gold Rich Merchant Guild." Meanwhile, somewhere else a powerful surge of purple energy shot straight down to the ground, causing a massive explosion where it struck. A figure with silver hair and a grotesque lower body spoke coldly. "I'll show you what Donzori really means." Evoke smiled wickedly. "You should be grateful." From below, Kasim added, "Thanks to you I can wield this power." Starling knelt on the ground, crying out in pain. She said, "Calm down, you fool." Evoke prepared to unleash a massive blast. "Don't try to resist. I'll deal with you all quickly." Suddenly, a single drop of water fell from the sky onto his shoulder, making him flinch. Looking up, raindrops softly pitter-pattered down on him. Evoke said, "This is." He looked up at the sky, eyes wide with surprise. "Star rain." Elsewhere, Gold Rich smiled confidently, "Money. I can pay as much as I want." One by one, the golden coins vanished into thin air. His voice rang steadily, "I don't even need to think about it." Seeing Marco's terrified face, he added, "The answer is crystal clear." In another place, a man in white lay motionless on the ground, raindrops pattering over him. The black-clad boss tilted his head up to look at the sky. Starling sat slumped in a pool of blood, her empty gun resting beside her. Seeing the rain, she smiled faintly. "Oh God, is this real?" Outside, giant waves crashed violently into the city. The ship's propellers spun furiously. Evoke's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. A voice echoed, "I have bought the cause of all the crises in this world." A colossal monster with a giant skull head emerged on the towering waves. The voice continued, "And that is the sea." A woman stood tall, watching the scene unfold. An announcement rang out. "Port detected ahead of the ship." "Captain, your orders?" Chiron grasped the pendant around her neck and called out, "All forces, prepare to fire." She added, "Aim." The image of the giant skull-headed monster appeared, charging up a tremendous blast. Chiron's voice rang loud and clear. "Fire." The submarine continued its journey through the depths of the ocean. In the control room, Chiron's voice rang out, crisp and commanding, "Connection established. Begin the mission, enter the territory." A countdown began. 3. In that brief moment, Chiron pulled out a photograph she had kept hidden for years. 2. It was a childhood picture of her and Minoru, both of them smiling with genuine happiness. 1. The instant the final number was spoken, the submarine surged forward, cutting through the water with explosive force. The entire vessel broke the surface, emerging in full view. "We've reached Lith Port, Captain." Awaiting orders came the report. The harbor of Lith loomed ahead, clear in Chiron's sights. She closed the photo frame in her hands with an icy snap. "Prepare the cannons." A blood-stained sword fell heavily to the ground. "Aim." Arcarium's subordinates froze as they caught sight of the massive warship before them. Magical energy began to gather in the ship's colossal gun barrels, 6 of them, each the size of a siege tower. Chiron's gaze remained cold and unflinching as she watched the cowards scatter in panic. "Fire." At her command, every cannon roared at once, releasing torrents of pure magical force that obliterated everything in their path. The ship pressed forward toward Lith Port, its movement churning the sea into violent waves. The engines roared at maximum power, so fierce they forced seawater over the harbor walls, flooding the port entirely. Onshore, the leader of Arcarium's men was frantically searching. What? Where's the girl? Starling lay unconscious beneath the rising waters. Is she dead? He muttered. But unwilling to risk letting her escape, he began to gather magic. Either way, I'll make sure. Before he could strike, a blast engulfed his entire body fired from Kieran's ship. Target hit, the control crew reported. As the smoke cleared, a shadowy figure emerged. It was the leader himself, still alive. You filthy bastards, he spat. The ship's cannons flared again, magic coiling in their barrels. Target still alive. Preparing to fire a second volley. Beneath the waves, Ivok's eyes snapped open. Threads of his web like filaments shot out, tangling themselves around the submarine's engines. Missed the shot, something's caught under the hull. Came a panicked report. What? Chiron's eyes widened. She immediately barked an order, cease fire from Cannon 3. The engine crew shouted in alarm. Engines are jammed, we can't control the ship. With razor-sharp legs, Ivok hammered relentlessly against the hull. Captain, something's attacking us. The creature was completely out of control now, glaring up at the vessel with pure hatred. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of Arcarium's men unleashed his own attack. You'll pay for this. The impact rocked the ship violently, nearly throwing the crew off their feet. The starboard side took heavy damage. Starboard hit. Outer hull severely compromised. Came the damage report. Below, Ivok's claws pierced through the plating. Underbelly also under attack. Marath shouted, panic in his voice. Kieran, at this rate. Despite the brutal assault, the ship still held together, earning a grudging remark from the enemy leader. Tough toy you've got there. He began to condense his magic into an enormous sphere. Let's see how you handle this. The crisis left Kieran with no choice. I'll have to handle this myself. Marath, you, but another voice, dripping with arrogance, cut her off. Leave it to me. From the surface of the water, a blinding golden light erupted. Even Ivok recoiled in confusion. What is this? Where's this light coming from? It was Michael charging straight toward him. Elsewhere in Arcarium's hand, the skull he held suddenly cracked apart. He stared in disbelief as it began to dissolve into nothing. Impossible, they survived that attack. Will, as if struck by sudden pain, let out a groan. That hurts. Arcarium's gaze sharpened, his killing intent flaring. He's back. The golden light ripped through Ivok's web like threads, severing them one after another. Enraged, Ivok summoned a protective barrier. Who dares? The owner of that golden aura stepped into view. It was Michael, sword in hand, poised to strike. Ivok had no time to dodge, he could only stare wide-eyed as the attack came down. That man as Michael's blade flashed, delivering a clean, devastating slash that split Ivok's spider-like body in two. His arms were severed as well. Staring in shock, Ivok could only watch as Michael stood before him. With no more threads blocking the way, Chiron's ship began to stabilize. Captain, the ship's moving again, the crew reported. Chiron barked an order. Full speed ahead, keep our distance. But it was already too late. The enemy leader had gathered enough magic. Too late. I've stored up all the energy I need. Chiron and her crew could only watch in fear as the orb in his hands swelled larger and larger. Now, I'll erase you from this world, he declared, readying to unleash the attack. Be gone. Before he could strike, something sliced through his arm. It wasn't until the burning pain hit that he realized his wrist had been severed. The massive sphere slipped from his grasp, collapsing into a failed spell. Trembling with rage, he glared. You, the one who had shot him, was none other than Starling, now awake. You disgusting insect. She leveled her weapon again, her voice low and sharp. I hate owing anyone a debt. The submarine's engines roared back to life. Trajectory lock target acquired, the control crew announced. Magic gathered in the ship's cannons once more, this time on an even greater scale. Energy limiter disengaged. Kieran's eyes burned with hatred as she raised her hand. You'll pay for everything you've done. The cannons fired, unleashing a colossal sphere of magic that tore through the leader's defenses. This time there was no resisting. In his final moments, writhing in agony, he called out the name of his master. Arcarium cracked spiderwebbed across his barrier, growing faster and deeper, until a massive explosion shattered it completely. The water held within surged out uncontrollably, sweeping away every ship in the harbor. Homes along Lith Port were swallowed in the flood. Beneath the raging current, Kasim struggled to keep hold of an unconscious Curie. The water's pull grew stronger, and he was nearing his limit. Damn, at this rate his strength gave out, and his hand slipped. But just then, a firm hand caught his. That same hand hauled both him and Curie up onto solid ground. It was Michael. Kasim stared in surprise. Master, Michael's proud smile was warm and unshakable. You've changed, Kasim. I've always believed in you. In that moment, the world seemed brighter to Kasim. Kirin took out a magic stone to open a communication link. It's me, Kirin, captain of the Nautilus, she reported. The situation's been dealt with. On the other end, Goldrich's voice carried gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Kirin. With Kirin's matter settled, Goldrich turned to face the man before him, Franco, bound and restrained. His tone grew sharp. Now it's your turn. Tell me everything you know. Countless chunks of rock and debris erupted from the explosion, the blast carrying an immense destructive force. Elpham sensed a shadow behind him and instantly drew his magic bow, firing at the figure. There you are. The figure struck by his arrow slowly burned away into nothing. Only then did Elpham realize something was wrong. An afterimage. Somehow, one of Arcarium's subordinates had already closed the distance. The man swung his scythe at Elpham, who quickly raised his bow to block the blow. The subordinate attacked again and again, scythe the flashing through the air, all while speaking in an almost casual tone. Oh, just as I expected. For a third circle mage, your close quarters ability and instincts are remarkable. No wonder Lord Arcarium has lost men to you. While his opponent spoke, Elpham was forced to fight desperately just to parry each strike. But the man continued, a sphere of magic forming in his palm. That's still not enough. Show me more. He hurled the magic attack, and Elpham barely dodged in time. Damn it, Elpham cursed, throwing a dagger toward him. The subordinate easily sidestepped the blade. Taking advantage of the momentary opening, he delivered a brutal, near-fatal blow to Elpham. The mage's body gave way, collapsing to the ground. Tech, your learning speed is disappointing, the man sneered, advancing without even noticing the dagger behind him. I wonder how you'll handle losing an arm, or maybe we should just find out right now. The dagger, still under Elpham's magical control, shot toward the man's flank. But again, the subordinate evaded effortlessly, slicing the blade in two with a flick of his scythe. Oh! His voice dripped with contempt. A blind man like me can't see well, yet you thought you could ambush me from behind. He then channeled mana into the surrounding boulders. You really do lack creativity. The massive stones hurtled toward Elpham, who poured his own mana into halting their advance and succeeded. He kept channeling power into them, until one detonated, sending shards of rock flying in every direction. The subordinate weaved through the falling debris with ease. Impressive. You still have that much mana left. At the very least, your endurance is admirable. Elpham hadn't expected his opponent to be able to perceive his mana so clearly. Cornered, he knew he had no choice but to gamble. He definitely can't see. So how is this even possible? Even if I conserve my mana now, there's no other way. I have to bet everything on this. He decided to activate the Celestial Eye. The moment he did, every movement of Arcarium's subordinate became perfectly visible in his mind. There, a high-frequency wave is emanating from his body. His gaze fixed on the source, a strange mana radiating from the ring hanging at the man's neck. What is that? Through this ring, the man's awareness extended further than ever before. Those high-frequency waves are bouncing off objects to create a spatial map, and he's amplifying the range with psychokinesis, granting himself a full 360-degree view. No blind spots. If that's the case, Elpham poured mana into manipulating the surrounding space. Room. The subordinate caught on immediately. So you plan to lock and control space with psychokinesis? I see you used the Celestial Eye to uncover my secret. Clever. A spatial barrier formed around him, trapping him in place. A smart tactic. Now I can't move even a step. But Elpham, that spatial barrier will block your attacks too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive column of magic pierced straight through the barrier, driving directly toward him. He had already anticipated Elpham's next move. As I thought, like this, with effortless precision, Arcarium's subordinate shattered the spatial barrier. The moment it broke, he lunged at Elpham and claimed one of his arms. Even in the blink of an eye, my reflexes far surpass your imagination. His gaze was full of disdain. A bit dull perhaps, but I've already taken one of your arms. But the one he had attacked wasn't Elpham at all, it was merely an afterimage. Another afterimage appeared beside him. What? Suddenly, Elpham was everywhere. He's surrounding me all at once. The subordinate swung his scythe into one of the illusions only for it to shatter into stone. A rock? Panic flickered in his voice. Damn it, I've been tricked. He quickly composed himself. Not bad hiding inside stone puppets to split my focus. Fine. I'll just keep cutting until your mana runs dry. Off to the side, Elpham was trembling as he controlled the stone constructs. Blood filled his mouth and spilled out. His mana reserves were almost gone. The coughing did not go unnoticed. I can tell just from the sound you're in pain, the subordinate said coldly. Don't worry. I'll end this soon. Light flared where he stood, and an explosion obliterated every stone puppet. He had found Elpham's location. Mana began gathering in his palm, forming a concentrated sphere. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it toward Elpham. The explosion hit like a hammer, sending Elpham's body crashing into the ground. His breath came ragged, each inhale a struggle. The subordinate advanced with unhurried steps, conjuring another massive mana sphere in his hand. So, is this the end of our little game of hide and seek? Looks like you're suffering from mana shock. A pity, really I was enjoying myself. Well, before I end you, I'll show you something interesting. Not a grand gift, but worth a look, don't you think? He proudly displayed the sphere. Mana condensed to the absolute limit using psychokinesis. Magnificent, isn't it? It will be your companion to the afterlife. Now then, but suddenly, the sphere vanished from his hand. What the hell? Elpham, using the last of his mana, had seized it with psychokinesis pushed to its very limit. Thanks for the gift. I'll be taking it. The subordinate's own mana began streaming toward Elpham. No, impossible. What have you done, you lunatic? Panic flooded his voice, but his body wouldn't respond. Damn it, where is this power coming from? He's stolen my magic with psychokinesis. Elpham's hands were torn and bleeding, but he didn't relent. Surprised. Even if it cost him his life, Elpham was determined to drag Arcarium's subordinate down with him. Come with me to the Golden River, and be my companion in death, he growled. A massive sphere of mana began to envelop Arcarium's man, growing denser by the second, until a thunderous explosion ripped through the air, sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing out. Elpham had reached his limit. A gush of blood spilled from his mouth, his vision dimming. So this is really the end, he murmured as his body slumped to the ground. From the heart of the blast, a familiar figure emerged. It was Arcarium's subordinate, somehow still alive. No, right now, he muttered, hatred burning in his eyes as he glared at the collapsed Elpham. We have to kill him now. Lord Arcarium was wrong, this man will never join our side. We need to eliminate him here and now. A bullet whistled through the air, smashing apart the rock construct the subordinate had been controlling. That all too familiar gun gleamed in the light. Putting your full power into finishing off someone unconscious, doesn't that feel just a little pathetic? The voice belonged to Mineru, her tone dripping with mockery as she stepped forward. So, how about you have a little fun with us instead? The fight wasn't over yet. The next opponents awaiting Arcarium's man were none other than Mineru, Dobie, and Jack Rich. The subordinate's expression twisted with fury as he glared at the three. You dare, you damn brats. Mineru kept her gun trained on Arcarium's subordinate, smirking as she teased, what's with that scary look on your face? The man stretched out his hand to catch the incoming bullet. A lousy bullet like thee. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Dobie swung his axe at him. Then how about me? Dobie's attack landed clean, sending Arcarium's subordinate flying. Glancing down at Elpham lying on the ground, Dobie asked, you okay? Elpham's condition was anything but fine. Mana backlash, this isn't good. If no one helps soon, Arcarium's subordinate gathered mana and began manipulating the rocks around them, his eyes filled with a terrifying malice. You people really have no idea what's going on, do you? No matter how menacing his gaze became, it didn't make Debo hesitate. Guess we really are a stubborn bunch. The subordinate fixed Debo with a cold glare. He reached inside his cloak and pulled something out. I can't hold back anymore. It was a sphere, his eyes practically dripping with bloodlust. Looks like I have no other choice. I'm gonna tear you all to pieces. Mineru's eyes widened when she saw what he had taken out, and she fired a flurry of shots. What the magic circle? But every bullet was effortlessly stopped midair by Arcarium's subordinate. Too late. Now then, suddenly, Arcarium's voice cut through the tension. Stop it, Mio. Hearing his master's voice, Mio gradually calmed down. Arcarium Nim. Arcarium's deathly glare locked on him. I turned my back for one moment, and you're already causing chaos. Trying to perform a magic circle without permission. Mio's expression turned sheepish. Sorry, I got carried away. Arcarium ordered him to retreat before the gate was surrounded. The operation's a failure. Get back quickly before the entrance is blocked. Mio hesitated, glancing at Elpam. Huh? But Elpam is still there. Arcarium, wanting a victory earned with dignity, replied. Doesn't matter. I'll meet him again eventually. If he dies in a place like this, then our initial choice was wrong to begin with. A reproachful voice rang out. What's this, Arcarium? Mineru and Jack Rich stared in shock at the newcomer. No way, oh what now? It was Mudria, her body drenched in blood. So it turns out you, a direct subordinate of Lord Will, are clashing with Arcarium. You, betraying Lord Will. Well, this just got interesting. Mio narrowed his eyes at her in caution. Suddenly, the magic sphere cracked apart. Perfect timing. Since it's come to this, I might as well wipe you all out. Mudria had activated it. She intended to kill everyone present. Not bad, right? The pillar Mineru and Jack Rich stood upon suddenly shuddered. It was Mio manipulating the pillar to lunge straight at Mudria's face. Mineru was taken aback by his move. What? He's attacking his own ally. Mio sounded utterly exasperated. Imph, exactly. Guess I'm a little late. Even though Mio slammed the pillar into Mudria, it was already too late. The demonic soul had escaped from the sphere. More and more souls broke free, their howls echoing with a chilling, otherworldly terror. Mio's gaze hardened as he watched them. What a pain, this is martyrdom. The twisted, demonic souls entwined with one another, merging into one massive spirit. The sheer number of souls escaping was overwhelming. Debo stared at the writhing mass in alarm. What the hell is that? Even for Mio, this was no simple problem. Yeah, even for me, this is pushing it. So he decided to cut his losses. I'm outta here. You guys can handle the rest yourselves. Debo was still reeling, not comprehending the situation. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Mio, in a rare moment of generosity, tossed him a warning. Best watch your step. Before leaving, he left a message for Elpam. Oh, and if he wakes up, tell him my offer still stands. Of course, that's if any of you are still alive by then. With that, Mio turned to leave. But Mineru wasn't about to let him slip away so easily. She fired a shot at him. Who said you could leave? Mio's voice dripped with irritation. I told you don't waste your strength. He casually caught Mineru's massive bullet as if it were nothing. Mineru's eyes widened in shock at the way he stopped it. He used shatter rounds, an eye for an eye before leaving. Mio decided to return the favor. Here, let me give it back to you. Using mana, he twisted the bullet's trajectory, sending it hurtling straight back toward Mineru. The round carried devastating power. Mineru barely escaped being killed by her own shot. Her fury burned hotter. You bastard! Debo shouted in panic. Mineru, watch out. Behind her loomed the column of demonic souls. Mineru blinked in confusion. Huh? The soul pillar lunged at her instantly. Thankfully, Debo intercepted the attack in time. Debo. His entire body trembled as he realized something was wrong. No way. The souls were still raging. That one, and the other one. Drops of blood splattered onto the cold floor. But it wasn't Debo's blood, it was Balak's. The demonic souls wrapped their arms around Balak in a grotesque embrace. Under that grip, Balak snapped completely. They're all sea gods. Die. Jack Rich frantically shook the unconscious Mineru. Hey, wake up. This thing's dangerous. Balak lunged, his clawed hand reaching for both Jack Rich and Mineru. Debo roared. What the hell do you think you're doing, idiot? Without another word, he charged straight at the monster. His attacks came in a furious flurry, each strike forcing Balak back, but even then, he shouted a warning over his shoulder. Move it. Taking the cue, Jack Rich grabbed Mineru and sprinted away from Balak. Debo made his intentions clear. Hey, you leave everything here to me. Just get everyone outside. Elpam was still unconscious, and Debo's voice cracked with desperation. Please. Jack Rich hesitated, torn, his chest tight with guilt as he looked back at Debo. Finally, he forced himself to obey, clutching both Mineru and Elpam as he ran. I'm sorry. Seeing his comrades retreat, Debo exhaled in relief. Good, now I can finally cut loose. Alright then, he charged at the frenzied Balak. Let's finish this. Jack Rich rushed toward the gate's exit. Minoru stirred, a groan escaping her lips as she came to. Confused and in pain, she looked around. Where are we? What happened to that monster? And, where's Debo? Sensing something was wrong, she began thrashing in Jack Rich's grip. Where's Debo? You left him back there, didn't you? No, put me down. How the hell am I supposed to face Kiri if we abandon him like this? I don't care what you think, but I will never. She froze as a drop of water hit her forehead. Jack Rich was crying tears of pure helplessness. He knew he was a coward. He also knew they didn't stand a chance against a berserk Balak. I'm sorry. This is the only thing I can do. I'm not strong. I can't let him throw his life away for nothing. I'm sorry. The situation was critical, yet Elpham still hadn't regained consciousness. Then came a voice. Warm and almost playful. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble, huh? Elpham. The voice stirred something deep in his spirit. The scene shifted. The world around him was strange, alien. Where am I? Just a moment ago, I was. The mysterious figure spoke gently. I've invited you into my space for a bit. Welcome, last adventurer Elpham. We finally have the chance to talk. He explained Elpham's condition. You're currently dying from mana shock. If you let it continue, you'll be dead soon. Your friend too. Elpham's eyes widened in alarm. The stranger continued. The gate is now far beyond your reach. Outside, Balak is rampaging with enhanced strength because he's been revived. Mudria's interference had changed the gate's classification. That gate is no longer a gold gate. It's green, no, maybe even more dangerous than a blue gate. Outside, Balak prepared to strike Debo. Debo tried to dodge, but the monster's blow was too strong. Everyone inside here, they're all going to. The strike landed full force, launching Debo like a ragdoll. His body was a mess of blood. He couldn't even stand. Only one word remained to describe his fate: dead. Elpham's expression tightened with worry as he listened to the mysterious figure describe what was happening outside. Time was slipping away fast. The battle you started to save everyone. In truth, it's driving them to their deaths even faster than in your previous life. If things keep going like this, you won't be able to stop the apocalypse. Elpham eyed the figure cautiously. You know I was reincarnated. You're the man's long golden hair hung down, veiling his eyes. Are you the one who, with a faint smirk, the stranger cut him off? Who's to say? Meanwhile, Jack Rich was muttering to himself, navigating the path out of the gate. Exit from the 23rd pillar. In the middle of the three-way hall. If I go straight here and turn at last, he reached what should have been the exit. Here. But what stood before him was nothing but a gaping pit. No way out. This should be the right place. There should have been a statue here, one that activated the escape route, but it had been smashed to pieces. Wasn't that statue the key to getting out? When I came through earlier, it was fine. A sick thought hit him, and rage flared in his chest. Don't tell me. He clenched his teeth, suspecting the culprit. That bastard Mio, he destroyed it before leaving. Minoru's voice cut through his anger. Calm down, we don't have time for this. Even if the exit's destroyed, a new one will spawn nearby. It should be close. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind them. Something was flung from the blast, making Minoru's heart sink. It was Debo hurtling through the air along with chunks of stone. Debo. He crashed to the ground, skidding a good 30 feet before coming to a stop. Jack Rich ran to him in a panic. Hey, are you okay? Just hang in there. But the sight froze Jack Rich where he stood. Debo's body was drenched in blood. He was barely clinging to life. Inside the strange space, Elpham recoiled at the vision. What was that just now? The golden-haired man was still teasing. Does it really matter who brought you back? That's not the important part, is it? What you just saw is what's happening outside. Elpham's voice trembled. Then, Debo the stranger clarified, don't worry, he's still alive, for now. But he's almost dead. Elpham didn't hesitate. Then help me save him. I can't intervene directly. Elpham's jaw tightened. If you're the one who reincarnated me, if you did it to fight the apocalypse, then help me. His eyes burned as he glared at the figure. Outside, Balak unleashed another strike. Haha, such arrogance. A surge of mana exploded outward. Especially when you're begging someone for help. The blast sent Jack Rich and Minoru tumbling, unable to get back on their feet. Balak gathered mana again, intent on killing every last one of them. Got any bright ideas? Even if I helped you, it doesn't matter. Elpam's fist clenched, cutting the man off. The stranger propped his chin in his hand, considering. Very well, I'll give you one last chance. Outside. Balak's attack was seconds from ending Elpam's friends. Elpam's patience snapped. I said, I don't care. Elpam's hand slammed down on the chessboard, scattering the pieces in all directions. The air between him and the god had turned frigid, heavy with unspoken tension. The god silently regarded the mortal he had chosen to reincarnate. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he gave his answer to Elpam's plea. Very well. The moment the fingers snapped, Elpam felt something stir within his body, an undeniable shift, as if a new current had begun to flow through him. Yet the clock still ticked, time marching forward without pause. He stared intently at his own hand. Something has changed, hasn't it? Calmly, the god began resetting each fallen chess piece into its place. Do not doubt me, he said evenly. It may be small, but I have lent you a fragment of my power. Elpam knew it was time to return to the waking world. It's time for me to wake up now. The god placed his piece firmly back onto the board, his voice carrying both warning and expectation. I hope you can withstand my power. In the real world, a surge of potent mana erupted, intercepting Balak's attack in its tracks. Jack Rich coughed violently, struggling to believe what had just happened. I'm still alive. Forcing his eyes open, he tried to see the one who had saved him. The figure's back was achingly familiar. This was someone they had fought alongside, someone who had braved death with them time and again. Elpam. Jack Rich pushed himself upright, panting heavily. We're still alive? Sweat streamed down his weary face, soaking his temples. Then his eyes widened in surprise as he caught sight of the figure before him. Elpam, standing firmly between Jack Rich and danger. Elpam spoke with calm authority. Get back. Without hesitation, he shot forward, tossing a reassuring glance over his shoulder. I'll take care of this quickly, and be right back. Ahead loomed the hulking blue creature, its jaws gaping wide as it summoned columns of swirling wind. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, and from its maw spewed streams of viscous, black slime. But Elpam didn't flinch. He closed the distance in a heartbeat. In the next instant, his palm struck upward with crushing force, smashing into the beast's jaw. He spread his hand open, a radiant golden energy gathering in his palm. Nearby chunks of stone became wrapped in that shimmering light, hurtling forward as if drawn by an unseen force. One after another, they slammed into the monster's body, clinging like magnets to steel. The creature clawed frantically, trying to rip them away. With a clenched fist aimed at his foe, Elpam triggered the trap. The stones shifted, forming a massive sphere that sealed the creature inside. Jack Rich and Mineru stared in awe. That's incredible. But from between the cracks in the stone prison, a dangerous glow began to seep out. A surge of golden energy blasted outward, shattering the sphere apart. Mineru's eyes widened in alarm. No. The monster emerged now even larger and more menacing than before. Elpam, it's too dangerous, she shouted. The monocle over Elpam's right eye flashed. He tightened his grip again. Far away, a man in a wide-brimmed hat studied a chessboard and let out a low murmur. Unbelievable, even with just a fraction of my power. On the battlefield, Elpam stood motionless before the impending blast, yet his control over it was absolute. The man in the hat smirked knowingly. When the explosion cleared, a haze of smoke drifted in the air. Through it stepped Elpam, unscathed, his presence commanding. Behind him lay the mangled remains of the creature obliterated. It really is you, Elpam, the man in the hat murmured. Jack Rich could only gape at the sight. No way, one strike, he took it down in one strike. Mineru's eyes suddenly widened as if remembering something. What about Debo? The three of them quickly turned to see Debo lying unconscious on the ground. Jack Rich knelt down, checking his condition, then exhaled in relief. Lucky for us, he's still breathing. Get him back to the village. If we treat him in time, he'll be fine. Mineru then turned to Elpam, concern in her voice. You okay? She recalled the sight of him when they first arrived. When we got here, you were in critical condition. How did you? Her suspicious gaze lingered on Elpam. Suddenly, Elpam collapsed against her. Mineru's eyes went wide, her voice rising in shock. What the hell are you doing? I'm not mentally prepared for this. Though leaning heavily against her, Elpam still whispered into her ear. I'm just glad you're all safe. Holding his weight, Mineru's thoughts turned grim. Once again I was afraid I'd lose all my comrades. Elpam's tightly clenched hand slowly relaxed. I'm happy, you're all still alive. The words made Mineru freeze for a moment. Thanks. She steadied herself, tilting her chin up with confidence. Of course. I never planned on dying in a place like this. Even as she muttered complaints under her breath, Elpham smiled faintly. Instead of worrying about us, why don't you worry about before she could respond, he slid off her shoulder. Yourself first, huh? His body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. Mineru immediately knelt beside him, shaking his shoulders. Elpham, wake up Elpham. Jack Rich rushed over, alarmed. What? He's not okay. Panic spread across Mineru's face. She shook him harder. Get up, Elpham. Come on. But no matter how she called his name, Elpham remained unconscious. I told you to wake up, Elpham. Elpham. Somewhere else. A hand quickly scrawled across parchment with a quill. The man writing let out a long, weary sigh. This is driving me insane. Stacks of papers covered the table. Judging by the handwriting, they were Karan's work. His face was drawn, exhaustion etched deep into his features. No matter how hard I try, there's never an end. How much longer until this is all over? He tried to smile, but the gloom in his eyes was impossible to hide. It's already the third day. Though the battle with the dark magic cultists had ended, Lith Harbor remained in chaos for some time. The scene in one town was nothing but wreckage and ruin. The fact that the Kanya Merchant Association ranked second among the 10 strongest guilds turned out to be cultists was enough to shock not only Lith Harbor, but the entire world. The blood of those who had fallen here had pooled into a flowing stream. Evok, the guild master and a key figure in the battle, was reported dead. The whispers went, yet his body was never found in Lith Harbor. Even after being beaten to a pulp, Franco refused to say a word. Instead, they tried to interrogate the traitor Franco to uncover the mastermind. The report continued. But he had only been lured into the scheme by the promise of resurrecting his dead daughter. He knew nothing of the cultists themselves. Michael and Kieran stood shoulder to shoulder in pursuit of the truth. After that, the chronicles tell, Miel of the Cygnus Knights and Kieran of the Nautilus accelerated the hunt for the remaining dark magic cultists. On a massive ship heading out to sea, a large gathering had formed. The fact that the two most trusted figures in the Maple world had personally taken action brought enormous hope to the people of Lith Harbor and laid a strong foundation for peace in the region. Meanwhile, Karen worked tirelessly without a moment's rest. However, the possibility of cultists still hiding among us cannot be ruled out, his notes read. Surveillance must remain tight. A hand pressed firmly against the back of an injured man, cautioning him, don't move or I won't be able to bandage it properly. Curie tightened the wrappings around Debo's wound perhaps a little too forcefully, judging by his constant yelps. Easy. You're going to tear it open again, he complained. Quit whining. Be grateful that's all you got, she shot back. When she finished, she gave him a hard slap on the back, making him cry out in pain. You bent me in half. Meanwhile, Mineru and Royce were deeply worried about Elpham's condition. It's already the third day. We can't just keep him like this, can we? Mineru said. Days had passed, but Elpham still hadn't woken. What else can we do? Recovery magic doesn't work on him, Royce replied. All we can do is wait for him to get up on his own. Mineru glanced over at Elpham's unconscious form on the bed, anxiety written all over her face. Just then Denev entered from outside, carrying a pot of soup. All right, hot food's here. Small bowls were quickly ladled out. Debo's eyes lit up at the sight of the meal. Time to eat. I'm always grateful to you all, thanks. Royce shot Mineru a knowing look. So it's official now, huh? What? She blinked. What else? I'm talking about you two dating, he said casually. The moment Royce brought it up, Mineru stiffened and glanced sharply at him. She waved her fist in front of his face, pretending not to understand. Dating? What the hell are you talking about? Royce smirked, seizing the moment to tease her. You two are so close I thought you'd already confessed to each other. That's all just me worrying. As a comrade. A comrade, that's it. Mineru turned to everyone in the room, her expression tightening. More importantly, I don't get how you can all be so calm. Aren't you even a little worried? Debo, about to shovel a spoonful of soup into his mouth, answered without hesitation. Why should we be? He popped a piece of food into his mouth and spoke slowly, explaining everything as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. When someone's tired, they sleep. That's all there is to it. Do you really think our boss is the kind of guy who'd be taken down by a few little cuts and bruises? On the bed, Elpham's fingers twitched ever so slightly. After all that, you still don't get it. Debo's declaration was full of confidence, but Kiri only lowered his head with a faint smile. That guy, even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. That's just who he is. No one noticed when Elpham had actually sat up, but the moment they did, he was quick to set the record straight. Let's be clear, I'm not some kind of monster. Minoru glanced over at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. If someone collapses, isn't it natural to worry a little? Royce smiled at the sight of him. I can get hurt too, you know. Denev practically bounced with excitement, while Kiri's smile remained calm and steady. It was clear everyone was genuinely happy to see Elpham awake. Still chewing, Debo teased, well, you're not exactly wrong, are you? Even with the traces of injury on his body, there was no denying the solid perfection of his well-built frame. I'm starving. My portion's still here, right? The chair screeched back as it was shoved away. I can't keep this up. Kiran slumped into it, his whole body heavy with exhaustion, blaming himself. No matter how hard I try, it never ends. If I'd known things would turn out like this, I never would have started this mess in the first place. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Abis stepped in quickly. Sorry, Karan. The moment Karan saw him, he perked up and stood. Perfect timing, I could use your help. But first, wait a moment. He approached, greeting Ebis. Been a while, Ebis. Ebis seemed to be carrying news for him. I've heard something rather interesting lately. Karen already suspected what it might be about Elpham. That name, it's Elpham. Back at Elpham's side, his expression turned puzzled. I don't remember. The others froze at his words, clearly unsettled. Seriously? You don't remember anything? What? Don't mess with us. Minoru jumped in, recounting the events. Elpham, you took down Balrog in an instant with some kind of mysterious power. Elpham pointed to himself in disbelief. Mysterious power? Me? Kiri, who had also heard the story from Jack Rich, chimed in. Jack Rich said the same thing. Maybe you have some hidden ability. Minoru, her face flushing, stumbled over her words. Wait, are you serious? You really don't remember? Back then, when you leaned on my shoulder, if it's about that, Elpham just looked blank, clearly having no memory of the fight. Maybe not. I don't know, I don't remember anything. What's actually going on here? Then why did I act like I knew everything at the time? After trying to recall, he finally gave up with a sigh. I thought I'd remember something, but nothing. Absolutely nothing. Minoru's temper flared, and she made to kick him, but Kiri stopped her. You're messing with me, aren't you? Inside, Elpham admitted to himself, no matter how hard I try, nothing comes back, except an image of a man in a hat flashed in his mind. I think I met someone back then. From across the room, Royce finally spoke. Elpham, there's one more thing you should know. That wasn't the only thing that happened. Huh? With a smile, Royce raised one finger. It happened at midnight. He recalled the scene from that night. While you were sleeping, we stayed here in this house. We figured it was best to stick together and watch over you while you were unconscious. That bed, by the way, was anything but comfortable. Royce's gaze sharpened, as if he'd just noticed something. And then, I saw something. Huh? Minoru leaned in close, whispering something into Elpham's ear. Unfortunately, it landed squarely in Royce's. Now, Royce was all too happy to share it aloud, but before he could finish, Minoru planted a fist right in his face. A pirate's got his sights set on you. Before Royce could say more, she quickly covered it up, turning back to the group with a bright, obviously fake smile. Alright, that's enough for now. Elpham just woke up, shouldn't we get him something to eat first? Something warm and fragrant was placed in front of him. Elpham lifted a spoonful of soup. Huh? What did you say we were doing again? He slowly savored the rich broth before finally announcing his plan. We're heading to Orient. Debo, his mouth full, chuckled through his food. That's my boss still making plans even after passing out. But his grin froze, his face going pale. Wait. Hold up. Still chewing, he turned to Elpham for confirmation. You mean Orient, the kingdom in the Nihal Desert, right? That wasteland where almost nothing survives. His voice dropped. That place is more dangerous than Victoria Island, even the monsters there. He immediately slammed down his refusal. No way, change the plan. I'm not going. Nope, can't do it. Just then, Denev opened the door. A towering group of people stood outside. A man stepped forward with regal composure. Is this the famous El Palm's crew? Elpam eyed him curiously. Huh? And you are some kind of god? Royce quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. Then he explained for everyone's benefit. This man took the newly founded Gapor Guild and turned it into one of the top 10 guilds in just a few years. He's the head of Gapor. Elpam blinked at the stranger. Huh, Ralph, you know who this guy is? A heavy hand slammed the table. Quiet. Watch your tongue. One of the man's attendants stepped forward. This is Lord Gapor. Lord Gapor. Lord Gapor himself took a seat across from Elpam. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Clearly he'd already heard of Elpam, that's why he'd come in person. You're Elpam, right? I've heard a great deal about you. I'll get straight to the point. Without hesitation, he made his proposal. Come to the kingdom of Ariant. Debo immediately looked to his boss. Big bro, but Elpam only gave a small, knowing smile. A guild banner hung in the room, and in his mind, Elpam thought Gapor Guild. There's a reason they've risen so fast. 2 flags stood side by side, and 2 hands clasped firmly in a show of goodwill. A sponsor, someone remarked. Facing Gapor, Elpam already knew plenty about the man and had his own calculations in mind. Gapor is heavily backed by Ariant. With their support, he rose to become one of the top 10 guilds in such a short time. He's rarely shown his face because he's always moving between Lith and Ariant. Gapor and Ariant are in the same boat, and now someone's made him an offer he can't refuse. 1 crown. Countless lives already lost for it. A war for the throne. A bloody battle is about to erupt in Ariant. From Gapor's perspective, as someone backed by the kingdom, now is the time to lend his hand. Gapor didn't waste time. I hear you're quite capable. Everything you need is already prepared. Elpam didn't hesitate. I refuse. And he explained why. Ariant. I have no interest in walking into a dangerous place on the brink of civil war. Boss, you just said Karan, who'd been holding back, finally snapped. He threw on his fiercest glare and barked. Refusing isn't an option. This is a direct order from Lord Gapor. As a squad under the guild, you should treat this as an honor and prepare immediately. Elpam's voice stayed calm, but his words dripped with mockery. An honor? Then shouldn't you be giving us full support for such an honorable mission? I'm saying the risk is too great to be soothed over with a few words about pride. Karan clenched his fists, openly threatening him. Looks like I've been too soft on you. Talking like that to Lord Gapor. So the rumors are true, you are good at bargaining. Huh? Gapor raised a hand, cutting through the tension. All right then. 5. He laid out his challenge. I'll give you the chance to prove that confidence. If you can conquer 5 gates of my choosing, his tone turned firm. Then as your reward for this trip, I'll grant you anything within my power. Well? Does that interest you? His gaze was sharp and unshakable. I, Gapor, swear on my own name that I will keep my word. Elpam seemed to accept. As expected, you really are in a league of your own. Gapor smiled in satisfaction. I'll take that as a compliment. Royce's eyes sparkled with greed. Boss, that's great. Maybe just a little flashy though. Elpam's expression stayed composed. What's your desired timetable? Seeing his readiness, Gapor grew even more energized. Glad to see you're getting right down to business. The waves outside swelled over the deep blue sea. We shouldn't delay. Soon after, Elpam's crew was already aboard a ship, bound for Ariant. We leave now. The massive ship rocked steadily over the swells. Debo, unable to handle the motion, staggered to the rail and vomited over the side. Miniru smirked at the sight. Is he always like this? Does he really get seasick every time? If I remember right, he was fine on the Nautilus. Still pale and exhausted from retching, Debo forced a weak smile. I don't know, maybe I drank too much last night. You guys holding up okay? 4 sets of eyes turned to him, and he flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, forget it, just leave me alone. Mineru seized the moment to jab at him again. Crying over a few drops of booze like a little kid. Our precious baby must be rough, huh? Another wave hit, and Debo bent over, vomiting like a broken dam. Come on, cut it out. On his knees now, his face pale and clammy, he gasped. Hey, your fancy clothes are about to get ruined. Debo's whole body trembled. Royce stepped in, piling on with mock sympathy. Well, this won't do at all. As your father, I'll gently pat my beloved son's back. What awaited him was a spray of Debo's vomit straight onto Royce. The older man's face twitched, and he promptly punched Debo in the face. Ungrateful little brat. Now no one dared come near him. Royce forced an awkward smile, stammering, "Don't get the wrong idea, this isn't domestic abuse. My boy was just feeling a bit tired, so I rocked him to sleep." He placed a hand on Debo, using healing magic, then turned to Minoru. "I'll need to clean him up. Lend me a hand." Minoru backed away, waving him off. "I don't know, do whatever you want. Just don't come near me." Looking at Debo sprawled out on the deck, Elpum thought to himself, "Good thing we'll reach Ariant sooner than I expected. That idiot could use the rest." He checked the supplies he'd brought along, gear clearly superior to anything others at their level carried. Thanks to Gold Richie's trade routes, we're far better equipped than most, but still, pressing a hand to his chest, he felt a strange unease. Why does something feel off? Something's definitely going on. Minoru glanced over, curious. "Elpam, what's with the serious look? Something wrong?" Royce, picking up on the tension, burst out laughing. "It's obvious you're just queasy from last night's drinking. Stop pretending to be fine and sit down. Watch your mouth too." Elpam peered ahead, as if spotting something. "We're here already." Before them lay a charming harbor town filled with massive ships. This picturesque place was Jeddah. It wasn't the group's final destination. The Nile Desert has countless seaports, Elpam noted. Crossing the endless sands over land is basically suicide, so people take the sea instead. All transport here relies on ships. A man with a red cap and a fish slung over his back added, "That's why the Nile Desert's ports naturally became so prosperous." The group disembarked. "And Jeddah," Elpam continued, "is the best port of them all." Someone took a deep, exaggerated breath, savoring the air. Royce's eyes gleamed with greed as he stepped onto the pier. "The whole place reeks of gold enough to cover the desert. This isn't just a port, it's practically a kingdom." Lith couldn't hope to compare. Kiri glanced at Debo. "Feeling any better? What happened back there? Remember, we're not here to sightsee. Focus on the mission." A young man suddenly stepped into their path. "You must be Elpam." Panting from his run, wearing a green cap, he introduced himself. "Good thing I made it in time. I'm a liaison from Gapor Merchants' Ariant branch." Though his face was slick with sweat, his smile never faded. "You can call me Cesar. A pleasure to meet you." Debo shook his hand warmly. "Nice to meet you, Cesar. You look great, cool and handsome too. You're making me blush, and we've only just met." His eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So, did you come alone?" Cesar scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed. "The Ariant branch doesn't have many people right now. I'll take you there straight away, follow me." He led them through the streets until they stopped before a small, run-down building. "Here we are, the Ariant branch of Gapor Merchants." Debo scanned the surroundings in disbelief, while Royce just sighed. "Huh. This is a little disappointing." Hearing their remarks, Cesar curled up in a gloomy corner. "Sorry, the branch is a bit small." "No, that's not really the problem." Trying to ease the awkwardness, Debo stepped forward, pushing aside the hanging curtain. "It's just too hot out here. Come on, let's head in, this is the entrance, right?" As the curtain lifted, a massive man appeared right in front of him. Debo stared up at him, unable to hide his surprise. The man's face was fierce as he barked, "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Salaman, branch chief of Gapor Merchants, Ariant." Elpam stepped forward, greeting him politely. "Mr. Solomon, we're the Elpam team from Victoria Island. It's an honor to meet you." Salaman crossed his arms over his chest, introducing himself with a teasing tone aimed at Elpam. "I'm Solomon, head of the Ariant Merchant Guild branch." "Wow, you all look so weak." The rumors say before he could finish, Cesar stepped forward, blushing as he tried to smooth things over. "But they were personally chosen by Lord Gapor. It'd be better to show a bit of respect." Salaman ignored Cesar's words completely, and even shoved him to the ground. Debo rushed over to help Cesar up, checking if he was alright. "Cesar, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Cesar replied. Seeing Salaman treat Cesar like that, Debo's anger flared. He confronted Salaman harshly. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Damn it. Even Lord Gapor seems unaware of the situation here, if he's sending amateurs like you." Salaman scowled as he addressed Elpam's group. "Even if Lord Gapor recommended you, I won't believe in you until I see your strength with my own eyes. You think you can do anything in Ariant with just your experience from Victoria Island? Rookies." Debo had reached his limit with Salaman, and stood up to challenge him directly. "You bastard, you want to see how strong we are?" Elpam quickly stepped in front of Debo to stop him. "Enough. What are you trying to say?" Get straight to the point. Solomon stopped wasting time and got right to his demand. I need to test your skills. Talk later. Listen carefully. The Golden Gate. 3 slashes, max 28 people. Confidence radiated from his face as he declared. Go in there, and one person must clear it. Cesar was shocked when he heard the full details and gasped. What? Lord Solomon. Even the Elpam team. Going solo through that before he could finish. Solomon cut him off sharply. Shut up. If they can't even do that, they're just a burden to others. But Elpam didn't hesitate, and accepted the challenge, much to Cesar's astonishment. Going solo, that's the only condition. Even Solomon didn't expect him to agree so quickly. What? Elpam wanted to confirm once more. I'm asking if clearing it alone is the only condition. You're confident, huh? Fine. I'll add one more thing, it must be completed within 1 week. Kiri voiced her frustration from behind. Suddenly making us compete. And in just 1 week. That's ridiculous. Solomon kept his defiant stance, goading them without letting up. Ridiculous. Sounds like you're saying you're not capable. Scared now. My turn. Elpam stated the reward he wanted upon victory. 10 million mesos. That'll be the prize for completing this. After hearing the amount, Solomon immediately flew into a rage and shouted at Elpam. You crazy bastard, what's wrong with your head? Where do you think you are, daring to bargain like that? Elpam remained calm and explained the whole situation to him. Don't get me wrong. Although we came to Ariant under Lord Gapor's orders, we don't care about the local circumstances here. We operate based solely on the payment offered. He gave Solomon a sharp look to intimidate him. If you don't like it, we'll cancel the mission and leave. Elpam already knew their weak spot, so he wasn't afraid of anything. If the Ariant branch acts unilaterally and ruins relations with the Gapor Guild, who do you think will bear the consequences? Sounds like internal conflicts run deep, just like the rumors. Turning to leave, Elpam added, I'm taking note of this. So, better stop it. Interesting indeed. Even Solomon didn't expect Elpam's bold attitude. You dare threaten me? You've got guts, arrogant and insolent. Finally Solomon relented, turning back to face him. Not stupid, huh? Fine, I like that. I'll add some perks. But the money wasn't so easily won. He attached a condition. I'll pay you an extra 5 million mesos. You finish earlier than the 1-week deadline. If you complete it in a single day, you'll get 30 million mesos, 3 times your original offer of 10 million. Solomon smiled, his face revealing a dangerous gleam as he taunted. So, rookies, sounds tempting, doesn't it? Unnoticed by him, Elpam also gave a slight victorious smile, having achieved his goal. Elpam looked at him firmly and commanded, lead the way. The sky was mostly clear today, with the blazing sun beating down relentlessly, making the ground unbearably hot. Under this scorching heat, it was no surprise that both Mineru and Debo were drenched in sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion. The 5 of them trudged wearily beneath the harsh desert sun. Debo finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It's too hot, I can't take it anymore. Why the hell is the gate right in the middle of the desert? Elpam showed no sympathy, coldly ordering him to stand up and keep moving. We're almost there. Stop complaining and get up. Debo grumbled in frustration, you're really heartless. Don't you feel any heat at all? Turning to Kiri, he asked with concern, hey Kiri. Are you okay? Caught off guard by being addressed, Kiri responded, huh? She was clad in full heat-absorbing armor. You're wearing steel armor in this heat. Just looking at you makes me feel suffocated. Despite the thick armor, Kiri said she didn't feel hot at all. I'm fine. Debo couldn't believe what he heard. No way. That armor must be burning hot by now. Kiri firmly insisted she wasn't affected. I really don't feel anything. Feeling like he was melting while she stayed cool as a cucumber. Debo slapped Kiri on the shoulder in admiration. Wearing armor in the desert like that, are all the Cygnus knights like you? That's incredible. But the moment he touched Kiri's armor, a sudden chill ran through his entire body right there in the desert. He stared at his hand in disbelief as cold air radiated from it. It's freezing, no, it's like ice. Kiri gave an embarrassed smile and explained. Actually, this armor is integrated with a temperature-regulating artifact that adjusts to the environment. It's an honorary gift from the royal family given exclusively to the Cygnus Knights. Mineru, sweating all over, looked at Kiri with envy. What? So you've been comfortably cool all this time? That's not fair. Ralph joined in with Mineru's teasing. If you have an item like that, you should share. Feeling cornered by their teasing, Kiri scratched her cheek shyly. Sorry, maybe next time. Suddenly, Debo lunged forward and hugged Kiri tightly, causing her to jump in surprise. Huh? Kiri blushed deeply, confused about why Debo was holding her. Debo, what are you doing? Let me go right now. Under the scorching sun, Debo quietly called her name. Kiri, determined not to let go, he muttered. Come on, stay still and let me enjoy this. Why do you have to hog all the coolness for yourself? Kiri's face turned bright red, and she angrily snapped, You crazy fool, shut up. Still refusing to loosen his grip. The two argued back and forth, voices rising. Just let me cling a little longer. Don't get so close to me like that. Let go. No, don't be like that. I thought we were closer than this. What the hell are you saying? Behind them, Minoru and Ralph exchanged secret smiles. Oh man, suddenly. Ralph cracked a joke that instantly turned Minoru fierce. Are you jealous? You want to hug Elpa too? Before he could finish, Minoru punched him hard enough to knock the breath out of him. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. Enough already. Remember, there's a time limit. We need to find the gate quickly. After saying this, Minoru finally noticed a gate not far from where they stood. There it is, the gate. This was the gate they'd been searching for, towering proudly in the blazing desert. Minoru still couldn't believe she hadn't seen the gate that had been right in front of her all along. It was here the whole time. Elpam, unfazed by the gate's appearance, replied. I told you we were close. Still slightly embarrassed from earlier, Minoru hurried toward the gate. Come on, everyone. We're in a rush. As Minoru ran, the sand beneath her feet suddenly shifted oddly. The sand erupted violently, the explosion catching her completely off guard. From the swirling dust, a monster appeared, lunging straight at Minoru. What the? A surge of magical energy suddenly struck the monster, saving Minoru from danger. The creature was swiftly and effortlessly destroyed by the magical attack. The one who had launched it was Elpam, who had clearly anticipated the situation. Knew it, nothing's ever easy. More monsters lurking beneath the desert sand began to emerge one after another, their numbers overwhelming. They clearly don't intend to let us pass. These lizard-like beasts, called frilled, bared their fangs and lunged toward Elpam's group. The group ceased joking around, all locking serious gazes on the frilled before them. Get ready. We're going hunting. Meanwhile, in a mysterious palace, a shadowed figure behind a curtain called out to Solomon. Solomon. Solomon replied respectfully, Yes, Your Highness? The hidden figure asked about Elpam's group status. What happened to Elpam and his team? Solomon reported seriously, It's been about 2 hours now, they should have found the gate by now. The figure nodded knowingly. Yes, the frilled around the gate, right? Yes, Your Highness. Confident that Elpam's group could handle the frilled, the figure continued, They are third circle adventurers, they should be capable. What I want to know is whether they can pass through the gate within a week. What do you think, Solomon? Recalling his encounter with Elpam, Solomon gave his opinion, They're as flashy as the rumors say. But regarding their real achievements saving Jack Rich and hunting Balak, that's something else. Rumors tend to be exaggerated. Still uncertain, Solomon wasn't ready to fully trust Elpam's group. It's too early to trust them based only on Gapor's message. Let's observe a bit longer, Your Highness. The shadowed figure did not object. I understand. If they're still struggling with this gate, then there's no point. However, a flicker of faith remained in the figure's heart, and with trembling hands, they clenched their fists. Elpam, please? Don't disappoint me. Back in the desert, Debo channeled magical energy into his axe and charged headlong into the frilled. With a single swing, one frilled fell dead instantly. Debo swung furiously, chopping off frilled heads one after another. Nearby, Ralph also rushed into battle. A powerful punch shattered one frilled. Everyone in Elpam's group fought fiercely, Ralph with his fists, Kiri wielding her sword, and Minoru firing her gun. Suddenly, a group of monsters attacked Elpam from behind, attempting to ambush him. A loud explosion erupted, engulfing all the frilled in flames. When the fire died down, only smoldering remains were left. Debo sneered contemptuously at the defeated frilled. I thought the desert monsters would be tough, but this is easy. You guys always make a big deal out of nothing. Elpam reminded him firmly. We haven't even started yet. He glanced at the massive gate beside them. We've only just entered. Thinking about the reward, Ralph was ecstatic. Better hurry. Finish in a day and get 30 million mesos. Elpham coolly cut the time in half. We'll finish within 12 hours. Ralph, initially excited, froze after hearing this. What? But his fighting spirit returned quickly. 12 hours? That's ambitious, I like it. So do we get extra pay for that? We need clear terms. Elpham sighed, exasperated with Ralph's greed. Tone down the money talk, will you? Ralph bargained again. But boss, the Golden Gate has 3 levels. How can we finish in 12 hours? Then no pay, Elpham shot back. What the hell? Ralph exclaimed. The golden light from the gate gradually enveloped the entire group. Cesar, panting heavily, seemed urgent and ready to report. Lord Solomon, losing patience, Solomon snapped, what is it? I'm busy. Still catching his breath from running, Cesar hurriedly said, it's something urgent. Solomon was growing increasingly impatient. In a burst of anger he grabbed Cesar by the collar. I told you I'm busy. Footsteps echoed in the room, and Cesar nervously pointed behind him. The person entering was none other than Elpham. Only then did Solomon release Cesar's collar, spitting out words dripping with disdain. What? You're even worse than I thought. He stepped closer to Elpham. I guess you haven't even made it through the gate. Just by looking at your face, I can tell you've already given up. Solomon's eyes flashed with fury mixed with contempt. You damn bastards, did you run away from the frilled right at the gate? Elpham didn't bother responding. Instead, he coldly tossed something onto the floor. Assuming Elpham was mocking him, Solomon's anger only grew. What the hell is this? Some kind of joke. At his feet lay an item from the Golden Gate. But Solomon accused Elpham's group of faking it. That's supposed to be the raid item from the Golden Gate? I knew it, you're nothing but frauds. The fact that Elpham had brought the item back so quickly only reinforced Solomon's suspicions. You scoundrels, how dare you try to fool me with fake goods? And it's only been half a day since you entered the gate. His irritation grew with every word. If you were going to cheat, at least put in some effort. Do you take me for a fool to mock me like this? Elpham said nothing in response. Instead he made a bold wager. 100 million mesos. If this is fake, I'll pay you that amount. But if it's real, you owe me 100 million mesos. He stared at Solomon with a challenging glare. So, are you willing to bet? Solomon's rage boiled over at the audacity of Elpham's words. He opened his mouth to curse again. What? 100 million. You fraud, but Cesar cut him off. In his hands was something even more precious than the raid item. Wait, Lord Solomon. This isn't just a raid item. See this eagle emblem here. This is clearly the Royal Knight's Medal of Honor. This was something no one could fake. I remember now, this is awarded to knights who participated in the raid at the gate, from which no one returned. If he brought this back, that means Elpham truly. Elpham stepped closer to Cesar. I see you recognize this, Cesar. He coldly looked down at the young man sitting on the ground. Or should I say? Without hesitation, Elpham directly revealed Cesar's true identity, Your Highness. In the tense atmosphere, Solomon's angry voice rang out sharply. What nonsense are you spouting now? He grabbed Elpham by the collar in fury. You damn bastard, first it was that ridiculous bet, and now you're bringing up Prince Kashan. He dismissed Cesar's argument as absurd. Just because he knows about the royal medal, you're calling him a prince. If that were true, then I must be the king of this entire kingdom. Ridiculous. Cesar, sitting on the floor, chimed in sheepishly. He's right, wait, me, a prince? He laughed awkwardly as he explained. I may look like this, but I know a lot of things others don't really notice. I've been around, doing all sorts of jobs, or maybe I just stumbled upon some info. I worked hard to get this job here, so all these compliments make me a bit embarrassed. Elpham repeated Cesar's words coldly, just some information you happened to pick up while running errands. Then, without hesitation, Elpham firmly grabbed Solomon's wrist. Is that what you want? He squeezed tightly so Solomon couldn't break free. Do you know what's the ultimate taboo when trying to deceive others? Solomon showed a flicker of fear at Elpham's strength. What kind of mage is strong enough to do this? Elpham pointed out something unusual about Cesar's hands. Your hands. Cesar frowned, watching him warily. Excuse me. One who's been through a lot carries their life story in their hands. The hands reflect a person's life, where calluses form, how muscles develop. Just by observing carefully, I can roughly picture someone's life. Cesar was clearly just a low-level clerk, yet his hands were unnervingly clean and unblemished. But these hands, so clean and intact for a mere clerk. I noticed something strange about you the moment you arrived. Having exposed Caesar, Elpham turned to Solomon. And you, who claims to be the branch chief. Solomon's hands were covered with scratches and scars. Those aren't the hands of a merchant who counts money all day. They look more like the hands of a soldier who's trained with a sword for decades. Solomon jerked his hand back and kept denying it. This place is full of outlaws. No one cares if you're a branch chief or whatever, just like you. Elpham knew that judging solely by hands wasn't foolproof. That's true, so I can't be certain just from hands. But what makes me sure is his presence. It was the person standing next to Caesar and Solomon who confirmed Elpham's suspicions. Earlier, Solomon and Caesar had acted like master and servant. The two of them performed so naturally. If you only watched the act, you'd be fooled for sure. A gruff superior and an oppressed subordinate, that's a common scene here. But the key point lies elsewhere. The soldier witnessing Solomon's harsh words to Caesar was visibly shocked. A person unfamiliar with such situations finds it very difficult to completely hide their true loyalty. Solomon immediately shot a sharp glare at the soldier. Still trying to keep up the act, he scoffed, ridiculous. If you were really a prince, why would you have to go through such elaborate acting? There's no reason for that. Elpham didn't bother with pleasantries and directly exposed Prince Kashan's true intention. Oh really? I think there are plenty of reasons to do exactly that. For example, personally handpicking the people you'll use in the battle to seize the throne. A blade was suddenly pressed right against Elpham's neck. It was Solomon, still trying to play the part. Hey, what the hell are you saying? But Caesar stopped him firmly. Enough. He no longer bothered pretending. Interesting. I see why Gapor recommended you. I was expecting this after hearing the rumors. Elpham had even exceeded the prince's expectations, but you have far surpassed mine. Caesar took off the hood covering his head. Exactly. He straightforwardly revealed his identity. I am Prince Kashan. Kashan wanted to know how long Elpham had known the truth. Elpham, since when did you know? Elpham spoke frankly about his suspicions. I started suspecting ever since we were sent to Ariant. Because it was Gapor himself who assigned us. I guess there must have been a patron inside Ariant. After meeting your highness, I suspected that Gapor's sponsor was none other than the Prince of Ariant, the famously handsome Prince Kashan. Kashan was pleased with Elpham's abilities. Not only outstanding skills, but your situational awareness is excellent. Yes, I need explorers like you. He stated his request plainly. A gold-tier gate, with a maximum of 99 people. Your team will enter alongside other adventurers I personally select. What Kashan wanted was a testament. If successful, he would reward Elpham's group handsomely. Work together with them to retrieve the testament hidden inside the gate. You have 1 week. Succeed and I will reward you with 60 million mesos. Despite Kashan's status as prince, Elpham coolly refused. I decline. Kashan's expression hardened, and he fixed Elpham with a cold stare. He demanded to know the reason why. Unfazed, Elpham spoke plainly. At first you just wanted to test us. I considered that a necessary step, and I was willing to accept if the reward was enticing enough. Kashan bluntly asked about Elpham's terms. Then what do you want now? Elpham requested higher pay. Realizing this mission was far from simple, collecting an item within the allotted time for a matching reward, it might look like a test at first glance. But in reality, it's completely different. Even if they completed the mission, their lives wouldn't be guaranteed. They might be eliminated without a trace. Even if we successfully pass through the gate, there's a chance the kingdom's forces will assassinate us quietly. Because this mission isn't issued by Gapor's Ariant branch. This mission came directly through Kashan, meaning accepting it also meant siding with him. It's from you, Prince Kashan. The moment we accept this mission, it means we're on the same boat as you. Kashan assumed Elpham just wanted more money. So you're saying you want extra risk pay. Money still wasn't the reward Elpham considered worthy enough to risk his life for. He looked Kashan firmly in the eyes and said, the one you support is the Gapor Trade Guild, not us. We have no reason to risk our lives for you, especially when the price to pay is so high. Elpham's gaze remained resolute as he added, unless the reward matches the risk. Once again Kashan asked, what kind of reward do you want? Elpham decided to weigh his pay based on the prince's offer. I will decide after hearing your proposal. Seeing Kashan in a weaker position, Solomon was so furious he wanted to punch Elpham. That insolent brat. But Kashan stopped him and made a very valuable offer. Here's the deal. If your group passes through the gate, I will grant each member a unique grade piece of equipment. Even Elpham was surprised at Kashan's reward offer. The equipment is divided by ranks. Rare, epic, unique, and legendary. The power gap between these ranks is unimaginable. Elpham silently calculated. The items Kashan promised were on par with the Phoenix Feather or the piercing eye patch he already possessed, each strong enough to break the boundaries between magic tiers. By offering such generous rewards, it was clear Kashan highly valued Elpham's group. The fact that he said every member would receive unique grade equipment, not just one person, means he considers us a main force. Elpham clenched his fist, still not fully satisfied with the offer. But it's still not enough to risk our lives. He coldly proposed what he truly wanted. We want one legendary item. Solomon was furious at this demand. Are you crazy? Asking for a unique item is already too much. And now you want a legendary one? Contrary to Solomon, Kashan remained calm. Fine. I will prepare a legendary item. Solomon tried to object. Your Highness, but Kashan cut him off directly. Agreeing to Elpham's terms, meaning the group must complete the mission. But in return, listen carefully. You absolutely must bring me what I want, no matter what. You have 1 week. If you fail, I will take your lives. Having gotten what he wanted, Elpham left coldly. Solomon still doubted Kashan's decision. Can you really trust that one? Kashan had no choice but to trust Elpham's group. The dice have been cast. His hand trembled. Even if I do nothing, I will eventually have to follow the path of the other princes. If I don't act first, I will be eliminated. Fear showed on Kashan's face, cold sweat dripping down, because of that woman. The woman Kashan mentioned was leisurely in her own private palace. This will be interesting. She gently twisted a lock of hair in her hand. But you're already in my grasp, Kashan. I don't know what you're preparing. But teaching you a lesson has always been a mother's duty. Her eyes radiated killing intent, and this is the perfect opportunity to discipline you thoroughly.